It's the IAME USA Grand National Championship presented by Hunt Brothers Pizza. And we are live here from GoPro Motorplex. We cannot wait to get the show started here today. Live for main events and pre-finals. Here from Sunday, we have had an amazing 3 days of racing action here with us all week long. So many of you guys have tuned in live on YouTube and on Facebook. You guys have given us so much support, and we are so thankful. It's been already a crazy week. We had over $7,000 handed out in cash, actually about $9,500 in total cash prize. Cash again handed out already this weekend. We had a rental kart mechanics race on Thursday night. We had an all-star KA shootout presented by CNC Performance Engineering on Friday night. Last night, the Pro Division, the X30 Pro guys, they went at it with sponsorship from Nitro Motorsports, from the Cure for Prostate Cancer charity, from GoPro Motorplex itself, from MG Tires, all of them combining for a $5,000 payday for Paulie Massimino, and all the X30 Pros, not just the All-Stars, are going to qualify to go for $5,000 again here later today. My name is Xander Clements, live with Kart Chaser. We're live from the racetrack here. Take a look here, folks. It is a beautiful day for racing here around the racetrack at GoPro Motorplex. The sun is in the sky. Right now, the X30 Pro Seniors are wrapping up their initial warm-up session. We're going to get set to go green here very soon. And as we get set to go green here, the first class to kick us off for pre-finals is down on the grid with our very own Caleb Smock and the outside pole sitter, Keelan Harvick.
Thank you. We're down here on the grid. Keelan Harvick is starting outside row number 1. Are you nervous at all going to this one right now?
A little, because I don't want to get pushed in the barriers on the outside.
Now, it looks like all weekend long you've had good luck. You've been up there in the front pack. Are you working together with these guys, or are you just going to try to charge your way up to the front?
I'm going to try to charge my way up to the front as soon as possible.
Now, obviously, your dad is a legendary race car driver, Kevin Harvick. Has he been out here coaching you today to give you any advice before you went on track?
Yeah, he's really helped me a lot.
What has he told you?
Just drive as hard as you can and win.
Just drive as hard as you can to win. That is Keelan Harvick starting in the second spot for your pre-final for your micros.
Thank you for that there, Caleb. Of course, Keelan Harvick is a rising superstar. He's going out in the youngest class. They'll be the first class at the racetrack, both for the pre-mains and for the main events. Let's take you through how we got here today. First of all, again, these guys started on Friday. They got here, got to practice a little bit on Thursday on 2 different track configurations. Once for 3 practice sessions out of 5 on a track they had never driven before. Then on the final 2, they're running the normal layout, which is what we are back to today. They ran that normal layout then all day Friday for qualifying to set the starting lineup for 3 rounds of heat races. Then heat number 1 was also ran on Friday on the standard layout. We go over to Saturday. We run on the alternate layout that they got a total of 4 sessions on before racing. 3 practices and 1 morning warm-up session on Saturday. They went through 2 more rounds of heat races. Now, after all of that, we've gotten ourselves here to today. So, the way that it works then, we've got a pre-final, right? That is a pre-main. Typically, that sets your starting lineup strictly for the main event, no matter where you place in those heats. But in this event, to make sure nobody is sitting out of heat races to get a tire advantage to finish better in the pre-final is only weighted at 50% to your overall of all 3 heats. So if you finish 4th in all 3 heats after all the averages and points are totaled, and you finish 2nd in the pre-final, 99% chance you're going to start 3rd in the main event today. So again, this morning, pre-mains lined up in order based off of the heat. So this will be the first time the starting orders have been changed. It's based on where they qualified on Friday is where they started all 3 heat races. So for some drivers with an issue in qualifying, they had to come back to the field 3 times over. So with that in mind, now they've got themselves hopefully in a better spot for today's pre-final. If they had some good finishes in the heats, they have a good finish in today's pre-final. They're going to be lined up for a great starting spot in the main event later on today. There's tickets to the IAME International World Finals up for grabs for the winners. There's also brand new IAME motors, and on top of that, for the X30 Junior Pro and the X30 Pro Senior classes, our final 2 on the run order, $3,000 to the juniors, $5,000 to the main event winner today, an X30 Pro. We go down to the grid. Caleb Smox found himself another one, lining up on the grid for Micro Swift.
Yeah, we're down here with Jackson Tovo. Now, Jackson, you've been fast all weekend, but it sounds like you got in a little bit of reverie. Your brother's on track. Does that push you a little bit extra more, or are you just out there to have a good time?
Pushes me a little more to go beat him. I really want to beat him, but he's my brother. I can't wreck him or anything.
Now, you've been up there in the mix all weekend long. You're up in that mid-pack. Now, this is just the pre-final. Are you going to try to sit back and try to just play it safe, or are you going to try to push as hard as you can here this afternoon?
I'm going to try to push as far as I can from starting far back.
Now, the track has changed a little bit. The sun is obviously out. Carts are back here under the grid. Do you think the heat's going to play a factor for you guys today?
It definitely will. It'll be really hot, which is.
All right, there it is. That is Jackson Tovo starting in your micros, but he's got a little extra competition because his brother is also on track with him. Back to you in the booth.
Thank you for that there, Caleb. The Tovo brothers calling North Carolina home. This is a home race for a number of drivers here at GoPro Motorplex. This local racetrack here pulls over 200 drivers every single month for their local weekly series. A bunch of those drivers are here this weekend as well, going up against the best in the nation that have come all over the coast. We've got guys from California. We've got kids internationally coming from Canada and Brazil and Europe. They are all here as well. And on top of that, again, from the Northeast to the Southwest, Southeast USA, they have all come together. This IAME USA Grand National Championship presented by Hunt Brothers Pizza is going to be huge here to cap things off. It's already been huge. We've got thousands of you guys tuning in from all over the world, sending in your love. Of course, if you'd like to get a shout out on the stream, any kind of donation helps, and we'll shout that out from the live chat. It helps us put this together. This is our first ever live stream. So again, for those of you, if you want to give a shout out, little thank you or good luck wishes to your favorite driver, you can check that out on the YouTube live stream. We'll be monitoring the YouTube live chat and the Facebook live chat as well. Make sure to check those out. Also, if you want to support us and check out everything that we've got going on, make it possible for Kart Chaser to come to more of these races here. This is our debut broadcast, and hopefully get to do even more and more live broadcasted events. You can support ours by checking out this great merchandise line we've got. We just launched a bunch of new shirts, including one limited design we've already completely sold out of here at the racetrack. And you can check all that out at www.shopkartchaser.com. Again, our Caleb Smock has finding himself a few more interviews on the grid. We're going to take a very short commercial break. When we come back, Austin Cindric is set to join me here, along with NTT IndyCar Series champion Will Power later on in the day as well. Again, the micro slip class will be going here very soon while the X30 Pros finish warm-up. It's a great day here at GoPro Motorplex for the IAME USA Grand National Championship presented by Hunt Brothers Pizza. Stay with us.
I'm Alex Speed, the team principal here at Speed Concepts Racing. We have an elite karting program. We really focus on giving the drivers the tools they have to take to the next level. We don't really want to, it's important to win racing and go karting, but really give the kids the tools they need to, hopefully become professional racing drivers. We're on the OTK Red Speed Kart. We have our own in-house motor program with Speed Lab. We do really competitive in the national races, but again, our main focus is really giving the kids, the tools they have, looking at data, looking at video to really give them arsenal to go on to car racing and hopefully be successful.
Check us out on Facebook at facebook.com/speedconceptsracing or email us at speedconceptsracing@gmail.com.
Hunt Brothers Pizza always offers 10 toppings to choose from at no extra charge. That's 1,024 topping combinations at one price. At Hunt Brothers Pizza, we love racing and we love pizza. Visit huntbrotherspizza.com to find your next pizza.
How you doing? My name is Mike Doty from Mike Doty Racing from Orange County, New York. We're about an hour north of New York City. We're a full-service kart shop that we supply IAME, Rotax, and all rock engines. We sell OTK parts and all the tires for all the different series. We support USBKS, SCUSA, Rotax, which is the Stars and Stripes, and the Rock Winter Tour. What we do is we try to get the drivers better by data, driver coaching, and setup. We have a lot of good drivers that come through our program. We have a lot of experience. I've been doing it for almost 35 years, and we just try to translate that to all our customers.
For more info about Mike Doty Racing, you can contact us at mikedotyracing@gmail.com or call us at 845-551-0572.
So our program at RP.
Welcome back to GoPro Motorplex. We are live here in the announcer booth. I am joined by NASCAR Cup Series driver Austin Cindric with Team Penske. He's a local here at GoPro Motorplex as well. He's got a garage, he's got an X30 kart. You're ready to call the action. You talked to me, you were really excited. You got, fellow Cup Series driver Kevin Harvick, his son getting ready to go here in Micro Swift. Talk to me. First day out here, big event. Obviously first time for you broadcasting with us, everything going on. How much do you love getting to come out to the go-kart track on your off days?
I absolutely love it. I was out here running all week last week before the event started, and this is a place where I grew up driving as a kid. And my mom would drive me home from school, drop me off here. I'd run all afternoon, and my dad would pick me up on the way home from work. So I've got a special place in my heart for this racetrack, and it's obviously a great facility, and Dan and everyone here do a great job. So it's fun to see an event this big, and obviously you guys have done a great job with the coverage, so it's cool to be here today.
Right, well, we're super stoked to have you with us here calling the action. The Micros have been putting on an amazing overall race day here. We're going to cut to the starting grid because we've got them lined up. Let's take you through what we've got for our starting lineup for the micro drivers. Augustus Toniolo has been phenomenal. He swept the heat races on Saturday. He'll start on the inside of the front row alongside Keelan Harvick as they make their way on backwards here. Going back to row number 2, it's going to be the number 25 of Lucas Palacio in the cop cart. And then to his outside, it looks like we've got one of the Merlin entries in the number 7 to the outside of row number 2. That's Benham Abernathy. He had a great run through the heats. Back to Ethan Tovo. We talked to him as well on the grid. The number 13 Nitro kart to the inside of row number 3. Then it's going to be Royce Vega in the Bennett, number 33 to his outside. The engines have been fired. They're going to start to roll on out of here. As we watch them, we'll go through the rest of your lineup. Faith and Saradpun, Jackson Tovo, Kai Mars, Bowen Green will round your top 10. Then it's Sebastian Rice, Benja Fernandez, Luke Gilio, Salomon Paragua, and Parker Ives will round your top 15 as we get set to go green here for the IAME USA Grand National Championship presented by Hunt Brothers Pizza here. Austin, like you said, we were talking off screen a little bit. You would have loved to be able to be out here with as young as these kids are. They're starting, some of them, Palacio especially, 7 years old, getting to race on a big stage, getting to race on a real racetrack, real racing carts. So cool it must be for these kids. Yeah, and I love what this class really brings for the drivers and the kids, because the discipline it takes to run in such a tight pack and to be able to have close quarters racing, and I think that would have benefited me a lot as a driver, even in NASCAR. So for these kids to get that experience at a young age and kind of get to grow up doing it together and really trusting one another is definitely a challenge at that age for sure. Yeah, no doubt about it. They learn a whole lot, right? They're learning a little bit about aerodynamics. You can see them all tucking their heads down behind the steering wheel in the straightaways. They're learning the differences of drafting, obviously racecraft, having to go for the pass. You're a road course racer as well. That's a lot more of your background than some of the other NASCAR Cup drivers, especially on road course racing. You go from your normal braking point to pass a guy to going even deeper, and that's almost like jumping into the deep end of the pool the first time you do it. You're a little scared. You're like, I don't think I can go this deep. And then you do, and you make the pass, and they're all learning that here at 7 to 10 years of age. Yeah, and the real challenge is when to make the right move and how to push somebody further enough ahead to where you can have the gap, you can have the gap to go for the lunge, whether if it's in the hairpin or in the bowl. Those seem to be the two best passing zones throughout the weekend. So when they make that decision is obviously really crucial, because, if you make that at the wrong time, you can be put 3 wide and lose 2-3 spots. Yeah, that's the big thing, right? Kart racing with the big toe here, it's still very similar to Talladega and Daytona, especially in the slower classes like the Micro Swifts. They've only got 9 horsepower. They're restricted motors already. So a big racetrack like this here with some long straightaways at GoPro, they're flat out from turn 1 to turn 4. It's a big toe. It keeps them all packed up together. Yeah, puts on a great show. We're going to go down here to the start-finish line because they are all lined up. Augustus Toniolo, Keelan Harvick here are your front row. They are into the tram lines. Our first race of the morning is green down to turn number 1. Good jump. And Harvick from the outside lane caught him sleeping. He'll lead them up the hill to turn number 3. Everyone's going to make it through, and right off the bat here, the number 62 Hunt Brothers Pizza Machine leads them down the back straightaway. Toniolo is second. We got some smells of clutches coming by us here. It seems like they were really slow, and a couple of kids might have burned them up coming to the green, but nonetheless, they're clean through turn number 4. Harvick the leader. Toniolo is in second. Right behind him, it looks like Benham Abernathy on the outside lane has slipped into third. Lucas Palacio is there in fourth in the comp cart. And as they go down to turn 8 here on the hairpin, here comes Palacio. He'll look for a move for P3 on Abernathy, and he's going to get on by, and he'll bring Ethan Tovo with him as well. Lap 1 completed this time. Already a bit of a breakaway, Austin. You talked about it, right? If you're in Augustus Toniolo's position here, you're watching the gap behind you as much as you are the gap in front of you, if you can keep your nerves in check, because if he pushes Harvick a little bit more, gets out of that drafting window, it's no longer a 15-car race, it's a 2-car race. Yeah, the kid in the 14 car is definitely trying to stay close to Harvick here so they can break away, because that makes his job passing Keelan a lot easier and gives him a lot more options. So he's trying to do as much as he can to stay in that draft, but also not drag third place with him. Quick apologies here on the timing ordinances there. Salomon Paraguay is actually a little bit back from the field there in the number 17, so he's not your leader. Your leader is the number 62 of Keelan Harvick, as you can see on your screen. The field filing on by there out of turn number 4 and over to turn number 6 and through the infield section. Like I said, we're back on the standard layout here today, so Harvick the leader. Toniolo is in second. Palacio is third. Tovo is fourth. Benham Abernathy currently rounds your top 5. And right now here, Palacio actually looks to be the quickest driver on the racetrack. The kid in third in the bright fluorescent yellow and blue comp cart is closing in. That's tuned where he's teammates actually with Jamie McMurray's son, Carter McMurray, running in the next class up in Mini Swift. tuned by Timmy Tech and Tim Shutt. They've got that thing rolling. You can see here, Austin, with Toniolo not getting hooked up to Harvick initially. The third place driver, Lucas Palacio, he's in that drafting window 3 kart lengths back.
Yeah, well, you're looking at the fourth place card here with Ethan Tovo. He's desperately trying to catch up to this draft so he doesn't fall back into the clutches of 5th and 6th. So I think he'll add a dynamic to this battle for the lead here if he gets caught up, because it certainly makes it harder for the third place driver to make those decisions when he's got pressure from behind.
No doubt about it here. Now, Toniolo did get to Harvick's bumper. You can see the gap is still about 3 or 4 kart lengths. These guys are running the longest session they've run all weekend. We went over it just off camera. We had 13 lap heats for these drivers through heats 1, 2, and 3. Now they've got a 15 lap pre-final. The heats got really entertaining at the end. Right now it's pretty tame overall. They're kind of starting to split into packs, get themselves set. Still got a lot of time to go here. Actually, we've got 16 laps, my apologies, on the boards. 2 complete, make it 3 this time by. 13 laps to go. Keelan Harvick, Augustus Toniolo, and just like that, Lucas Palacio is locked in. But Ethan Tovo, he is a little bit too far back. He's going to need some passing up in the front. As you know, Austin, here, whenever they pass, drops them about 2 or 3 tenths at minimum in a single corner when they shuffle. And here they go, Toniolo to the lead in turn number 4.
He didn't want to follow Keelan that long, I guess. He felt like he had a faster kart, and we'll see how Lucas Palacio responds to that, see if he can take that second spot as well.
Yeah, Lucas Palacio closing in here. He's been quicker than the 2 leaders that time. That's a little bit deceiving, of course, because he has been in the tow. And look at that.
Keelan didn't want to get past. He wanted it right back.
No, not at all.
He wants to lead this thing.
Now, in Keelan's defense, yesterday, Toniolo got to the lead and then kept a cushion back to these guys on the alternate track layout. They could never catch him, so no surprise. Harvick's being told probably and coached a little bit, hey, Keelan, that kid, if he gets out in front, he might walk away. So shuffle him. Maybe he gets past for second. Maybe you get a gap, you get a little lucky, and you can get away with it. Or he might have a really fast piece here today.
Yeah, no, that was a smart move to do that, overtaking the hairpin while he still had a gap. So trying to control the race from here. See, it looks like we got a 3-car breakaway. It doesn't seem like even with them battling, Ethan Tovo is kind of no man's land right now, trying to hope they battle some more as you see another pass for the lead.
Yeah, Toniolo back on by. The Brazilian wonder, Augustus Toniolo, once again commands the field. It's like a replay of last lap. Toniolo over in 4. We'll see if Harvick is going to surrender. This is almost like a debate or an argument. I want to lead. I want to lead.
And back Toniolo, you defend right now because you know the move's coming because it happened last lap. So.
And there he goes again, and Palacio going to try and follow. He's through. The 7-year-old Lucas Palacio calls North Carolina home just like Harvick. He's up to second, and look at that. You're kidding, 4th there. Ethan Tovo, he is now in the pack. With all this shuffling, they've backed themselves up to P4. And Palacio, what a move. Final corner. Lucas Palacio leads the pre-final now.
That was a great lunge. Good run out of the double right to get the draft and put the lunge in the last corner. But like I said, Keelan does not want to run second here. He wants to lead this thing.
He wants to get out in front, man. Keelan Harvick will not be denied. Went by back in turn number 1 again. Now Palacio here, I think maybe a year is younger to Harvick. As they go down the backstretch to turn 4, he'll push him this time. You're like, all right, fine, you want to lead. Let's see if we work better with me and you in order. This is the first time they're going to be hooked up as Toniolo is back in 3rd, the furthest back he's been this pre-final. And they're all nose to tail. And again, Ethan Tovo, he's just kind of watching. He's getting a bird's eye view, really, of all that's going on. He's seeing everybody the cards they're playing right now, whereas the guys in front, they don't know what kind of passes are going on for second. He's got a perfect view to know what they're going to do later in the going. We watch them come around out of turn number 9 here. Harvick, half a kart length up on Palacio. Does Palacio go again in the final turn? No. Seems like everyone's going to stay tucked in line. We might settle out here. 6 laps complete, 10 laps to go. Keelan Harvick still your leader down to turn number 1, and now they'll pull that gap back up. They got hooked up. Tovo did not get a good exit out of the final turn. Dropped back about 3 kart lengths, and right now that is still your top 4. Benham Abernathy left behind here. The school bus left without him. He's 2.5 seconds back from the top 4, and really from almost the top 3 is again Tovo. Once they get hooked up, I don't know if he's got the car right now, the pace to hang with them. He's able to stay with them when they battle. When they got hooked up to even just that half lap, they pulled 3 kart lengths on him, Austin.
Yeah, Palacio seems like he's able to get a really good run down the back straightaway, and I feel like the last 2 laps he's had an opportunity pass and hasn't taken it. So I'll be interested to see how that develops and when he recognizes that it's the right time to move. So like I said, I feel like these top 3 guys definitely have the pace, and Tovo's there to strike when these guys start racing.
Yeah, Ethan Tovo there, he could play spoiler. We saw that last night in our X30 Pro shootout. Paulie Massimino, we talked to him on the grid. He said, man, I think I got the chassis to win. I don't know if I've got the engine. Was in 4th or 3rd coming across the line. Came across the line 1st place at the end of the craziness on the final lap with $5,000. Now, again, Tovo's kind of in a similar spot, hoping maybe something happens in front. Right now it's pretty tame, though. Palacio seems content to push on Harvick. He's even got a little bit of a buffer now behind him with Toniolo not getting a good exit. So 2 car lengths back from 2nd to 3rd. But like you said, Lucas Palacio, that comp cart looks really, really strong right now early in the going.
Yeah, he definitely has the best cart, especially on the back straightaway. I think that's going to play big dividends for him, and maybe he's saving that move for later in the race to where he can see, you don't take the move, you fall back to third. That's the trouble with keeping that spot and saving that move in your back pocket, because now he's got a track position deficit to make up. So I think he's going to be regretting not making that pass 3 laps in a row.
It's tough. I mean, you and I both here have watched a good amount of races here, especially go-kart races at GoPro Motorplex. They get a little tangled up there. Palacio kind of knocked into the back bumper of Toniolo, and then he backed up into Tovo, and now they've got an opportunity to separate away because they're outside the drafting window. So Toniolo could really get hooked up on Harvick, push him away, and make a big-time gap. But like you said there, when it's in a pack, when it's more than 2 drivers and you're pushing, chances are that third-place guy is going to get tired of following you. He'll get antsy and go by, and we saw just that there in turn 8. And now Toniolo, again, he's in a really good spot. He's probably getting the signal here from the fence line. Hey, man, let's work to push the Harvick kid away because you might make it just 2 factors in the end of this race instead of 4.
Yeah, we still got 8 laps left to go, so I think there's plenty of time for Palacio and Tovo to catch back up here as these guys start racing. I haven't been able to see Harvick been able to pull enough of a gap here, so it'll be interesting to see how many laps it takes for Palacio to catch back up.
Well, let's see here. Toniolo right now, he's content. We saw earlier he seemed like he really wanted to fight Harvick for the lead. At the moment, he stays tucked in line. As they come down this front straightaway again, I was talking about signals. You can't see it. There's only about 10 feet back from the racetrack on the front stretch to the fence line. The mechanics, the parents, the dads, they're all lined up, and you can see them. It almost looks like they're dancing with all the different hand signals they give because there's no radios. It's not like the Cup cars or any of the road course cars or the Xfinity cars you've gotten to drive Austin. They've got no radios. These kids are out there on their own. They're doing a great job, obviously, with spatial awareness, another big thing they learn here at such a young age.
Yeah, I think the spatial awareness is huge, but I never liked anyone waving at me from the fence line when I was driving go-karts or Legends cars. I always felt like you're always a little bit distracted. It's a big lunge for the lead there. I don't think Keelan was expecting that.
He definitely was not.
Definitely brought Palacio into the picture now, though, so this is going to be a dogfight for the last 7 laps.
Yeah, you saw Keelan Harvick get a little bit sideways, a little wiggle there going into turn number 8. These karts are rear brake only. The brakes are only on the rear 2 tires. So when you lock the brakes up, it's not like a car where it'll stop instantly on all 4. It's going to kick that back end sideways. And so that's why Harvick got loose. And now, like you said, Palacio's right back in it. 1 pass. All it takes, 1 or 2 more, and Tovo's back there again as they climb the hill. 6 laps to go here in the pre-final, first race of the day.
And Palacio's been a loyal pusher. I expect him to stay with Harvick here. I think they're both going to get by Toniolo.
There they go. Perfectly called there, Austin, all the way right on back. Big time toe there, and now they've pushed the Brazilian back into third. Palacio in the middle in second. He hasn't led all too much. Got 1 lap led for a short moment over Harvick. Right now he's a kart length back. He's not going as wide out of turn 6. Seems to struggle with drive out of there. But he looks, like you said, really good down the back straightaway. Definitely got some good drive and a great drive there out of turn number 8.
What I like is we just had like 2 passes for the lead in less than a lap. That's why I love this class. It's so much fun to watch and see these kids make these decisions. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, again, there's no fuel strategy. There's no full course cautions to play. There's no long distance. This is go 110% from the drop of the green. And you saw Palacio take a look there here with 5 to go. He thought about maybe going for it, decided not to. He's still tucked in line as they climb the hill up to turn number 3 and head down the back straightaway once again.
Still content to push there. See how long he stays that way. He's still got that in his back pocket. He hasn't pulled that move on Keelan, so I'm not sure he'd be expecting it or willing to defend it later in the race here. So maybe that's the strategy.
Let's talk about expecting it too here. These kids, they do have onboard data devices that tell them how many laps have been completed, but if you do an extra pace lap, that might throw off your mental count. So the only way they know when the race is over is off the flags. They'll get a 2 to go signal, and usually when that double sticks 2 to go signal comes out, then the leader will start blocking. But if you end up knowing where lap you're on or get a little bit lucky and end up passing and it happens to be 3 to go, then you get to be in the that spot. So I don't think we'll see Harvick start low lining till the very end. But right now we've got 4 laps to go. It's coming down to it. Palacio, Toniolo, Harvick. Here he comes.
Turn 1.
Oh, man. Harvick tried to hang it tough on him. He tucks in. He'll lock into second. So Lucas Palacio, 7 years old, leads the way down the backstretch here in the micro slip class. Harvick's going to have a big run coming to 4. Can he get there? Not this time.
I think Keelan did a good job minimizing damage there. It's pretty easy to lose 2 spots when you get caught out on the outside in turn 1. So I think this will still give him a good shot to contend for the win here. But I don't think Toniolo's excited about running third for much longer here. So I think you're going to see a lunge soon.
No, it's tough to win a race from P3 on the final lap. Here comes Harvick. new leader. Keelan Harvick is back to it. Palacio crossover. Unfortunately, that's going to put him on the outside for turn 9. Harvick will hang him out to dry, but somehow Toniolo, he just didn't get a good drive out of the hairpin. I thought he might have been able to follow Harvick down on the bottom when Palacio gave the inside up.
Now Palacio's got a gap. He should have a decent gap going into the bowl this lap, or maybe even in turn 1 to give him some confidence to go for a move.
Let's see here. 3 laps to go now in the first race of the day for the pre-final in the micros. Keelan Harvick up the hill. Again, Lucas Palacio second. You can see that 4th cart, the straggler at the end of the line. If anything more happens, Ethan Tovo is going to have a shot. He's got the fastest lap time today. Harvick, Palacio, Augustus Toniolo. A couple of North Carolina kids, a Brazilian there in 3rd, and another North Carolina local kid, and Ethan Tovo back in 4th. And as they go through the infield section, 2.5 laps to go. What are you thinking right now after Keelan Harvick? If you know 2 to go already coming this time, where are you low lining here on the racetrack, Austin?
Defend your passing zones. Defend into the bowl and defend into the hairpin because you know it's coming. I think the only chance that Keelan's going to have that he's not going to be under attack is if Toniolo starts to put some pressure on Palacio, and you've seen that gap from Palacio to Toniolo significantly decrease, and now Palacio's in a much tougher spot to make a move.
Well, let's see it. 2 to go here coming. Here comes Palacio. He saw the sign, knows it's go time. There he goes, and the kid to the front. Lucas Palacio now leads. Now, will we see him cover the inside down the back? Oh, look at Harvick. He almost went for it.
Yeah,
that turn 3 is a tough passing zone.
Yeah, you can't do it there. I know he wants to. He wants to lead this thing.
Palacio going to run the normal line, not defend. Nobody went on him there down the back. I guess maybe Harvick didn't feel like he had the momentum where he needed. Palacio with a good run out of the bowl. A lap and a half to go here. Lucas Palacio leads the way. Keelan Harvick second. Toniolo third.
Oh,
here they come to the hairpin.
The lunge is coming.
Oh, yeah. Here he goes. Inside. Keelan Harvick.
Hard on the brake. Ooh, good
Overshot
crossover.
It. Here comes Palacio. He'll get back clear. Yes. Good move by Lucas Palacio. Back to the lead out of 9. Coming to the white flag this time. Here comes Harvick. Can he go in the final turn? He's sinking, trying it. Oh, what a move there. Keelan Harvick, you called it. Good lunge for him. Here comes Toniolo. And Palacio to the outside. Can he stick it deep on the outside? I don't think so. He's not got the momentum. Toniolo to second. So now Toniolo's got a shot here. He's in a good spot. Final lap, Austin.
He's going to give a big draft here to Toniolo here. It's going to be hard to defend for Keelan.
It looks like he's already got a nose. Oh, Keelan
dropped it all the way down to the bottom.
Yeah, I thought Toniolo. We both did. It looked like he might have had a nose. Harvick covered it. Now into 5. He'll still go low there. And he's got 2 major passing zones coming up. That infield turn 8, the final turn. Here they go into 8.
Keelan knows he's got to defend here.
Let's see. He took a look back. Toniolo's defending. All of them onto the bottom. Nobody able to get by. Good driving from Harvick. Final time to 9. Oh, look at Palacio. He's trying. What a move attempt in 9. Can he get it done? Oh, not so much. But that's going to give it. Harvick's got a nice gap. Up the hill. Final time. Pre-final. The Hunt Brothers Pizza Nitro Kart of Keelan Harvick will win the pre-final in Micro Swift.
God, this is so much fun to watch.
Oh, man.
I mean,
so
it's
cool.
like 15 full laps of racing.
It's just great, man. And it continues all day, folks. Again, here with Austin Cindric. He'll be back again to join us for the X30 Pro class later on, along with NTT IndyCar Series champion and Indy 500 champion Will Power. When we come back from commercial break, it's time for the crazy old men to get after it. X30 Masters, 32 years and up, live here from GoPro Motorplex. It's the IAME USA Grand National Championship presented by Hunt Brothers Pizza.
Welcome to Ohio Kart Parts, the Midwest's largest Burrell Art racing go-kart dealer. We carry Burrell Art, Daniel Ricciardo, Charles Leclerc, and Robert Kubica branded go-karts, as well as parts from names you trust. Chassis components from Freeline, engines from IAME, Briggs & Stratton, and soon-to-be Tillotson, electronics from AIM Technologies, MG Tires, Taika Axles, seating from Tillett, Arai helmets, and 3/10 race products. Visit us online at www.ohiokartparts.com, at our facility in Lorain, Ohio, or at the local track on race weekends. If we don't have it, call us at 440-628-CART. That's 5278, and we will do what we can to help you out.
Hi, I'm Sean Bailiff, owner of Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. Motorsports Country Club has all kinds of amenities here. We have a 3/4 of a mile racetrack. We have a state-of-the-art clubhouse. Trinity Karting Group is based here as well. We specialize in driver development and new drivers all the way from 4 years old up to we have drivers that are 70 to 72 years old. So we can cover them all as far as racing. And we have probably one of the nicest facilities in the country with the clubhouse here, locker rooms, and then we can basically do it all. It's a one-stop shop with our kart shop in-house. We also host the MCC Pro-Am Karting Championship, which is a 7-race series throughout the summer months. And it helps groom drivers from the club level all the way up to the next step in USPKS and the SCUSA Pro Tour. We also have rental karts here, and we're opening that more and more to the public, so check us out on our website at mcckarting.com.
Hunt Brothers Pizza always offers 10 toppings to choose from at no extra charge. That's 1,024 topping combinations at one price. At Hunt Brothers Pizza, we love racing and we love pizza. Visit huntbrotherspizza.com to find your next pizza.
Hey, how are you guys? My name is Leo Coleman. My team is JC Karting, so we are in the business for a long time. So we work a lot with really young drivers and try development to junior class. We got based in Miami, Florida for a long time. We focus really on the drivers almost all the time. We are a small team, so we work a lot with the drivers, especially with the kids. I think we're right now doing all the national series for next year.
For more info, check us out online at jckarting.com.
Hey, I'm Ryan Perry, owner of Ryan Perry Motorsport. We're one of the few West Coast teams that travels to all the national events. We run USPKS, Florida Winter Tour, SCUSA Winter Series, Pro Tour, and we even go to both Vegas races, Rock Vegas and Super Nationals. I think one of our strongest points as a team is the driver coaching. We have a lot of good people within the team. A lot of people, that work with us have a lot of national event wins, and we're leading points in a lot of the series right now. We've won Pro Tour Championship, Super Nationals, so I think we'd be a pretty good option if you wanted to come catch all the national events.
For more info, check us out online at www.ryanperrymotorsport.com.
I'm Billy Vincent, owner of MPG Motorsports. What we do at MPG is we try to keep it a nice, fun family atmosphere, try to combine sort of the bigger things and of the bigger teams and the professionalism.
Welcome back here live from GoPro Motorplex. It's the IAME USA Grand National Championship. I am back in the booth here with our very own Caleb Smock, and we're getting set to go racing here with the X30 Masters. First of all, Caleb, of course, you got to watch that race for the micro slips. You talked to a bunch of them there on the grid before we got going. Talk to me about what you saw overall, because it looked like it was a good battle. Were the kids any bit nervous here? This is a big stage for all of them.
They weren't really that nervous. Looked like they were pretty calm. They know it's the pre-final, so it's not really – I mean, it means a lot, but it doesn't mean as much as the final does. They seemed very calm and cool and collective when they were sitting out on grid. They were chilling out underneath the easy-up because it's very hot today, not a lot of cloud cover. So I think they just got it in their head that's just the pre-final. You got to finish in order to start well in the feature.
Definitely, no doubt about it here. This is just, again, to help them. And, again, it's not even exactly where you finish here. While Harvick did win that Micro Swift pre-final with Toniolo's good heat points, he's still going to look pretty good for the main event. We go back down to the front straightaway here. It's time to get ready to go racing for your X30 Master field. And we're underway. Alex Mueller leads David Galonia. John Bonanno over there from third has worked his way up into second here off the green, and they'll rock it down the back straightaway here. Alex Mueller, your leader, Caleb.
They're still going down. Single file now going into the bull. Looks like it is Mueller out in front. Like we said, second spot is going to be Galonia. If this is anything like it was previously, it's probably going to be a very straightforward race. These master guys, again, minimum age is 32 years old. Typically, they increase the weight, and they're just on track. There's usually a lot of respect, but a lot of hard driving. It looks like Galonia now trying to go on the inside of Mueller is going to clear him. Looks like there's going to be one more follower. I believe that is going to be John, able to get around. It's now comp cart 1, 2, and 3. Mueller now goes from the lead all the way back to fourth. Again, this is an 18-lap pre-final. Plenty of time to do plenty of racing. This is going to actually be a little bit tedious for these older guys. Sun's out. It's approximately 90 degrees with no cloud cover. Track is going to get hot, and it's also going to get slick. So right now, we got John Bonanno out in front over David Galonia running in second, Chris McGinley in third, and Alex Mueller has fallen back into the fourth spot. Right now it's comp car 1, 2, and 3, followed by the Merlin of Alex Mueller in fourth. Making their way out of the bull. Everyone's still bunched up, relatively single file, making their way through the track. Again, we haven't ran this track layout since Friday. Yesterday it was the alternate track with the chicanes. Now they're just trying to get a feel for it once again. Good thing is they can go back to their setup sheets. Weather's been pretty much the same all weekend long. Very sunny, very hot. These guys have not ran at night because they were not participating in the shootout, so they can just go back to their notes, figure out what gearing they had, maybe make some minor adjustments as the day goes on. Temperature changes on track and also the ambient temperature. Right now it's going to be very straightforward. Still, John Bonanno out in front, Galloway in second, McGonley in third, Alex Mueller running in fourth. But right now it looks like the top three comp cars are starting to pull away. Bonanno still leading the way. He has roughly about a half-second lead over Galloway in second. Chris McGonley in the third spot, slowly starting to pull away the fourth spot of Alex Mueller as they make their way into the inner parts of the track one more time. It looks like Mueller may have a little bit something for McGonley now as he is slowly starting to close up into the bull. Not close enough to make a move. Still 1, 2, 3. Comp Karts doing a fantastic job this weekend for the X30 Master class. As we now go looking at your leaders now again. Bonanno still pulling away over Galloway in second, but right now they are relatively close, all within about the same straightaway of each other. Looking now, it is still Bonanno out in front now. 15 laps to go, going down through the lap times. Bonanno currently purple last lap with a 50.275. Galloway running in second with a 50.665. Chris McGonley in the third spot, still a close lap time with a 50.677. Alex Mueller running in fourth with a 50.520. So very close lap times. You can see that on track. They're very close to each other as we now have Mueller moving up. He has gotten around McGonley. He is up into the third spot, back onto the podium. But once again, as we said before, this is the pre-final. This is not the main show. The points still add up, so you have to finish well, but you don't have to push it as hard because you still want to start in the future this afternoon as best as you can, and it's better to be somewhere in the mid-pack than it is to be going for the lead, get taken out, and then fall all the way down the line. So we're still watching. Sorry about that. We had a little hiccup there with our system, but we are back live once again. And it looks like now we are looking at the battle between Alex Mueller and Chris McGonley. Mueller has moved back up into the third spot. He did start on pole position, and it is McGinley in P number 4 now on his back bumper. Really starting to reel him in. But again, there's still 14 laps to go. Plenty of time for racing.
Plenty of time for racing here. John Bonanno had that issue in heat number 1, but he has really been the driver to beat all weekend long. It has just been a battle for Alex Mueller, David Galonia, and as you mentioned, Chris McGinley a little bit there in the fourth spot. Paul Montepoli. Sean Scott is absent here from the pre-final. I don't know if he's had an issue or what here this weekend, but nonetheless, he'll be hopefully lining up to join us for the main event later on this afternoon. The KA100 juniors are starting to make their way up to the grid. We'll talk to a number of those drivers before we get started here with the X30 Masters as Bonanno continues to show the way. Good stuff all together here for Alex Mueller. The local kid has been impressive here against some of the many national level Masters drivers rolling in. Of course, second place on the racetrack, David Galonia is a 2019 U.S. Pro Kart Series champion, I believe. Scott Kopp took the title in 2020, but Galonia, the 2019 U.S. Pro Kart Series X30 Masters National Champion. John Bonanno has represented Team USA in the Masters division for karting multiple times over, has been a front runner in a number of Superkarts USA and U.S. Pro Kart Series events here in X30 competition as well. And he also regularly competes down in the X30 Pro division locally. So Bonanno tries to keep and work on his chops as well when he's racing back home. He races across the Northeast there, New Jersey Motorsports Park, all across the way. races in the Europe F Series a little bit there in the X30 class as well. And so he's gotten a lot of seat time here to make sure he's still good to go. And, of course, came down to North Carolina here with the Comp Cart guys to get set. He runs his own operation up there as well, helps out get a lot of new drivers into the sport. So John Bonanno does a whole lot for everyone here, and he's a really great personality. We got to talk to him a little bit yesterday, was in great spirits. We tried to get a little bit out of him, say, hey, man, you think you just really got the field covered? You're that much faster than everyone, or the cart's that much better? He's like, he put it all on just the fact that he had a little bit cleaner tires. He's like, man, I think that was just a little better tires. You know, he's a very modest guy, and it's really cool to have a guy like John Bonanno here leading. He's a great ambassador for the sport as well in X30 Master. We're going to send it down to Caleb Smock. He is down there with Ben Mayer, and the Nitro Kart number 167 set to roll off 11th here for the KA100 Junior Pre-final.
As we said, Ben Mayer starting in the 11th spot. You're going to be in the midfield. As we saw everything from the racing on Saturday and Friday, it's been very intense in the mid-pack. Do you think you got what it takes to get up to the front, or are you just going to try to battle out in the mid-pack?
In the heat race, I made it up pretty far. I think I got like 5th, so I think I should be able to make it to top. Maybe, I think I should be able to make it to like 7th, 8th.
Now, you were running very competitive times in morning warm-up. Were you trying to push a little bit harder, experimenting some of the setup, or do you think you're just going out there and trying to learn the track once again?
We were just sort of experimenting with the setup.
You got to figure it out for the future?
Yeah.
All right, look at that. It's Ben Mayer starting in the 11th spot. He is going to be trying to charge his way back up to the front, and we're going to send it back to the booth.
Back live in the booth here. It's heated up there for third. Just off screen, Alex Mueller was going wheel to wheel with Chris McGinley. They were side by side going through turn number 5, and Mueller got back by. I think McGinley might have got him over in turn number 4 and overshot it. So this battle for third kind of heated up for a moment, and then McGinley really got caught off guard with the way they went through turns 5 and 6. Lost some ground to Mueller as the halfway flag is getting sent out now. Down the front stretch, there goes Galonia, there goes Mueller, and then behind him is McGinley. So halfway in, halfway home in the 18-lap pre-final here. 16 to 18 laps of the pre-finals is the distance here for your X30 Masters. They run the full 18. We saw the 16 laps for the micros. I believe the mini splits will run 16. Our KA classes will run 17. And then our X30 Junior Pro and X30 Senior Pro will run 18 as well. The Senior Pros, of course, with a 24-lap main event here later on today for $5,000. Watching now again as they work their way over to turn number 9. Our Caleb Smock just got to get in a good position here. He's a little bit off camera, so we'll bring him a little bit closer down the front of the grid to try and find himself a good spot where we've got, again, Smock on grid. But he's got another driver he's going to talk to here shortly. Right now, though, we are continuing to focus on your race leader, John Bonanno, as the field cycles on through the final turn, heads on down the front straightaway. And over towards turn number 1. There goes McGinley down into turn number 1 and up the hill to turns 2 and 3. And down the back once again here. So Chris McGinley, again, P4. He's lost that ground to Alex Mueller. Hasn't been able to make it back up. Last time by, gave up 7/10. He might be trying to ride a little bit. All of these drivers here running on the MG yellow tires had to spend quite a bit of time running on the tires through the heat races here before they were able to put on a new set, which will be, they're all going to be wanted to save for the main event later on today. So they are on the 5th heat cycle on these tires. For those of you that don't know too much, the MG Yellow is the softer of the 2 MG tire compounds used for this weekend, and it really wears down, especially by the time they get to the 5th heat cycle. Usually they only put maybe 3, a qualifying session, a pre-final, and a final, or at the most 4 with a qualifying session and 2 or 3 heat races. Now we've got 5 very long sessions altogether. A 7-minute qualifier. They had a 15-lap heat race, an 18-lap pre-final now. This is where the drivers that have been able to save their tires a little bit definitely plays a factor before they all go onto a level playing field with new tires in the main event. John Bonanno still your leader as they work their way over through turn number 5. Back down here on the grid as well, we've got Caleb Smock with Austin Jers, who has had an up-and-down weekend here. He's gone into the top 5, competing here in the KA100 junior class. He will roll off what looks to be in the 7th spot here for the pre-final, and he is with our very own Caleb Smock.
Yeah, I said before, we're down here with Austin Jers. You're starting in the 7th position. You've had some good races where you've been up in the top 10, some farther back. This is going to be a crucial one for you because this is going to determine if you're going to be starting in the top 10 or not. How is the pressure for you right now?
Yeah, I mean, the kart's good. We were fast in warm-up, so we'll see what happens in the pre-final.
Now, again, you're starting in 7th. You're going to be in the beehive of all the action. It's been very intense in the mid-pack. How have you handled this pressure?
I mean, I've gotten good starts in all the heats, so we'll try to work our way forward and see what happens.
Now, for you, with the new track layout, they've switched back to the old one. You were very fast in morning warm-up. Do you feel like you're comfortable with this circuit, or are you still trying to adapt to it?
Yeah, I definitely like this one better. The other one, the chicane is hard on the other track, but I'm more comfortable with this one for sure.
Well, there it is, starting the 7th spot. Austin Jers has got to have good heat race if he wants to start in the top 10. Back to you in the booth.
Yeah, again, as we mentioned here, Austin Jers, the driver who has been very impressive. You can see he's got his own personal livery there, one of the many privateers competing here this weekend in the KA100 junior class. Again, this class coming up, 12 to 15 years old, the one on the racetrack right now with John Bonanno leading, 32 years and up. So all the way at the end of the age spectrum, you go back down to the middle. The junior classes are when the first time they get into these full-size cars. So that's when they get the big fat rear tires. We saw in that first class there, the cars were a little bit smaller. They ran 4.5-inch tires on all 4. They get the bigger rear tires here on the senior cars. They go a little bit faster, a little more horsepower, a little more weight as well. So again, John Bonanno, your leader. David Galonia, second. Alex Mueller is third. They are 5 seconds and 5.8 seconds back apiece. Mueller actually, the last few laps, has been about a half second quicker than Galonia. So he's starting to close up a little bit for second. Galonia right there in your frame now coming through turn number 4. You'll see just at the end, Mueller trying to hunt him down. But as they come out of the bowl here, once again, 3.5 laps to go for Bonanno. We'll send it down to our Caleb Smock. And he is with Magic Kart driver Danny Dzelski, getting set to go green for the KA Junior Pre-final.
Danny Dzelski, you're starting in the 10th spot. You said that in the first heat race, you finished in 9th. You said it's been an okay weekend for you. And the second one, you kind of finished outside the top 10. Pressure is on along with the other drivers. You want to be starting up front when it comes to the feature. What's your mindset going into this one right now?
It's to get up into the top 5.
Trying to go for a top 5. You think it's possible? You think I have to do a little work for you?
I've done it multiple times here.
Now, you're one of the only Magic Karts on grid right now for your KA Junior. Not a lot of, I don't want to say help, but not a lot of support from fellow drivers out there. Have you found it easy to be racing this mid-pack in the beehive, or you've been trying to kind of do your own thing right now?
Wait.
Oh, no, you're good, buddy. You're good. All right, we'll get you back to it, okay? That is Danny Dzelski starting the 10th spot. Pressure is on because he wants to be starting in the top 10 for your heat race number 3.
Again, here we're down for the pre-final. We already ran our heat number 3, but our pre-final coming up here. Danny Dzelski again rolls off P10. Reminder, guys, that the pre-final will set the starting lineup partially. 50% of the results of the points they get in the pre-final will factor into the grid for the main event. 50% of how they fared in all 3 heat races. So while Dzelski rolls off 10th, even if he finishes first, he's not necessarily going to start on the pole for the feature later on. We're watching this battle here with 2 laps to go. That's what we're zoned in on. Alex Mueller's been hunting down David Galonia the last few laps. He is close enough for a dive into 4, and Galonia knows it, so he's covering off the inside, forcing Mueller to the high side. Now a crossover out of 5. Oh, a little contact. I don't think Galonia thought he was there. And what a move into 6. Mueller is by. That is one of the only times we've seen a pass into turn number 6. Great move by Alex Mueller. And he takes over the 2nd spot. Man, even in the Masters class, all the way down to 2 to go, he's able to find a way through and make it exciting. A lap and a half remains. Your race leader, John Bonanno, headed around. We'll stay focused on this battle for second as much as we can here, and then we'll cut down to the grid as we've got another driver getting ready for KA Junior. But down the front stretch, white flag this time. Mueller the leader. Galonia is second. Again, we'll take a look at Bonanno here to check where he's at. He's about 6 or 7 seconds up the road from this battle for P2. Down the back, Mueller, a cart length cushion. That'll be enough to hold him into turn number 4, so he looks okay. Working back over to turn number 5. Now we go back to the infield section. Bonanno, perfect race here, flawless drive. Did not get to start on the front row after that Heat 1 issue. Had to start P3, works his way to turn number 9. And this result should easily give him a good amount of points to go to the front row and move his starting spot better for the feature. Might put him onto the pole. Let's see them come to the final corner, and the battle for second as well is fighting right there. But down to the checkered flag, Bonanno will win the X30 Master Heat. There goes Alex Mueller and David Galonia behind him. They will finish 2nd and 3rd. 4th will go to Chris McGinley, and then rounding your top 5 will be Paul Montepoli. We send it down to the grid, where our own Caleb Smock is down with MPG Motorsport and Will Power Car driver Elliot Cox.
We're down here with Elliot Cox, one of the only few Will Power Karts on track for the KA Junior. You've had some good races, been in the top 10, been outside the top 10. It's going to be do or die for a bunch of drivers, including yourself, about starting the top 10. Mentally, how are you going to this one?
I think really I'm just trying to get focused on moving up. My goal for this one is just inside the top 10, trying to get some more points so I get a better starting position for the race.
Now, yesterday you did have a good run. I believe you finished up about 11th or 12th. You're going to have a chance of being on the bubble for the top 10. Do you think you can get your way out of this beehive and up into that front pack?
I think it's definitely possible. I think we're finally getting the kart where I want it, where it's quick, and I think we'll find out now.
All right, that is Elliot Cox. Real quick, I wanted to show you guys, we talked about this yesterday, is the push-back bumpers. If you look down here, you can see these two blocks. They sit on the left and right side. This little cutout up here, if the bumper comes back, I believe it's more than 4 millimeters on one side, it's a 2-spot penalty. If it comes back on both, it is 4. Now, the thing about this is that you cannot protest if someone pumps you in the back when it's an incident on track. So it's going to be very crucial that you kind of push karts, but you don't push too hard, and it's going to be one thing to look for as we go into the KAs and X30 races. Back to you in the booth.
Very good point there, Caleb. Again, the pushback bumpers cut a lot of drivers out, especially on the start when all these guys are lined up at a very close bit. You can see a little bit of track repairs getting done here on the racetrack. They are resetting some of the barriers at certain sections to make sure these guys are all good. That is over in the infield cut-through over by turn number 5. They don't need drivers going through there anymore. That was used during the X30 Pro Shootout presented by MG Tires and Nitro Motorsports. Still got a minute or two before the KA Juniors go green. When we come back, it is our third pre-final of the morning for the IAME USA Grand National Championship presented by Hunt Brothers Pizza. Stick with us.
I'm Alex Speed, the team principal here at Speed Concepts Racing. We have an elite karting program. We really focus on giving the drivers the tools they have to take to the next level. We don't really want to, it's important to win races and go-karting, but really give the kids the tools they need to hopefully become professional racing drivers. We're on the OTK Red Speed kart. We have our own in-house motor program with Speed Lab. We do really competitive in the national races, but again, our main focus is really giving the kids, the tools they have, looking at data, looking at video, to really give them arsenal to go on to car racing and hopefully be successful.
Check us out on Facebook at facebook.com/speedconceptsracing or email us at speedconceptsracing@gmail.com.
Hunt Brothers Pizza always offers 10 toppings to choose from at no extra charge. That's 1,024 topping combinations at one price. At Hunt Brothers Pizza, we love racing and we love pizza. Visit huntbrotherspizza.com to find your next pizza.
How you doing? My name is Mike Doty from Mike Doty Racing from Orange County, New York. We're about an hour north of New York City. We're a full-service kart shop that we supply IAME, Rotax, and all rock engines. We sell OTK parts and all the tires for all the different series. We support USPKS, SCUSA, Rotax, which is the Stars and Stripes, and the Rock Winter Tour. What we do is we try to get the drivers better by data, driver coaching, and setup. And we have a lot of good drivers that come through our program. We have a lot of experience. I've been doing it for almost 35 years, and we just try to translate that to all our customers.
For more info about Mike Doty Racing, you can contact us at mikedotyracing@gmail.com or call us at 845-551-0572.
So our
Welcome back to GoPro Motorplex for the IAME USA Grand National Championship presented by Hunt Brothers Pizza. I am once again joined back in the booth here with our Caleb Smock. He was just on the grid talking to a couple of these KA100 juniors, and you can see them warming up the tires, getting set to go racing here at GoPro Motorplex for their pre-final. 17 laps the distance as they make their way up the hill to the final corner. We're going to get set to go racing here once again. Carson Morgan, Jeremy Fletcher, your front row. Sebastian Weldon, Cameron Weinberg, row number 2. Elio Meza, Spencer Conrad, round off row number 3. We go on further back as the field comes together. Let's get set as they roll on by us here. Caleb, this one's going to be wild. Let's see it. Green flag. Everyone's going to file down to the bottom. Will we make it through turn number 1? Oh, we got one around. Austin Jers is around in front of the pack. He'll collect a number of cars, but the rest of the leaders are clean and green down the back straightaway. Unfortunate for Jers, trying to identify who else we had there. We'll get that in a moment as Carson Morgan, Jeremy Fletcher, Sebastian Weldon, Cameron Weinberg, and I believe Spencer Conrad has slotted into 6th right behind Elio Meza. So clean for the first 4 rows. Bad news for Austin Jers. He's all the way back down to the end of the train.
Yeah, sad thing, but we all expect it when it comes to these big fields, especially in the X30 Junior. All weekend long, they've been pushing it hard as we are just looking at this massive pack, still trying to get themselves filed out. They were 3 wide for a moment coming into the sweeper. That was between Carson Weinberg moving up to the 3rd spot. Sebastian Weldon has fallen back down into 4th. That is your top 4 already shaken up here in the beginning laps. We still have 17 more to go as they come across the line.
Yeah, good call there. Cameron Weinberg, big-time dive bomb into turn number 9 to get himself up into the 3rd spot. Now, again, these kids were racing on the alternate layout yesterday. Carson Morgan looked really good over there. Now they're back on the layout that so many of them know so well. And Morgan and Fletcher are hooked up. Again, 2 drivers who have headlined the junior divisions in both KA and X30 all season. As we watch them shuffle behind, there was Danny Dzelski trying to get by a few. Spencer Conrad was on the outside. They've all cycled through line. There goes Conrad just ahead of the crosslane competition X-Spree of Cole Kleck. But back up front here, it is Morgan and Fletcher hooked together, and then it's a fellow Tony Kart driver of Cameron Weinberg there. Oh, we got problems in the hairpin. Cutting over to that. That's 2 drivers together. The Nitro Kart number 883 a little bit down the field. That's Grayson Upchurch that was involved, along with one more. Looks to be one of the Team Ferris racing entries. Back up front, though, Carson Morgan, Jeremy Fletcher, 2 laps completed, and they've both been led by the Californian Carson Morgan in the 801.
Looks like a 4-kart breakaway as we go into 15 laps to go. Still plenty of time. Anything can happen, as we saw earlier today with the younger kids and the micros on track. Now it is time for the K8 juniors. They have always been very competitive. They go from the start all out. I say there's a 4-kart breakaway before there's a little bit of a gap between Sebastian Weldon running in 4th and Elio Meza running in the 5th spot. Then after that, it's a beehive from behind. Running in the 6th spot of Miles Murray, followed by Spencer Conrad in 7th. Conrad down 1 spot. As we go side by side for 3rd, that is going to be Weldon. It looks like he's going to try to hold on the 4th spot, challenging for 3rd. He is not going to be able to do it. He is going to maintain 4th, but now he is about to be under attack from Elio Meza as they make their way out of the last corner, heading down to the main straight. We got 14 more laps to go.
14 more laps, as you mentioned it there. 3 laps completed. Carson Morgan, Jeremy Fletcher, Cameron Weinberg, Sebastian Weldon, Elio Meza, your top 5. And you can see it on your screen. That pass attempt there in turn number 9, and then a little more pressure through 11 and 1 has given a big gap to the top 2. Morgan and Fletcher, and there goes Weldon with Meza. They're through in turn 4 on Weinberg. He's back to 5th. And it is a big gap for the top 2, like we said. It is going to be up to Sebastian Weldon now, the driver in the lead of the mid group, to try and run his way up to the leaders. They'll head to the infield hairpin. Meza content to push him. Again, the draft very important in the air-cooled 100cc and 60cc classes. It's a 60cc motor, 9 horsepower for the mini and micro Swifts, maybe 10 on a very good one. And then here in the KAs, it's only 22, which sounds like a good bit more, but even then there's still a lot more bottom-end torque than there is top-end horsepower. As they work their way down the back straightaway here, big-time lead for Carson Morgan and Jeremy Fletcher. They'll continue to roll.
Morgan and Fletcher still 1 and 2. The battle between Weldon, Meza, and Weinberg has caused that mid-cart battle to kind of back it up. But right now it looks like it's a breakaway between Weldon and Meza. That is in the 3rd and 4th spot. They're trying to see if they can't catch back up to Morgan and Fletcher running in 1st and 2nd. But as of right now, we are still watching that entire pack battling out back and forth. Make their way through the double left-hander once more coming down. It is still going to be Morgan out in front as they are now slicing the way through the field. Looks like no contingency for the lead right now, but Weldon leading that 2nd pack, slowly starting to close up the gap, and he is ever so slightly reeling in Fletcher for the 2nd spot.
Good stuff here for Sebastian Weldon. He is closing on in. Jeremy Fletcher took a look over his shoulder that time. He sees the gap. He's monitoring that. That's why he's deciding to push Carson Morgan these first few laps, because you know he's got a buffer out front. He's like, all right, I can try and see if Morgan's going to be the best driver as the leader, me the better driver as the pusher. Right now, it's holding a cushion, but Weldon is closing. Quickest driver on the racetrack is down the order in 7th. Oliver Piatek in the number 012. The Tony Kart driver out of Georgia is into the top 10. Went purple last time, by 2 tenths faster than the leaders. So that whole mid-pack group closing in on the top 2. Again, we also want to mention here, if you've got a favorite driver tuning in on YouTube or on Facebook, if you're on YouTube, we have a small little donation button. It helps us out, and if you help us out, we're going to give you a shout-out on the live stream. Nico Sarfati, big thanks to you. Donation there. A big shout-out said, hey, Xander, Nico, hello, buddy. We appreciate you tuning in. We appreciate the support. It helps us a ton here, continue to put on these broadcasts. Back to the racetrack as we watch it, and just while we were focusing back there, the top 4 have come together. It is all Morgan, Fletcher, Weldon, and Elio Meza as we are side by side for 5th. That was Piatek to the inside of Cameron Weinberg. So Oliver Piatek on the move. moving his way into the top 5.
Weldon and Meza definitely calmed it down there for a couple of laps, allowing them to close back up. Looks like there's now a leader change. It is going to be Morgan falling back down the order. Sorry, that is Fletcher now up into the lead. Weldon now is into the second spot, close on the back bumper. Top 4 now. Looks like we had 2 more join the party. It is now a 4-car battle for the lead. But look for the second pack. If this front pack continues to go back and forth in the top 4, it could slow them down ever so slightly and allow that second group of the mid pack that are also going back and forth coming out of the hairpin to close back up.
Oh, it's interesting here as well here. As we mentioned, Oliver Piatek on the move up. We haven't seen that name too much. I'm interested to see if they opted to try and go with new tires in the pre-final. We mentioned all classes have 2 sets of tires to use at any time throughout the weekend. Obviously for qualifying, as we change for the lead, Weldon on by there on Fletcher. They get to use that 1 set. They're going to use that to start the weekend. They have to. They have to qualify on new tires. But then from there, all the way through heats 1, 2, and 3, today's pre-final, and the main event, they can use that second set of brand new MG rubber whenever they want. And it seems like Piatek, with how much quicker he is compared to earlier on in the weekend, he might have elected to try and put on new tires, or a bit of new tires, maybe one side or the other, here for the pre-final to give a little more grip. While the rest of the front runners, you have to imagine, they're saving that brand new set of stickers for the main, and oh, look at that. Fletcher sent through by Morgan. Morgan's now going to get hurt. Look at Elio Meza through the middle. He's into second. Great move from fourth. Cut under Weldon. Cut to the outside of Morgan. And now Elio Meza on the Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Kart to second for a moment. Morgan's back by in the final turn. Fletcher will come across the line, halfway given this time by.
9 laps to go. This top 4 continues to go back and forth, and we're going to keep our eye on that mid-cart battle. They are now about, I believe it's about a second and a half off the pace of the top 4, but if the top 4 continue to go back and forth like they've been doing all race long, we could see multiple carts trying to join the top 4. Right now, it is still going to be Fletcher out on point, followed by Morgan, and then it is Elio Meza, who I don't think we talked about much this entire weekend, battling out in the third spot, and it is right behind of Weldon now, trying to see if he can't make his way back into the top 3, down into the hairpin there, nose to tail in the top 3, a little bit of a gap between Meza and Weldon. They're going to stay single file, making their way through the double right-hander, turn number 9.
Super impressive from Elio Meza. We did mention him one time this weekend here, Caleb, and that was in qualifying. He was the driver that got together with Aiden Rudolph in the final corner. They wrecked halfway through the qualifying session. It was a group qualifying session for all classes. They were trying to draft, work together. They got together. It put Meza down the order in 10th. Imagine he might have been up here in the front group all weekend long had he not had that blemish in qualifying that only got him half the laps that everybody else got to run. So now, super cool for Meza. Again, he's still playing recovery. He had some good runs in the heats. It's put him a good starting spot for the pre-final. He runs good in the pre-final. He should have an overall net great starting spot for the main event because, again, this pre-final, 50% of where you start in the main event comes from the pre-final, 50% your average through all 3 heats combined. Back up front here, Fletcher, Morgan, Meza, Weldon, again, your top 4. Weldon took over the fast time honors 2 laps ago at a 51.298. And Miles Murray in the Nitro Kart number 818 has now taken over the 5th spot a couple laps ago. He's up 3 positions. Cole Kleck is up 6. Piatek is still up 9 into 7th. All those drivers have gone by Cameron Weinberg, so they've made up a number of positions. Down the front stretch here, your top 4 will go on by down to turn number 1. Fletcher, Morgan, Meza, Weldon, and then again behind them, it's a couple seconds, about 2.5 back to find the next group, but that's where Fit on Back currently lie.
There's nothing more that I love than a mid-pack battle because it comes down to driver craft. You're all bunched up single file, especially these big groups like this. We've seen drivers who we've seen off and on, maybe some we haven't talked about, like Cole Kleck, who's up in the 5th spot, Miles Murray, who has moved up into 6th, and Oliver Piatek running in the 7th spot. Again, we haven't seen most of these drivers all day today because of mid-cart battle. They're up into the front, but we're going to switch back over to your leaders. They are still going single file. It is still Fletcher, Morgan, Meza, and Weldon. They are 1, 2, 3, 4 single
and
file.
And look at this fight there all the way through turn number 9. This mid-pack has absolutely erupted. Cameron Weinberg now gets through. They were 2 and 3 wide through turn 9. I'm trying to tell who we've got moved up into 2nd. I don't know if that's Piatek there is 2nd in line. They're 6th overall. And Sam Corey back up a number of spots. Corey that time is up 16 positions here in the pre-final. Sam Corey on the move big time in the Red Line Oil Tony Kart. Huge mover there for Sam Corey. That mid-pack battle is now going to subside for a moment. We've got the leaders currently on screen, but here come the mid-pack guys through 4 as well. They're right behind them. Again, it's going to open that gap. It's now 4.5 seconds. That shuffle, they lost nearly a second and a half that lap alone with all the battling they did into turn number 9. And your leaders staying single file right now. That's going to give them a bigger and bigger gap. At this point, coming to see 5 laps to go this time by, you were looking at only the 4 contenders really left to battle for the race win here in the pre-final.
Piatek and Corey, the two biggest movers. Piatek moved up 10 positions. Corey moving up 16. This is definitely going to help them in the starting spot. As we said before, 50% of this race right now determines your starting spot. As we're going to look at the leaders once more, that is Weldon still running in the fourth spot on the back bumper of Elio as they're making the way out of turn 3, heading towards 4. A little bit of a break there in the top 2. Now Weldon tries to look on the inside. He's got on the door, backs it off. Still intense 4-car battle for the lead. Fletcher out in front, Morgan in second, Meza running in third, Weldon in P4. They are still going back and forth, but they have calmed it down than that they're doing about the mid part of the race, and they have allowed them to stretch the gap back out. Look for about 4 or 3 to go is when they're going to start doing Sin City and trying to pass each other all the way around.
Definitely going to get wild here coming to the final few laps. 4 laps to go, as you mentioned. 4 drivers in the lead group here in K8 Junior. They've all been biding their time. Carson Morgan right now, having dropped back to second a few laps prior, is happy to ride there for the moment. When that 2 to go signal comes, they will absolutely be going for it. 4 more times around here at GoPro Motorplex for the K8 100 Juniors. The next class up, KA 100 Senior, is currently on the grid. They'll be set to go racing here very, very soon. Down the back this time, Fletcher sees Morgan. Morgan just signaled to go with him. Here he goes. He wants to go to the lead. Carson Morgan on through. Meza is through. Fletcher drops to third. Weldon not able to follow. He remains in fourth. New leader, it's the Californian. Carson Morgan leads over the Texan Elio Meza, and the Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony Kart is out front into turn number 8.
Yeah, it looks like Weldon backed it off just a little bit there. He let Fletcher back in the line. I don't think he wanted to snubble his momentum, allowing him to come back in and just bog down the entire train. They are still saying 4-pack, nose to tail, making their way out of the double right-hander, heading down to complete. This is going to be 3 to go at the line. It looks like they're just biding their time right now, still single file across the line. Now look for a move to the inside here from second spot of Meza. He is going to stay in line. I'm actually very shocked to see that. I thought he was going to sit it down low, but they are now going to be drafting up. Right now is crucial. They got to stay in line. You got to get the RPMs cranked out, but what you really need is help going into turn 4.
Anyway, going through turn number 4 here. 3 laps to go, 2.5 to go overall as they work their way through turn number 5 and 6. Carson Morgan, Elio Meza, Jeremy Fletcher, Sebastian Weldon still have yet to trade the lead once again. Meza's going to stay in second, and that'll open the door. Fletcher not going to wait anymore. He moves Meza wide, and that's going to let Weldon get side by side. But Meza should be able to hang on, and he does. And they are separated. Jeremy Fletcher going to have to drive back up to Carson Morgan. He's low on time. They're going to climb the hill to 11. Double sticks this time. There goes Weldon down the inside for third. He's through. Morgan, Fletcher, Weldon, Meza, 2 to go.
And Morgan has got a little bit of an advantage, but needs to hold on to it because Fletcher is coming on strong now. He is in the tow. He is going to be able to close this gap as make the way to turn number 3. He is now within about a half a car length. Oh, he's got to run now. He is going to sit it up on the inside of Morgan. We got a new leader.
No. Morgan there was down on the bottom. He was defending from Jeremy Fletcher right as they went behind the hill. We lost him for a moment. So Morgan knew the run was coming. He was trying to defend from Fletcher as they went on through turn number 7. Let's see. He'll have to go to the bottom again. Fletcher going to force him. He'll punt him a little bit in the braking zone. Stays single file. Weldon trying to cross him up. Now Weldon's going to get hurt. He's on the outside. Meza gets through as Weldon cuts his momentum coming out of turn number 8. Coming to the white flag this time. Carson Morgan still the leader.
Morgan now leading Fletcher in second. Meza is trying to do whatever he can to see if he can't stir the pot. Leaders go to the inside. That was Morgan and Fletcher defending the inside line. That is going to bog the momentum down the main straightaway. All carts go to the inside. They're going to span out. Oh, and I believe that's going to be Fletcher on to point.
And they're both wide. Look at Elio Meza up to second. Fletcher tried to get a nose down on Morgan. Morgan kept it low, and Fletcher, the big loser, back to fourth. Now Morgan will take the train down to the grass. Meza has to follow. Elio Meza has only been in this spot a handful of times, not nearly as many as Morgan and Fletcher on the national level. He has not been in nearly as many last lap battles for the win. Let's see what he's got. What can he do? Can he be unpredictable? Can he catch Morgan off guard? Morgan will cover the inside. Meza and Weldon to the outside. Out of turn number 8, Weldon's going to get a run. They're 3 wide. Morgan went wide. Weldon to the lead from third. Sebastian Weldon. Great run through. Elio Meza now going to try and get a nose in the final turn. Weldon will have to cover it off. To the inside goes Weldon. Meza to the middle. Crossover. Meza's got the run. Elio Meza at the line. Crossover wins the pre-final.
That was a fantastic run for your top 4. Back and forth all race long. Sebastian Weldon had a very smart race. He was running in the 4th spot most of the time, waited till the end, and then worked his way up through the field. That is just a glimpse of what's yet to come for the feature this afternoon. Unfortunately, though, these drivers may get split back up before we get our final sheet. Again, 50% is going to be taken from this. 50% is going to be from the average of the previous 2 heat races, or 3 heat races that we've already had.
Yeah, definitely going to be interesting to see how it all shakes out. We're going to take a look here, but let's go back through beyond your top 4. Great battle all the way to the end. 4 different leaders in the final 2 laps. Elio Meza comes out on top all the way with a last lap, last corner, crossover move on a Sebastian Weldon. Jeremy Fletcher third. Carson Morgan, who led for a good bit, ends fourth. Parker DeLong shuffles his way all the way to the front of the midfield. Sam Corey, 17 spots picked up, started 23rd, ends P6. Cameron Weinberg rolled off P4. He dropped back a couple positions, ended 7th. Good recovery. Cole Kleck ends 8th. Oliver Piatek rounded out just inside the top 10 with Cooper Shipman capping off your top 10. Then it was Spencer Conrad, Aiden Rudolph, Elliott Cox, Mason Walters here. The KA100 seniors getting set to go green here in just a moment. Connor Zilish is going to be leading them off the field to the green flag. We've got just a moment here before they'll get set to get underway here. Fantastic race here for Connor Zilish. Oh, sorry, Connor Zilish out to the outside. That's actually Paulie Massimino starting off on the pole. Connor just came over here. Let me know I was wrong. My apologies there to Connor and to Paulie. But Paulie Massimino has been phenomenal. Mr. $5,000 as of last night. He's got another day to race, another class to go for $5,000 in. They both are running up front of the X30 Pro division as well. They're pulling double duty here this weekend. On your screen as well now. We'll cut over to the grid. Take a look at who we've got over there as they clear the rest of the racetrack. Cole Morgan down there on the grid. Let's take a look here. Connor Zilish is there as well. Again, we mentioned on the outside of the front row. Paulie Massimino, my mistake, rolls off on the pole in the number 308 RPM Tony Kart. Let's go through the rest of your starting grid here. To the inside of row number 2, it's going to be the number 33 Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic of Tyler Wettengel. There's Cole Morgan in the RPM Tony Kart. Going back to row number 3, it's Nolan Allison in the 919 Cosmic. He was outside Brandon Lemke in the 901 Franklin Motorsports Merlin. Then row 4, the Motas Sport driver, Michael Millardi, his highest starting spot all weekend, P7, who was outside the Nitro Tony Kart of Hayden Jones, the silent assassin, just to the inside of the top 10. Row 5, Emery Lida in the Franklin Motorsports Merlin. Then it's going to be Alex Stanfield in the 905. He's got a couple spots to make up in the Crosslink Esprit. Let's go to Gio Cicero there to the inside of row number 6. To the outside, the 964 of Gavin Bailiff. Another Trinity Karting Group entry. Then it's Thomas Annunziata. He's got some work to do. One of the top drivers there in the 915 to the inside of Aiden Levy. Local kid who's made up a lot of spots. Watch for him to keep going forward. Austin Osborne, 2019 SuperKarts USA Pro Tour champion to the inside of row number 8 of Caleb Schrader there in the 99 Cosmic. We go back to row number 9. It's number 012, Colin Hayes on the Nitro Kart to the inside. Then it's Connor Ferris to the outside of him there to start P18. And then to row number 10, it's Riley Can, the Can Man, number 44 in the Crosslink competition entry to the inside of Dylan Beckwith in the Mike Doty Racing Cosmic. Moving further back on the grid here, we go back to the number 22. That's Alex Murray. And to his outside, it'll be the number 305 RPG Cosmic of Ryan Kastner. Moving to the back part of the grid here, drivers with a lot of work to do. It's the number 980 Burrell Art of Jonathan Fortin to the inside. And to his outside, the number 994 of Tanner Bunny. He's got a lot of work here. And finally, rolling here on row number 13 to the inside, Blaine Donahue there in the number 076. And Byron Daly, local driver there in the Cosmic. He's got a lot of work. He'll run shotgun on the field. A lot of spots to be made up, but a lot of speed there for the 906 of Byron Daly. We'll see how far up the grid he can get when we come back. KA100 Senior is going to be going racing here live from GoPro Motorplex. The IAME USA Grand National Championship presented by Hunt Brothers Pizza rolls on.
Welcome to Ohio Kart Parts, the Midwest's largest Burrell Art racing go-kart dealer. We carry Burrell Art, Daniel Ricciardo, Charles Leclerc, and Robert Kubica branded go-karts, as well as parts from names you trust. Chassis components from Freeline, engines from IAME, Briggs & Stratton, and soon-to-be Tillotson, electronics from AIM Technologies, MG Tires, Taika Axles, seating from Tillett, Arai Helmets, and 3/10 Race Products. Visit us online at www.ohiokartparts.com, at our facility in Lorain, Ohio, or at the local track on race weekends. If we don't have it, call us at 440-628-CART. That's 5278. And we will do what we can to help you out.
Hi, I'm Sean Bailiff, owner of Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. Motorsports Country Club has all kinds of amenities here. We have a 3/4 of a mile racetrack. We have a state-of-the-art clubhouse. Trinity Karting Group is based here as well.
Welcome back here to GoPro Motorplex to the IAME USA Grand National Championship presented by Hunt Brothers Pizza. The KA100 Seniors getting set to go green here. Paulie Massimino and Connor Zilish, your front row. We talked about them. They've been brawling all weekend long, and a hungry field of 26, 28 drivers ready to go racing here for KA Senior. No green that time by. We'll send them around once again here. Get set to go racing. Caleb back in the booth here with me once again. What a phenomenal weekend of racing so far, and these KA Seniors, they have not disappointed. Their shootout, all their heat racing, it's been all the way down to the wire.
Absolutely. We've seen a lot of these drivers not only running in the shootout in KA Senior, but also when they do the double duty in the X30 Senior. The front runners so far put on a fantastic show time after time. There really hasn't been a whole lot that's been predictable. It's always been unpredictable the entire time. I'm very looking forward to this pre-final. I think it's just going to be a glimpse of what's yet to come in the feature when we get our final field set after this one.
Yeah, that's right, folks. Once again, we've been talking about it all morning long. It's a little bit different of a format than what you're maybe used to seeing. The pre-final only counts for half the weight of the starting position for the main event. The other half is the combined total from all three heat races this weekend. So, again, heats 1, 2, and 3, they started based off where they qualified. How they finished overall, all the points they collected, is half of the total points that'll set the lineup for the main event. The other half here is the pre-final we're about to watch. 17 laps on the books here. Massimino and Zilish. The field looks nice. They are in the tram lines. You can hear them accelerate. There we go. Green flag coming. We've got it. Green flag down to turn 1. Massimino, Wettengel should be able to get through. Wettengel does into second from third. Zilish slots into fourth. They climb the hill. Everybody makes it to turn number 3. Good and clean start for the pre-final here for the KA Seniors, and they will battle down. Oh, look at Zilish around the outside. That's the move Massimino did last year to win one of the KA mains. Connor Zilish around the outside gets both of them. Massimino and Wettengel, and Connor Zilish will lead your field to turn 8 for the first time.
That move hasn't worked previously this weekend. I think that was one of the first times we've actually seen it work. It was Zilish going around the outside in the bull, able to go up to the point, and then we have Massimino running in second, followed by Wettengel in third. Massimino walking up and down pit lanes, got an extra bump in his step because he is $5,000 richer from that shootout we had yesterday with the X30. We're about to see a very intense battle as of right now. It is Zilish, Massimino, and Tyler Wettengel coming across the line. 1, 2, 3, 16 more laps to go.
Plenty of time here as there goes Massimino. He wants to lead early. He's led the most laps, I believe, all weekend here in the KA 100 senior class. The top 3 on the racetrack, your top 3 finishers, not in the correct order, but from the CNC Performance Engineering KA shootout, where Connor Zilish was able to best both Massimino and Wettengel to take the $2,000 cash prize. That was back on Friday night. Along with that, of course, through the heats, they both have been the top 2 drivers. Massimino, the best overall point total, put him on the pole here for this pre-final. So they are so close, and with how doubly weighted this pre-final should be, how good Zilish has been in these heats as well. I think if Zilish wins, Massimino, even if he finishes second, may end up losing that pole position starting spot for the main event later today. But that shuffle once again back and forth with Massimino going to the lead, it's brought the whole field into it. Look at them all lined up the hill to 11 and down the front straightaway. Paulie Massimino, the Pied Piper, 2 laps complete. 15 laps to go.
Massimino now on point. Zilish falls into second. Wettengel running in third. They're slowly starting to pull away from Cole Morgan running in the 4th spot. It's a 1-2-3 breakaway. I have a feeling these drivers, they've all raced with each other. They've raced at this track a lot. They know how to get around. I feel like they might take a little bit easy, wait to get towards the end of the race, and then start going back and forth. But as we all know, every now and then we'll see them just shoot the gap, maybe if there's not one there, and puts on a fantastic show. So right now, it is still 1-2-3. Massimino, Zilish, Wettengel as they make their way into the hairpin.
Let's see it down to turn number 8 there. Hayden Jones got by Cole Morgan earlier on this lap, but he just made a mistake. I don't know if Morgan got into him a little bit. He let him back by. Nice move there by Cole Morgan to let the Nitro Kart, Tony Kart driver of Hayden Jones to remain in 4th there and not really get him roughed up out of the way here this early on. Cole Morgan playing nice there, P5. Nolan Allison is down 1 spot. He is P6. Brandon Lemke down 1 spot as well. He is down in P7, but Lemke's moved up a number of positions through the heat, so he's got a good piece. They're all single file as they climb the hill all the way back to Gavin Bailiff, fellow Trinity Karting Group teammate, to Tyler Wettengel on the Kart Republics. P3 right now in P8, and then there goes Zilish. He'll go back to the lead. Wettengel will let Massimino fall in line, not going to force the issue early. Everyone just biding their timing. And we get to the seniors, these guys, they still are able to think a little bit more, and they've been in these situations enough through the years of micro and mini and junior racing. For many of them, they know what it's like to race on the big stage. They know what it's like to race in a pre-final, and, oh, as I say that, they go crazy. Cole Morgan went 3 wide to the bottom as Wettengel and Jones, the biggest losers, especially. They all got put wide in turn number 8. That was wild, Caleb.
That backed up the field, and now we got a 2-car breakaway. Massimino and Zilich 1 and 2 out in front. If they continue to go back and forth like this, that gap is probably going to extend farther and farther out. What's something that's very interesting to watch, where Zilich and Massimino pass each other, it's always going into turn 4 typically, which is where you can roll the most momentum and you don't lose a lot. So if they can keep this up, they may run away from the field, and we're going to see a very intense mid-pack battle with Allison up 2 positions that last lap into second. Brandon Lemke came all the way through the field, now up into fourth, and Cole Morgan rounding out the top 5, but it is a beehive of carts right behind.
Lemke right there just got passed by Cole Morgan into turn number 4, so he's now dropped back down to 5th. Gavin Bailiff there on your screen. He is 6th. Jones is there in 7th. Wettengel 8th. Again, both drivers were 3rd and 4th just a moment ago. They are back down, and that's how quickly things could change here on the racetrack in KA Senior. You can see at the edge of your screen the top 2 starting to scoot away. With that little bobble there, Morgan was getting aggressive. I don't think he meant to go 3 wide. He was just trying to go by Jones for 4th. Jones tried to go by Wettengel, and they were all bottled up as well through turn 8. Nolan Allison, you mentioned, big time advantage for Nolan. He's got a lot of fans tuning in live at home, and there goes Morgan. He'll go by Allison. Again, we talked about Allison making a move up. Morgan wants to go back to the lead. He feels like he's got a good piece. The Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony Kart driver wants to get to the lead of this pack. He knows how quickly you can get swallowed, as Brandon Lemke is now going to get swallowed. 2, 3, maybe 4 positions lost there through turn 4. He's now completely out of your screen as Gavin Bailiff went on by through turn number 5 and 6. Now Bailiff commands the 5th spot. Jones went by into 6th, and Lemke back down to 7th, while up front, Paulie Massimino and Connor Zilich lined up 2nd and 1st on the racetrack, happily pushing away from your field over to turn number 9.
Yeah, passing here is something you got to be cautious about. It's kind of like a NASCAR race on a restrictor plate like Daytona and Talladega. If you get out of the draft, you try to maybe get around one person, you can get freight train to go get past by about 5 or 6, just to how closely they are running, and that has allowed a 1-2 car breakaway of Massimino and Zilich. Zilich still out in front over Massimino in 2nd. Massimino's been pushing him, coming out of 2, heading into 3, as we're now watching the mid-pack going back and forth, side by side. I believe that may be Bailiff getting a little bit of contact, or Wettengel.
That was Jones there going by as well, trying to get onto Wettengel. And Aiden Levy up a number of positions again here. That's the driver that's been on the move all week long. The Team Felon Tony Kart trying to close in on Wettengel. Wettengel's already got some rubber on that front bumper. I don't know if that was from this session or earlier on in the weekend, but Gavin Bailiff ahead of him. Now going to go to the inside on Morgan. That's for 4th. He's through. Morgan tries to cross him up. Here comes Wettengel looking to challenge. Will not do it into turn number 9. And back in the field, it's still crazy. Look at this battle there through turn number 9, just behind your screen. And back up front, again, Wettengel, P6, as just ahead. Nolan Allison's gotten some separation in 3rd. So it is Zilich and Massimino still pushing away up front. The rest of the pack is battling all the way over. They're still blocking a little bit as the train goes up and down the front straightaway, and now back up the hill. You can see ahead of this group of 3, this is right now you're watching the battle for 4th. Gavin Bailiff, Cole Morgan, P5. P6 again is Tyler Wettengel. So 2 Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic sandwiching the Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony Kart driver. And up front, Connor Zilich, Paulie Massimino, they're loving it. 2.2 seconds. Now back to Nolan Allison in 3rd.
Something that these drivers in mid-pack have to be cautious about. We talked about it all weekend long, is the push-back bumpers. If someone comes in front of you and bogs that momentum, you run into the back of them, moves in that bumper, that's a 4-spot penalty. So you could drive your way all the way up to the 4th spot. You get a push-back penalty, not because you're pushing someone intentionally, but because someone backed it up and you ran into them. You're now back to 8th. So when these drivers come across the line, it is all going to be provisionally. We will get the final before we go on. Now we are watching Zilich and Massimino continue to run away from the field.
As they battle for 4th there again, Nolan Allison went up to 3rd. Back now, they caught him in like a lap even. Both Morgan and Bailiff now by. Morgan into that 4th spot. Bailiff into 3rd. Again, all of this shuffling for points overall. So Nolan Allison, who has had a great run through the heats, he's just got to be smart here. Top 5 finish should put him on the first couple rows for the main event. Same for all these guys. But if they make a mistake, big time DNF here, it won't necessarily put him all the way to the back, but it'll put him pretty deep in the field as Wettengel now going by Allison through turn 8.
Wettengel is now following. He is right behind, if I'm not mistaken. That is now Allison.
Cole Morgan there. He's right behind. Morgan. Just got by Allison. Yep.
Allison's now falling back to the field, and that mid-pack battle, it continues to heat up. They're going side by side almost every single time, coming through the hairpin, exchanging positions all time long. Now Zilich still out in front. Massimino's pulling away, but we are watching the midfield battle that is about to send it down to turn number 1. You saw a great idea of how much of a gap. There, your leaders are just now going into turn 3. Now the midfield is now making their way through, so they have a huge gap as they're making the way into the bull once more.
Let's see them head down to turn number 4 once again here. Bailiff and Morgan as Allison's now shuffled Wettengel back. Look at that, Aiden Levy. He's up another spot. That's going to put him 8 positions gained here in the pre-final. He's onto the bumper of Nolan Allison into the top 5 almost for the Team Felon Tony Kart driver. He had an issue in qualifying, started dead last in all 3 heat races. Again, worked his way up, got himself a mid-pack starting spot in the points there from the pre-final. He's up a number more positions here. He is one of the fastest drivers on the racetrack at the moment. The only drivers quicker than him, your top 2, Connor Zilish and Paulie Massimino. Down the front straightaway, Bailiff there in 3rd, Morgan is 4th, Allison 5th, Levy is 6th. We are working the halfway mark, a little past it now with 10 laps completed, 7 laps to go in the 17-lap pre-final. Great run for the Georgia native, now relocated to North Carolina a couple of years ago, calls GoPro Motorplex home in Aiden Levy. He is knocking on the door of the top 5.
Bailiff and Morgan now looks like they're working together, decided maybe to stop passing each other. They're trying to gap themselves from that midfield. They saw the craziness of it. It was going back and forth all time long, and they are now trying to work their way, not quite up to leaders because they don't have enough time to do that, but trying to get a little bit of a gap as we go side by side. I believe that is going to be Levy getting around, Allison getting around Morgan, working his way up into the 4th spot.
That was Allison around Levy there, and Levy back on him, and they're still fighting. Levy puts the pod to him, doesn't get it by. That was a crossover move. Good job by Allison. Now Hayden Jones will take advantage. He'll shuffle Levy back down to 7th. But Aiden Levy, for about maybe 50 feet, got into 5th. Got shuffled right back with a great crossover. Now he'll go back on Jones. Doesn't want to stay behind him as they go through turn number 1. And the rest of your field is going to file on through there as we watch them go back over to turn number 3. And down the back straightaway here, live on this camera, we're watching Aiden Levy. And again, Hayden Jones there. They are at the outside edge of your top 5. Working through currently 6th and 7th. For Levy and Jones. Nolan Allison right in front of them. We're watching here from the front stretch flag stand. P5 for Nolan Allison. Again, just ahead of him is Cole Morgan. And then there is Gavin Bailiff as they go down into turn number 8. Headed around side by side. There's Brandon Lemke making up another spot. He's trying to rebound. Has not had a good pre-final. Started up pretty good. Has dropped back a couple spots. Same for Tyler Wettengel. Wettengel's back there. Look who he's got on the bumper. Thomas Annunziata. We said he had a lot of work to do. Annunziata is up a number of positions. That'll put him up, I believe, either to 10th or 11th. And oh, just as we said that, here comes the train. Is that Alex Stanfield? Indeed. He'll lead a couple down on the inside of turn number 1 as the field goes through. Great run for Alex Stanfield to make up a couple spots. And back up front, Connor Zilish, Paulie Massimino through turn 4. Big time lead, 3.5 seconds for the leaders. There goes 3rd and 4th, and the rest of the pack on through turn number 4 here through the bowl. We go back over through turns 5 and 6. Levy ahead of Jones. He's gotten by Allison as well, so finally Aiden Levy wins the argument. He's back into the top 5 here, Caleb.
Bailiff and Morgan have done a great job of gapping themselves out from the field. You can see just how much they're starting to pull away, not really closing in on the 2 leaders, Massimino and Zilic, as they make their way around the line. It's going to be 4 to go this time by. They got a gap. They're probably going to wait. They know they're in a good starting spot right now because they've worked their way to the front of the field, so I don't think they're going to get intense. However, the beehive from behind, Levy, Jones, Allison are going back and forth. They are battling hard for that 5th spot. They want to crack in the top 5. They need that good starting spot. Again, 50% of your starting position will be determined from this pre-final right now as your leaders now make their way through the bowl.
As we watch them there through the bowl here, Aiden Levy, Hayden Jones, they were there. Now there goes the rest of your pack on through. Tyler Wettengel leading that pack. We go back to the midfield here again. We're still watching the leaders, waiting for them to battle for the lead. They have not done so yet. Massimino continues to be glued on Zilish, so that's why we're focused a little further down the pack. Levy, right now, the leader there in that group, headed to turn number 9. P5 on the Tony Kart for the Team Felon entry. Then behind him, it's Hayden Jones, followed by Michael Millardi in the Motaz Sport entry. He's up back to where he started in P7, so good recovery for the Barrel driver. Nolan Allison back in P8. And Brandon Lemke is P9. Big gap back from them to Tyler Wettengel and company. But as we watch your leaders work on through down to turn 1, there goes Wettengel. He's under fire from Schrader. Caleb Schrader just went on by. Here come the leaders down the backstretch, though. Let's follow them as they go through. Gavin Bailiff and Cole Morgan, they're just through your screen. That's 3rd and 4th. Aiden Levy is 5th. Jones is 6th. Millardi and then Nolan Allison. 2.5 laps to go here. We'll try to slowly. Whoa, we got one way off. Was that Riley Can? Riley Can way off the racetrack and out over at turn number 4 at the exit. Man, Riley Can, we watched him on the grid. He had a lot of work to do. All the way spun to the outside. Back to this mid-pack group. Levy's under fire. Millardi is trying to get by. Jones has gotten by. 2 to go this time. It's all breaking loose here. The final couple laps of this pre-final, Caleb.
Yep, 2 to go this time by for Zilic, your leader. Massimino in second. Looks like Zilic is going to go low to defend. Massimino had to look to the outside, and that's followed by Bailiff and Morgan running in third and fourth. Jones, P5. Levy, P6. Millardi running in P7, and Nolan Allison in the 8th spot. Very intense nose-to-tail battle. They got 2 laps left. The previous 2 laps was a little bit more calm. They decided to wait a little bit. You need to finish if you want a good starting spot. This is 50% of where you're going to start. You have to be running well here, and you cannot do any stupid decisions.
Let's see if we can get all of our cameras locked onto the top 2 drivers here as we try to find them across the racetrack. They are side by side for the lead. Massimino, great crossover as Zilic was defending. He's gotten to the top spot. Now he runs it wide. Zilic gets back to the rear bumper. They're going to go to the white flag this time by Paulie Massimino up the hill. Connor Zilic back in second. Out of the final turn here this time down the front stretch. You can see the gap was big back. It is just these top 2. Look at Massimino. He'll take him to the bottom. All the way to the inside. Oh, and he goes wide. Up the hill. Zilic still trying to get there. He's going to get to the inside at 3. No. Massimino hangs on as they go down the backstretch, but he ran wide. Massimino's off. Zilic to the lead with a big-time gap. Big-time bobble for Paulie Massimino. He tried to chop the nose there in 3. The momentum sent him wide. He dropped a tire in the grass, and Connor Zilic has a nice and healthy gap now working the final lap in KA Senior.
This is exactly why the leaders did what they did. They worked together. They got a gap, so in case anything like that happened, they'd have a little bit of a buffer. But now Massimino's got a couple of corners left. I have a feeling he's going to hold on to the second spot. But coming on strong now is going to be Bailiff and Morgan running in third and fourth as we have a lapper going off the track. Now all eyes are on Massimino in second. Can he hold on? I think he can, as we now have Connor Zilic coming across the line to win the pre-final for KA Senior. Massimino comes across in second.
Paulie Massimino there, P2. He, again, as you mentioned, with that big gap, even the drop in the wheel going off the racetrack, was able to hold on to P2. Cole Morgan, P3. Gavin Bailiff, P4. Hayden Jones rounded the top 5. Michael Millardi, Brandon Lemke, Nolan Allison, Alex Stanfield, Thomas Annunziata rounded the top 10. Look at that, just onto your screen there. Byron Daly came across the line. 14 positions gained for Byron, up to P12. Unfortunately, he had a last place heat race result in terms of the points, so he's still going to have a not so great starting spot for the main event later on. And I'm going to see here if we can pan over. We're on a high up. We've got an issue. That was the final lap. The driver's getting checked out in the infield of the racetrack. Tyler Wettengel and Caleb Schrader. We'll see if we can get a shot over on them here in just a moment. That is over by turn number 7 on the infield. We'll see if we can pan over here and take a look. Our drivers there, Tyler Wettengel getting checked out by the team. It looks like we may have some medical guys checking him or maybe potentially on the way. Here we go. We got a good shot at him over here. We'll switch on over to that. Tyler Wettengel and Nolan Allison in the not Nolan Allison, sorry, Caleb Schrader in the 99 RPG Cosmic. The 2 drivers coming together on the final lap. Big, heavy impact for both of them. You can see Wettengel, he is not feeling that too good here. He's just probably got the wind knocked out of him again. These guys were in rip protectors to try and help him, but they're in the hard plastic seats. But Tyler Wettengel looks like the driver hurt. Caleb Schrader, he's out of the cart. Suit down, helmet off. He's okay. You see the right side pod's bent up a little bit on the 99. And that's a high-speed section of the racetrack here, Caleb. That is a big-time speed section. You can see they're at turn 6 and turn 7. The barriers have been knocked off to the side of the racetrack, so I have to imagine they went through those and possibly trying to get back on because they didn't want to hit the barriers, sent them back on. And it looks like the way the bumper got hit, Tyler Wettengel might have gotten head on there into Caleb Schrader. That is a hard place to hit with how quickly they're going. Probably 50, 60 miles an hour headed in through the infield.
Yeah, it's very easy with that barrier there to go side by side. Maybe you forget to give room, or maybe something happens where your cart comes up a little bit. You can see on the cart number 99, his axle has been up, or sorry, his side pod's been up. Looks like his axle is bent backwards, so I'm not sure if they just went side by side of the barrier and he hit head on and it just collected him or what. But we're all hoping that the driver cart number 33, I believe that is Caleb.
That is Tyler Wettengel in the 33 there, Caleb Schrader in the 99. We're going to take a moment here as the medical team heads on out to the racetrack. We're going to check them out here in just a moment here. We'll take a look. Make sure Tyler Wettengel is all right. He's moving around in the seat. When we come back, more racing here live from GoPro Motorplex for the IAME USA East Grand National Championship presented by Hunt Brothers Pizza. It rolls on here live from Mooresville, North Carolina. Again, when we come back from this break, more racing to come. The Mini Swift class set to go here with Oscar Eiliff to the inside and Enzo Vidmontian to the outside of the front row.
I'm Alex Speed, the team principal here at Speed Concepts Racing. We have an elite karting program. We really focus on giving the drivers the tools they have to take to the next level. We don't really want to, it's important to win racing and go-karting, but really give the kids the tools they need to hopefully become professional racing drivers. We're on the OTK Red Speed Kart. We have our own in-house motor program with Speed Lab. We do really competitive national races, but again, our main focus is really giving the kids, the tools they have, looking at data, looking at video to really give them arsenal to go on to car racing and hopefully be successful.
Check us out on Facebook at facebook.com/speedconceptsracing or email us at speedconceptsracing@gmail.com.
Hunt Brothers Pizza always offers 10 toppings to choose from at no extra charge. That's 1,024 topping combinations at one price. At Hunt Brothers Pizza, we love racing and we love pizza. Visit huntbrotherspizza.com to find your next pizza.
How you doing? My name is Mike Doty from Mike Doty Racing from Orange County, New York. We're about an hour north of New York City. We're a full-service kart shop that we supply IAME, Rotax, and all rock engines. We sell OTK parts and all the tires for all the different series. We support USPKS, SCUSA, Rotax, which is the Stars and Stripes, and the Rock Winter Tour. What we do is we try to get the drivers better by data, driver coaching, and setup. We have a lot of good drivers that come through our program. We have a lot of experience. I've been doing it for almost 35 years, and we just try to translate that to all our customers.
For more info about Mike Doty Racing, you can contact us at mikedotyracing@gmail.com or call us at 845-551-0572.
So our program at RPG is primarily based around driver development. We like to be able to get the families and kids early in the year and build them a specific program based around driver training. We use these national races like the SCUSA Pro Tour, the USPKS, as their proving grounds. We work, we train, we run regional races, we train at our local track, we train at the customer's local track. From 10 to 20 years old, we can teach them what we believe are the good habits and get rid of their bad habits, and we can do that over time. This has been the most successful way that we've found that works really well for our program, and we plan to keep continuing that way.
If you're ready to take your racing career to the next level, check out rollisonpg.com for more information. That's www.rollisonpg.com.
Launching this winter is their premium line of karting gloves. Visit offsetsport.com for their current range of karting products, including rain shoe covers, custom karting suits, and mechanics gloves. Choose
Welcome back here live from GoPro Motorplex. This is the IAME USA Grand National Championship presented by Hunt Brothers Pizza. Want to give everybody an update here. Tyler Wettengel was checked out by the on-site medical team. He is okay. He's got another race to go here. In fact, we'll be hoping to get in a word with him here in just a few moments as our Caleb Smock has stepped out of the booth here for just a second. The Mini Swift class has also gone onto the racetrack here, so we'll go green with the Mini Swifts, and then we'll cut down here onto the grid. I believe we should be able to get a word with our Tyler Wettengel. He'll be able to talk to us here again. He's got another race coming up for the X30 Pro division, was able to walk out under his own power. Again, a hard hit, but luckily just damage to the go-kart. He seems like he is A-OK. Was was able to turn down medical attention, so no problem for Mr. Tyler Wettengill. Let's go over your starting lineup for the Mini Swift class. Oscar Iliff and Enzo Vidmontian are going to make up the front row. We go back to row number 2. It'll be Oliver Weldon and Carson Weinberg. Row 3, Kai Johnson, Vivek Canthan. Row 4, Davin Roberts and Jack Iliff. Row 5, Isaac Melkett and Cash Perkins. It is a 26-driver field making their way around. Tyler Wettengill, again, he is A-OK. We'll be back in the cart hopefully later on today for the X30 Pro class. Again, we've got a lot more racing still to come, and a good sign from Tyler. He's ready to get after it. Let's take a look here. Down on the field, Caleb Smock ready to go. Looking, will we get the green? Not this time. No green, first time by for Oscar Iliff and Enzo Vidmontian.
Yep, these drivers, they've had a little bit of a problem out this weekend, getting a little broke up when they come down for the start and then get themselves spread out. It's not really what you see. You want to see nose to tail in the tram lines, lined up beautifully. Looks like they have to send around one more time.
Yeah, we'll send them around once again here. Again, these drivers a little bit slow there as they got going, so we'll send them, give Oscar Iliff a chance to try and lead your field to the green one more time here at GoPro Motorplex. That'll give us the time here also to go back through the rest of the starting lineup. We go back beyond your top 10. It's Jackson Wolney, Asher Rockstein make up row number 6. Diego Ardiles, Wesley Gundler, row number 7. Devin Waltz and Max Christie will start 15th and 16th. Then it's Ethan Lennon and Beckham Tupacov. Moving to the edge of your top 20, it's Felipe Jesus Bonito and Carter McMurray. Moving back there to 21st, it's Austin Warner and Hudson Schwartz. Then we go back to Drew Waltz and David Ramirez, Wyatt Downing, and Caleb Lanter round out the 26-driver field for the Mini Swifts. 16 laps here on the boards. Oscar Iliff, Enzo Vidmontian getting set to go racing here for the field. And again, they look nice and slow as they work their way out of turn number 9. Great shot of these 8 to 12-year-old drivers getting set to go racing here. The Mini Swifts will lead us out. Then it'll be time for the X30 Pro Juniors to make their way onto the racetrack. And then the X30 Pro Seniors for their pre-final. That X30 Pro Senior Pre-final will feature both Will Power and Austin Cindric in the booth here to call the racing with us. All of that coming up here over the next 40 minutes or so. Then there's a small lunch break. Then we come back in the afternoon at 2 p.m. with main event action here from GoPro Motorplex for the IAME USA Grand National Championship presented by Hunt Brothers Pizza. Here they come down the front stretch. Iliff's got his hand in the air, letting them know to be slow. Now they're on the accelerator. We're green down to turn number 1, and Mini Swift is underway. Iliff gets the lead, little bit sideways for Oliver Weldon with a shove from Kai Johnson. They'll go to second and third. From third and fifth on the grid as Enzo Vidmontian slots down into 5th behind the Nitro card. I believe Davin Roberts up there into the 4th spot in turn number 4.
They're now coming out of the bull. You can smell it on the main stretch. Smells like clutches were burning. Fantastic start. Everyone trying to get the jump. No one really dove down to the inside too quickly. As we said before, Iliff, Vermontian, Weldon all up in the front. Looks like Weldon may have fallen back a couple of spots as they make their way down into the hairpin once more. Side by side for the lead. I believe that is Vermontian now falling back into the 4th spot, getting shuffled way back down through the field as they make their way out of turn number 9, heading towards the complete lap number 1. 15 more laps to go. This is quite a long pre-final.
Oh, no problems for Oscar Iliff. His hand in the air. Your pole sitter is out in the pre-final. Oh, no. Terrible stuff for the Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Car driver. He has had such a good weekend. Just came out of turn number 9. I don't know if he had a mechanical issue or what, but the older Iliff brothers, brother Jack competing inside the top 10 as well. Oscar Iliff is done here early on lap number 1. Again, what a great weekend it had been. He'll still have a good spot to salvage for the main event about mid-pack or so with an outside shot to get up front, but that now changes things drastically. Your leader is Oliver Weldon. Enzo Vidmontian is second. Kai Johnson third. Right behind him is going to be Davin Roberts in the 4th spot and Carson Weinberg into the top 5 there, P5 for Carson.
Iliff going out may have helped Weldon for a couple of laps, but coming out of the little chicane into the double left-hander of turns 5 and 6, looks like it bunched up the field.
We got an issue there in turn number 9. We'll see if we can get a shot on it. That was Max Christie getting shuffled wide, I believe, in the Magic. No, it was one of the comp card entries, getting shuffled way wide out of turn number 9. Back up front, though, like you said, Enzo Vidmontian, your leader, just got by Oliver Weldon.
Oliver Weldon now is falling back through the field. He is now under attack once more. I believe that's from Kai Johnson now trying to work his back bumper as they head up towards turn number 3. We got a fantastic shot of them snaking their way down to the bowl once more. Vermontian up on point, Weldon in P2, but right now Johnson is going to possibly set it up on the inside. He's trying for it. Not enough room to get it done.
Davin Roberts just lost the 4th spot that time. Carson Weinberg on the move up into 4th. Good run there as they go through turn 6. And a little bobble there from Weldon. I'd be very surprised if Kai Johnson doesn't go for the move here in turn 8. Here he goes. He saw the mistake. The driver makes a mistake in front. That's a sign. You need to go by him, and he did. Through turn number 8, Kai Johnson, 8 years old here, one of the youngest drivers legally allowed here to enter the Mini Swift class, into second. Great run for the Privateer Kart Republic driver. His father, Obi Johnson, was one of the big donations and sponsors of last night's X30 Pro event with his Cure for Prostate Cancer charity. Threw out $1,500 added to the $5,000 winnings for Paulie Massimino. Huge thanks to Obi. He is a huge supporter of karting, and his son, Kai Johnson, doing a great job. He's up to second now as they go down the backstretch, just ahead of Oliver Weldon, who is going to push him up to the Benek driver. Enzo Vidmontien, the Brazilian-born, now resides down in Miami, Florida, leads the way here in the Benek.
Vidmontien had a great lead going for him for the first couple laps. Now he may be slowly under attack. Johnson was able to get around Weldon. Now he is trying to close the gap up drastically. Weldon is trying to follow with Carson Weinberg in fourth. Hot on the case of Weldon. Making their way out of the hairpin, heading towards the double right-hander of turn 9. It is still going to be Vidmontien out in front. I believe that is now going to be Weldon now trying to make a move on Johnson. Johnson still trying to hustle that car and to close back up to your leaders. This time they're coming across the line. We got one more lap in the books, and it is just now starting to pick up. Still plenty of racing left to come with these longer pre-finals.
Definitely a lot of racing here to come as they work their way up the hill here. Enzo Vidmontien doing a fine job at the moment, kind of keeping everybody at bay as they work their way down the back straightaway. Great run here for the 195. Johnson will pull up in the draft that time, so he'll keep it close as they all the way work their way on through.
Vidmontien now is going to possibly be under attack here because Kai Johnson has got Weldon in his back bumper, closes up the gap. Now within about a half a car length now, that is striking distance heading down to the hairpin. Look for Kai Johnson possibly make a move. No, he is going to stay backed off. He pulls out just a little bit more than Weldon did. Weldon now has got all sorts of help from behind. He is now closing in on Johnson. This is all fantastic news to your leader, Vidmontien. The more the battle happens behind, the more of a buffer he is going to get. Making the way out of the last corner, it is now going to be in the rearview mirror. Here comes Johnson, and Weldon now close on the case.
Weldon right there here, over 300 viewers watching online for the IAME USA East Grand National Championship presented by Hunt Brothers Pizza. Down the back straightaway here this time. Vidmontien still your leader. Kai Johnson is second. Oliver Weldon third again, still single file. Seems like they're going to tame it up here a little bit, and they are hanging on there in the Mini Zwift class. We've got a few drivers here that are making their way over to the grid for the X30 Junior Pro class. We'll send our Caleb Smock here and Aaron Hackmeister, our cameraman, maybe to go check that out while the Mini Zwift class continues to roll here at the moment on the racetrack. So 10 laps to go this time. No passing in the lead. They might ride this way for a little while, so we'll see if we can talk to some of our top drivers. Carson Morgan and Justin Atakonis have made their way to the front of the grid. Maybe we can chat with them a little bit before they get underway. Carson. As they work their way around here, we have, again, a great run here in Mini Zwift for Enzo Vidmontien, continuing to show the pace. Up the hill towards turn number 3. We're working our way down the backstretch here. I've actually got Carson Morgan, our pole sitter for the X30 Junior Pro class, joining me up here in the booth. We'll switch on over here, take a look. Carson, talk to me about your race weekend so far. Both classes seemed like we talked earlier in the weekend. The KA was good. The X30 needed a little more. Now the X30 looks like it's pretty good.
Yeah, you know, we made some big changes last night to the X30 car, and, you know, it worked out in the warm-up. The warm-up felt really good. You know, the car's been struggling in X30. But a minor mistake here in the hairpin and the KA pre-final, which set us back to 4th. But we should be good. Both cars feel really good now, and hopefully we'll see what we got for this pre-final.
Should be pretty entertaining here. Entertaining as well for the many drivers as they're watching. You're watching here just as we are. Let's switch back to the on-track action here for a moment. Give you guys a quick update, then we'll go down to the grid. Enzo Vidmontien still leads. Kai Johnson second. Oliver Weldon third. You can see that pack goes all the way down to the OTK at the end. I believe that's Vivek Canthan in the Mike Doty Racing Cosmic. 7 drivers. Vivek's teammate, next class up in the X30 Junior Pro class, Justin Atakonis, is down on the grid with our own Caleb Smock.
Gosh. See that leader just hit the curb through there in the middle?
No doubt. No doubt there. A little issue there. We're going to try and get that sorted here with Ratakonis. As, you mentioned, hit the curb there.
Yeah,
and
Kai Johnson.
Good move there for Kai. Enzo Vidmontien back to second, and Oliver Weldon, he's going to get shuffled to the weeds. Does that look a little bit like what happened to you there, Carson?
Yeah.
Oh, man, Weldon even popped off the rear bumper. That was Davin Roberts ahead of him in the Nitro. Let's see them come down the front straightaway this time here. We'll look at them. Wide shot coming. Kai Johnson, the leader here. Enzo Vidmontien is second. Again, third on the racetrack now is Davin Roberts. Oliver Weldon fourth. Isaac Malkut's up to fifth. There goes Vidmontien for the lead. Trying to get there. Oh, he's through, and they're three wide.
Kai Johnson. Oh.
Davin Roberts to the lead on the bottom side. No, that's Carson Weinberg.
goes to P5.
Kai Johnson all the way down. Carson Weinberg to the lead there out of turn number 4. He'll lead the pack. It's getting crazy up front. 8 to go still. Let's go down and check in with Justin Anaconis and Caleb Smock. I believe we've got our issues sorted.
Yeah, we're down here with Justin Anaconis. You're starting up towards the front. You've been in the pack all weekend long. You're starting right next in the front row. Tell me mentally going into this, what do you have to do?
I think pretty much just got to survive because it sets up good for the final. Just want to start up front for that because that's the one that really matters. But I'm just going to try and stay up front, stay up maybe second, maybe get to first, but it's my goal.
Now, with the way how it's set up, with the 50% of your starting position coming from this race and the other 50% coming from the previous 3 heat races, do you think you're going to be a little bit more tedious as to be trying to push it into the gap, or are you going to try to sit back and just maintain a good starting spot?
Just going to play it by it goes. Just kind of, if I see a gap, I'll go. If I don't, then I'm fine to start in the front row again.
All right, there it is. Justin starting onto the outside of row number 1 for your X30 Junior. Back to you in the booth.
Back over here in the booth here with Carson Morgan. We're watching this battle. It is all changed up. Kai Johnson, while we were away, got bottled up there in turn number 8. He has now been dropped from this pack just a little ways. Carson Weinberg leads. Davin Roberts second. Enzo Vidmontien third. Oliver Weldon is 4th. Vivek Canthan is 5th. Isaac Malkut is 5th. Again, our pole sitter for X30 Junior Pro, Carson Morgan, joins me in the booth. He's going to be able to stay here with us till the checkered flag. We're coming to 6 to go this time by. Carson Weinberg in the Nitro leads. Look at Weldon. He's going to take Malkut to the inside as he defends for 4th, and Malkut goes ahead of Canthan back for 5th. So good change there, Weldon, and that'll break the packs up again, Carson, but they're still close. One pass for the top 3 brings them back into it.
Yeah, they're all really close right now. You know, it's probably like a 6 or 7 cart field for the win right now.
It's super tight here, and again, Kai Johnson, he's not too far back. He is still close if he can get a couple of good laps together. Unfortunately, the marbles on the tires messed him up a little bit. And again, Kai Johnson, super impressive. He's a lot like you, Carson. Moved up into the mini class at 8 years old. You moved up super, super early. It's why you're still here. And oh man, even more shuffling there. Look at that. Vidmontien's gone. And so is Davin Roberts. Big lead for Carson Weinberg.
Yeah, that sucks for Davin Roberts. He's leading most of this, but they were back and forth. Hopefully Kai Johnson can get back up there. He has a lot of speed right now.
It is all breaking loose here in the mini Swift class. As we were watching, that was Davin Roberts again getting together with Enzo Vidmontien in turn 8. Big time lead. Carson Weinberg commands the field. 5 laps to go. It is a 7/10 advantage, but you know it just as well. The class below you, the mini Swift class, Carson, big time drafting window. Davin Roberts, Vivek Canthan, if they get hooked up, they're not far. They could easily run Carson Weinberg back down. As they go through turns number 5 and 6 here, headed over through the infield section. They have already cut down 2 car lengths. The Nitro teammates there. Weinberg is a chassis teammate. He's running as a privateer this weekend. Then it's Davin Roberts under the factory Nitro team tent. And then Vivek Canthan in the Mike Doty Racing tent. All 3 drivers coming together. None of the 3 of them started on the front row. They're all up 3 or 5 spots. It is shaking up the field big time in this pre-final here for the minis.
You see Kai Johnson, you know, if he hooks up and they start battling, he may be able to catch up.
Yeah, he's only a second back. You're right about that, Carson, but he's only got 4 laps to get there. He needs them to fight now. And right now, Davin Roberts just got to the bumper of Carson Weinberg, and he pushed him. So they've still got about a second back to Kai Johnson, who actually has Isaac Malkut starting to bear down on him and has gone by in turn number 1. So Malkut now into 4th, and we'll see. They are lined up 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. Malkut, Iliff, and down to Wesley Gunler, who's up 7 spots into the top 7. You can see them at the end of your screen there. There's Enzo Vidmontien in 8th. Unfortunate there for Vidmontien. He ended up the worst out of the incident with Davin Roberts, down P8, but he still should have a good spot for the main. Now, back front, we've got a lapper coming in potentially into play as well. That is just ahead of your leaders here. We're coming to 3 to go. Is that going to play a factor? How nervous do you get when you're leading the pack and you see a lap driver coming right up to you, Carson?
You know, it can be pretty interesting depending on who it is, and, you know, especially when there's 2 other drivers. Oh, the lapper just pulled off the track.
Very nice there, the lap traffic.
Yeah, it can get really interesting really fast, especially on the right track. Like, if you get them in the wrong spot, you know, second place could pass you easily.
It gets really, really interesting there. You mentioned interesting. This is a race. It's always fun to watch here. It's going to be super fun to watch. We've got 3 laps left. 3 drivers in the lead group. The downside is they gave up 0.3 of a second to the pack behind them last time by. Actually, half a second. Isaac Malkut at 54.3. Carson Weinberg 54.8. 1 more lap maybe or so. Oh, they're right there. Malkut's there. The Kart Republic teammate of Kai Johnson's there. 2.5 to go in the hairpin. Carson, where do you want to be with a pack this big?
I would say leading, you know, because anything can happen in mini, just like we saw in the middle of this race. You know, they kind of bundled up in this hairpin right here, and they all broke up. But you see Kai Johnson came back in it because a couple passes can change the whole race. But I think leading's the best spot, honestly, right now.
Well, let's see it. Here we go. That would put Carson Weinberg in the catbird seat here trying to hang on. Levi Canthan's going to drive Isaac Malkut to the grass. Malkut still wants to go. He'll get through. Kai Johnson's going to get through as well. They'll climb the hill. Good run for Johnson as they go down the back straightaway. Big time lead there now. It looks like for the top two, Carson Weinberg and Davin Roberts headed to turn number 4. They're hooked up into the bowl. Big gap back to Malkut. What a run for Isaac Malkut. He's up 6 spots. He is moving up. This is his, I believe, second national race in the mini class. Super impressive out of the 75 machine.
Oh, yeah, that's really good.
As they work their way here, a lap and a half to go. Again, we'll go down on the grid, talk to a few more of our X30 juniors in just a moment here. We've got Cameron Weinberg waiting. His brother Carson, he's watching currently on the racetrack as they change for third. Kai Johnson's back in it. Look at that. Jack Iliff, his older brother Isker, had a problem on the first lap. Jack, how many spots is he up? He's back up a couple. Terrible starting position. Up about 4 from where he started. And white flag this time by. Here they come.
Ooh, big contact coming in the last corner.
Oh, man. That's all back for third and fourth. The top two are gone. It is going to be Carson Weinberg versus Davin Roberts. Kai Johnson, if anything happens, if they both wreck,
Kai Johnson
he's
can
there,
catch
man.
up easily here.
He could be really
That's
close
what I was
here.
saying. See, one thing happened. Now it's a 2-car breakaway. It's a 2-car race. So we could see, who the better racer is if Carson Weinberg can block him off for the last lap, get this pre-final win.
It could change up big time here. Half a lap to go. We'll call it all the way to the finish. Carson Weinberg, Davin Roberts, again behind them, 7 or 8 tenths back. You find third place on the racetrack. And again, that is Kai Johnson. Now, Weinberg defends a little. Roberts not able to get by. Let's see it over to turn number 9. Maybe a last lap move. He's right there. He can do it anytime he wants to.
Yep.
But he doesn't know if Carson Weinberg covers it off.
Close here.
He's close. Let's see it. Final turn, pre-final. Weinberg going to run the normal line. Roberts will push him. No change there. Carson Weinberg, I know you're disappointed there, Carson Morgan, but Carson and
hey,
Carson
what did I say?
there.
First place. There we go. It worked out for him. I think his teammates, they just want to keep a 1-2 finish. Don't crash,
Definitely a smart run. And again, both of them made up spots. This is still a points game. You know it as well as anyone else.
Yeah.
You've still got to finish good. This is not the big show. You don't want to throw it away for second when you've already made up 5 spots in Davin Roberts' case. Kai Johnson ends third. Jack Iliff fourth. Isaac Malkut fifth. We're going to let Carson Morgan leave the booth here for just a moment. Carson, want to wish you best of luck. You've got to get suited up.
Yep.
You've also got another driver suited up on the grid. Carson, good luck leading the
Thank
field
you
to
so
the green.
much.
We'll send it down here on the grid to our Caleb Smock. He is with the race winner's older brother, Carson Weinberg, the winner here in the Mini Swift pre-final. His older brother, Cameron Weinberg, joins us on the grid with our very own Caleb Smock.
Yeah, we're down here on the grid with Cameron Weinberg. You just watched your brother win for Micro. Do you think you're going to be able to do the same here this afternoon?
Yeah, we're going to try our best to get to the front. KA wasn't the best, but in X30 we haven't been struggling as bad. Got a pretty good starting spot for the pre. But definitely try to get in the top 3 for the final so we can try to make our way to first in the final.
Now you're starting on the 4 spot, the outside of row number 2. We've seen all weekend long people dive into the inside line. How important is it for you to get to the inside line, or think you can roll the outside in turn 1?
I wouldn't say the outside's too bad unless you're too far back, but definitely a key to get in the inside because that's where the rubber is and everybody's going to go around quicker there. But going down to 4 is probably going to be the most important.
All right, we'll let you get in a cart. We're getting everyone suited up. They're about to go on track. That is Cameron Weinberg hoping to mimic what his brother just did on track for your X30 Junior.
We'll let the X30 Junior drivers continue to suit up here live in the booth. It is the IAME USA East Grand National Championship presented by Hunt Brothers Pizza. 2 more classes still have yet to get their main event grid set. It's the X30 Junior Pro drivers, the 12 to 15-year-olds competing for $3,000 later this afternoon, and our headline division, the X30 Pro Seniors. Stick with us. 2 more pre-finals to come before the lunch break. We'll be right back here in Mooresville, North Carolina.
I'm Alex Speed, the team principal here at Speed Concepts Racing. We have an elite karting program. We really focus on giving the drivers the tools they have to take to the next level. We don't really want to, it's important to win races and go karting, but really give the kids the tools they need to hopefully become professional racing drivers. We're on the OTK Red Speed kart. We have our own in-house motor program with Speed Lab. We do really competitive in the national races, but again, our main focus is really giving the kids, the tools they have, looking at data, looking at video to really give them arsenal to go on to car racing and hopefully be successful.
Check us out on Facebook at facebook.com/speedconceptsracing or email us at speedconceptsracing@gmail.com.
Hunt Brothers Pizza always offers 10 toppings to choose from at no extra charge. That's 1,024 topping combinations at one price. At Hunt Brothers Pizza, we love racing and we love pizza. Visit huntbrotherspizza.com to find your next pizza.
How you doing? My name is Mike Doty from Mike Doty Racing from Orange County, New York. We're about an hour north of New York City. We're a full-service kart shop that we supply IAME, Rotax, and all rock engines. We sell OTK parts and all the tires for all the different series. We support USPKS, SCUSA, Rotax, which is the Stars and Stripes, and the Rock Winter Tour. What we do is we try to get the drivers better by data, driver coaching, and setup. And we have a lot of good drivers that come through our program. We have a lot of experience. I've been doing it for almost 35 years, and we just try to translate that to all our customers.
For more info about Mike Doty Racing, you can contact us at mikedotyracing@gmail.com or call us at 845-551-0572.
So our program at RPG is primarily based around driver development. We like to be able to get the families and kids early in the year and build them a specific program based around driver training. We use these national races like the SCUSA Pro Tour, the USPKS, as their proving grounds. We work, we train, we run regional races, we train at our local track, we train at the customer's local track. From 10 to 20 years old, we can teach them what we believe are the good habits and get rid of their bad habits, and we can do that over time. This has been the most successful way that we've found that works really well for our program, and we plan to keep continuing that way.
If you're ready to take your racing career to the next level, check out rollisonpg.com for more information. That's www.rollisonpg.com.
Welcome back here live from GoPro Motorplex. It's the IAME USA East Grand National Championship presented by Hunt Brothers Pizza. I am joined here by Caleb Spock for the X30 Junior race. Sadly, we'll have to say goodbye to him for one more session after this one. We've got two superstars coming your way. NASCAR Cup Series driver for Team Penske joins us. He already joined us once today. That's Austin Cindric. The 2020 NASCAR Xfinity Series champion will join us for the X30 Pro Division, and so will NTT IndyCar Series champion and Indy 500 champion Will Power. Before that, though, Caleb's going to join us here for this final race right before that. So the penultimate race and the secondary class on the ladder, the X30 Junior Pros, $3,000 to play for. Let's take you through it here, Caleb. We've got our starting lineup, and they are on the racetrack making their way out of turn number 9. Your race pole sitter was in the booth with us here. He just watched everything that went down the way it did. Carson Morgan and Justin Ataconis will start on row number 1. Kai Sorensen, the California Wonder Kid, starts to the inside of row number 2. Then it's Cameron Weinberg, older brother of Carson Weinberg, who just won the Mini Swift session. Aiden Ingrata and Parker DeLong are going to make up row number 3. Then it's Christian Miles, the Midwestern kid, against Rowan Gill to the outside in row number 4. Jeremy Fletcher and Floridian Max Garcia make up the top 10. Here we go. Green flag in the air. We've got it. Green flag to turn 1, and Ataconis trying to crowd off Morgan. He's through to the lead there. Great jump for the Mike Doty Racing Cosmic. He'll lead them up the hill, and Cameron Weinberg into second. Carson Morgan is third. Jeremy Fletcher, I believe a little further back, as Kai Sorensen slots the P4.
Weinberg had a fantastic start from the 4th spot all the way up to P2. Morgan falls back to 3rd. Looked like he may have stumbled on the inside line into turn number 1. He is now going to suck up to the back bumper of Weinberg. Now it is going to be Atacondas out in front. He told me before we went on track that he was very much trying to gun for that start to get right up to the front because he wants to get the best parting stop possible. Now, he also said he was going to be very cautious, so possibly look for him. I don't want to say give up a spot, but maybe be a little bit more lenient here in the pre-final so he has a better start in the final.
Let's see it here coming out of turn number 9. They'll climb the hill for the first time. Ataconis under fire. Cameron Weinberg takes the lead at the end of the first lap, and it's the Georgia kid, Cameron Weinberg, leading. And look at Ataconis. He lost 2 spots. He takes the train to the inside, covers off. Oh, he got sent. Kai Sorensen just shipped him. A bump and run from Kai Sorensen, and Ataconis is getting eaten alive. 3, 4 drivers, they're lined up behind him. He'll get clear on Max Garcia and slot down and back up for the lead. Carson Morgan now goes by Cameron Weinberg. Morgan to the lead, who was just in the booth, now on the racetrack, and now leading the way once again an X30 Junior Pro.
Carson Morgan still out in front. Weinberg running in second. Tough luck to see for Anacones. He had a great run on the start. Unfortunately got shuffled back, but that's just how close this race is with the X30 juniors. Like you said, it's the pre-up before they get X30 senior. They are running as aggressive, and I believe that is Anacones now making his way back up through the field. He is now up into the 5th spot.
He's got that bright yellow helmet. Very easy to pick out from the side of the racetrack here. Justin Anacones just ahead of the Will Power car to Max Garcia as they come down the front straightaway. That is back for 5th overall. And look at this line coming down the front. Jeremy Fletcher's got Christian Miles and Rowan Gill in line behind him. Back up front, though, all the way to the lead. Let's go. Carson Morgan, Cameron Weinberg, 1st and 2nd, headed down to the bowl this time. They are going to stay hooked up. Little gap building for the top 2, but 3rd and 4th are hooked up as well. Canadian Aiden Ingrata, the 2020, I believe, Canadian national champion, if not 2019, in the mini division. Now here in junior, we got problems out of the bowl. That was Leonardo Scorpioni. We just missed him off screen there, but Leonardo Scorpioni is out. The U-Race and Zanella Racing driver out of the racetrack over in turn number 4. Back to the lead, though, as we stay focused on screen. Carson Morgan leads Cameron Weinberg up the hill. There is Aiden Ingrata. Little shuffle back for Kai Sorensen. He was 3rd across the line last time. He is back in 4th now, and he's losing ground. The Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed driver of Aiden Ingrata is pulling up to the leaders. He was the fastest on the racetrack by 3/10 last time by. Keep an eye on the 7:05.
And Grata is going to have his work cut out for him because it looks like Weinberg and Morgan now working nose to tail. Weinberg did a fantastic job of towing the entire straightaway down the main stretch all the way over to turn number 4, still working the tow. And Grata now slowly starting to close back in, but Kai Sorensen, little brother, raced earlier today. He is out on track, and he is desperately trying to catch back up into that top 3.
Let's see it here. Carson Morgan, Cameron Weinberg again headed over to turn number 9. Look at how close Aiden Ingrata is. He is on the move. The Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed of Aiden Ingrata is only about 2 kart lengths back now from the rear bumper of Cameron Weinberg coming onto the front stretch. Kai Sorensen's going to have trouble at his rear door. Justin Adaconis, he's back. The Mike Doty Racing Cosmic driver went to the lead, got beaten up in the midfield. He's back into the top 5, and now challenging for 4th, probably down by turn number 4. Let's watch it. They're going to go down the back straightaway. Here they come. Your leaders, top 3 going in nicely. Adaconis not able to get by Sorensen there. Sorensen holds on to P4. Then it's going to be, I believe, Max Garcia there in the 6th spot, just the edge of your screen. He went on through in the Will Power cart. Here comes your leaders. Your top 3 are stacked up through the infield.
Look for the top 3. I say that. I was going to say they're going to take it easy, but it looks like that's now Weinberg on the point. Morgan falls into 2nd. Morgan now has got to be cautious because it looks like Enegrana may be coming back side by side for 2nd once more. Weinberg manages to hold on. Morgan still in P2. Ingrata now in 3rd, but look out for Sorensen and Anacones now working nose to tail. As now to the inside to defend goes Morgan. He washes out wide. Ingrata now loses momentum, but he is side by side.
Great call there. Aiden Ingrata able to get by. There goes Adaconis at the end of the screen. He just got into 4th. Justin Adaconis now commands the 2nd pack as they head down the back straightaway. Great run for Justin Adaconis. Kai Sorensen's right there behind him in 5th. And again, he'll go right back on him. Adaconis left the door open. Here comes the pack once again. The cavalry's through. 2 more spots are lost as Garcia went by that time, and so did Logan Toke. The Northern California driver under the Ryan Perry Motorsport banner moves up a spot as well. So good run there for Toke. As Cameron Weinberg still leads, will stay focused. They're 3 wide. Adaconis, he's all the way wide again. Garcia hangs on. Toke, dive bomb, moves Garcia wide. Adaconis can't get through. Garcia's down a spot. Great move by Logan Toke, and he's going to take him up the hill to the final corner. Garcia back on him and gets back by. Look at this. It is just an all-out Hornet's Nest fight. This is what brings those big gaps. Look at Kai Sorensen up the road. He's got a big run. Oh, Toke moved Garcia up the racetrack for a moment. He tried to move him up. They're all going by down by turn number 1. Back to your leaders into 4. Change for the lead. Aiden Ingrata now takes the lead here in the way of the X30 Junior Division.
Ingrata now on point, and it looks like it's now Weinberg bunked into 2nd. Ingrata also up in the mix. Sorry, losing place. I'm trying to watch too many things at once right now.
Ingrata still leads there. Weinberg again 2nd, as you mentioned. Morgan is 3rd. It is all shuffling both inside the top 3 and out of it. The group behind them, Kai Sorensen has gotten clear. As we watch them go through turn number 9, we'll pan back out. Sorensen's there alone. Then is Christian Miles. He's back. Look at Adaconis again on the outside. Still shuffled back more spots. Now he's got another Tony kart to the inside of him. I'm not sure who we've got there. That might be Parker DeLong in the 729 Ryan Perry Motorsport entry. So it is all over the place. Look at Christian Miles. He'll take the field down to the inside grass. Garcia's there. Toke is there. They all have to follow the Midwestern driver of Christian Miles to the inside. Let's go back to your leaders, though. Aiden Ingrata, Cameron Weinberg, Carson Morgan. We'll try and get the camera back on the battles, but they're all over the place here, Caleb. We can't keep up.
Weinberg running in the second spot. He has got a mirror full of Carson. Morgan in third. Morgan swings out really wide as they make their way into the hairpin once more. Those three going back and forth. Morgan is going to take a quick look to the inside, pulls back into the line. He is not going to try to make a move. So it is now Weinberg in second, and Grata still out in front. It's making their way through the double left, and then we go back through the field. It's been a tough day for Anacones. He started in the fourth position. He has now fallen, if I'm not mistaken, all the way down into 10th. He is getting shuffled through that mid-pack, and that shows you just how tight they are in that midfield and how you have to be on your A game all the time to stay in the midfield.
Let's see it here. This time at least they've stopped the blocking. Christian Miles leads them in fifth. They're still shuffling. Anacones just went to the inside there. He picked up a spot. Back to your leaders up front. Aiden Ingrata, Cameron Weinberg, and Carson Morgan. Their lead back to third place. Kai Sorensen is 3 seconds. It's an equal 3 seconds back, even further from Kai to Christian Miles and company. So no chance right now as things stand. Even with 10 laps still to go, these juniors, they fight so hard in the beginning. They want to get to the front. There's so many kids that are so fast they could do it, but they also know they could go backwards so quick that unlike the seniors, they may think a little more before those moves for the lead and for second as Weinberg just went by Ingrata. They don't. They go for it. And here we are only halfway in. It's a 3-second gap for the top three back to fourth on the racetrack. And Cameron Weinberg now commands it. Morgan second. Ingrata third.
I think Morgan is playing the long game. He waited in the third spot behind Weinberg for multiple laps. He is now up into second. He is on the back bumper of Weinberg as they go down into turn 4. He is going to back it off. He's going to try to get a run out of turn 4. And is Ingrata on his back bumper there to kind of help him get back up to speed, making the way over to the quick chicane of the left-hander. We are now watching Morgan in second, Weinberg out in front, Ingrata in third. Looks like a little bit of a good run there from Morgan. He goes down on the inside of Weinberg. He's going to try to clear him, slides it, still side by side. It is Weinberg on the outside. Morgan now your new leader coming up the hill.
Good run there for Carson Morgan. Back to the lead here once again. He led early, got shuffled back. Back again up front. Now let's see, does Ingrata go for second? No, he'll stay tucked behind him. So Carson Morgan tucked him in the booth here. He said he likes to lead, especially in a pack of more than 2 drivers. So he was talking there how Carson Weinberg was in a great position leading there in the mini field. Now Carson Morgan's in a great spot. 10 in, 8 to go in the 18-lap pre-final for X30 Junior. And Carson Morgan took a look back there down the back straightaway, and he knows that they're fine where they are at 3 seconds back still to Kai Sorensen, an additional 2.5 seconds back to Christian Miles' group there in fifth. We'll watch your field go into the infield hairpin. A little bit settled out now, about a cart length between the top 3. They might play it a little bit more on the safer side these final few laps before we get down to the final 2 or 3.
Ingrata is going to be playing the waiting game. He is tucked in the back bumper of Weinberg as they are snaking the way around the last parts of the track. Looks like he is going to back it off coming up the hill towards the last corner. Sucks up to the back bumper of Morgan as they make their way down towards the main stretch. Look for maybe someone to pop on the inside. I don't think anyone's close enough except for maybe Ingrata. They're going to stay in line coming out of turn 2. Heading up a little bit of a bobble there from Weinberg in second. He is in the toe, but he is losing a little bit of ground. It now comes into effect of the air. And it's still going to be Weinberg in second. Morgan leads, Ingrata in third, making their way out of the bull as that mid-pack battle continues to heat up. They are pulling away, the top 3 are from that mid-pack battle.
The battle continuing to fight here all the way through here on Sunday for the pre-final. Again, 50% of where they start comes from this position, where they finish this session. The other half of the point total of where they will start the main event later on today comes from where they ran throughout all 3 heat races and how they placed in those. Down the short chute up the hill to the final corner. Little bobble from Weinberg. Ingrata still pushed him, though. Was very nice as they came by the front stretch now. It is Morgan by 2 car lengths back to Cameron Weinberg. And now, yeah, there he goes. Ingrata's not going to wait anymore. He can't afford to lose Carson Morgan. He had to go in turn number 1 there, Caleb.
That may have actually worked into the favor of Weinberg. Ingrata now up to second. He can cut the air for Weinberg as they are trying now to run down Carson Morgan. Morgan still cutting the air. He is not out of the way of the draft for the 2 behind. As we all know, we switch back to the original track with these long straightaways, but now in the mid parts of the track, Morgan has got to be perfect if he wants a chance to run away with it and hope that Weinberg and Ingrata running in third and second can maybe bobble their momentum, but it looks like now Ingrata closing in on Morgan. Weinberg not too far behind.
Aiden Ingrata definitely looks like he might have the fastest cart out of the 3. I thought it might have been Morgan a couple laps ago. He was able to kind of stretch the gaps out, but look how quickly Aiden Ingrata has run back up to Carson Morgan. This time by 5 laps to go for the race leaders. Carson Morgan, Aiden Ingrata, and Cameron Weinberg as they go down to turn number 1. Up the hill once again. 5 more laps around GoPro Motorplex. Phenomenal drive here again for X30 Junior Pro drivers. It's going to come down to these 3 in the final few laps Don't forget to stick with us here. We still got the X30 Senior Pros starting to fill the grid. We talked to them, but they're glued to the fence line. We will talk to them hopefully before they get underway, and we'll also be joined again in the booth by NTT IndyCar Series driver Will Power and NASCAR Cup Series driver Austin Cindric very soon here for that session. Again, down to turn number 8 and through it, coming out of the hairpin, Carson Morgan. 2.5 kart lengths out in front, make it nearly 3 over Aiden Ingrata as he's pulled it back out. So maybe Morgan's does have a little bit of speed. So Carson Morgan will take him up the hill. 4 to go this time by.
There's now the wind is starting to pick up. There's going to be a very strong headwind going from turn 1 all the way to turn 3. They're making the way down the side, down the front stretch. It is now Weinberg on the back bumper of Ingrata. They are now in the toe of Morgan. Right now we can feel the wind picking up. It's blowing us in the booth, and you can see that gap closing, and it looks like Ingrata has got a little bit of a run. We got a cart off in the barrier.
Julian DaCosta looks like he's got an issue over here. That is in the exit of turn number 8. I believe possibly a chain failure for the 778. Unfortunate for Julian DaCosta, but we're back to the leaders now. Carson Morgan, Aiden Ingrata, and Cameron Weinberg lead the way here through the infield section. They'll head down into turn number 8.
And it's going to be single file still. There has not been a lot of action here happened the past couple laps. This time by is going to be 3 to go. Still Morgan out in front, Ingrata in second, Weinberg not too far behind in third. Ingrata has a very strong kart, able to driven back up to Carson as he is now sucks up to the back bumper. He is going to have a little bit of run down the inside. Can Morgan pull away across the line? Looks like he will. Maybe a late run from Ingrata, not going to get it done. He is going to stay in the tow.
Absolutely there as they go through turns 1 and 2 and climb up the hill here once again. We'll catch them when they come down the back straightaway. There goes the rest of your field. Here we go to your leaders into turn number 4. Carson Morgan, Aiden Ingrata. Down all the way through and over to turn number 5. Oh, we got problems on the front straightaway. That is the 773 machine of Alfonso Lombardo is gone. Meanwhile, your leaders making their way to the infield here. Carson Morgan, Aiden Ingrata, Cameron Weinberg. 2 laps to go this time by here, Caleb. They're biding their time. Everybody kind of where they want to be. Ingrata seems happy in second, waiting to make that move on the final 2 laps.
I think it's going to be Ingrata making a move. You got to do it late because we all know Carson Morgan likes to lead, but last time it took him a couple of laps to get back up to the front, and that's now Ingrata down on the inside of Morgan. We got a new leader. Ingrata now leading down the way, but he's going to go to the inside line. Can Morgan roll the outside? But here comes Weinberg, making their way out of turn 2, heading down the backstretch. It looks like it's going to be Morgan in second, Ingrata out in front, Weinberg in third.
We're going to catch him down on the back straightaway. Here come the leaders into turn number 4. All the way down to the bottom goes Ingrata. Morgan gives him a little love tap, doesn't knock him out of the way, just letting him know he's still there. Looking in 5, can't get by. Final time through. There we go, battling for 4th as well as the leaders go to the infield here. We'll follow on this specific camera all the way to the checkered. Ingrata to the inside, Morgan to the outside. Cameron Weinberg trying to cross over Morgan. He's got to run. He'll put him on the inside for turn 9. Morgan gives a love tap to Ingrata.
Inside line.
Great crossover by Cameron Weinberg. And now, Aiden Ingrata, final time up the hill. He's got a nice cushion. Weinberg will finish second, Morgan third.
Oh, we got 1 more lap left.
Oh, no, 1 to go. You're right. All the way down. White flag in the air.
Now we got to watch Morgan. Morgan's down the back bumper of Weinberg. He's got 1 lap to try to make his move. He is in the toe of both Weinberg and Ingrata. Ingrata may be under attack as here comes Weinberg. He is looking now on the inside, trying to maybe pop down, but it looks like it's going to be Ingrata defending, bunching up the rest of the field there, nose to tail, coming out of the sweeper, heading towards turn number 5.
Final time through turn number 5 and 6 here. Let's continue to watch them all the way through. Little bobble there. Weinberg giving the bumper to Ingrata. You can see the hands moving. He was trying to hang on to that machine. Carson Morgan looked to the inside, now the outside. Now crossover. Look at Weinberg. Morgan's going to push him. He wants to set him up to go side by side. Now for the ultimate crossover. Can Morgan do it? Here he is side by side. What a
Morgan's
move,
up to the front.
Morgan. Oh, and he's wide. Weinberg with the over-under. On the over-under. Ingrata is there. Morgan around the outside going to try and send it. And Cameron Weinberg, Carson Morgan at the line.
Side by side.
Carson Morgan got him. Morgan got him. I don't know how Carson Morgan got him. It looked like Weinberg might have had the nose, but Carson Morgan, 9 thousandths of a second, beats him at the line. Weinberg second, Ingrata third, Kai Sorensen fourth, Christian Miles finishes in 5th. Man, what a finish here to the X30 Junior Pro Pre-final, a photo finish. I think that might be the closest one we've seen all weekend long. 9 thousandths of a second as they work their way on the cool down lap here. We're going to get set here, try and see if we can talk to a couple of our X30 Junior Pros, X30 Senior Pros getting set to go. Brandon Jarzakrak and Ryan Norberg, the 2 drivers who have been at the top of the class for the last half decade, are set to lead the field to the green here. The number 38 Mike Doty Racing Cosmic And then Ryan Norberg in the Rollison Performance Group, Cosmic to his outside as well. They are getting set to go green here. We've got your field together, and our Caleb Smock is down on the grid with the Mike Doty Racing Cosmic driver of Brandon Jarsacrack.
Like you said, we're down here with Brandon Jarsacrack. You're starting on pole position. You got 2 celebrities also calling your race. Is there any more pressure for you? We got to go into the pre-final. This is going to determine how you start for the feature once we take in all the formulas.
Oh yeah, for sure. Definitely got to have a good pre-final so we can start somewhere near the front for the final. It's going to be a long 18 laps, I believe we're doing. Just got to keep my nose clean, try and stay towards the front, and see how it goes.
Who are you worried about most in this field right now?
I mean, anybody in the top 3 rows is we're all fast, so I think it's going to be similar to last night, just all out going for it.
All right, that it is. Jarsacrack starting in pole position for your X30 Senior.
Thank you for that there, Caleb. Here we are watching, again, the starting grid here. We're going to go over to Ryan Norberg. Caleb is already down there with him. The outside pole sitter here, Ryan, after a crazy run through the X30 shootout, down now with the Caleb Smock, focused back on the $5,000 prize today.
Now, you missed out on $5,000 yesterday. You got another chance for it today. You got a very stacked field in the top 10. What are your thoughts going to this one?
Just don't drive like an idiot. I was told that a lot last night, so as long as I do that, I'll be fine.
Now, you were involved in a little bit of an incident yesterday. Did you get everything sorted out before you went on track today?
Yeah, I apologize to Connor and his dad. It was a misjudgment. So going in today, fresh mind, going after the win.
Now, also, we got 2 celebrities up in the booth for this next race. Is that putting more pressure on you, or are you just going to be focusing on the track?
The only thing I want to do is focus on winning, so it doesn't matter who's commentating. I'm going out there to finish first.
All right, Ryan Norberg starting outside row number 1. He is going to be putting on a heck of a show as we get going with our X30 Senior.
Well, we're set to go here. Again, the X30 Senior drivers are ready to go. We don't know where Will Power is. Austin, we were just talking off screen. Will's around here somewhere. Obviously, he's got a lot going on for himself as well because he's got, his kart brand is here. So he's got his drivers in this field. We'll see if we can track him down. Hopefully, he'll join us for the main event, but at least you're here. Austin Cindric again joining us, NASCAR Cup Series driver. You already saw one race for the micro slips. That's the big draft class, the youngest class. Now we go to the class everyone looks up to, the pro division, the headline class. These guys lining up $5,000 on the line. That's pretty big for a go-kart race.
That's pretty big for any race. I mean, $5,000's $5,000. So these guys are obviously trying to set up for a good starting position in the final. There's a lot of laps left, so hopefully they all keep it clean. And it's been some fun racing. I was able to watch the stream last night of the money race, and that was pretty exciting to watch. So I only expect that much and more for today.
Yeah, there was a lot of fireworks, no doubt about it. There all the way the final few laps. Norberg and Zilish got together, then Jarsacrack and Workman got together, and all the while Eves was leading, coming to the final lap, and Massimino from 3rd to 1st. Crazy finish overall. Let's take you guys through the starting grid here while they're lined up and get set to go racing. First up here on your front row, once again, Brandon Jarsacrack. And on the Mike Doty Racing Cosmic, it's a Cosmic lockout. Ryan Norberg will start to the outside of row number 1. We go on back a little bit further. Row number 2, it'll be Connor Zilish, the Team Nitro Car drivers. To his outside, Hayden Jones in the number 316. Going further back down the grid there, row number 3, it's the Ryan Perry Motorsport, Mr. $5,000, Paulie Massimino to the inside of Nathaniel Cicero, the New York driver, and the RPG Cosmic. Moving back, Kiffin Simpson's up a couple spots. The Will Power Car driver's been pretty quiet, slowly moving his way up the top 10 all weekend. He is there, P7 to his outside, Brian Boley in the 325 Cosmic. Moving on further down, it's Weston Workman in the 313 Comp Cart to his outside, the number 315 Mike Doty Racing Team Ferris Racing combination of Thomas Annunziata. Then there's Braden Eves, nearly came away with $5,000 last night. The number 41 machine to the inside of the 384 of Sutter Gable in the Mike Doty Racing entry. Going back there to the next row, it is Ashley Rohero in the Speed Concepts Racing livery with the privateer number 138, Red Speed, and Tyler Wettengale back. He's all good. Again, we saw that nasty crash in KA. He's ready to rock in X30 Pro. Cole Morgan now to the inside of row number 8 in the 363 RPM Tony Kart. Then it's going to be Tyler McIntyre, one of the random draws, got into the shootout. He's ready to go in the Motaz Sport Burrell Art. Then we go back to row number 9. Check it out on this row. Lucas Fakiri in the 355 RPG Cosmic. And to the outside, the local kid who put it on the pole in qualifying, Dalton Haynes. He's ready to rock. He's got a lot of work to do after some rough heat races. To the edge of your top 10, it's the number 311 machine. That is Jack Tamura, to his outside teammate. That's Oscar Panozzo in the 343. Santiago Benito, Jack Manzari, Jorge Lareau, Kay Downs there. You can see the outside of your screen continuing to roll, and all the way to the final row of the grid, it's Jacob Gerke, Roman Haynes, and Aiden Hatcher, your 27 driver X30 Pro field here. We'll cut back over to the grid, talk a little more with our NASCAR Cup Series driver, Austin Cindric, who joins us again today. Austin, you've got an X30 cart yourself. You come out here regularly at GoPro Motorplex still to train. What does that do here, obviously, for yourself, being able to get back in a go-kart on your off days?
Yeah, I think it keeps you sharp. You know, the thing with racing is you don't get too many opportunities to have track time, and I think every kart driver and parent knows here how important that getting track time and seat time is. And for me, it's good to keep you sharp during the week, and for me, it's fun. I honestly, I probably enjoy working on them just as much as I do driving on them. So I'd maybe be running today if we had another off week for me to fix it, because there's a good chance you're probably going to get something torn up. But it's a lot of fun, and I really enjoy being out here.
Yeah, and again, you mentioned here you got to see a lot of these heavy hitters running what was essentially an all-star race last night in the shootout. The top 8 after the heats, a couple random draws, a couple promoter picks, and a fan vote in. What have you seen overall? I mean, obviously, you've followed it a good bit. You've seen these guys the last few years. Who are the guys to really keep your eye on here going into this weekend?
Yeah, well, I think the big thing you got to watch for this pre-final is how far up does Brandon Eves get, and helping himself out. Like you said, he was contending for that win last night. And, I think he'll be competitive to contend up front today. It's just how is he able to recover from that 11th starting spot.
No doubt about it here. Braden Eves, the driver we're going to keep our eye on as they work their way around on the outlap here. Again, we are getting set to go racing. Taking our look here out on the field as they go through the infield section out of turn number 9. One full warm lap for all of the X30 Pro drivers here in the field. And as they make their way around, it is going to be the time where they can warm the tires up. You can see them swerving as they come around turn number 9. And they'll come down the front stretch all single file. Then they'll form back up towards the end of the back straightaway. Again, we're going to get set to go racing here with X30 Pro Racing. We already went through our starting lineup as they get set to go. They're going to form up over, taking through the cut through over by turn number 3. Then we'll cut over back through to your leaders. We're just taking a look at about the back half of the racetrack. You can see them just pop into your screen there. Ryan Norberg and company making their way through turn number 8 and on through the field. Norberg again to the outside of Brandon Jarsakrak for the front row. Connor Zilish, Hayden Jones, Paulie Massimino, Daniel Cicero, Kiffin Simpson, Brian Boley. Again, all of your top 8, in fact, your top 9. Weston Workman was the first driver out, did not transfer into the top 8 in the X30 shootout. So as they come by through turn number 9, up the hill to the final corner of the racetrack. Brandon Jarsakrak to the inside, Ryan Norberg to the outside. And as they come around the final corner, we'll get set to go racing here. 18 laps on the boards for the pre-final. Let's take a look at it. Jarsakrak and Norberg are lined. Here we go for the start. Looking into the tram lines. Nice and clean. First attempt. It looks fantastic. Green flag. We're racing down to turn number 1 for X30 Pro in the pre-final. Everyone will make it through cleanly here this time as they climb the hill towards turn number 3. Over, through, down the back straightaway to turn number 4. Jarsakrak leads them. Big charge down the inside here is Zilish running with Ryan Norberg right there. Paulie Massimino loses a little bit of time. Watching them all come through over here, over by turn number 4. Again, fantastic run off the bat for Brandon Jarsakrak along with Paulie Massimino. They've got a nice little jump going through the hairpin here this time, but Connor Zilish was able to jump both of them, get into second, and as he's going to complete the first lap here, Austin, they are all lined up. This is still plenty to play for.
Yeah, it's an 18-lap race, so seeing who's going to be the comers and goers with tire testers, because you still have to work your tires in these first 2-3 laps, so it's interesting. When I came here last time for a race event, I was actually tuning for Will Power, and it was really crazy how much the tire builds really changed, who was strong throughout a run. So throughout these 18 laps, I think it'll be important to see as you got to pass for the lead.
It's definitely going to be crazy here. Brandon Jarsakrak back on Connor Zilish. He's able to go on by. So Brandon Jarsakrak back to the lead. Connor Zilish is back to second as they come on through turn number 6 through 7. Jarsakrak wants to stay in front. He'll take the train down to the inside. Norberg in third will follow to the bottom. Look at that, Paulie Massimino. He's made up a couple spots, went through into 4th. Hayden Jones is 5th as they work their way through turn number 9. All single file. Look at that big train of go-karts. That's only back to about 15th with Tyler Wettengel and Cole Morgan at the end of the line. And there's a pass there into 9, or into 11. Kiffin Simpson and Braden Eves, the Will Power Cards, just moved up another spot.
Yeah, Braden Eves is already, and he's looking for another one now into turn 1. He's already up a couple spots, so it'll be pretty crucial for him for his lineup for the final.
And on top of that here, Braden Eves was able that time by to be able to move himself up the order quite a ways from where he's at and go fast lap as well, 49.453. So only lap 2, of course. They're not really running clean laps on their own because the leaders are defending. That being said here, impressive start to the run for Braden Eves as they make their way around. There goes Zilish back to the lead. Norberg trying to get by. He can't do it also. Massimino's going to shove him through to turn number 9. Connor Zilich, Brandon Jarsakrak, Ryan Norberg, Paulie Massimino 4th, Hayden Jones is 5th, Cesaro 6th. They're still feeling each other out. It's a long session here, 18 laps. That's longer than a lot of the local races run for their main events, Austin.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, they're still in the 49s right now. I expect these guys to be quite a bit quicker in a few laps. So tires are still coming up to temp, and it'll be interesting to see who's going to fall off here and who's going to keep it up.
Yeah, definitely there. Oh, we got problems for Cole Morgan on the front straightaway. He is over in the access road. Problems for the number 9, 63. Unfortunate here for Cole Morgan. Also, big time improvement. Look at this, Austin. We just got an update. The GoPro, MG Tires, and IAME USA have bumped the purse up $7,000 now to win the X30 Pro Main instead of $5,000. This was just like last night for you watching the stream. We bumped up from $2,000 to $5,000. It's now $7,000 to the winner in the X30 Pro Main event. $4,000 now the new purse for the X30 Juniors. Wild stuff. The X30 Juniors got a lot more to run for, and the X30 Seniors just got $2,000 added onto the purse.
Tell you what, don't tell the guys out there on track that. They still got another final to go into, so this is awesome. To have that kind of a purse for a go-kart race obviously speaks volumes to this facility and obviously the competitors that have come out for this weekend. So that's pretty exciting. I mean, that's big money. That's a lot of money.
That's a lot of money.
You can do a lot
right
with
there.
$7,000.
I'm sure you're wishing you could be out there right
You
now,
can buy
man.
a full new go-kart with $7,000 and then some. So that's awesome. That's pretty exciting.
It's fantastic. Again, a huge opportunity for these guys. Again, when it's only $1,000 to enter for 4 days of racing, you can come away with $7,000. That's a nice little return on your investment for any of these guys entering into the field. Now, Brandon Jarsakrak leads the way here. Norberg, as they were battling, they've all changed. So let's give you the new order. Jarsakrak leads. Norberg is 2nd. Massimino is 3rd. Nobody's getting away right now. We saw the final heat race on Friday. Ryan Norberg put nearly 2.5 seconds on these guys. Then we went to the short track on Saturday, and it was an all-out brawl. And now it's an all-out brawl here in X30 Pro on Sunday, the pre-final. Jarsakrak, the leader. He's got so many laps here, but Ryan Norberg in the pro national karting season between all the major events, Austin, Ryan Norberg's won 4 out of the last 6 mains, and now he just took over the lead in turn 4.
Yeah, Norberg got a really great run out of turn 1 and was able to get the draft perfectly out of turn 2 there. So I like that in his kart because that leads into one of the more important passing zones. So it'd be interesting to see how that develops and how these guys are able to respond to that.
And Mr. $5,000 winner of the MG Tires X30 shootout last night, Paulie Massimino into 2nd. Jarsakrak just lost 2 more there in turn 8. Hayden Jones, the silent assassin, we nicknamed him last night. He likes the nickname, and he's liking his go-kart. He's up to 3rd, highest he's been all weekend. His teammate Connor Zilich pushing him in 4th. Jarsakrak 5th, Cesaro 6th. Braden Eves, he slips his way by the end of the weekend. He's in 7th. Kiffin Simpson is 8th. This is phenomenal stuff here in X30 Pro Senior.
Yeah, I can't even say there's going to be a breakaway right now. I mean, you got your top 7 or 8 cars still, all on the same straightaway. So I think anybody starts racing pretty hard, it's going to get packed up really quickly.
Let's see it here. Paulie Massimino last time lost a little bit of ground. Ryan Norberg trying to set sail. He had a really fast piece even in the alternate layout last night. Got into it with Connor Zilich. You heard him on the grid. He said, look, man, that was a misjudgment on my part. I apologize to him, apologized to his dad. Said, look, that was my bad. Let's go out. Let's race hard today. And, of course, now they just got word. Well, they don't know yet. The dads and the mechanics in the period know. $2,000 more at it. It's now $7,000 to play for the X30 Pro Seniors. Norberg will lead them up the hill. And as they come around the final corner, let's take a look at the lap times. Massimino closing back up now. Kind of got himself reset. Let's see the times. Quickest driver, Hayden Jones, but only by about 4/500ths. Evenly matched, all at 47.6s for your top 4.
I feel like the tire temps here are going to stabilize for a couple laps, and you might see a couple guys start to fall off. So see who has the better speed. It looks like I'm impressed with the way Norberg's kart is handling right now. It seems like he doesn't have too many weaknesses, but Massimino's not letting him get too far away.
Paulie definitely looks pretty close here. Again, Paulie Massimino beat Ryan Norberg last week for the club race here at GoPro Motorplex, the local event. We just saw also Brandon Jarsakrak fade backwards again. Norberg's teammate went by him, Nathaniel Cesaro, just the edge of the screen. So Cesaro, the New York kid, he's on his rookie season in the X30 Pro class, into the top 5, just past a 4-time U.S. Pro Kart Series champion in Brandon Jarsakrak. And Jarsakrak's now going to come under fire from road to Indy driver, multi-time karting champion Braden Eves there for the 6th spot. They'll climb the hill, kind of spread out for your top 4, but you said it. Norberg's kart looks really good. Massimino still looks pretty strong, but the gap kind of holding about a 3 kart length buffer, more or less, when it balances out.
Yeah, when I've raced around here in these X30 karts, I would say a draft is worth about 0.2 of a second. So I feel like the way that Massimino hasn't been able to pull in, I think Norberg might be pulling him around just a little bit here. So I think he's wanting to get his car a little bit better and get that gap down a little bit more. It seems like they're pretty equidistant from Massimino to Jones to Zilich.
Yeah, definitely spaced out here again. This class, the draft still does matter a good bit. Like you said, 2 or 3 tenths sometimes you can kind of hang in that guy's wake. At the same time, this is the fastest class we've got here this weekend, so they can do the best out of anybody to be able to break away. And that's what you're seeing Norberg right now. By having a faster go-kart, they're not pulling right up to him like in the micro SIF class or in the KA classes. They're kind of staying about that 2 to 3 kart length buffer. But Massimino right now, that time by, beat him by a tenth of a second, and he's closing up here into turn number 4. It's down to maybe a kart length and a half as we work the halfway mark. We just got it, 9 in, 9 to go. Still a lot of time here to run a GoPro.
And they're still picking up lap time. Obviously you got a little bit of fuel burn, but I still feel like these tires really operate well about 10 laps in. So these guys are still going through changes, still adapting to the grip levels and understanding where they can still push the karts.
And that's the big thing. All these guys had their karts set up last night to run under the lights at 8:30, 9 p.m. The track temperature probably 20, 30, 40 degrees cooler with the sun not beating down on it, and the air temperature down about 10, 15 degrees as well. And now they go back out, heat of the day, early afternoon, and the X30 Pro drivers had to adapt, run different tire pressures, obviously. And like you said, they're trying to set it to come in right about now. Middle part of the race, you just saw Massimino set his best time, 48.55. Norberg went back quicker. Best lap matched his best. Look at that. Down to the 1,000th of a second, he equaled his best lap from 2 laps ago at a 48.510.
Yeah, it looks like you're going to have this battle for third here start to heat up. That's kind of the catbird seat for the 2 leaders starting to battle. So you want to establish yourself here with 8 laps to go. That gap's definitely closing from 3rd, 4th, and 5th.
The thing about Ryan Norberg here, 22 years old. He's one of the elders in the X30 Pro class with a lot of years of experience. Again, we mentioned 4-time SuperKarts USA Pro Tour national champion. The only other 4-time champion in the field here is Brandon Jarsakrak. Both drivers very technically skilled. You've got Paulie Massimino. He is on his 4th season in the senior ranks here, trying to tuck down the front straightaway. Behind him, you've got Hayden Jones, his 2nd season, his sophomore year. Connor Zilish, his rookie season. So a couple of kids here just getting used to the higher weight. Obviously, the no more restrictor when they get to the X30 senior classes. 2 drivers in front of him had a couple seasons at Norberg. He's been in this spot time and time and time again. He knows exactly what he needs from the go-kart in situations like this, and especially high-pressure situations like a $7,000 to win main event.
Yeah, that's what I like about this class is there's a pretty big spread of experience, and these younger guys that are just starting to get into X30 Pro, they're learning what it really takes to race at a high level against high-level drivers, and there's a big, heck, when Will comes out and runs here, he runs in the pro class. That's the difference between a 15-year-old kid and obviously an IndyCar champion. So that's the type of spread that you have throughout the field, and it definitely adds a lot of challenges as a driver to try and make that step up.
Right, and obviously it's unfortunate. Will, we even talked to him. He went out and practiced with all these guys on Thursday. He loves to go out whenever the big races come. We heard from him, not official. He's wanting to get into that U.S. Pro Kart Series event in October because that's after the IndyCar Series ends. He can't get into go-kart for sake of potentially getting hurt during the IndyCar season. He's got his real job to pay the bills. He's got to go out there and drive for, but he loves to get out there like you said. And again, you got kids on the road to Indy. Braden Eves, he's only maybe a year or 2 removed of a couple good years to get to the IndyCar Series. He's running 7th.
Yeah, no, he definitely gives kart drivers something to look up to. When what I love about when Will comes out here is that he doesn't act like he's this big-time IndyCar driver. He'll talk with him like he's another 15-year-old kid. So that's what makes this really exciting. I think that's what kart racing is all about, and obviously makes a facility like this. It's a racer's paradise right in the backyard of NASCAR. So to have a lot of guys come out here and really enjoy this facility and what it has to offer, but also on a professional level, it's a great training tool.
No doubt there. Now, we just saw the last time by, Paulie Massimino was able to match his best lap time. Norberg's backed off a little bit. That gap has shrunk once again. It got up to as much as half a second. Norberg now down to only 2 tenths. Maybe a kart length back to Paulie Massimino. We just had problems for Tyler Wettengel out of the bull. He's gone. Look at that, Tyler Wettengel. His day goes from bad to worse. The number 33 Trinity Karting Group of Kart Republic. He's going to be able to get back going. But all the way at the end of the train as we go back to your leaders here, Norberg pulls that gap back out. Great run through the infield section. He doubled that margin once again here. We'll come by to see 4 to go this time. Norberg, Massimino, Jones, my apologies, Eves back down in the 9th spot. Zilish, Cicero, Jarsakrak, and Unziata. Ashley Rojero's up 5 spots to 8th. Dalton Haynes, that local kid there, Austin, he qualified on the pole. Privateer, not under any of these big teams, pitting out of a garage, just like yourself, running with his older brother Roman. Up 9 spots. He had a couple rough heats, but he's got a lot of speed. He's up into the top 10 here. Should have a good starting spot for the main.
Yeah, and I think what you're seeing here with Paulie being able to bring this gap down, he's...
Oh, Hayden Jones! Big time contact with the outside retaining wall in turn 6. The 316 was running 3rd, and he just pounded the barrier. Look at that right rear tire. That's up probably 30 degrees. That axle's done. He's done. He was running inside the top 5. Oh, my goodness. What a change up. Such a good day going for the North Carolina Hayden Jones. Unfortunate, he'll drop all the way to the end of the group.
Yeah, that axle's done.
Yeah, we got another one off here, the 311. I think that's Jack Chimura as well. Indeed, Jack Chimura was running in the 20th spot. Let's go back to the leaders, though. Here comes Massimino, a kart length back from Norberg, 3 laps to go.
Yeah, what I was saying before, Paulie's one of these local guys. He knows his track pretty well, so it doesn't surprise me that he's really closing in on strong here at the end of the stint. 18 laps is a lot of laps at this racetrack, and that left rear tire really goes through a pounding, and seems like he's able to stay a lot more consistent and really close the gap now going into the hairpin.
Paulie Massimino has been phenomenal here this season. Look at that. Good run out at turn number 8. Closes up again. He is right there. He'll be in position to make a move, but Norberg is going to get the signal. 2 laps to go by the head flag with the double sticks. He'll know that he's going to probably have to start defending here these final few laps. They've broken away with that big impact for Jones. Zilish moves into third. He's a couple seconds back. 2 to go this time here. Massimino not close enough in 1. I don't even know if he'll get close enough down the backstretch. Norberg was really good there out of turn number 11. And even in these karts, you get a tiny bit of aero wash with the bodywork they've got. It's tough to run right behind someone that is hitting their marks perfectly like Ryan Norberg right now.
Yeah, that gap closed down to about 2 car lengths with that draft on the back straightaway, so Paulie's going to have to be closer on this last lap if he's wanting to make his move into the bowl. But he seemed to be really good on the brakes here in the hairpin, so I think it's about not making a mistake and keeping yourself relevant here coming out of the last corner for one final charge.
Ryan Norberg, again, he's a smart guy. He's monitoring the gap back, taking a look over his shoulder. Got a great launch out of turn number 8 that time. And he is looking to try and punch his ticket to the pole. He started on the outside of the front row. Brandon Jarsakrak started on the pole. Jarsakrak fell back, got up to 5th here, but this would probably put the points in the favor of the 348 if he's able to come away with this win.
Great lap, fastest lap of the race right there from Ryan Norberg.
Yeah,
so
second to last
he's
lap.
really responding. So maybe he's trying to manage that gap, manage tires, but definitely pulled out a lot of a shot for Paulie to do anything here on this last lap without a mistake.
That's a huge point there, Austin. Again, these guys, this is the 5th heat cycle. They get 2 sets of tires for the weekend. All the front runners are going to try and save that new set of tires for the main event. So Norberg had to probably manage that through the mid-race, kept the gap perfectly. 2 karts, 3 karts, that's all you need so they can't dive bomb you. And now he's going to open it up here on the final lap. Great run through turn number 9. No real changes through the field. Ryan Norberg is going to lead them out of turn number 9. $7,000 the updated purse. He's going to get to be able to punch his ticket to the pole and lead the field to the green for the 24-lap final. Norberg wins the pre-final. So Massimino, he hit his best there final lap on lap number 18, a 48.542. Norberg, the only driver, it looks like, in the 48.4 second bracket there on lap number 17. 1/10 of a second clear on the field. I think the next closest driver, Nathaniel Cicero, at a 48.51. Even more impressive, you mentioned Austin Norberg did that, punching his own hole in the air with no toe whatsoever. So he's going to be looking really strong later. We got Zilish in 3rd, Cicero 4th, Jarsakrak rounds your top 5. Thomas Annunziata picks up 4 spots. He ends 6th. Ashley Rogero 7th. Braden Eves up 3, ends 8th. Dalton Haynes, again our pole sitter in qualifying, drove up to 9th. Should put him around 12th or 13th to start the main. And Kiffin Simpson falls back a little bit. He rounds the top 10. Any other big movers or downers there? Unfortunate for Hayden Jones, of course. We saw that massive impact there for 3rd. Austin, like you said, you've called it. Norberg, he's looking really good here, going for that $7,000 updated prize later today.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the start for this final is going to be really important. I think if I'm Paulie Massimino, I'm wanting to generate track position as quickly as possible because I felt like Norberg was fairly dominant there and could really control his race and his pace and didn't really show too many weaknesses. So I think that's going to be hard to respond to. I think the start of the race is going to be important and obviously making sure you can continue to gain pace throughout the event.
Definitely going to be important here. Everybody chasing the number 348 out of Orlando, Florida. Again, my name is Xander Clemens here with the Kart Chaser, joined by NASCAR Cup Series driver Austin Cindric. He'll be back later on in the day for the Micro Swift, the X30 Pro classes. The field is set. The main events are next to come here after the lunch break. Stick with us. In about 30 or 40 minutes, we're coming back, and it's the young guns that get to kick things off. Thanks again, Austin.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hi, I'm Sean Bailiff, owner of Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. Motorsports Country Club has all kinds of amenities here. We have a 3/4 of a mile racetrack. We have a state-of-the-art clubhouse. Trinity Karting Group is based here as well. We specialize in driver development and new drivers all the way from 4 years old up to we have drivers that are 70 to 72 years old. So we can cover them all as far as racing. And we have probably one of the nicest facilities in the country with the clubhouse here, locker rooms, and then we can basically do it all. It's a one-stop shop with our kart shop in-house. We also host the MCC Pro-Am Karting Championship, which is a 7-race series throughout the summer months, and it helps groom drivers from the club level all the way up to the next step in USPKS and the SCUSA Pro Tour. We also have rental karts here, and we're opening that more and more to the public, so check us out on our website at mcckarting.com.
Hey, I'm Ryan Perry, owner of Ryan Perry Motorsport. We're one of the few West Coast teams that travels to all the national events. We run USPKS, Florida Winter Tour, SCUSA Winter Series, Pro Tour, and we even go to both Vegas races, Rock Vegas and Super Nationals. I think one of our strongest points as a team is the driver coaching. We have a lot of good people within the team. A lot of people, you know, that work with us have a lot of national event wins, and we're leading points in a lot of the series right now. We've won Pro Tour Championship, Super Nationals, so I think we'd be a pretty good option if you wanted to come catch all the national events.
For more info, check us out online at www.ryanperrymotorsport.com.
I'm Alex Speed, the team principal here at Speed Concepts Racing. We have an elite karting program. We really focus on giving the drivers the tools they have to take to the next level. We don't really want to, it's important to win racing and go-karting, but really give the kids the tools they need to hopefully become professional racing drivers. We're on the OTK Red Speed Kart. We have our own in-house motor program with Speed Lab. We do really competitive in the national races, but again, our main focus is really giving the kids, the tools they have, looking at data, looking at video to really give them arsenal to go on to car racing and hopefully be successful.
Check us out on Facebook at facebook.com/speedconceptsracing or email us at speedconceptsracing@gmail.com.
Welcome to Ohio Kart Parts, the Midwest's largest Burrell Art racing go-kart dealer. We carry Burrell Art, Daniel Ricciardo, Charles Leclerc, and Robert Kubica branded go-karts, as well as parts from names you trust. Chassis components from Freeline, engines from IAME, Briggs & Stratton, and soon-to-be Tillotson, electronics from AIM Technologies, MG Tires, Taika Axles, seating from Tillett, Arai helmets, and 3/10 race products. Visit us online at www.ohiokartparts.com, at our facility in Lorain, Ohio, or at the local track on race weekends. If we don't have it, call us at 440-628-KART. That's 5278. And we will do what we can to help you out.
Hey, how are you guys? My name is Leo Coleman. My team is JC Karting. So we are in the business for a long time. So we work a lot with really young drivers and try development to junior class. We got based in Miami, Florida for a long time. We focus really on the drivers almost all the time. We are a small team, so we work a lot with the drivers, especially with the kids. I think we're right now doing all the national series for next year.
For more info, check us out online at jckarting.com.
How you doing? My name is Mike Doty from Mike Doty Racing from Orange County, New York. We're about an hour north of New York City. We're a full-service kart shop that we supply IAME, Rotax, and all rock engines. We sell OTK parts and all the tires for all the different series. We support USPKS, SCUSA, Rotax, which is the Stars and Stripes, and the Rock Winter Tour. What we do is we try to get the drivers better by data, driver coaching, and setup. We have a lot of good drivers that come through our program. We have a lot of experience. I've been doing it for almost 35 years, and we just try to translate that to all our customers.
For more info about Mike Doty Racing, you can contact us at mikedotyracing@gmail.com or call us at 845-551-0572.
So our program at RPG is primarily based around driver development. We like to be able to get the families and kids early in the year and build them a specific program based around driver training. We use these national races like the SCUSA Pro Tour, the USPKS, as their proving grounds. We work, we train, we run regional races, we train at our local track, we train at the customer's local track. From 10 to 20 years old, we can teach them what we believe are the good habits and get rid of their bad habits, and we can do that over time. This has been the most successful way that we've found that works really well for our program, and we plan to keep continuing that way.
If you're ready to take your racing career to the next level, check out RollisonPG.com for more information. That's www.RollisonPG.com.
Hunt Brothers Pizza always offers 10 toppings to choose from at no extra charge. That's 1,024 topping combinations at one price. At Hunt Brothers Pizza, we love racing and we love pizza. Visit huntbrotherspizza.com to find your next pizza.
Launching this winter is their premium line of karting gloves. Visit offsetsport.com for their current range of karting products, including rain shoe covers, custom karting suits, and mechanics gloves. Choose the line less driven with Offset Sport.
I'm Billy Vincent, owner of MPG Motorsports. What we do at MPG is we try to keep it a nice, fun family atmosphere, try to combine sort of the bigger things and of the bigger teams and the professionalism down with sort of some of the fun sort of family-oriented atmosphere. We try to not only develop drivers, but also the parents and the families for just in knowledge in general in motorsports. It all starts in karting. What we try to do is try to help the drivers, the moms, the dads understand the sport of motorsports in general, not just karting, but what it takes to get all the way up through. Whether you end up wanting to be a driver or a mechanic or an engineer, you know, we can help you with that, and that's what we're here for. If you're interested in joining us at MPG, our home base is at Whiteland Raceway Park in Indianapolis, and you can contact us at info@willpowerkart.com, and one of our great people will reach out to you, and we'll try to put the best program together.
Hi, I'm Sean Bailiff, owner of Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. Motorsports Country Club has all kinds of amenities here. We have a 3/4 of a mile racetrack. We have a state-of-the-art clubhouse. Trinity Karting Group is based here as well. We specialize in driver development and new drivers all the way from 4 years old up to we have drivers that are 70 to 72 years old. So we can cover them all as far as racing. And we have probably one of the nicest facilities in the country with the clubhouse here, locker rooms, and then we can basically do it all. It's a one-stop shop with our kart shop in-house. We also host the MCC Pro-Am Karting Championship, which is a 7-race series throughout the summer months. And it helps groom drivers from the club level all the way up to the next step in the USPKS and the SCUSA Pro Tour. We also have rental karts here, and we're opening that more and more to the public, so check us out on our website at mcckarting.com.
Hey, I'm Ryan Perry, owner of Ryan Perry Motorsport. We're one of the few West Coast teams that travels to all the national events. We run USPKS, Florida Winter Tour, SCUSA Winter Series, Pro Tour, and we even go to both Vegas races, Rock Vegas and Super Nationals. I think one of our strongest points as a team is the driver coaching. We have a lot of good people within the team. A lot of people, you know, that work with us have a lot of national event wins, and we're leading points in a lot of the series right now. We've won Pro Tour Championship, Super Nationals, so I think we'd be a pretty good option if you wanted to come catch all the national events.
For more info, check us out online at www.ryanperrymotorsport.com.
I'm Alex Speed, the team principal here at Speed Concepts Racing. We have an elite karting program. We really focus on giving the drivers the tools they have to take to the next level. We don't really want to, it's important to win racing and go-karting, but really give the kids the tools they need to hopefully become professional racing drivers. We're on the OTK Red Speed Kart. We have our own in-house motor program with Speed Lab. We do really competitive in the national races, but again, our main focus is really giving the kids, the tools they have, looking at data, looking at video to really give them arsenal to go on to car racing and hopefully be successful.
Check us out on Facebook at facebook.com/speedconceptsracing or email us at speedconceptsracing@gmail.com.
Welcome to Ohio Kart Parts, the Midwest's largest Burrell Art racing go-kart dealer. We carry Burrell Art, Daniel Ricciardo, Charles Leclerc, and Robert Kubica branded go-karts, as well as parts from names you trust. Chassis components from Freeline, engines from IAME, Briggs & Stratton, and soon-to-be Tillotson, electronics from AIM Technologies, MG Tires, Taika Axles, seating from Tillett, Arai Helmets, and 3/10 Race Products. Visit us online at www.ohiokartparts.com, at our facility in Lorain, Ohio, or at the local track on race weekends. If we don't have it, call us at 440-628-KART. That's 5278. And we will do what we can to help you out.
Hey, how are you guys? My name is Leo Coleman. My team is JC Karting. So we are in the business for a long time. So we work a lot with really young drivers and try the development to junior class. We got based in Miami, Florida for a long time. We focus really on the drivers almost all the time. We are a small team, so we work a lot with the drivers, especially with the kids. I think we're right now doing all the national series for next year.
For more info, check us out online at jckarting.com.
How you doing? My name is Mike Doty from Mike Doty Racing from Orange County, New York. We're about an hour north of New York City. We're a full-service kart shop that we supply IAME, Rotax, and all rock engines. We sell OTK parts and all the tires for all the different series. We support USPKS, SCUSA, Rotax, which is the Stars and Stripes, and the Rock Winter Tour. What we do is we try to get the drivers better by data, driver coaching, and setup. We have a lot of good drivers that come through our program. We have a lot of experience. I've been doing it for almost 35 years, and we just try to translate that to all our customers.
For more info about Mike Doty Racing, you can contact us at mikedotyracing@gmail.com or call us at 845-551-0572.
So our program at RPG is primarily based around driver development. We like to be able to get the families and kids early in the year and build them a specific program based around driver training. We use these national races like the SCUSA Pro Tour, the USPKS as their proving grounds. We work, we train, we run regional races, we train at our local track, we train at the customer's local track. From 10 to 20 years old, we can teach them what we believe are the good habits and get rid of their bad habits, and we can do that over time. This has been the most successful way that we've found that works really well for our program, and we plan to keep continuing that way.
If you're ready to take your racing career to the next level, check out rollisonpg.com for more information. That's www.rollisonpg.com.
Hunt Brothers Pizza always offers 10 toppings to choose from at no extra charge. That's 1,024 topping combinations at one price. At Hunt Brothers Pizza, we love racing and we love pizza. Visit huntbrotherspizza.com to find your next pizza.
launching this winter is their premium line of karting gloves. Visit offsetsport.com for their current range of karting products, including rain shoe covers, custom karting suits, and mechanics gloves. Choose the line less driven with Offset Sport.
I'm Billy Vincent, owner of MPG Motorsports. What we do at MPG is we try to keep it a nice, fun family atmosphere, try to combine sort of the bigger things and of the bigger teams and the professionalism down with sort of some of the fun sort of family-oriented atmosphere. We try to not only develop drivers, but also the parents and the families for just in knowledge in general in motorsports. It all starts in karting. What we try to do is try to help the drivers, the moms, the dads understand the sport of motorsports in general, not just karting, but what it takes to get all the way up through. Whether you end up wanting to be a driver or a mechanic or an engineer, you know, we can help you with that, and that's what we're here for. If you're interested in joining us at MPG, our home base is at Whiteland Raceway Park in Indianapolis, and you can contact us at info@willpowerkart.com, and one of our great people will reach out to you, and we'll try to put the best program together.
Hi, I'm Sean Bailiff, owner of Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. Motorsports Country Club has all kinds of amenities here. We have a 3/4 of a mile racetrack. We have a state-of-the-art clubhouse. Trinity Karting Group is based here as well. We specialize in driver development and new drivers all the way from 4 years old up to we have drivers that are 70 to 72 years old. So we can cover them all as far as racing. And we have probably one of the nicest facilities in the country with the clubhouse here, locker rooms, and then we can basically do it all. It's a one-stop shop with our kart shop in-house. We also host the MCC Pro-Am Karting Championship, which is a 7-race series throughout the summer months, and it helps groom drivers from the club level all the way up to the next step in USPKS and the SCUSA Pro Tour. We also have rental karts here, and we're opening that more and more to the public, so check us out on our website at mcckarting.com.
Hey, I'm Ryan Perry, owner of Ryan Perry Motorsport. We're one of the few West Coast teams that travels to all the national events. We run USPKS, Florida Winter Tour, SCUSA Winter Series, Pro Tour, and we even go to both Vegas races, Rock Vegas and Super Nationals. I think one of our strongest points as a team is the driver coaching. We have a lot of good people within the team. A lot of people, you know, that work with us have a lot of national event wins, and we're leading points in a lot of the series right now. We've won Pro Tour Championship, Super Nationals, so I think we'd be a pretty good option if you wanted to come catch all the national events.
For more info, check us out online at www.ryanperrymotorsport.com.
I'm Alex Speed, the team principal here at Speed Concepts Racing. We have an elite karting program. We really focus on giving the drivers the tools they have to take to the next level. We don't really want to, it's important to win racing and go-karting, but really give the kids the tools they need to hopefully become professional racing drivers. We're on the OTK Red Speed Kart. We have our own in-house motor program with Speed Lab. We do really competitive in the national races, but again, our main focus is really giving the kids, the tools they have, looking at data, looking at video to really give them arsenal to go on to car racing and hopefully be successful.
Check us out on Facebook at facebook.com/speedconceptsracing or email us at speedconceptsracing@gmail.com.
Welcome to Ohio Kart Parts, the Midwest's largest Burrell Art racing go-kart dealer. We carry Burrell Art, Daniel Ricciardo, Charles Leclerc, and Robert Kubica branded go-karts, as well as parts from names you trust. Chassis components from Freeline, engines from IAME, Briggs & Stratton, and soon-to-be Tillotson, electronics from AIM Technologies, MG Tires, Taika Axles, seating from Tillett, Arai Helmets, and 3/10 Race Products. Visit us online at www.ohiokartparts.com, at our facility in Lorain, Ohio, or at the local track on race weekends. If we don't have it, call us at 440-628-KART. That's 5278. And we will do what we can to help you out.
Hey, how are you guys? My name is Leo Coleman. My team is JC Karting. So we are in the business for a long time. So we work a lot with really young drivers and try development to junior class. We got based in Miami, Florida for a long time. We focus really on the drivers almost all the time. We are a small team, so we work a lot with the drivers, especially with the kids. I think we're right now doing all the national series for next year.
For more info, check us out online at jckarting.com.
How you doing? My name is Mike Doty from Mike Doty Racing from Orange County, New York. We're about an hour north of New York City. We're a full-service kart shop that we supply IAME, Rotax, and all rock engines. We sell OTK parts and all the tires for all the different series. We support USPKS, SCUSA, Rotax, which is the Stars and Stripes, and the Rock Winter Tour. What we do is we try to get the drivers better by data, driver coaching, and setup. We have a lot of good drivers that come through our program. We have a lot of experience. I've been doing it for almost 35 years, and we just try to translate that to all our customers.
For more info about Mike Doty Racing, you can contact us at mikedotyracing@gmail.com or call us at 845-551-0572.
So our program at RPG is primarily based around driver development. We like to be able to get the families and kids early in the year and build them a specific program based around driver training. We use these national races like the SCUSA Pro Tour, the USPKS, as their proving grounds. We work, we train, we run regional races, we train at our local track, we train at the customer's local track. From 10 to 20 years old, we can teach them what we believe are the good habits and get rid of their bad habits, and we can do that over time. This has been the most successful way that we've found that works really well for our program, and we plan to keep continuing that way.
If you're ready to take your racing career to the next level, check out rollisonpg.com for more information. That's www.rollisonpg.com.
Hunt Brothers Pizza always offers 10 toppings to choose from at no extra charge. That's 1,024 topping combinations at one price. At Hunt Brothers Pizza, we love racing and we love pizza. Visit huntbrotherspizza.com to find your next pizza.
Launching this winter is their premium line of karting gloves. Visit offsetsport.com for their current range of karting products, including rain shoe covers, custom karting suits, and mechanics gloves. Choose the line less driven with Offset Sport.
Welcome back here live from GoPro Motorplex. It's the IAME USA Grand National Championship presented by Hunt Brothers Pizza. Before we get started with the main events here today, we'll have the drivers get up out of their carts. It's time for the playing of our national anthem here. So again, we'll be playing that here in just a moment. Opening ceremonies before we get started with the micro swift class. The wind's picking up. We've got crazy stuff coming here. We'll catch you up with all that here in just a moment. First of all, again, we're going to queue up our national anthem. Get set to go racing here in just a few moments. I'd like to ask everyone, please rise and remove your hats here for the playing of our national anthem. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to get set to go racing here live from GoPro Motorplex. It is time to roll through the final round of action for the IAME USA Grand National Championship here, presented by Hunt Brothers Pizza. What a phenomenal job it's been all weekend long here for Augustus Toniolo and Keelan Harvick. They're going to line up on the front row here for your Micro Swift main event. It is going to be a Micro Swift engine along with a ton of other prizes, including MG tires. That'll be up for grabs for the micro drivers. Moving to row 2, it's the number 25 of Lucas Palacio in the cop cart. To his outside will be number 13 of Ethan Tovo. We're moving on further back down the order here for the micro drivers. And again, these guys have put on a great show all weekend long. You go to row number 3 to the inside. It's going to be the number 7 machine. That is Benham Abernathy. Then to his outside, the number 31 of Jackson Tovo. Moving to row number, to Royce Vega, to the outside of row number 3. That was Ethan Tovo there in the shot. Moving to row 4. We look back. It's the number 4 Bennick entry of Bowen Green as the final few drivers continue to make their way into their spots here and get set to go racing for the main event. What a great job here done this weekend by the number 23 of Kai Mars, the Georgia-based driver, one of the younger ones here on the lineup, getting set to go racing here for the main event. He is lining up there. There's the number 22 as they continue to move into position. We've got a Cut Republic row right here. That's Faith and Saratban and the number 85. And to his outside, the number 18, Floridian driver, fellow Floridian base driver of Faith and Saratban. There's Parker Ives in the 488 Fullerton. You see they got the fan going. A little bit windy here now is Luke Giglio in the number 68 Bennick. And then all the way at the back end of the field, it's going to be the number 17 Carton Republic entry. That is none other than Salomon Paraguay, who had an issue there in the pre-final. We're going to be joined here in the booth momentarily by Austin Cindric, NASCAR Cup Series drivers. We take a look back down the order. Austin, it's the wind's picked up a little bit around here at GoPro Motorplex. Apparently, we've got a little bit of a cell forming about 30 miles out right now. 60% chance of rain, it's saying, in about an hour. And we're getting started with main events here. These guys rolling right on time. You got to imagine the nerves going crazy for the mechanics here on the lines.
I tell you what, but between the great racing that this division alone puts on, I'm glad it's not raining right now because I was looking forward to seeing the final for this. But yeah, for the rest of the day, it's going to be dicey. I mean, it's dropped 15 degrees outside. It's gotten the wind's picked up. The sky's gotten a lot darker. So I've been walking back and forth, grab some lunch in the garage area, and there's people thrashing right now other than fixing the stuff that they had before, but getting the rain tires ready, making sure that they're ready to go for these final events.
Well, and the big thing, right, is they've got to get ready here because they can't go ahead and switch to the rain tires. It's still dry, but it could happen any minute. Now, if it absolutely downpours, they could potentially give the drivers a few minutes here to change over to rain tires, of course, if it becomes no longer safe for slicks. But if it stays kind of as an intermediate track, well, they'll give them the option, and you'll see guys rolling up to the grid with rain tires on the stand, dry tires on the go-kart, or vice versa, ready to go back and forth, straight up, trying to be like a NASCAR pit crew.
Yeah, this is a fun track on the wet, too. Over the years, the racing line's gotten really polished off. Obviously, we have rubber from a race weekend, but looking forward to seeing how that progresses.
It's going to be crazy here. The micro slip drivers are making their way up the hill as we get set to go racing all the way towards the final corner and down the front stretch. Let's go. First main event on the weekend, 20 laps. Brazil's Augustus Toniolo, North Carolina's Keelan Harvick to the inside. Yellow flags in the air. We will not go green first time by, so we'll send them around. And the youngsters, again, we talked about it, Austin, back in the pre-final for them. These kids as young as 7 years old getting to race on the national stage here, getting to race at a beautiful facility here at GoPro Motorplex. Such a cool opportunity for these kids.
Yeah, it's an awesome opportunity. It's obviously a great facility, but the racing that this division puts on is a lot of fun because the spatial awareness, the respect, the understanding that these kids have to have between themselves and their competitors is really important for their own success. So that's what I like. You'll see the draft coming to play a massive role in this race, and when you want to make the move, do you have the gap to make the move and not risk being passed?
It's going to be crazy here. We also have a shout-out that just came in. We mentioned everyone on the live chat. Any little donation, we'll read it out online. Here's a $25 donation from Mr. John Seglem. This one coming from the team at Precision Performance Karting. Congratulates Paulie Massimino on his huge X30 Pro shootout win last night. $5,000 to Paulie. He says, good luck to Paulie and Brandon Jarsacrack. We'll see you this weekend in Bushnell. He's referencing the four-stroke event, the Cup Karts North America South Division 206 Racing. Those motors, of course, a little bit slower than what we're seeing on the racetrack. About the same speed or a couple seconds off the micros. Brandon and Paulie, they've got a full-time racing schedule as well. A lot of these kids. This race is huge, and then they go back. They've got another major national event here in 2 weeks' time. The racing schedule just doesn't stop. For karting, for NASCAR, for IndyCar, in motorsports, we run year-round, and so these guys are probably used to the national event pressure for sure.
Yeah, that's what it's all about, racing during the summer, getting to travel across the country. It's pretty cool for these families and these kids to have that experience and spend that time, and obviously, enjoy the fruits of racing race cars.
Yeah, it's super fun. An awesome sport, as you mentioned, family-oriented. I know for myself, some of my best memories came from me and my dad traveling across the country to race major events. And now, here we go, another major event trying to go green. Oh, we did not like that one. And, in fact, that head flagman, he was pointing at the number 62 Hunt Brothers Pizza Nitro card of Keelan Harvick. Keelan was trying to see if he could get away with one, maybe get a little bit of a jump start to the outside there. They decided, nope, not enough, too big of a gap. Toniolo's playing it right, too, on the pole, right? In karting, Austin, unlike most of the times with the Cup Series, the IndyCar Series, the Xfinity Series, you'll see these guys, if it's a bad start, black flag, you get a pass-through or a stop and go. Here, they're waving off the starts because there's no stop and goes, no hot pit or anything. The leader will either get a penalty in post-race or, again, what we're seeing right now, a false start, which means they're going to send him around again, send him to the front straightaway, and try it. And now these kids are there coming to a crawl. Toniolo really slowing them down. They still got half a lap to make their way around the racetrack.
Yeah, they're icing the kicker here. I'm ready to see some racing. Let's get this right.
Let's see it here. Again, these kids are feeling each other out. It's going to be tough to see who comes out on top, of course, in the micro swift class. It's been so great all weekend long. Lucas Palacio, one of the younger drivers, super impressive. Augustus Toniolo, all the way from Brazil. They have to do a lot, especially they've been racing over here all the way back in the winter. They were going through airports that were literally closed, and they were somehow able to find a way with flights, with visas, with passports, to get themselves into the country, get through all the COVID testing. That kid, his family, they're dedicated. They love to race, and of course, we're super happy to have them here all the way in the States in North Carolina. And he's starting on the front row for one of the U.S.'s biggest karting events here. And he's got him really slow through turn number 9, but again, he's going to have a perfect starting spot when we do get them around to the green flag.
Yeah, you love to hear stories like that. I mean, that's the spirit of racing. That's what makes you want to get to the racetrack, and that shows you how competitive this stuff is and how much it means to a lot of people.
Yeah, so we're going to see it there. There is one of the U.S. Pro Kart Series officials in frame, as we mentioned here throughout the weekend. This is a collaboration with IAME USA East and the U.S. Pro Kart Series, one of the leading national championship organizations in the country. So a lot of their main head officials from all the major nationals have joined forces here at GoPro Motorplex to help put on this major event. They're helping officiate, call the penalties. We've got the pushback bumper system. We've got their specific rule book. So for all these drivers that have run the U.S. Pro Kart Series calendar, there are 4 major events throughout the year. They've now got a 5th one here with a lot of those same officials, same rule book. Keeps things very standard. Very easy, of course, for the parents to follow in those new to racing. All right, we're going to GoPro. It's a brand new event, but it's a lot what we were used to learning and how we race here.
Yeah, so for these kids, it shouldn't be about the rules. Just be about what goes on track. So.
Yeah, should be about having fun here. Let's see. Let's have some fun. Here we go, down the front stretch. Again, Harvick, big jump. We'll get the green, though. Oh, man, that outside lane. Both drivers get clear. Harvick and Ethan Tovo from P4 able to go to second as they go up the hill, and they'll head down the back straightaway, man. A lot of clutch smell down. They were so slow coming across the line. Me and Austin could smell it here in the booth, but into turn number 4. First time, can Toniolo get there for second? No, sir. Keelan Harvick leads your way to the infield for the first lap.
It seemed like those two guys on the outside row with Keelan and Tovo were really locked together. I don't even know if Keelan could have slowed that down any more than what it was. So interested to see how that plays out. But those two seem to have a pretty decent advantage to start this race now.
Now Lucas Palacio trying to make a pass there for fourth. I believe that might be on Benham Abernathy in the number 7. That had gotten through on him. Back and forth they go, and that's actually going to be on Jackson Tovo. He's getting by. So just got by the number 31 of Jackson Tovo. Lucas Palacio back to P4. We go through your leaders here coming around the final turn. Your leader is Keelan Harvick, but he's under pressure. Ethan Tovo side by side for the lead. The Tovo brother, the younger one, I believe, in Ethan, down in turn 1. He'll get through.
Yeah. In the pre-final, Keelan did not want to run behind anybody. He wanted to lead the race, lead the whole thing. So be interested to see what his patience level will be as they're approaching the bowl. It seems like they're staying single file. Got 19 laps of racing, so hopefully I think those guys are looking to stretch out a bit of an advantage and try and make this as few karts as possible to race for this win.
It's a long one. Like you said, 19 laps to go here, 1 lap completed. Keelan's got plenty of time to lead. He can push, he can try and see if maybe Ethan Tovo will be better out in front, but Augustus Toniolo's closing in. These races all were the exact same length as the U.S. Pro Kart Series event here last year, with 2 laps added for every class to the main event. And then I believe we had 4 laps added to the X30 Pros. They're running for 24. Down through the final turn, there's Palacio. Nice pass for third for the comp kart driver. He'll move up another spot. So Toniolo back to fourth. Jackson Tovo, quick time. And Ethan Tovo, his brother, leading the way with Keelan Harvick. Little gap there. And now again, pass for third. Did he get it there through turn number 3? I think Toniolo's still side by side with him. Let's catch him into the bowl here this time. Ethan Tovo leads. Keelan Harvick was just at the corner of the screen. Toniolo did not get it. Now he's under fire for fourth. He'll fend him off through 5, but that battle right there, that's going to bring them out of the drafting window probably, or at least right on the edge. It's about 5 kart lengths from Lucas Palacio to Keelan Harvick at the moment.
And you saw Keelan look behind him, and he saw that big gap, and I think he's the one to push himself and Ethan Tovo away from these guys, because it's definitely going to make his life certainly easier later in the running here.
Again, you talked about it, Austin, here in the X30 Pro class we called just before the lunch break, how that, it could be as much as 2 or 3 tenths getting a good tow in the X30 class lap time wise. Well, again, these guys, they are 1/3 of the horsepower on smaller karts, so that makes an even bigger difference for them, that tow. And on top of that, with being 2 tenths better from behind, it's still about a 1/10 better if you get pushed in the X30 class. Again, double or triple that for the micros. So even if Keelan's pushing Ethan Tovo, the race leader, and Tovo might not be, maybe 2 tenths slower than him, the draft makes such a big difference when they get hooked up. He can push a slower driver away from the field, and then it'll be easy money there at the end of the race to get by him.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if these back 3, with Toniolo, Palacio, and Tovo, if those guys are able to get sorted together and they can make a 3-kart draft work a little more effectively than the 2 cars that are out front.
Yeah, going to be interesting to see if they can get it here. Now they're lined up. Toniolo leads. They've kind of settled that debate for the moment. Palacio back in the 4th spot. Jackson Tovo is still there in 5th. Down the front stretch here, Ethan Tovo. Couple adjustments to that nitro kart here, and he's able to lead the way. Definitely looking better than where he did in the pre-final. Obviously, again, Keelan Harvick's pushing on him, but we saw that in the pre-final, Austin, where it seemed like Ethan would get there when they would battle between the top 3, then kind of slip back, needed maybe a couple more tenths of a second to be competitive, and now he's looking really, really good as they work their way out of turn number 4, leading laps here in the main show at the IAME USA Grand National Championship presented by Hunt Brothers Pizza.
Yeah, just even watching him go through turn 4 there through the bowl, it seemed like Keelan was able to hold the line quite a bit better than Ethan Tovo. So I think Keelan's in a good spot here to try and do exactly what he's doing, generate that gap, make sure that he's no pressure from behind, and that gives him the best shot to make one clean pass to win the event. But still 16 laps remaining.
Again, still a lot of time. We are not even close to halfway yet. Of course, everyone watching along on the stream, we've had a couple donations already. Remember, you guys, you can continue to donate. Do have a couple updates here that we got across during the lunch break. The X30 Junior Pro class purse has been bumped again, this time from $4,000. The X30 Pro Juniors will now be up to $5,000 thanks to the PSA Check charity. We'll have Obi Johnson. He donated $1,500 to last night's X30 Pro winner. He's donated a $1,000 bonus to make it $5,000 to win an X30 Pro Junior. It's $7,000 to win now an X30 Pro Senior. We'll have Obi talk to us before the Pro Juniors head onto the racetrack later on this afternoon as we focus right now on 3rd and 4th here on your screen at the moment. That is Toniolo and Palacio. We watched them last time by. You can see it here on the timing monitor as well, Austin. Toniolo, 2 tenths to the better to Ethan Tovo and Keelan Harvick, and they're closing that gap just a little bit.
Yeah, Toniolo just set his fastest lap of the race, and he and Palacio have gotten themselves sorted, and they've really started to close the gap on the leaders here. Over 0.2 of a second that last lap. So I think that's definitely gonna play pretty crucially into the architecture of the finish here.
Let's see it here down the front stretch. Another lap completed, 6 down, 14 laps to go as they make their way down to turn number 1. Keelan Harvick still pushing away on Ethan Tovo at the line. That time 54.8 for Harvick and Tovo, 54.7 for Toniolo and Palacio. The quickest driver was Jackson Tovo. He's just kind of hanging on by a thread by himself there in 5th. He's got more than 3 seconds out back to Benja Fernandez in the 6th spot. He's up 6 positions from where he started. Big time improvement for Benja, and it's a mad dash back there, but up front they're really nice and sorted here through the infield section. Ethan Tovo, the leader. Keelan Harvick, second. And again, about 6 car lengths back, more or less, to find 3rd place on the racetrack. Augustus Toniolo might be a little bit closer here at the end of this lap as he continues to chip away at the leaders.
Yeah, at this rate, I see him getting there in the next 2 or 3 laps. So it'll be interesting to see what Keelan's strategy is with that, and obviously as well as Ethan, how they're going to respond. Those guys know that that's going to be coming, and who wants to maintain control of the race and how that plays out is pretty important. See, Keelan sees it coming. He doesn't want to be behind anybody.
No, he tried it there. He's like, hey, hand in the air, let's go. Tapped his helmet. Toniolo there takes advantage of Tovo's loss of momentum. Here comes Palacio, and it's just like blood in the water almost with sharks, when there's a big line of go-karts, everyone's happy riding in line, and then all of a sudden the leader gets passed, and everyone behind the leader throwing on back is like, oh, that's a slow guy. I got to pass him too. So you got to fight almost back momentum and like a mentality thing because, again, when Harvick goes by, then Toniolo went by, Palacio tried to go. Now Toniolo is going for the lead, and he'll get it. Good move by Augustus Toniolo. So Keelan Harvick now back to second again, and the Brazilian Wonder here leads the way. Harvick second. Tovo hung on to 3rd there. And also a lap ago, just on your screen, you saw the number 85 Kart Republic turned around. That was Faithan Saradpun. Unfortunate for him, he got spun. He is now at the end of the line. Back up front, Toniolo got passed there by Harvick. Great move in the last turn. It's all opening up here. 5 drivers now in the group. What great racing we're watching here, Austin.
Yeah, that happened quick, didn't it?
Oh, man. Hard to keep up with. As they head down the back here, Harvick, again, now the leader. Toniolo second, Palacio third. These have been the big 3 all weekend. The brothers, side by side. Jackson Tovo trying to get clear. Runs his brother Ethan a little wide. Got clear on him. But, again, those 2 guys, they got a different dynamic, racing brother to brother. We talked about it as well. You've seen it where they get together. We talked to him on the grid. He doesn't want to wreck his brother. He just wants to race him, both of them. And there goes Toniolo back to the lead, man. You can't even take a second to lose focus because you never know. It's going to change.
The lead changes per lap is going to start picking up here. We still have 12 laps to go, and like I said, the Tovo brothers definitely have to start working together to get themselves back into this fight for the win. I'll be interested to see how well they work together and push each other, or if they don't push each other. I know I probably wouldn't end up pushing my brother, so I wouldn't put shame on him. But here you go, Keelan back to the inside in turn 1. I think he wants to maintain the lead here. I think he did a great job in the pre-final of really maintaining what to do with the lead of the last lap and making the right decisions and being proactive. So it's interested to see how he's going to be able to position himself up there again.
Yeah, let's see it. They're out of turn number 4 here. They work their way to the infield section. Harvick, Toniolo, Palacio. That shuffle still keeps the brothers close, but it looks like Jackson Tovo got a little bit sideways that time coming through the infield. Toniolo again right back on them there. Neither one wants to let the other one in front because I think really both of them, Palacio I think has had the speed to probably run just as fast as these top 2, but he hasn't challenged for the lead and the win nearly as much. I mean, these are the only 2 guys who have won all 3 heat races in the pre-final. So they both know if one of them gets away and then the other one in second gets passed for third, that might be it. Both of them, they're not just trying to stay in the lead, they're trying to get the other guy to go backwards. And Toniolo there, he's even throwing a block now into one, and there it is right there. You stay in second too long, you don't get the opportunity to go forward. Palacio up to P2.
Yeah, I think the one weakness you've seen in Harvick is through turn 5, and that's given the opportunity to Toniolo every time into the hairpin. So I think that's going to be his biggest weakness he's got to overcome. But Toniolo is obviously now trying to hold off a different competitor. Different guys have different strengths and weaknesses, and you saw Harvick really hesitate on the front straightaway, and Palacio really took advantage.
Yeah, we'll have to see here as they go down to turn number 8 here. Palacio did not get through turn 8 good. Toniolo definitely did pull the cart length on him, but you're right. You can see, especially when that one guy gets into second, where the leader can pull away, where he can't, where he's all over him. It changes, and the track's changed a lot too. We've got a lot of cloud cover. This is like the first time all weekend the sun has not really been shining. We mentioned that there's a small chance of rain coming later this afternoon. We'll keep our eye on that. The wind's died back down though. We're still dry, and we got another change for the lead. Palacio is through. Harvick, That was a little elbow grease he threw at him. Toniolo's back to fourth.
How quickly things can change from the lead to fourth in one corner.
And now he's about to go to fifth there. Jackson Tovo able to get by, or Ethan Tovo able to get by. Jackson tried to. Toniolo back on him, fending him off, and now he's got a little bit of ground to make up as Lucas Palacio leads the way through turn number 6.
What do you think? We're going to see a lunge here?
I don't know, man. Keelan.
Oh, the bumper.
Little contact from Keelan Harvick there. He's got
to get back down to the inside here.
Yeah, he's opening it up. All right, Ethan Tovo, let him back in. Playing nice so far. Toniolo's a little further back. Yeah, I don't know. It's so hard to tell. I mean, you think one guy's got one strategy based on how he drives for one lap, and then they're kids. They might just change their minds, drive the next way another lap.
Didn't give up on the lunge that time.
Yeah, that time he went. You're right. Through the final corner. Harvick is through. Tovo is through. Palacio all the way to the bumper. There goes Toniolo on by in turn 1. He's into third. Palacio back to fourth. Keelan Harvick now with the biggest lead and the biggest gap back to the main rival this week for him, Augustus Toniolo. Look at Jackson Tovo.
These guys still racing is really helping these leaders pull away here with 8 laps to go. So
big time, man.
Big help to Ethan Tovo to try and set up a charge for the win here.
Yeah, let's see it here. If Ethan Tovo can lock on to Keelan Harvick, maybe they can pull back away. But Toniolo's willed himself to the front multiple times over to close back into these top 2 drivers. Again, we already mentioned it. We just got past the halfway mark. They are racing like it's the final lap. Every single lap here in Micro Swift right now. Still got 7 more laps to go. 13 complete. Keelan Harvick the leader. Again, Ethan Tovo is second. Augustus Toniolo's third. Look at that. The hand signal there coming down. Oh, he was trying to tell them to work together. Tovo didn't want to do that.
Tovo wants to win the race, man.
No thanks, man. I don't want to finish second.
And Tovo says, hey, push me now.
This isn't Talladega Nights. There's no Cal Jr. to Ricky Bobby out here. Everybody's going for the win. They want to be number 1. So down the back, the new order. Ethan Tovo, the leader. Keelan Harvick second. And 1 pass. That's all it took. Toniolo's back in it. Palacio's back in it. Jackson Tovo, he's a little ways back, but they keep racing. 2 more passes, maybe 3. He's there again, and we got 5 drivers.
Yeah, still got 7 laps here. So interesting to see how this plays out. These guys are all going to fight really hard to be in second place here, I feel like.
Yeah, and there goes Toniolo on Harvick. So Harvick now the furthest back he's been this race. Into fourth. Toniolo second. Palacio third. Again, Ethan Tovo leading laps here. He spent a lot of laps learning at this racetrack. Drives for one of the teams based here in North Carolina in Nitro Motors, or Team Nitro Kart. And as they come out of the final turn, 6 to go. Ethan Tovo, your leader here again. 4-driver pack. Look at Toniolo. He's trying. They might freight train him in 1. Palacio. Oh, look at that.
Ooh,
oh, man, more contact.
Outside.
Look at the lead for Toniolo. Harvick trying to go around the outside. Great move by Keelan Harvick. He'll get into second. And Augustus Toniolo with a big lead now. Half a second back to Harvick. Ethan Tovo and Palacio is trying to hang it tough there. Paid the price, Austin. I mean, you know it here. You're trying to gauge the laps to go, and it's a risk versus reward type deal. He fought the pass. He had a reward potentially of losing with less 1 spot. The risk, he loses more time and more positions. He ended up losing a whole lot more.
Yeah, that's definitely going to limit his chances to be able to run up front. I think it's going to take him a few laps to get back drafted up here. I think Jackson Tovo has probably not been quite as strong as these top 4, so I'm not sure he's going to have much drafting help to get there. But I expect the top 3 to race pretty hard here.
Yeah, we're seeing a bunch back together. It's like the rubber band effect. The draft is just so massive for these micro drivers. 6 to go, now 5 to go here for Augustus Toniolo. Harvick closing back in. They're also getting a little bit of toe off each other. Here comes Harvick.
Big run here.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Big run. Can he do anything with it? Nah, just got there a little late, but he's there. He's right there now here, Austin. Again, that group of 5, talked to a couple guys. Do you want to put yourself in the lead when the pack gets this big? Or if you're Harvick with that little gap, are you trying to push Toniolo away for a couple more laps?
I think with 5 to go, you just got to go for it. Obviously you say there, Toniolo blocking the inside.
Ooh.
Harvick thinks better of it.
And he's got to be careful again, too, folks. The U.S. Pro Kart Series rulebook, the way they work on blocking, it's a little different than what we see in most series. NASCAR doesn't have really as much of a rule. The IndyCar Series is pretty more heavy-handed, but it's different. In karting, the way the blocking rule works, you can go all the way to the bottom. You can't go back up and open up for the corner. And there we go. Harvick just went by as he ran the normal line, but all these kids got to be careful. If they go down to cover off the inside, they cannot move back up when they get in the braking zone. That's considered potentially a penalty. It's still up to the stewards, but something they got to keep in mind coming to these final laps. 4 to go. Keelan Harvick, your leader, down the back. just so close, man. It's so hard to predict here. You know, obviously Harvick and Toniolo, they look strong. Palacio's had times where his kart looks really fast, but that kid, you know, 7 years old, he's learning a whole lot. You know, Toniolo, I think he's getting towards the 9 to 10 age bracket. Keelan Harvick shooting the middle. I think he's 8 years old, if I'm not mistaken. So, and Keelan's been racing GoPro Motorplex for about a season now overall, about 12 months' time. Started racing nationals at the beginning of this year. Palacio's only run a couple of national events, so he's not been in this scenario nearly as many times as the drivers in front of him, especially Toniolo, who have been in these last lap multi-driver scenarios on a big stage where the nerves don't get to you and you're like, all right, I did this move last week, didn't work. You know,
as we see a pass for third place there going down to the inside. You know, we were only a lap and a half ago talking about how Palacio needed to pick up the gap, and now he's right on the back bumper of these leaders. So
he's right back on. It's crazy
no
how
getting
much.
away.
Yeah, no getting away at all. 3 to go. Like you said, Harvick, Toniolo. There's Palacio finally gets by on Ethan Tovo, and now there's a little separation again to the top 2. Through the infield section here. That's third right there on your screen. Now we got your leaders all together. So you can see it. It's half a second. Does Toniolo go for it? No, he's going to push him.
Toniolo wants that gap. He wants to know when he makes that one pass, he can really take advantage of it.
And that was a heavy send there by Jackson Tovo on brother Ethan. Look at the brothers. They're still going at it.
For it.
They do not want to lose to each other, man. It looks like it's harder racing than even teammates going wheel to wheel.
Oh, brother's way worse than a teammate.
2 to go this time. Keelan Harvick. Big time opportunity for anyone here to win on this level stage with hundreds of viewers, thousands of total of views online. Everybody here is lined the fences watching this unbelievable showing in Microswift. A lap and a half to go, and the 2 kids who have been on top all weekend, this is what you want to see. You want to see the fastest drivers, any race you go to, having a shot, coming down to the final 2 laps for the big show.
And Palacio's head down running qualifying laps because he knows there's going to be a opportunity. He's close enough to really take advantage, so I think Toniolo's got to recognize that and make his move quick before that gap goes away.
He's definitely got to get there. He's got to monitor it because, again, if Harvick blocks the bottom, Toniolo opens up. Palacio could stuff his kart in that gap for second, and then it opens the door for Harvick to get away, just like what we saw in the pre-final. This time by, the white flag will fly one time. Toniolo, is he close in turn 11? No, not this time, but he's going to be right there. Here comes Palacio. 3 drivers. Final lap here at GoPro Motorplex.
Big block.
Big block there from Harvick. Toniolo tucks in line up the hill. Does he go into 3? No, Harvick covers that as well. Watch the crossover. Can Harvick get to the grass?
Hard to defend this one here.
He's going to have to get real low. You're right. Look at him all the way on the inside. White lining it. Toniolo trying the outside. Crossover. Still single file into 5.
Yeah, turn 5 has been Keelan's worst corner so far in this event, so he's gonna have to do his best corner through here and not be defenseless going into this hairpin.
Let's see it down to the inside into turn number 8. Looking all around, trying to block it. Toniolo on him, moves the bumper. Palacio, crossover. He's got the momentum. Palacio to second.
He's got to get a really good run here through the double right, hardest corner on the racetrack. He's right on his back bumper. He's going to have to throw a big defense going into the final corner here.
Harvick took a look back. He knows it. He goes to the bottom. Palacio opens up. He got tripped up off the bumper. Keelan Harvick at the line will win the IAME Grand National Championship.
That was an awesome race. I love that class.
Race. Man,
I love that class.
So much fun. What an awesome job. Keelan Harvick in the Hunt Brothers Pizza sponsored Nitro Kart wins the Hunt Brothers sponsored IAME USA Grand National Championship main event in Microswift. 1 done. We still got 6 more mains to go. What an unbelievable job. Let's go through the rest of the order here, Austin. Again, Lucas Palacio, super impressive. The kid's 7 years old, North Carolina home, gets onto the podium. That's super cool. He'll get a lot of prizes. So will Augustus Toniolo with a great run as well. Jackson Tovo, Ethan Tovo, your top 5. Benja Fernandez, Benham Abernathy, Kai Mars, Royce Vega, Parker Ives, couple spots up, rounded the top 10. Then it was Bowen Green, Luke Gilio, Sebastian Rice. Unfortunate for Faith and Sarad, putting the only driver to DNF just behind Salomon Paraguay. Man, like you said, man, so much fun passing every lap. I mean, there was no getting in, strategy waiting. They were going. Every single lap, the strategy had to change, and Harvick, he adapted greatly, was able to hang on.
No, and Keelan was really proactive with his moves there. He had to do the same thing in the pre-final to win that. I think that experience definitely paid off to be able to pull that off in the final with some hard charges there coming at the end. So that was a pretty big challenge. I mean, he had his back tires pushed off the ground going into the hairpin on the last lap. So it was a good defense and definitely a fun race to watch as things are starting to get windy here. The temperature's starting to go down, and I think nerves are probably picking up, especially when you got $7 on the line later today and thinking about weather here. So it should be pretty interesting.
This is about to get crazy, folks. You can see the water drop just on our screen. Sprinkles starting to fall. Again, we talked. The skies are getting darker. We got that chance of rain coming here real soon. We're going to go to commercial break. When we come back here, we've got the X30 Masters. We'll keep you posted on the updates as they come. But, man, this IAME USA Grand National Championship presented by Hunt Brothers Pizza, it's about to get interesting. Austin Cindric's going to join us again later on today for the X30 Pro Shootout. We'll be back after this with a second of 7 main events to come here from GoPro Motorplex.
I'm Alex Speed, the team principal here at Speed Concepts Racing. We have an elite karting program. We really focus on giving the drivers the tools they have to take it to the next level. We don't really want to, it's important to win races and go karting, but really give the kids the tools they need to hope to become professional racing drivers. We're on the O2K Red Speed Kart. We have our own in-house motor program with Speed Lab. We do really competitive national races, but again, our main focus is really giving the kids, the tools they have, looking at data, looking at video, really give them arsenal to go on to car racing and hopefully be successful.
Check us out on Facebook at facebook.com/speedconceptsracing or email us at speedconceptsracing@gmail.com.
Hunt Brothers Pizza always offers 10 toppings to choose from at no extra charge. That's 1,024 topping combinations at one price. At Hunt Brothers Pizza, we love racing and we love pizza. Visit huntbrotherspizza.com to find your next pizza.
How you doing? My name is Mike Doty from Mike Doty Racing from Orange County, New York. We're about an hour north of New York City. We're a full-service kart shop that we supply IAME, Rotax, and all rock engines. We sell OTK parts and all the tires for all the different series. We support USPKS, SCUSA, Rotax, which is the Stars and Stripes, and the Rock Winter Tour. What we do is we try to get the drivers better by data, driver coaching, and setup. And we have a lot of good drivers that come through our program. We have a lot of experience. I've been doing it for almost 35 years. And we just try to translate that to all our customers.
For more info about Mike Doty Racing, you can contact us at MikeDotyRacing@gmail.com or call us at 845-551-0572.
So our program at RPG is primarily based around driver development. We like to be able to get the families and kids early in the year and build them a specific program based around driver training. We use these national races like the SCUSA Pro Tour, the USPKS, as their proving grounds. We work, we train, we run regional races, we train at our local track, we train at the customer's local track. From 10 to 20 years old, we can teach them what we believe are the good habits and get rid of their bad habits, and we can do that over time. This has been the most successful way that we've found that works really well for our program, and we plan to keep continuing that way.
If you're ready to take your racing career to the next level, check out RollisonPG.com for more information. That's www.RollisonPG.com.
Launching this winter is their premium line of karting gloves. Visit offsetsport.com for their current range of karting products, including rain shoe covers, custom karting suits, and mechanics gloves. Choose
Hi, I'm Sean Bailiff, owner of Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. Motorsports Country Club has all kinds of amenities here. We have a 3/4 of a mile racetrack. We have a state-of-the-art clubhouse. Trinity Karting Group is based here as well. We specialize in driver development and new drivers all the way from 4 years old up to we have drivers that are 70 to 72 years old. So we can cover them all as far as racing. And we have probably one of the nicest facilities in the country with the clubhouse here, locker rooms, and then we can basically do it all. It's a one-stop shop with our kart shop in-house. We also host the MCC Pro-Am Karting Championship, which is a 7-race series throughout the summer months. And it helps groom drivers from the club level all the way up to the next step in USPKS and the SCUSA Pro Tour. We also have rental karts here, and we're opening that more and more to the public, so check us out on our website at mcckarting.com.
Hey, I'm Ryan Perry, owner of Ryan Perry Motorsport. We're one of the few West Coast teams that travels to all the national events. We run USPKS, Florida Winter Tour, SCUSA Winter Series, Pro Tour, and we even go to both Vegas races, Rock Vegas and Super Nationals. I think one of our strongest points as a team is the driver coaching. We have a lot of good people within the team. A lot of people, you know, that work with us have a lot of national event wins, and we're leading points in a lot of the series right now. We've won Pro Tour Championship, Super Nationals, so I think we'd be a pretty good option if you wanted to come catch all the national events.
For more info, check us out online at www.ryanperrymotorsport.com.
I'm Alex Speed, the team principal here at Speed Concepts Racing. We have an elite karting program. We really focus on giving the drivers the tools they have to take to the next level. We don't really want to, it's important to win racing and go-karting, but really give the kids the tools they need to hopefully become professional racing drivers. We're on the OTK Red Speed kart. We have our own in-house motor program with Speed Lab. We do really competitive in the national races, but again, our main focus is really giving the kids, the tools they have, looking at data, looking at video to really give them arsenal to go on to car racing and hopefully be successful.
Check us out on Facebook at facebook.com/speedconceptsracing or email us at speedconceptsracing@gmail.com.
Welcome to Ohio Kart Parts, the Midwest's largest Burrell Art racing go-kart dealer. We carry Burrell Art, Daniel Ricciardo, Charles Leclerc, and Robert Kubica branded go-karts, as well as parts from names you trust. Chassis components from Freeline, engines from IAME, Briggs & Stratton, and soon-to-be Tillotson, electronics from AIM Technologies, MG Tires, Taika Axles, seating from Tillett, Arai helmets, and 3/10 race products. Visit us online at www.ohiokartparts.com, at our facility in Lorain, Ohio, or at the local track on race weekends. If we don't have it, call us at 440-628-KART. That's 5278. And we will do what we can to help you out.
Hey, how are you guys? My name is Leo Coleman. My team is JC Karting. So we are in the business for a long time. So we work a lot with really young drivers and try development to junior class. We got based in Miami, Florida for a long time. We focus really on the drivers almost all the time. We are a small team, so we work a lot with the drivers, especially with the kids. I think we're right now doing all the national series for next year.
For more info, check us out online at jckarting.com.
How you doing? My name is Mike Doty from Mike Doty Racing from Orange County, New York. We're about an hour north of New York City. We're a full-service kart shop that we supply IAME, Rotax, and all rock engines. We sell OTK parts and all the tires for all the different series. We support USPKS, SCUSA, Rotax, which is the Stars and Stripes, and the Rock Winter Tour. What we do is we try to get the drivers better by data, driver coaching, and setup. We have a lot of good drivers that come through our program. We have a lot of experience. I've been doing it for almost 35 years, and we just try to translate that to all our customers.
For more info about Mike Doty Racing, you can contact us at mikedotyracing@gmail.com or call us at 845-551-0572.
So our program at RPG is primarily based around driver development. We like to be able to get the families and kids early in the year and build them a specific program based around driver training. We use these national races like the SCUSA Pro Tour, the USPKS as their proving grounds. We work, we train, we run regional races, we train at our local track, we train at the customer's local track. From 10 to 20 years old, we can teach them what we believe are the good habits and get rid of their bad habits, and we can do that over time. This has been the most successful way that we've found that works really well for our program, and we plan to keep continuing that way.
If you're ready to take your racing career to the next level, check out RollisonPG.com for more information. That's www.RollisonPG.com.
Hunt Brothers Pizza always offers 10 toppings to choose from at no extra charge. That's 1,024 topping combinations at one price. At Hunt Brothers Pizza, we love racing and we love pizza. Visit huntbrotherspizza.com to find your next pizza.
Launching this winter is their premium line of karting gloves. Visit offsetsport.com for their current range of karting products, including rain shoe covers, custom karting suits, and mechanics gloves. Choose the line less driven with Offset Sport.
I'm Billy Vincent, owner of MPG Motorsports. What we do at MPG is we try to keep it a nice, fun family atmosphere, try to combine sort of the bigger things and of the bigger teams and the professionalism down with sort of some of the fun sort of family-oriented atmosphere. We try to not only develop drivers, but also the parents and the families for just in knowledge in general in motorsports. It all starts in karting. What we try to do is try to help the drivers, the moms, the dads understand the sport of motorsports in general, not just karting, but what it takes to get all the way up through. Whether you end up wanting to be a driver or a mechanic or an engineer, you know, we can help you with that, and that's what we're here for. If you're interested in joining us at MPG, our home base is at Whiteland Raceway Park in Indianapolis, and you can contact us at info@willpowerkart.com, and one of our great people will reach out to you, and we'll try to put the best program together.
Hi, I'm Sean Bailiff, owner of Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. Motorsports Country Club has all kinds of amenities here. We have a 3/4 of a mile racetrack. We have a state-of-the-art clubhouse. Trinity Karting Group is based here as well. We specialize in driver development and new drivers all the way from 4 years old up to, we have drivers that are 70 to 72 years old. So we can cover them all as far as racing. And we have probably one of the nicest facilities in the country with the clubhouse here, locker rooms, and then we can basically do it all. It's a one-stop shop with our kart shop in-house. We also host the MCC Pro-Am Karting Championship, which is a 7-race series throughout the summer months, and it helps groom drivers from the club level all the way up to the next step in the USPKS and the SCUSA Pro Tour. We also have rental karts here, and we're opening that more and more to the public, so check us out on our website at mcckarting.com.
Hey, I'm Ryan Perry, owner of Ryan Perry Motorsport. We're one of the few West Coast teams that travels to all the national events. We run USPKS, Florida Winter Tour, SCUSA Winter Series, Pro Tour, and we even go to both Vegas races, Rock Vegas and Super Nationals. I think one of our strongest points as a team is the driver coaching. We have a lot of good people within the team. a lot of people, you know, that work with us have a lot of national event wins, and we're leading points in a lot of the series right now. We've won Pro Tour Championship, Super Nationals, so I think we'd be a pretty good option if you wanted to come catch all the national events.
For more info, check us out online at www.ryanperrymotorsport.com.
I'm Alex Speed, the team principal here at Speed Concepts Racing. We have an elite karting program. We really focus on giving the drivers the tools they have to take to the next level. We don't really want to, it's important to win racing and go-karting, but really give the kids the tools they need to hopefully become professional racing drivers. We're on the OTK Red Speed Kart. We have our own in-house motor program with Speed Lab. We do really competitive in the national races, but again, our main focus is really giving the kids, the tools they have, looking at data, looking at video to really give them arsenal to go on to car racing and hopefully be successful.
Check us out on Facebook at facebook.com/speedconceptsracing or email us at speedconceptsracing@gmail.com.
Welcome to Ohio Kart Parts, the Midwest's largest Burrell Art racing go-kart dealer. We carry Burrell Art, Daniel Ricciardo, Charles Leclerc, and Robert Kubica branded go-karts, as well as parts from names you trust. Chassis components from Freeline, engines from IAME, Briggs & Stratton, and soon-to-be Tillotson, electronics from AIM Technologies, MG Tires, Taika Axles, seating from Tillett, Arai Helmets, and 3/10 Race Products. Visit us online at www.ohiokartparts.com, at our facility in Lorain, Ohio, or at the local track on race weekends. If we don't have it, call us at 440-628-CART. That's 5278, and we will do what we can to help you out.
Hey, how are you guys? My name is Leo Coleman. My team is JC Karting, so we are in the business for a long time. So we work a lot with really young drivers and try development to junior class. We got based in Miami, Florida for a long time. We focus really on the drivers almost all the time. We are a small team, so we work a lot with the drivers, especially with the kids. I think we're right now doing all the national series for next year.
For more info, check us out online at jckarting.com.
How you doing? My name is Mike Doty from Mike Doty Racing from Orange County, New York. We're about an hour north of New York City. We're a full-service kart shop that we supply IAME, Rotax, and all rock engines. We sell OTK parts and all the tires for all the different series. We support USPKS, SCUSA, Rotax, which is the Stars and Stripes, and the Rock Winter Tour. What we do is we try to get the drivers better by data, driver coaching, and setup. We have a lot of good drivers that come through our program. We have a lot of experience. I've been doing it for almost 35 years, and we just try to translate that to all our customers.
For more info about Mike Doty Racing, you can contact us at mikedotyracing@gmail.com or call us at 845-551-0572.
So our program at RPG is primarily based around driver development. We like to be able to get the families and kids early in the year and build them a specific program based around driver training. We use these national races like the SCUSA Pro Tour, the USPKS, as their proving grounds. We work, we train, we run regional races, we train at our local track, we train at the customer's local track. From 10 to 20 years old, we can teach them what we believe are the good habits and get rid of their bad habits, and we can do that over time. This has been the most successful way that we've found that works really well for our program, and we plan to keep continuing that way.
If you're ready to take your racing career to the next level, check out rollisonpg.com for more information. That's www.rollisonpg.com.
Hunt Brothers Pizza always offers 10 toppings to choose from at no extra charge. That's 1,024 topping combinations at one price. At Hunt Brothers Pizza, we love racing and we love pizza. Visit huntbrotherspizza.com to find your next pizza.
Launching this winter is their premium line of karting gloves. Visit offsetsport.com for their current range of karting products, including rain shoe covers, custom karting suits, and mechanics gloves. Choose the line less driven with Offset Sport.
I'm Billy Vincent, owner of MPG Motorsports. What we do at MPG is we try to keep it a nice, fun, family atmosphere, try to combine sort of the bigger things and of the bigger teams and the professionalism down with sort of some of the fun sort of family-oriented atmosphere. We try to not only develop drivers, but also the parents and the families for just in knowledge in general in motorsports. It all starts in karting. What we try to do is try to help the drivers, the moms, the dads understand the sport of motorsports in general, not just karting, but what it takes to get all the way up through. Whether you end up wanting to be a driver or a mechanic or an engineer, you know, we can help you with that, and that's what we're here for. If you're interested in joining us at MPG, our home base is at Whiteland Raceway Park in Indianapolis, and you can contact us at info@willpowerkart.com, and one of our great people will reach out to you, and we'll try to put the best program together.
Hi, I'm Sean Bailiff, owner of Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. Motorsports Country Club has all kinds of amenities here. We have a 3/4 of a mile racetrack. We have a state-of-the-art clubhouse. Trinity Karting Group is based here as well. We specialize in driver development and new drivers all the way from 4 years old up to, we have drivers that are 70 to 72 years old. So we can cover them all as far as racing. And we have probably one of the nicest facilities in the country with the clubhouse here, locker rooms, and then we can basically do it all. It's a one-stop shop with our kart shop in-house. We also host the MCC Pro-Am Karting Championship, which is the 7-race series throughout the summer months, and it helps groom drivers from the club level all the way up to the next step in USPKS and the SCUSA Pro Tour. We also have rental karts here, and we're opening that more and more to the public, so check us out on our website at mcckarting.com.
Hey, I'm Ryan Perry, owner of Ryan Perry Motorsport. We're one of the few West Coast teams that travels to all the national events. We run USPKS, Florida Winter Tour, SCUSA Winter Series, Pro Tour, and we even go to both Vegas races, Rock Vegas and Super Nationals. I think one of our strongest points as a team is the driver coaching. We have a lot of good people within the team. A lot of people, you know, that work with us have a lot of national event wins, and we're leading points in a lot of the series right now. We've won Pro Tour Championship, Super Nationals, so I think we'd be a pretty good option if you wanted to come catch all the national events.
For more info, check us out online at www.ryanperrymotorsport.com.
I'm Alex Speed, the team principal here at Speed Concepts Racing. We have an elite karting program. We really focus on giving the drivers the tools they have to take to the next level. We don't really want to, it's important to win racing and go-karting, but really give the kids the tools they need to hopefully become professional racing drivers. We're on the OTK Red Speed Kart. We have our own in-house motor program with Speed Lab. We do really competitive in the national races, but again, our main focus is really giving the kids, the tools they have, looking at data, looking at video to really give them arsenal to go on to car racing and hopefully be successful.
Check us out on Facebook at facebook.com/speedconceptsracing or email us at speedconceptsracing@gmail.com.
Welcome to Ohio Kart Parts, the Midwest's largest Burrell Art racing go-kart dealer. We carry Burrell Art, Daniel Ricciardo, Charles Leclerc, and Robert Kubica branded go-karts, as well as parts from names you trust. Chassis components from Freeline, engines from IAME, Briggs & Stratton, and soon-to-be Tillotson, electronics from AIM Technologies, MG Tires, Taika Axles, seating from Tillett, Arai Helmets, and 3/10 Race Products. Visit us online at www.ohiokartparts.com, at our facility in Lorain, Ohio, or at the local track on race weekends. If we don't have it, call us at 440-628-CART. That's 5278, and we will do what we can to help you out.
Hey, how are you guys? My name is Leo Coleman. My team is JC Karting. So we are in the business for a long time. So we work a lot with really young drivers and try the development to junior class. We got based in Miami, Florida for a long time. We focus really on the drivers almost all the time. We are a small team, so we work a lot with the drivers, especially with the kids. I think we're right now doing all the national series for next year.
For more info, check us out online at jckarting.com.
How you doing? My name is Mike Doty from Mike Doty Racing from Orange County, New York. We're about an hour north of New York City. We're a full-service kart shop that we supply IAME, Rotax, and all rock engines. We sell OTK parts and all the tires for all the different series. We support USPKS, SCUSA, Rotax, which is the Stars and Stripes, and the Rock Winter Tour. What we do is we try to get the drivers better by data, driver coaching, and setup. We have a lot of good drivers that come through our program. We have a lot of experience. I've been doing it for almost 35 years, and we just try to translate that to all our customers.
For more info about Mike Doty Racing, you can contact us at mikedotyracing@gmail.com or call us at 845-551-0572.
So our program at RPG is primarily based around driver development. We like to be able to get the families and kids early in the year and build them a specific program based around driver training. We use these national races like the SCUSA Pro Tour, the USPKS as
Welcome back. We're about to get started once again. A little bit of a delay here with the rain, but we got our X30 Masters now on track. We got rain tires on the kart. You can see some standing water out on the track. We got word from the officials that they're going to shorten each race that is going to be ran on rain tires by 6 laps. Although it looks like it was a quick storm, the rain has passed over. You can see the steam forming because the track was hot. I have a feeling it's probably going to clean up fairly quickly, but we are about to get rolling here now with our X30 Masters. Eyes on the starter. Green flag is out. It is going to be David Galonia taking an early lead going down into turn 1. You can see him just trying to bottom feed through the corner. It's going to be very slick. Racing line is now not going to be the optimal line to take. When it gets wet, it turns into ice with all the rubber, so they're going to be driving off the line all the way around the track. They're making their way to turn number 4 for the first time in the bowl. You can see some swinging way out wide, trying to find as much grip as they can, but the thing with the rain tires is you got to keep them wet. They burn out really quickly because they have such a high amount of grip. So as the racing line starts to come in, you got to go intentionally into the puddles to make sure you can keep those tires cooled off.
Yeah, Caleb, this is just unprecedented here. I mean, we had an absolutely mega rainstorm roll on through. We apologize for not being able to catch most of it on camera. The wind was gusting like crazy, and now again, this race changes completely here. The X30 Masters first guys out. They're on full rain setups, and as they make their way around here, we'll put the first lap complete. And as you mentioned, 6 laps knocked off the books here. It says 22. They're going to check her at 6 laps early here in the rain.
They're now coming across the start-finish line for the first time. A big old puddle down the main stretch. It is going to be John Bonanno out in front with David Galonia now running a second. He's fallen back. Alex Mueller now has moved up to the 3rd spot. They're going to go side by side for the lead. Looks like that is going to be Galonia trying to get around John. Not able to do it. He is going to stay tucked into the draft, making their way down the backstretch. Now these carts do slow down. Last time around, it looks like we're not getting any lap times. That will be back shortly, hopefully. So now it's just a matter of trying to keep the car on the track. Oh, we got one turned around. I believe that was John Bonanno spun it around. He is going to try to keep going. Again, this track is just slick. All that rubber turns to ice when it's wet. Everyone has to go off the racing line, but in a couple of corners, like the double right-hander of turns 6 and 7, you just have to deal with it. It's where all the rubber is all over the track because of the shape of the track, so you have to just try to muscle your way through the cart, maybe even be sawing out the wheel. Steam now rolling off the track. You can see it beautifully on all cameras. Every single part of the track is now starting to evaporate the water. We still do have puddles. You can see him crossing now on the main stretch. Your new leader of David Galonia, John Bonanno, is going to be following through the order. Now Alex Mueller up into the second spot. He is now trying to reel in your leader of Galonia. Yellow flags are out. We got another cart spun off over out of turn 2. Another one off turn 2 as well. I believe that was both Galonia and Paul Montepalli are off of the track. Hopefully he can get back and going. And I believe we now have Alex Mueller as our race leader. That is the Merlin cart out in front. You can see his hands going to work, really trying to muscle around the track. Steam coming off. Almost looks like something from a concert with smoke rolling off as we are now trying to just see what the ideal racing line is. Looks like over in the hairpin, it's going to be taking the high line, trying to roll out the rubber. Got another cart stopped over on the track. He is not going to get going. That was coming out of turn 4. So this track, very slick right now with all the rain that's on it.
Yeah, very slippery at the moment here. You just called it. Crazy stuff here for the driver who dominated this weekend, John Bonanno. And again, as we're switching around here, checking everything that we've got going on. What the fuck?
As they now make their way one more time around the steam is intense right now. It is really coming up off the track. It's also making things extremely slick with all the rubber, that water just evaporating off. It's a cool effect to see, but I'm sure these drivers are struggling right now with these conditions. But just take a look all over. You can see the steam rolling off the track. We got a little bit of a replay going right now on our screen. It's not up to date, but it looks like that was Bonanno who spun out on track. Mueller, still our leader. You can just see his hands going to work right now, oversteering the cart immensely, going into the corners, trying to fight it, sawing at the wheel, trying to keep as much grip into that cart as he can as he is coming into the hairpin once more. This is one very difficult. You got to turn in late, hug that outside line, and you got to come right back in to miss the rubber. Over into the right-hander of turn number 9. Again, you got to run right in the middle. Everyone tries to go high on entry, so you have to be on the lower side. On the exit, you got to keep it low. Back in, kicking out, somehow manages to keep it on track. He is doing a fantastic job of just wheeling it. Another cart turned around coming out of turn number 4. This has just been so difficult for these drivers to keep the car underneath them, but they're doing a fantastic job right now.
Yeah, this stuff just crazy here. And again, as we're getting our cameras up, we do apologize as we're all over the place. The drivers are all over the place. It's just pandemonium right now for the X30 Masters. And again, the next class up is the KA100 Juniors. Those guys are going to go out onto a slick but very drying racetrack. Look at this. You can see the steam, literally the water being burned off the racetrack and instantly turned into steam. That's how hot it is out here. That is not like any special effects, guys. This is crazy. How hard it rained, how cold it got for a moment, how flooded the track is, and now the water is literally steaming off the racetrack rapidly all over the place. This is just unbelievable here, Caleb.
This is insane. I'm just trying to take it all in. I don't think I've ever seen anything like this before. Obviously, we've seen steam on the road, but you can just see how the air moves behind the cart when they go past it. That's a mixture of the water vapor and the steam coming up from the track, getting sucked into the slipstream. Something really cool to watch. Now, when it comes to the KA Juniors, this is going to be interesting. The track is not 100% dry. There are still wet parts on the track, but when it comes to the point of when you can either be on slick tires or rain tires, that is when strategy comes into play. Something I love to do. I love it when it's intermediate like this. Do you take the risk and go on slicks and hope that it dries out throughout the race, or do you stay on the rains and hope that you can still keep them cooled down throughout the entire time of the duration of this race? And as we all know, these are longer races. A couple of them will be cut back by 6 laps, but it is still a very long time for these carts to be on track.
Definitely a very long time here for these guys. Again, as you mentioned, the total time that these guys are going to be on the racetrack here will be the overall same. So just craziness again as we're continuing to get all of our systems back up and rolling here with the Kart Chaser crew. Got thrown a major curveball here. Somehow have survived all of everything. It seems like just about everything's up and rolling for us system-wise. So we're working on getting one more camera. We've got 2 different angles for you guys along with our announcers booth. We have 3 normally we are able to cycle through each day. But Alex Mueller, the big leader, we're cycling over to John Bonanno. as he works his way through the hairpin, trying to rebound again after his issues. He is 7 seconds back from race leader Alex Mueller at the moment as they work their way around the final turn. Again, you can see that steam just coming around through turn number 9. There's Bonanno headed up the hill. Oh, yeah, a little bobble there again just as we work our way through. We'll continue to work on figuring out what we've got going on here for everything with the Kart Chaser crew. Just wild stuff all the way through the paddock area. The pits were literally flooded here, Caleb. They were 5 seconds ago. There's still puddles, but it's already burned off in just a moment.
It's really cool to see this entire track is on a slope. There are drains up and down right in front of us where all the water's been going to. It has dried off really quickly. As I said before, it's going to be interesting to see what these KA juniors can do. There's still standing water on the main stretch. Everything is relatively starting to dry up. Turn 4, though, it looks like half the track towards the exit is still submerged underwater. Everything else is relatively starting to dry out. Not a lot of standing water, but it is still damp all the way through. So now it's going to be a matter of what tires do you go to, what setup do you do. Obviously, you're going to need a higher amount of grip, but as soon as that rain goes away, track is going to be completely reset. A brand new green track, because of how much rain we had, washes away all the marbles, or most of them, that is. Grip may or may not be there. That there is still left over. Obviously, there's going to be a large amount of it, but it's definitely going to change track conditions altogether.
Let's see here. Again, John Bonanno trying to rebound after his issues. He is closing in, I believe, on Chris McGinley in the 671 as your leader. That is Alex Mueller headed down the back straightaway right now and through turn number 4. He's rim riding. You can see a little bit on the edge. There's that big wet patch coming out of turn number 4. So this track, there's a couple patches that will stay wet, but as you mentioned here, Caleb, we're working towards the end. We're going to get this race cut a little bit short. Right now, we're showing 15 laps to go. It is actually 9 laps to go, I believe, as they're going to stay on the rain lap length here at 6 laps shorter. I'm mostly certain now. When we get back to a dry racetrack, they may open that length back up, and it seems we'll be within a session. In fact, we're going to cut after this race here to the starting grid because it is already getting pretty gnarly for the KA100 juniors. They're deciding of whether or not they go with rain or dry tires. What setup do they go with? Everyone rolling up to the grid obviously is rolling up on rains. There's no dry patch, so we may be getting to the KA100 seniors before the dry tires come out, but it could be easily within 1 to 2 sessions how quickly this track is continuing to slick back off as the water evaporates off the surface.
And they're still, you can see a couple of drivers now on the fence looking at the track, trying to figure out if there's any dry lines, also looking at the drivers. As we've seen time and time again, you can see Alex Mueller, who was rim riding turn number 4, his hands are all over the place. Looks like he is going to work on that kart. I don't think they had a whole lot of time to change their slick setups over. So typically what you do is you narrow in the back, widen the front, loosen up your seat struts, and maybe even tinker with the axle if you have time to. If you only can change your tires and that's it, it's going to be a very stiff chassis that you're used to in the rain, and it's going to be very difficult to drive. But I'm sure, I'm just looking up and down right now, people are pulling out, changing gears right now. They got axles trying to move in, changing hubs front and back. Seats are even being changed out. I see maybe some pads going in to raise up the driver.
Well, again, with the engine on the right rear side of the car, right, if you're going to make a sprocket change, you have to change, you have to take the right rear tire off anyway. And so the main 2 changes you initially first go through is that sprocket change. Because, again, you can see they're running a whole lot slower. The lap times are at a minute .4 right now for the race leader, Alex Mueller. He's getting faster every lap, but still at a minute 4 as of last time by. So the times being slower, you got to put on more teeth. You got to run a smaller gear ratio or a higher gear ratio to give you more speed out of the corner. Otherwise, you're not going to get into the rev power range. Beyond that, then the second thing you do is you change your track width. You're going to bring the front tires all the way out, bring the rear tires all the way in, try to get a maximum grip. As you can see, when Alex Mueller gets on his screen, you can see, and the rest of the field, headed over through turn number 8. The rear tires are basically inside the rear bumper. They are much more narrow than where they have been before. And those front tires, they are extending far out to the outside edges of the front bumper. He's trying to get maximum grip to the front. You want to go wide in the front, narrow in the rear. Again, you're just trying to scrape for any bit of grip that you can. Last time by here, Mueller, again, quickest overall compared to Paul Montepolian. I believe he should be putting 9 laps down this time by, which should put him even closer here to making it towards the end of the show.
And something else that's going to be a major factor is driving in traffic. Typically when it rains like this, it's just a matter of staying on track. Now you're throwing in about 20-some karts onto the circuit. That is with the KA juniors. It's going to be very hard to be running in a line, different racing lines all the way through. Some like it go high. Some can just manhandle the kart through the slick of it when it's in where the high grip is. Typically, you can see them spinning out. It is a very high risk, high reward when it comes to that type of driving style. Others like to just go 2 wheels up on the curb all the way on the bottom. Everyone has a different style of running in the rain. Typically, it's usually go off where the high grip is and try to just gun it as much as you can. Now, with all these karts on the field, it's just going to be a matter of trying to survive.
As the field goes on through here, we'll watch them continue to go through over by turn number 9. Again, your race leader, Alex Mueller, makes his way on out. The rest of the field still trailing a good ways behind him here. He is working his way through the slick, doing a great job. Again, we have over 300 viewers just on YouTube alone, another about 100 or so spread across Facebook, over 400 viewers here live. Continue to like and share. This race is crazy. And again, while this race itself is small in numbers and not too wild up front, it's going to be super, super wild for the KA100 juniors when they make their way out onto the racetrack.
I believe that was Paul Montopoli who spun around coming out of turn 2. He is able to get back underway. Again, everyone is just having a hard time trying to drive in the rain. Typically, rain races are not as popular as they used to be. Sometimes back in the day, like in the mid-2000s, everyone ran in the rain. And then it came to the point where safety became a concern. Karts got faster, chassis got better, and then it was we need to save our equipment. We're paying all this money for our engines, and for the equipment that we have, we need to save it, so it's not worth the extra risk. When it comes to national races like this, the ones that choose to actually go out and run in the rain are rewarded for that because of the type of driving style that changes from what we see in the dry. You got to be smooth, you got to be quick, and you also have to be adaptable because of the changing conditions. As we see right now, water still evaporating off the track. The puddles are beginning to narrow back down. There's still a couple of them, but what's going to be interesting to see is when the KAs go out on track, if they do decide to go out on the rain tires, there will be a dry line with so many karts on the on the circuit, but when they're running that long, they're going to put in a dry line. You got to keep those tires cool. Those rain tires are meant to be ran in puddles, not when it's damp, in puddles. Damp usually means that you go for a high grip setup with slicker tires. So if there's no area where you can cool those rains off, then you're just going to eat through all the tread. It is going to wear down very quickly, and you are not going to have that much tire left. So strategies coming into play. Teams are going to work right now. Looking up and down the grid for the juniors, it looks like a lot of them are opting to go with rains. I don't know if that's a mental game that they're trying to do, like, we're going on rains, and we're going to switch the drives before we go back out. I know personally I have done that before, so we're just going to be watching up and down. As soon as this race comes to a conclusion, I think we're going to get myself and Aaron Hackmeister on grid, maybe do a couple of interviews, walk up and down the pit lane because it is all hectic right now with teams and drivers trying to figure out the best thing to do. Honestly, I have no idea. The track is in a weird state right now. It looks like it's starting to dry up, but it kind of plateaued to where it was drying really quickly. Now it is stayed just slightly damp. I think rain tires will be faster towards the end of the KAs and the beginning of the KA seniors. So now we're just going to continue to watch this X30 Master race. Still Alex Mueller out on track. Currently holds a 10-second lead over David Galonia. Again, Galonia spun out earlier in the race. He has tried to play catch-up, but as of now, the race is in the command of Alex Mueller. Last lap, his lap time was a 1:03.369. So again, that shows you how much this track cools off. Again, we're talking about gear ratios. You got to bump up that back gear. Now with that, when you're coming out of the corner, you get a whole bunch of wheel spin. There's not a lot of traction. If there's a higher gear ratio, it's going to pick up quicker. So you got to be able to manage the back end of the cart. It's going to be all over the place. So it's got to be patient on the right foot. When it comes to your braking, you can't come in, slam on the brakes, and then hope that you can just throw it in. It's going to lock the back wheels up, and you'll begin to spin. So you got to be very patient on the left foot and on the right. Your hands and everything else has to be a whole lot slower when you go to the corners because you don't want to shock anything because you're already working with just a little bit of traction. We've got 2 laps to go. Alex Mueller still out in front. He still holds a very strong lead. Last time by it was 9.5. This time by it is a 8.8. So it looks like David Galonia is slowly starting to reel in Alex Mueller out in front. John Bonanno still running in P number 2. He currently has a 16-second deficit to the leader of Alex Mueller, currently about 8 seconds behind second placeman of David Galonia. Chris McGinley running in the 4th spot. He is 20 seconds down on the leader of Mueller, and he is currently 2.4 seconds down on John Bonanno running in the 3rd spot. And Paul Montopoli has had a little bit of trouble on track. I'm not sure if he had time to change his kart or if he maybe does not have a lot of experience running in the rain. He has spun a couple times. He is currently in the back of the field in 5th. He has not come back around. It looks like he is 3 laps down. He may have pulled off or spun off, but right now we're watching Alex Mueller going to work right now. Comes across the line. A white flag is out. He has got 1 more lap to go before he is going to win this feature. He's got to be patient. He now has a large gap over David Galonia in second, now back up to 9.5 seconds. So it looks like he found another second of pace out of the cart. He makes his way into turn 4 for the last time. Let's get a look at the track. Still wet. He's still running the high line. There's still puddles on the exit of turn 4, and over here is where it's going to be difficult. Over in the little chicane, a little bit of concrete sticks out. You usually eat the curb when you come through it. Now you can't touch the curbs because they're going to be slick with the paint that's on them. So the rest of the track is still damp. There is a dry line starting to come in. Xander, if you're about to go out, would you be on slicks or would you be on wets?
Right now, you still got to go out on the wet tires, but I don't know. I mean, with how long their session is, you know, I think we'll absolutely be on slicks, and they'll probably be burning them out. What you would want to do, I would say, is probably put your wet tires down to low dry tire pressures. Typically, you're going to see, as we see the leader, Alex Mueller, come around, he's going to win a wet one and a wild one for X30 Master. He'll win the Grand National title across the line at X30 Masters. But again, as these guys complete their main event, Mueller will score himself, I believe, a ticket to the IAME International Final. The prize package has been posted. There's so much. I got to look at that, and it's just been a crazy day. So David Galonia across the line. Second there, John Bonanno just came across. He'll complete the podium in third as he got by Chris McGinley there in the final few laps. Again, shortened by 6 laps. We'll probably stay on that shortened 6 laps distance. I don't know if we'll stay on that all the way through the day or if they'll cut that after we get back to a dry racetrack. So very, very crazy stuff, folks, here. Again, we are at 2 camera angles working on getting our third up. Luckily, somehow all of our tech was able to keep going so we can keep this live stream going for you guys. This stuff, again, just super insane. And our own Caleb Smock and Aaron Hackmeister, they're going to make their way over to the grid right now. They're going to take a look at everything set up. It is definitely a big-time swing for the KA100 juniors, and they are on ready racing. So what that means is as soon as the class previous to this one completes, then the next class will roll. So as soon as the track gets clear, they're going to give them the 1 or 2 minute warning. We're not going to be able to talk to any drivers, but you can take a look at who we've got on the grid. So Carson Morgan, that is going to be the 8. Yeah, Jeremy Fletcher there in the 856 to his outside. They both are going to be driving on wet tires here, ready and set to go. So we'll go through the rest of the grid, see if anyone's taking a gamble on slicks. I don't think you're going to see it right now, but it will definitely be burning those wet tires up by the time we get to the end of this session with the way that the track continues to dry. We were flooded, again, 20 minutes ago. We've got a couple puddles here and there. We've got a big wet spot coming out of turn number 4. But you can keep going down the grid here. The rain tires all the way through. The clear visors are on. Crazy stuff for the KA juniors. Again, we are trying to bring you guys all the coverage we can live from GoPro Motorplex with IAME USA East Grand National Championship presented by Hunt Brothers Pizza as they work their way down towards turn number 4, or down towards the grid. So as we work our way out here comes everyone out of the grid. We got 1 or 2 drivers stuck there. Looks to be possibly one of the James brothers trying to get the cart fired. As our Aaron Hackmeister gets out of the way, the rest of the field will fire up. Look at that, we've still got 1 driver on the grid. So now the 90-second rule will go. This is what we've talked about in the past year. Multiple drivers, actually. Looks like issues for Braden Robertson also. They are trying to fire up multiple cars on the grid here and then trying to get something for Braden Robertson to get fired as well. So there we go. We got 1 driver up and away. Now Robertson in the cross-link entry. They're trying to fire him up as well. Here comes another starter. See if they can get him fired. That's the 817. And Braden Robertson is away within the 90-second clock. He's going to race around trying to catch up to the field. I think they're probably going to wave off this first attempt at the start. He made it out of the grid before these guys were set to go racing. So we're going to get ourselves back into position. Again, we were only at 2 cameras, so our grid camera was our start-finish line camera. That one will get into position here in just a moment.
So when I was on grid and looking, we have 1 cart that decided to go on slicks. That is cart number 842, Mason Surgener, starting in the 32nd spot. Only car to opt to go on slick tires. Honestly, looking at now, there's some dry patches starting to form. He may have an advantage. Looking over in turn number 9, the inside by the curb is starting to dry up. He is going to struggle the first couple laps, but as those rains start to wear, he just might have a chance to catch back up through the field.
Yeah, let's see it here. Now, he could have a huge window of opportunity there, the 842 of Mason Surgener, the only driver to go on to slick tires. You can see already the dry line somewhat forming as they go towards turn number 8. We're focused on your leaders. We've still got Braden Robertson. He is zooming around to try and catch up to the pack at the moment to get himself into position. And he'll find his place in line. He started a little bit deep in the field, but all the drivers that were struggling to get off the grid, they are on the racetrack now. The KA100 seniors will go up next. I'll be very surprised if any of those guys do not rock up with slick tires. The track is already definitely drying. The KA juniors, their hand was forced. The first 5 laps here, it's going to be so slick on the reins, they're going to have to use them. But again, the fences are lined. Everybody wants to see what this track's going to do. Nobody really knows. So as they come around the final corner, let's see. We'll get ready to go racing. KA100 junior style for the IAME USA Grand National Championship presented by Hunt Brothers Pizza. Carson Morgan, Jeremy Fletcher, Sebastian Weldon, Elio Meza. The front 2 rows. Here we go. We're green. Good start for all of them as they go up through turn number 1, 2. Now they go to turn number 3. Everybody makes it through. They're all trying to feel out the grip levels. As the sun continues to shine, this track dries off. Again, we're definitely going to be back, I believe, for slick tires for the KA seniors. And there they go, Morgan around the outside lane. He's going to rip around the top side. More drivers running the bottom side than I thought would be through turn number 4. You can see how dry it is already over there off that camera. Back over to the infield section. Morgan leads them through. Where's Mason Sturgeoner? We'll find him as he updates through the first few laps. Everybody's still going all the way through into turn number 8. Morgan wide. Oh, no, that was, who was that all the way up there to him? Is that Fletcher into second?
Fletcher into second.
No, that's Cameron Weinberg. Weinberg's in second. Fletcher's back in third. He's battling with Weldon. Weinberg tried to go on Morgan, went wide, and it is still Carson Morgan, the leader. Jeremy Fletcher is third. Sebastian Weldon is fourth.
As they now make their way out of the last corner for the first time down the main stretch, they're already starting to spread back out. It looks like everyone now is not really trying to race each other, but figure out what the track's doing, what their cart's doing, how they can handle it. But they're now going 3 wide down the main stretch, heading into turn 1, as we are now trying to look out at the top 3. Morgan, Weinberg, and Fletcher, but it looks like Weldon now is up into P3 as they make their way into the bull once more. Some guys, I'm still shocked about the run in the mid and low parts of the track. No one's going high where it's got a whole lot of dry land.
Let's see it here as they go through turn number 6. Cameron Weinberg under heavy fire. Oh, Sebastian Weldon just pounded the barrier over at turn number 6. He knocked that out of the way. Hopefully that didn't hurt him too bad. He just tried to block down into turn number 8. Weldon's definitely going to lose some ground. Meza's going to get by him. Everybody trying to get by through 8 over to turn number 9. And your leader should still be Carson Morgan. Jeremy Fletcher into second. Look at this gaggle through turn number 9. Big wide pack of carts coming out of 9 on the short chute up to 11.
What I've been looking at turn 9 is that got that concrete runoff on the high side of the track. Concrete dries out not only earlier than it does with pavement, but it also has more grip. So they're throwing it in deep, getting it sideways, collecting all the car in the curb and the runoff of the concrete, gripping up, and then shooting back on the track. But the problem is that when they come back on, it's slick again. So they get a great run through the mid-corner. On the exit, they get sideways, as now watching the leaders coming out of the bull once more.
Let's see them go down the backstretch now over through turn number 5 and 6. Carson Morgan eking out a nice little lead here. Jeremy Fletcher, we mentioned here, one of the best drivers that we have seen as of late here, having a fantastic run as they go all the way through.
Looks like Weldon is on the back bumper. I believe that is of Weinberg coming out of the hairpin. They're going to go 3 wide on the exit. It looks like Weldon is going to get the short end of the stick. He is going to fall back to the field, still side by side, coming out of turn number 9. I believe that's going to be Weinberg going to take the better advantage, and he is now going to pull away. He is getting all sorts of help. I believe that is Meza right behind as they work their way towards the last corner coming down the main stretch for one more lap.
Let's see it here as they come on by. Battle there, Parker DeLong to the inside on Cameron Weinberg. He's going to get through in turn number 1. Good pass there for Parker DeLong. He'll make up another position. He's up quite a few already here. That'll put him to P4. And the 829 Arizona driver trying to close on up to the top 2. Carson Morgan, Jeremy Fletcher. Fletcher last time by 0.7 of a second to the better than the race leader. So let's lock in to this one because it's about to heat up for the race lead and the race win. Jeremy Fletcher, Carson Morgan. Top 2 drivers here, top 2 ranked drivers in junior in the country, you could argue. Look at Fletcher, he's trying him side by side out of 8 for the lead here at the Grand National Championship into 9.
And it's going to be side by side still as they're going to send it up on the inside. They are not able to make their way through. They're still nose to tail. You can see how much grip these carts have now. There's a dry line forming, and when they get in the middle of the corner, that back wheel picks up off the ground. You can visibly see it, which means that these carts are highly gripped up. They can throw them in almost anywhere on track, especially when it starts to dry out. They'll be all over the place. As of right now, it looks like it is Morgan out in front over Fletcher. Fletcher now is going to have a slight run coming out of 3, heading towards turn number 4. He is now working the draft. He is going to be sitting on the inside. It looks like Morgan got a little bit of breathing room. They're running that middle line, middle to high line since it's starting to dry out. But again, with these slick tires, they're going to degrade fast. They got to keep them cool.
Yeah, these rain tires here are going to get really, really eaten up as this race goes on here. 11 laps to go. 4 laps completed for the KA Juniors in this 16-lap rain-shortened main event. They've already picked up a lot of time. You can see how dry and light gray the racetrack is. That light gray is the pavement that is dry. The dark gray, the pavement that is wet. As they go over to turn number 9 here, Morgan, 2 kart lengths ahead of Fletcher. Big gap back to Elio Meza, but Meza was quickest overall last time by. Morgan, again, the lap before. The problem is he's the first guy through the wall. First guy to try and find out where the grip level is. They all can judge off him, go a little deeper, find a little more pace.
Now coming out of turn number 2, heading towards the third corner. I think everyone now trying to get a little bit more comfortable with how the track is. It's obviously changing a lot, starting to dry out. Still nose to tail for the lead, and I believe we are now going on board. I believe that's Elliot Cox battling it out with
Austin Jers.
Jers.
And just ahead of him was Aiden Rudolph there in that shot. As there goes DeLong through, he's in 4th. Sebastian Weldon, he pounded that barrier, somehow must have hit it with the front bumper. He's fine in P5. The rest of your field, again, you can see them rolling through the middle, working their way towards the bottom, but still not fully on the standard dry line just yet.
And we're still watching as they make their way into turn 9 once more. Look at how much they're going to try to take this concrete curbing out on the outside. Grips it up for for Morgan. Fletcher's falling behind on his inside, and it looks like we may have had a leader change, and we're on board now. That is Elliot Cox, Jers, and I believe Rudolph still battling out. That is for the 6th position.
Let's see if we can lock back into the leaders. This is a major battle here for the lead. This is all the way back here. Elliot Cox, Aiden Rudolph at the edge of the top 10, trying to focus again on our leading group because it is still very tight. Carson Morgan trying to hang on over Jeremy Fletcher, trying to hang on as they go to turn number 4.
And they're still going to be working themselves out as they're heading into turn 4. Again, trying to run that high line. It's got a little bit more grip. Tires are going to start to degrade. Looks like Morgan's still running out front.
Big
we got a car in the barrier.
Away. Is that Ryan Miller?
As the 8:38.
Ryan Miller, indeed. Heavy impact here right at the start-finish line straight here. They're going to check him out. He is up. He is okay. Back to your leaders. Check him out of turn number 8. Fletcher just kind of working the rear of Carson Morgan, trying to find a little bit of time. Both drivers have already gone a second faster than where they were a lap ago. So again, I would be hard-pressed to find any of your KA seniors go on rain tires. They're probably switching back over to slicks. The question is, how much gear do you go back towards? How dry will the track be? It's going to be very slippery, but it should be a dry racetrack for the KA seniors. And again, everybody on the fence right now line, not just to watch this fantastic battle we're setting up with Jeremy Fletcher and Carson Morgan for the race lead and win, but also to see what the racetrack's going to do, what it's going to look like as they go down to turn number 4.
They are halfway this time. Still Morgan out in front over Fletcher in second. Fletcher trying to just follow right behind Morgan. He sees what's working, sees what doesn't. He's got a little bit of time to prepare himself. Currently, it looks like Morgan has a half-second advantage over Fletcher for the second spot. These two drivers have pulled away from the rest of the field roughly about 2.5 seconds over third placeman, which is going to be Elio Meza running a P3. He's got a little buffer for himself now, but we are still locked onto the 2 leaders going back and forth, playing it very safe and also running very quickly of Carson Morgan and Jeremy Fletcher.
Watching now, we've only got our turn 4 camera here as they work their way up to turn the final corner. We'll watch the rest of the field come on through again. Just kind of getting all of our equipment back and sorted and dry. We're going to have our camera as well back on top of the building at turn number 1 here in just a few moments. But right now, still working through over towards the back straightaway for the race leaders. Again, we apologize about this, folks. Here again, the rain got everybody off guard, including our crew. We're doing everything we can to bring you guys the action, and it is definitely getting action-packed at the moment. Your race leader here, Carson Morgan to the outside. Look at Fletcher. He's trying to work the inside there. Over to turn number 5. Single file. We'll keep calling it like a radio call for the moment until we get it. Looks like problems as well for one driver in the infield of the racetrack. He's gone. That's over by turn number 9.
It looks like we're still watching Morgan and Fletcher. They're going back and forth. We're going to have to do this old-school radio call, and it looks like it's going to be Fletcher now trying to work the inside line, and Morgan is making their way out of turn number 9. Heading towards turn 10, still Fletcher out in front, and it looks like Morgan has got a slight run. Now he's going to be down by just a little bit as they make their way towards the last corner.
Good little change there for Carson Morgan to go back through to the lead over Jeremy Fletcher. Look behind them. Elio Meza the last few laps has been flying, flat flying, nearly a second faster than the leaders. The Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Car driver was multiple seconds back many laps ago, and now he is on the move with 6 laps to go. Can Elio Meza play spoiler? Can he get into the mix? We talked to him. He started his IAME USA Grand National Championship bid terribly. Got into a wreck in qualifying. And now Elio Meza in the blacked out Iron Rock Motorsports Tony kart back in third is reeling in the top two. Carson Morgan still leads. Fletcher second in the 12 to 15-year-old KA100 junior class.
It looks like Meza is closing and closing quick as we go side by side. Morgan and Fletcher. Fletcher goes down the inside. Morgan goes for the crossover, and it is now going to be the exact same as it was before. Morgan out in front. Now Fletcher tries the inside line once more, working his way into the last corner. And it looks like it's going to be Fletcher on point. He goes wide. Morgan down to the inside, and here comes Meza. He sees the battle going back and forth, side by side for the lead. Morgan back on point. Fletcher now goes to second. Meza on the back bumper of Fletcher.
As they go down the back straightaway here. Here comes Elio Meza. When does he go by Jeremy Fletcher? 5 laps to go right now. He'll push him to the bumper. He has caught the top two. Can he do anything with it? It is so tough to make a pass here, even with an intermediate racetrack right now that these KA juniors are on. As they go through turn 6 here, Morgan, Fletcher, Meza, 2 kart lengths apiece. Carson Morgan finding some more grip here. It's so impressive for Carson Morgan to be able to do what he's doing right now. He has led almost every single lap. And that is so hard because everyone behind him, like I said, they can see what he does and they can do it better. He is feeling the grip by the seat of his pants. He has no judge in front. If he goes in too deep in any corner or hits a wet spot bad, he'll spin. But guess what? The Californian is unfazed. And here comes Meza to the bumper of Fletcher. Will he go? He's looking. Meza for second. He's got it. Elio Meza up another spot.
I think Meza may have went for a lower grip, wet setup, because in this later part of the races, he has now started to storm his way through the field, really getting that kart figured out. He may have gone a little bit different on tire pressures. Whatever he has done, it's working for him, because he is now on the hunt to reel in Carson Morgan for the lead. He has already disposed of Jeremy Fletcher falling back into third, and we are now watching Elio Meza, who has gotten around Jeremy Fletcher, try to work his way back up to Carson Morgan. Look at the inside left wheel through this corner right here. You can see Morgan's picks up. Elio Meza sends it in on the outside, able to keep the kart gripped up. So I think he has got the perfect setup right now in this intermediate changing stages of this track.
Yeah, Elio Meza, I got to see the kid when he was in the hotel earlier on this weekend. He was so excited to be here. Again, the confidence, you could just see he was brimming ear to ear with it. He was so ready to go at for a national championship. And right now, Elio Meza is the driver that everybody's watching, reeling in the top two, now reeling in the race leader. Carson Morgan, he's won multiple national titles. He is a established name, well-established name on the national circuit. Meza, he's been slowly earning his stripes in the mini classes. He's been earning his stripes here in the junior division, and now he is in a prime position to play spoiler to the 2 drivers who have dominated this class all weekend. He wants to get out there. Charlie Swain and the Iron Rock Motorsports Group, this would be huge for them to be able to get Elio Meza into victory lane here at GoPro Motorplex. They're going to come to see the double sticks this time, though, and the gap right now, it is still pretty massive. Carson Morgan, 2 laps to go this time by as we were back on Austin Jers a little ways there with that camera shot. Here comes the race leader, Morgan, up the hill.
It looks like Elio Meza may have hit a plateau. He is not reeling in as quickly as he was before. He is still pulling in, but they're getting 2 laps to go this time by. He is up on the wheel. Meza is trying to tuck into the draft of Carson Morgan. Coming out of turn 2, it looks like last time it was about a half a second difference between Meza and Morgan, your leader. Out of turn 3, Morgan may have figured out what Meza was doing and started to do it better, because he is now starting to slowly pull away from Elio Meza out of turn number 4. You can see him leaning over on the left side of the kart, trying to get the inside or outside as much gripped up as he can through turn 5. Meza starting to close the gap, now down by about 2 kart lengths. This is the closest he's been. He's got about 2.5 laps to try to make a move.
Let's see it here. Elio Meza, second to last time through turn number 8. Good run there. Morgan got sideways. Here comes Meza. It's going to be a last lap battle. Elio Meza out of turn number 9 is 1 kart length away. Morgan just took a look back. He can't defend because unlike the normal dry race, he goes to the bottom. There's no grip there. Final time down the front stretch. White flag in the air. Carson Morgan, 2 kart lengths, 1 lap to hang on.
Meza now is in the draft, and if he's going to make his move, it's probably going to have to be in either turn 4, turn 6, or turn 9. He is now not close enough to make a move coming into turn 4, out of turn 3, heading towards turn 4, as they are now going down hard onto the brakes. Meza not close enough. He continues to run up to the back of him. You can see him leaning all the way over on the left side into the toe as they make their way through the chicane of turn 5, heading into turn 6. He is now even closer than he was last lap. This is going to be an interesting last half lap.
Oh, man, little mistake there for Carson Morgan. Not able to fully get there from Elio Meza. Morgan, no mistake, but no run out of turn number 8. The gear too low. Here goes Mesa, high side. Morgan blocks it off on turn number 9. Can Mesa get the drive? He's going to have a run at him. Here he comes, final corner. Last time up the hill. Morgan to the inside, Mesa to the outside. Morgan drives him up the racetrack. Carson Morgan survives. He'll win in KA Junior.
How about that finish? Carson Morgan able to defend going into turn number 9. Backed up Elio Meza just enough for him to not have a good run. That was a fantastic race, even with the change of conditions.
Yeah, Elio Meza gave it everything he had there. Phenomenal job from Meza to try and close it. Made it exciting at the end as Jeremy Fletcher faded away. You could tell coming out of turn 8, Morgan's gear, I don't know what it was, whether he just couldn't put the power down like Meza could, or Meza was even a taller gear than Morgan coming out of the corners. But Elio Meza, phenomenal job here as the rest of the field comes across. Jeremy Fletcher ends third. Austin Jurrs, we were focused on him for a moment, up 13 spots to 4th. There, gets into the top 5. Parker DeLong into 5th. Cooper Shipman ends up 6th. Elliot Cox 7th. Aiden Rudolph 8th. Sam Corey 9th. George Fagali and Alex Feldstein both picked up a ton of time. I don't know if they were on slicks or not. 15 spots up for George Fagali. 18 spots for Alex Feldstein. Ben Mayer 12th. Sebastian Weldon, his rough run. I think he might have suffered some damage when he hit the wall early on. Grayson Upchurch there 14th. Problems, of course, for Ryan Miller were early on. He ended up with the DNF. Braden Robertson, he was late getting off the grid. When he got it going, though, he was okay. Rounded out the top 15. We've still got the KA100 seniors to come. They've got their cards up on the stands. They're going to get a moment here because we've got to clear the racetrack. So we'll pan over to our grid shot. Take a look at what we've got going on. You can see Connor Zillish. He's on slick tires. He's starting to put his gloves on, getting set to go racing. Paulie Massimino to the outside of the front row here. He's going to get set to go as well. Brand new bumper for Massimino. Then we go back, row number 2. There's Cole Morgan. Here's Nolan Allison. They're going to lift their carts onto the ground and see what we can do here. We're going to see if we can get you guys a full run of the starting lineup that we've got coming your way here for the drivers in the KA100 senior class. So again here, set to go, KA100 senior racing action. We're going to let them get suited up. We'll be right back after a word from our partners here. Oh, what do we have here?
We're going back to full-length races. You want to make an announcement to everybody? We're going back to full-length races for this next race.
Big announcement. So again, we are back to the full scheduled distance. So again, no more shortened events. We are back to full race length, beginning with KA Senior. You can see everyone's back on slick tires. It's going to be a little bit damp for these guys first few laps, but we're going to be back to probably dry racing here very, very soon. It's going to be a very different racetrack from where they were just earlier on here today. So we'll take a look at all that. Again, all that coming your way. Once again, we are back to full race distance, back on slick tires. KA100 Senior coming your way after this.
I'm Alex Speed, the team principal here at Speed Concepts Racing. We have an elite karting program. We really focus on giving the drivers the tools they have to take to the next level. We don't really want to, it's important to win racing and go-karting, but really give the kids the tools they need to hopefully become professional racing drivers. We're on the OTK Red Speed Kart. We have our own in-house motor program with Speed Lab. We do really competitive in the national races, but again, our main focus is really giving the kids, the tools they have, looking at data, looking at video to really give them arsenal to go on to car racing and hopefully be successful.
Check us out on Facebook at facebook.com/speedconceptsracing or email us at speedconceptsracing@gmail.com.
Hunt Brothers Pizza always offers 10 toppings to choose from at no extra charge. That's 1,024 topping combinations at one price. At Hunt Brothers Pizza, we love racing and we love pizza. Visit huntbrotherspizza.com to find your next pizza.
How you doing? My name is Mike Doty from Mike Doty Racing from Orange County, New York. We're about an hour north of New York City. We're a full-service kart shop that we supply IAME, Rotax, and all rock engines. We sell OTK parts and all the tires for all the different series. We support USPKS, SCUSA, Rotax, which is the Stars and Stripes, and the Rock Winter Tour. What we do is we try to get the drivers better by data, driver coaching, and setup. We have a lot of good drivers that come through our program. We have a lot of experience. I've been doing it for almost 35 years, and we just try to translate that to all our customers.
For more info about Mike Doty Racing, you can contact us at MikeDotyRacing@gmail.com or call us at 845-551-0572.
So our
our program at RPG is primarily based around driver development. We like to be able to get the families and kids early in the year and build them a specific program based around driver training. We use these national races like the SCUSA Pro Tour, the USPKS as their proving grounds. We work, we train, we run regional races, we train at our local track, we train at the customer's local track. From 10 to 20 years old, we can teach them what we believe are the good habits and get rid of their bad habits, and we can do that over time. This has been the most successful way that we've found that works really well for our program, and we plan to keep continuing that way.
If you're ready to take your racing career to the next level, check out RollisonPG.com for more information. That's www.RollisonPG.com.
Launching this winter is their premium line of karting gloves. Visit offsetsport.com for their current range of karting products, including rain shoe covers, custom karting suits, and mechanics gloves. Choose
All right, we're back here at GoPro Motorplex. Time to get set to go racing for the KA100 seniors. Connor Zilic, Paulie Massimino. First time live. No green that time live. Getting set to go racing this time for the IAME USA Grand National Championship. As we work our way down the front straightaway here, Connor Zilic, Paulie Massimino, your front row. We're joined now in the booth here by Carson Morgan, your race winner in KA100 Junior. Man, Carson, that was a wild one. It's a wild one getting started in KA Senior. Talk to me through it here. What's the track like right now?
Well, at the beginning of the race, you know, the track was really wet, and you were kind of running the wet line everywhere. And halfway through, it started to get dry, and I was like, oh, no, here we go. Because we were way too low on gear, you know, all the low-speed stuff. He was just destroying us. We were just getting caught so much. But the track's pretty much dry now. Like those last couple laps, it was full dry line.
All right, well, let's go and take a look here and see what we've got for the KA 100 seniors as they make their way around. Caleb Smock, call it, as we'll come to complete lap number 1.
Yeah, they're making their way out of turn 9. I believe that is going to be Connor Zilich out on point right now, followed by Massimino running in second as they come around to complete another lap. Again, we're back to full distance racing. Coming out of the last corner, still Zilich leading the way. He has got a very good buffer over Massimino running in second. Allison now is up into third. You can see a live shot now as they make their way down into turn number 1. Zilich has a huge lead over Massimino in second. They got a very good buffer between themselves, and Allison and Jones running in third and fourth, heading down to turn number 4.
Good run here for Connor Zilich, Paulie Massimino right now. Carson Morgan, again, you said we're back to about dry. Talk to me, have you seen any racetrack dry this quickly here? I mean, when we get a rain shower like we did, your pit, I'm sure, was probably flooded as well.
Yeah, you know, we were out there. I thought it was just going to be full rain all day for the rest of the day, but it's dry. One session, really, you know, I've never seen this before. This track and this weather is just so crazy.
It is absolutely wild here. Paulie Massimino and Connor Zilich, they're back to normal lap times right now. Got a little grip dial in the go-karts. It's probably going to be still a pretty green racetrack, washing a good bit of the rubber and the marbles off to the sides and getting it back to where we were about starting on the day Thursday. So we'll see as we go down to turn number 1 here. They're still shuffling behind them. Working our way up the hill here, Massimino and Zilich, 1 and 2. Carson Morgan here, we've got you, and they begin to work together. We'll cut back over to us. Take a look here, Carson. Well, we've got everyone online. You got a lot of followers. That was a wild one. Bunch of guys cheering for you. Who would you like to thank here for that big main event victory? First of 2 you're vying for this weekend.
Okay, first I'd like to thank my parents and everyone at home watching. You know, all I couldn't do without my supporters. And then I really like to thank Zim. You know, like I said earlier in the week, the car's been so on point, you know, like no mistakes, just the tire pressure coming in perfect and everything. And then I'd like to thank everyone at RPM, you know, just everyone. You know, they couldn't do it without you guys and Comet Racing Motors.
Well, awesome here, Carson. We're going to let you step on out of the booth as we go back over to the on-track action right now. Get set to go racing here again for X30 Junior Pro. You got $5,000 to play for in that one. That's the big money.
Thank you.
All right, Carson Morgan going to leave us out of the booth here. We'll go back to the on-track action once again. Paulie Massimino, Connor Zilich, first and second as they go through turn number 4 and make their way around the racetrack over towards turn 5 and 6. We'll keep going here. Caleb Smock will call it. Right now, Brandon Lemke, big driver on the move. Up a number of positions already. He's up 4. Has gone by Hayden Jones into the 3rd spot, trying to close up to your top 2. Cole Morgan is P5. Gavin Bailiff is P6. And behind him, Alex Stanfield, P7. Thomas Annunziata is 8. Nolan Allison at a great starting position. He is down a number of spots already, down 4 from 4th to 8th, now 9th. Under 5 from Emery Lida, who is the quickest driver as at the stripe last time by. But we'll put another lap in. 4 down, 17 to go.
Brandon Lemke has definitely been on the move. He has worked his way up through the field, easily able to get around both Jones and Morgan. He is now trying to see if he can't run back up with Massimino and Zilich running 1 and 2 as they make their way down to turn number 4. As we go back on now, it is Zilich running in second, Massimino out in front, but ever so slowly, you can see Brandon Lemke leading Jones and Morgan back up to that group. They're roughly down about 5 or 6 kart lengths. If they continue to run nose to tail, they just might have a chance to catch back up. But as of now, it looks like Brandon Lemke may have figured out the slow grip line and is really starting to slice his way up to the field.
Yeah, Brandon Lemke is definitely looking pretty good right now. Last time by, as you mentioned, he is slicing his way forward, 51 flat. Lemke's been kind of at the outside edge of the top 10, which has been very interesting to see for a driver of his caliber. I mean, that's a guy who has won multiple national titles in X30 Pro and in 100cc competition. Now ahead of him, 2 drivers a little bit to his younger. Paulie Massimino, he's raced a number of years. Massimino a couple of years younger. Zilich, I think, is about 4 or 5 years younger than Lemke. And as they work their way down the back here, they are still hooked up. Zilich happy to push Massimino. These two have worked together beautifully all weekend long, and then it's just come down to a duel between the pair. So Zilich, no problem pushing him. The downside is both drivers. I'm not even sure if Zilich went ahead, it would change at all. Brandon Lemke remains as the quickest on the racetrack, or at least was up until last lap that he only matched the pace of the leaders. He needs a little bit of maybe pushing up. We'll see if Gavin Bailiff can get there.
As we're watching Bailiff, he is closing in on Lemke. 2 karts that have a great chance to catch him back up to the front 2. Massimino still leading. Zilich running in the 2nd spot has been stuck to his back bumper like glue this entire race. We're coming up on 15 laps to go. Again, we switch back to doing a full race distance as Zilich continues to push Massimino, almost trying to get a little bit of a gap, but it looks like Lemke and Bailiff are really starting to close in. Cole Morgan running in 5th is not too far behind Bailiff. Hayden Jones running in 6th, and Alex Stanfield in the 7th spot is your top 7. as we continue to watch this battle starting to create between the top four of Massimino, Zilic, Lemke, and Bailiff heading into turn number 5 and 6.
Yeah, last time by there, Lemke shipped off a 1/10 of a second, so he got it back down to 8/10 to the lead, 7/10 to the rear bumper of Connor Zilic. You mentioned Gavin Bailiff on the move. Gavin Bailiff has had a really successful summer stretch. He started to make some serious strides, collected a couple podiums back at the U.S. Pro Kart Series event over at Road America in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. He's also looking pretty good here at GoPro Motorplex on the Kart Republic, pulling away a little bit from Cole Morgan.
They're now making another lap down the straight. We're now underneath 15 laps to go, 14 to go at the line, 22 laps in total. So you can do the math because I can't off the top of my head. We are nowhere close to halfway as we are still watching Massimino and Zilic 1 and 2. Trying to see if they can't pull away from the rest of the field, but Lemke and Bailiff right there in the frame now, slowly starting to reel in Massimino and Zilic as they're working their ways into turn 6 once more. And it looks like Bailiff now is starting to really close in on the back bumper of Lemke. Hopefully those two don't start battling it out. If they do, they're going to stunt all this growth that they've had and trying to close back up to the leaders, and it is going to be very difficult for them to reel them in if they start battling it back out as they make their way out of turn number 9.
Heading out of turn number 9 and over towards the short chute, up the hill to turn number 11. We'll get a little bit closer to halfway this time by. 8 laps complete at the line, 13 laps to go. Brandon Lemke, Gavin Bailiff are on the way. Both drivers are now going to get a little bit of drafting help off the rear bumper of Connor Zilic. How long is Zilic willing to wait behind the rear bumper of Paulie Massimino is the big question. As again, we see them go down the back straightaway here, hooked up nose to tail, trying to close in here, or at least pull away from the drivers closing in on them, with Brandon Lemke closing up. Gavin Bailiff, fastest on the racetrack last time at a 50.419. He was 3/10 to the better of the race leaders. Alex Stanfield, again, he's up 5 spots into the top 5. He's still about a 1.25 back from the 4th place drivers, so he's got a little work to do, but he's gotten his way ahead of Cole Morgan. Feeling pretty good here on a green racetrack. Again, when we say green, this track has seen 4 days so far long of rubber being laid down on the surface. It's absolutely heightened the grip levels. Now, with the rain washing that away, kind of gives you a clean slate. Gets us back to a brand new racetrack. And as the leaders go to turn number 1, Massimino, Zilic, Lemke, Bailiff up the hill to turn number 3.
Lemke and Bailiff just may have pulled it off. They're really starting to close in on Massimino and Zilic now. Roughly about 2 kart lengths is the distance between Zilic and Lemke. Now they come out of turn 4. They're now bunched up nose to tail top 4. It looks like Lemke and Bailiff may be the dynamic duo because they have cut their way through the field. Now up into the top 4, battling it out as they make their way down into turn number 8 of the hairpin. Zilic now back on the point. Massimino goes into second. I think you saw the trend coming from behind. He wants to put a little bit of a buffer between himself and Lemke, followed by Bailiff. But now they're still nose to tail. Hopefully let's see a great 4-kart battle as we now have Massimino going the inside of Zilic, and here comes Lemke now on the inside of Zilic, being followed by Bailiff, trying to run a freight train into turn number 1. They're going to clear him. Zilic now falls back into 4th, but he's not done yet. He looked on the inside of Bailiff. Now we got Lemke up to 2nd, Bailiff to 3rd, Massimino leading, and it is going to be Zilic in 4th.
What a great view here. Look at Connor Zilic trying to rip the top side as they all started to block onto the bottom. Zilic nearly gets around Gavin Bailiff, had to back out of it. Now he's going to have to clean the tires off, going off the groove there. Going to be a little bit slicker, a little more wet, I believe, as they go to turn number 8. Here comes Lemke. Does he go? Late move on the brakes. New leader, Brandon Lemke from Wisconsin, goes to the top spot. Massimino to 2nd. Gavin Bailiff there from Cincinnati, Ohio, starting to close in. He is, again, just as quick as Lemke. They both are reeling in. Look at the sun shining here at GoPro Motorplex. 10 laps to go, 11 laps complete. What a race we've got forming in KA Senior. Look at Massimino. He'll throw a block into 1.
He threw a block into 1. It looks like it was followed by Bailiff, and they're trying to hold off Zilic running in the 4th spot. Now slowly but surely that second pack is starting to close back up, led by Alex Stanfield, followed by Thomas Annunziata. They are running in the 5th and 6th spot, but right now it's a very close 4-car battle for the lead. Currently it is now Lemke out in front, Massimino in 2nd, followed by Bailiff in 3rd. Now Bailiff is under attack, is down on the inside. Connor Zilic tried it, couldn't get it done, and we're going to try to pass into the hairpin. No, they're going to stay single file, but now on the exit of the hairpin, looked like Zilic had a little bit of a run on Bailiff coming up into turn 9. Not enough to get it done. Still 4 karts deep, and the rest of the field is now closing up behind.
Let's see it here as they climb the hill once again. Brandon Lemke, Paulie Massimino, Gavin Bailiff, Connor Zilic. Look at that pack all the way coming through. Thomas Annunziata up 10 positions The 915 Mike Doty Racing Cosmic still has 9 laps to go. He is going to be in this fight for the lead and the win here if he keeps going. So is Alex Stanfield as Brandon Lemke leads the train down to turn 4 with Massimino, Bailiff, and Zilish right there. We had an issue on the front straightaway. One driver near the very back got turned around, but your leaders still all clean and green over to turns 5 and 6.
It looks like Zilish got gapped a little bit coming out of 3, heading towards 4. I believe that may have been Bailiff pushing the back bumper. Massimino, he has got a very good car along with Lemke. And down on the inside, Connor Zilish sends it. He is still not quite clear, but here comes Annunziata. He is on the back bumper. Looks like Bailiff is going to get back around Zilish along with the rest of the field. That is Annunziata, Stanfield, and Morgan now side by side with Zilish coming through the short chute up into the last couple of corners. It is now going to be a 5 or 6 kart field.
Thomas Annunziata saw Bailiff go through. Bailiff overshot it. That was Bailiff getting shuffled all the way to the back. Zilish is still into 4th, and Annunziata now is by himself in 3rd. 2-driver breakaway, Paulie Massimino and Brandon Lemke. Connor Zilish, he looks like he's struggling right now. I would say that number 3 972 entry, not the best handling car he's had all weekend, and so he is getting shuffled a little further and further back. Unfortunate for Gavin Bailiff. I think he's got the pace to run up front. At the moment, though, that little bobble, that's going to put him back down in the midfield once again. He's behind Alex Stanfield. And now going to go to the inside on Stanfield. Back behind your leader's shot. Your leader's still with a big gap through turn number 9. You can see that is going to be probably about a 1.25 seconds, maybe a 1.5 seconds margin over the rest of the pack. There's the rest of the pack there now climbing the hill over to turn number 11. Alex Stanfield back there. Here we go down the line. 7 to go. Lemke 9/10 up on Annunziata, or a second up on Annunziata. So he is just a little bit too far back to get help. Massimino could keep it 2 karts unless Annunziata finds a lot of speed. The mini class will be up next for their main event later on here. Then we'll go to the X30 Junior Pros and the X30 Senior Pros.
I have a feeling this is going to be the Lemke and Massimino show. They're running 1 and 2. They got a huge gap over the rest of the field. As you said, almost a second over Annunziata running in 3rd. But the battle for the 3rd between Annunziata, Zilish, Bailiff, Stanfield, and Morgan has allowed these 2 to start to pull away. But it looks like Annunziata may have cleared Zilish, and he is on the hunt right now to try to reel in Lemke and Massimino. But we are coming up on 6 laps to go this time by.
6 laps to go here at the stripe. Brandon Lemke, Paulie Massimino at the line there, down to turn number 1. Nice and good run there for both drivers. Behind them, Thomas Annunziata has been reeled back in by Connor Zilish. Zilish last time hit his best lap of the race, was a 1/10 second quicker than the leaders. Signaled from behind, he wants some help. He wants 3rd. He's got 3rd, didn't have help to help him get there though. Gavin Bailiff still in 5th, and Connor Zilish with 5.5 laps. Can he get back to the front of the field? He is 1.3, maybe 1.4 seconds back from Lemke and Massimino. He needs them to fight a lot to close back in for a shot at the win, but he's in the best position right now. He can will himself up there if he's got the pace. Coming out of turn number 9, we'll switch back up to your leaders. Brandon Lemke, Paulie Massimino up the hill. 1 more time again, 5 more times around. GoPro Motorplex, and Brandon Lemke, for the first time all weekend, is in a real shot to contend for the race win.
I feel like it's going to be Massimino trying to wait until the last second to get around Lemke. He's seen back, and he sees just how big the gap he has between himself, Zilish, Annunziata, and Bailiff running in 3, 4, and 5. If those 3 can stay together and not pass each other, they might be able to work to the front. I say that, though, but Bailiff goes around the inside of Annunziata. He is now on the back bumper of Zilish trying to catch back up. These 3 are going to be battling it out. That's going to allow Lemke and Massimino to continue to pull away from the field, although somehow out of nowhere, Zilish is now starting to pull away from Annunziata and Bailiff running in 4th and 5th.
As they go for turn number 9 here, Brandon Lemke and Paulie Massimino. Again, big time gap. We'll keep monitoring it. Zilish, like you said, chipped off a little bit that time, even with the pass on Annunziata. He got a 1/10 second closer to the leaders. 1.4 back with 4 to go. Where will the time stack up this time by? A 50.530 for Lemke and a 5.6 for Massimino. Zilish a 6.40. So he is not making ground. It may just come down to the 2 drivers in front of him, Brandon Lemke and Paulie Massimino. That's what one of our cameras is on. The other camera, again, on this battle for 3rd. As you mentioned, Gavin Bailiff's gone by Annunziata, who had a great run early on in this session, now has faded backwards, and Gavin Bailiff is once again looking to come away with another national podium as he closes in on multinational race winner this year, Connor Zilish.
I don't think there's going to be any chance to catch back up to Lemke or Massimino unless something happens between the two of them. They have stayed nose to tail from about lap 10 on. They have been 1 and 2 almost the whole race. Brandon Lemke had a fantastic start, cut his way up through the field, now up onto point. Massimino in the tow. I think Massimino may be wheeling that cart for all it's worth, trying to work the draft to his advantage. Sends it down on the inside of Lemke. New leader in the books. Massimino now on point. Lemke in second. This is exactly what Zilich and Bailiff needs, is these two to battle it out for the lead as we're coming up on about 3.5 laps to go. It's going to be 2 to go next time by.
2 to go next time by here for Paulie Massimino and Brandon Lemke. Headed through turn number 6. Over in through the infield section again. Turn 7. 2.5 more laps around. They have not started defending yet. They've got a little bit of lap traffic in front of them. I believe that will be pulled off the racetrack here before they get there, so they should be all good. That lapper was taking a look back at the leaders, and the U.S. Pro Kart Series officials doing a great job clearing the way for the drivers that are working their way around up the hill towards the final time. One more round through. There goes the lapper. The track is clear. Double sticks in the air. 2 to go. When does Lemke make his move? Massimino nearly took a double take down the front stretch to make sure Lemke was still there. He's like, all right, is he going now? He's not, but he's going to have the opportunity to go whenever he wants to at the moment because he is all over the rear bumper down to turn number 4.
I think Lemke's best place to try to make a move is coming into the hairpin or coming out of turn number 9. Seems to be where he's got the best momentum over Massimino running out in front. We're still watching Zilich and Bailiff behind. Those two continuing to running nose to tail, but it looks like it's all going to be all eyes on Massimino and Lemke. Lemke continues to work the back bumper of Massimino as they come into turn number 9. Not close enough to make a move, but look on the exit heading towards the short chute. He had a quick look to the inside, falls back about half a car, and you can see him up on the wheel, scooting the seat, trying to get his momentum forward, sends it down on the inside of Massimino, comes a little bit wide. We got a new leader, and it's Lemke coming up on the white flag. Massimino goes to the inside. Lemke tries
go
to
even
defend
lower.
side by side.
What a move by Paulie Massimino back to the lead up the hill. Here comes the rest of the pack. Zilich is there. Here comes Gavin Bailiff. Massimino trying to cover off the inside. Does he get down to the bottom? He's got it. Look at Connor Zilich. All the way around the outside. From third to first. Massimino's got a problem. He is way back, all the way to 4th now. Connor Zilich was nowhere near this fight. He is 2 kart lengths up on Lemke into the hairpin here. Final time. Here comes Gavin Bailiff for 2nd. He'll take that away. Lemke, crossover. He's got him back. They are all struggling for grip. And Nunziata's going to get 3rd. Still going. Oh, they get together. And Nunziata's on top of Massimino. Oh, my goodness. Let's go back to the lead, though. Connor Zilich. What a drive. Out of nowhere. He will score the win in KA Senior.
How about that for Connor Zilich? Came out of nowhere into turn 4, able to run the high line, got around contact there into turn 9. We're hoping that Massimino is okay. That was a epic duel towards the end. As we are now concluding our KA Senior, we're about to get on track with our little ones here shortly.
Yep, the mini drivers will be set to go racing here. The 8 to 12-year-olds, middle class, right below the junior divisions. But what a run here for Connor Zilich. I mean, the driver in the 972, he was phenomenal here today. All the way through this weekend, he's been unbelievable. And, man, you think he's out of it. You really think he's got no shot. And what a move around the outside. He gets it done, goes from 3rd to 1st. It scores the victory. When we come back, folks, the Mini Swift drivers are set to go. Carson Weinberg, Enzo Vidmonti in the front row. We can't wait. The main events roll on. 3 more to come here from GoPro Motorplex for the IAME USA Grand National Championship, presented by Hunt Brothers Pizza.
Welcome to Ohio Kart Parts, the Midwest's largest Burrell Art racing go-kart dealer. We carry Burrell Art, Daniel Ricciardo, Charles Leclerc, and Robert Kubica branded go-karts, as well as parts from names you trust. Chassis components from Freeline, engines from IAME, Briggs & Stratton, and soon-to-be Tillotson, electronics from AIM Technologies, MG Tires, Taika Axles, seating from Tillett, Arai Helmets, and 3/10 Race Products. Visit us online at www.ohiokartparts.com, at our facility in Lorain, Ohio, or at the local track on race weekends. If we don't have it, call us at 440-628-CART. That's 5278. And we will do what we can to help you out.
Hi, I'm Sean Bailiff, owner of Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. Motorsports Country Club has all kinds of amenities here. We have a 3/4 of a mile racetrack. We have a state-of-the-art clubhouse. Trinity Karting Group is based here as well. We specialize in driver development and new drivers all the way from 4 years old up to we have drivers that are 70 to 72 years old. So we can cover them all as far as racing. And we have probably one of the nicest facilities in the country with the clubhouse here, locker rooms, and then we can basically do it all. It's a one-stop shop with our kart shop in-house. We also host the MCC Pro-Am Karting Championship, which is a 7-race series throughout the summer months. And it helps groom drivers from the club level all the way up to the next step in USPKS and the SCUSA Pro Tour. We also have rental karts here, and we're opening that more and more to the public, so check us out on our website at mcckarting.com.
Welcome back here to GoPro Motorplex for the Mini Swift division. You can, where you're going to get set to go racing for the Mini Swift drivers. My name is Xander Clemens here with Caleb Smock. And we have the entire field lined up onto the racetrack. It's time to get you guys set with the starting lineup while we get our cameras back into position for another main event. 3 more main events to come here, man. What a weekend, what a day here today. We've seen rain racing, dry racing, wrecks, photo finishes. I mean, everything you see in a season, we're seeing in 4 days' time here at GoPro Motorplex for this IAME USA East Grand National Championship presented by Hunt Brothers Pizza. And it's time to run you through the starting lineup for your Mini Swift division. Starting on the pole, it'll be Carson Weinberg and Enzo Vidmontian to the outside. Kai Johnson and Davin Roberts will make up row number 2. Row 3, the 175 Kart Republic of Isaac Malcutt and the Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Kart of Jack Eileth. Going back to the edge of your top 10, it'll be Vivek Kanthan in the 122 Mike Doty Racing Cosmic. Then it'll be Wesley Gunn there in the 146. Then rounding your top 10, Oliver Weldon in the JC Karting Cosmic to the inside of Cash Perkins in the 163 Franklin Motorsports Merlin. Max Christie and Diego Ardiles make up row number 6. Oscar Eilif, Jackson Wolney, and Carter McMurray, your top 15. Let's bring them down. No green on attempt number 1 for Carson Weinberg and Enzo Vidmontian. We'll send them around here. Back over in the booth again, myself, Xander Clemens here with Caleb Smock. And man, what a day we've seen. What an amazing day of racing we've seen it. And just so, it's still so baffling how dry we are, how beautiful it is. You would not have known that in 20 minutes, this track went from just like this with sunshine to cloud cover, heavy rain to the point that we have literally lost one of our cameras with the antenna setup. So we're down to 2 different angles for you guys besides our broadcast booth. Do apologize about that, of course. But I mean, it was a monsoon. This track was flooded. You couldn't even race on it. Then the X30 Masters went out. They went on rain tires. The K8 Juniors forced to go on rain tires as well. But after literally 2 sessions, we were back on slicks. And by the end of that KA Senior race, they were running competitive lap times that they would have run back on qualifying on Friday. And now, again, it looks beautiful. It looks like it never even happened.
Absolutely, and I think part of that is that we're at the top of a valley, so all the water really drained off. The track is set up beautifully where it's at. All the water got off quickly. I think the only parts that are wet right now is what we're underneath on the ground. Track is completely dry. Grass is a little bit wet. We've seen a couple of drivers drop a couple of wheels, and then it just kind of hooks the cart. It has been wild so far. We're only about the 3rd race in, and we're about to get going here with our minis. And I don't know if we can get any more crazy. It's been all day today.
It's tough to really imagine that it could be even wilder than what we've already seen as the mini drivers make their way up the hill here. Carson Weinberg will start on the pole again. Brazil's Enzo Vidmontian, now we're located over in Miami, Florida, or Orlando, Florida, I believe, but I'm not sure if he's between Orlando and Miami. He's a driver who races at both tracks. Very active racing driver in the Bennick operation. Again, he's done great for the Team Bennick drivers. Then behind him again, Kai Johnson, rolling off to the inside of row number 2. A very slow start here for Carson Weinberg. That'll roast the clutches for some of the drivers through the field as they try to make sure they're still revved up, still on the power, don't stall the motor. Here we go. Tram lines are good. Lanes are good. And the green flag is good as well. We're racing down to turn number 1.
They all dive down to the inside trying to defend. It looks like everyone's going to get through cleanly, and here comes the wave of just clutch smell. That comes all the way up through here. Like you said, it just cooks them from them trying to get their RPMs up, and it looks like it worked out well from not a whole lot of stragglers. They're going to get through fairly cleanly as they make their way into turn number 4.
Let's see it here through the bowl this time. Your leader right off the bat is going to be Kai Johnson with an amazing start to get on through. Big time lead as well back to Enzo Vidmontian. Kai Johnson, phenomenal drive here. We're going to speak with his father, Obi, after this race before the X30 Juniors get to go. Maybe talk to a couple of our X30 Junior drivers on the grid. Behind, again, Kai Johnson, we've got Enzo Vidmontian. Carson Weinberg is 3rd. Isaac Malcutt is 4th. 5th on the racetrack is going to be another one of the Nitro Kart drivers. I believe that should be Davin Roberts there in the number 5. He rolled off P4 off the grid. And as they come around, lap 1 complete. 19 laps to go will be this time here. And Kai Johnson, one of the youngest in the field, 8 years old, leads down to turn number 1.
Kai Johnson's got a great lead. He started in the 3rd spot all the way up to 1st, and he now has a great lead over Enzo Vermontien, roughly about half a second over the rest of the field. Again, these karts rely heavily on the draft. They're just like the same as the micros, except they don't have a restrictor, and they're about 20 pounds heavier. But they are faster. They're low horsepower. They need the air cut in front of them so they can get a draft. You can run away from the field for about 3 or 4 laps before the rest of the field slow starts to come up from behind, as we are seeing that right now. Enzo Vermontien now within about 2 kart lengths of Kai Johnson coming out of the hairpin.
Once again, everyone, I want to continue to remind you as the viewership continues to draw up even more and more. If you guys would like to give a shout-out to your favorite driver, the donation button there on YouTube is wide open. We've already had a number of donations. We want to thank you guys. It makes this possible. Obviously, we've got to check out our equipment. A little bit crazy here, but we are live for the first time ever here for Kart Chaser. Only a year into doing this operation. Super, super cool for us. And what an event here to kick it off at the IAME USA East Grand National Championship presented by Hunt Brothers Pizza. The energy here, the atmosphere, it has been unbelievable. And now the race, look at that. Water getting kicked up, but they're still dry. Race into turn number 4. Johnson is going to get past. It is going to be Enzo Vermontien, but he goes wide, and Carson Weinberg takes over the lead over to turn 5.
That was a quick change of pace. You can see just how much these straightaways really brings the karts back together. The rubber band effect, or accordion as I like to call it, when they spread back out, come right back together. Weinberg now out in front. Now I believe that's Vermontien going to sit up on the inside. Vermontien now leads with Johnson in 2nd, and is going to push Weinberg back to 3rd. We have 2 leader changes within 1 lap, and we got 17 more to go this next time by. 1 through about 8 or 9, still nose to tail.
What a good run there for Enzo Vermontien to quickly reclaim the lead. Kai Johnson back to 2nd. Again, Weinberg is 3rd. Davin Roberts 4th. Isaac Malkett, highest he's run all weekend here, has been right inside the top 5. And again, the driver who won a number of micro championships back in 2020 is looking to be really, really good here in 2021, moving up to the mini class mid-season. Down the backstretch here, Weinberg tucked out early. Not all the drivers are using all the runoff in turn number 3. A few are, not all of them all together. And as they come out of turn number 4 here, Enzo Vermontien continues to lead. Johnson 2nd, stacked up all the way to the end. 6th place, Wesley Gunler in the 146 Nitro kart right there. Little gap back to Cash Perkins, but maybe a couple kart lengths, but they are closing back in. Big train here to begin the Mini Swift main event.
Going into turn 6, definitely bogs down the engines. These karts, you have to keep the carburetors clean. Some corners you obviously can't clean them up, and I think the best example for you to see that is going from turns 5 to 6. Really gets them down on the power. Everyone bunches back up. Then you get these straightaways right afterwards where they're able to use a toe and catch back up, as we see Vermontien leading out in front over Kai Johnson. Weinberg still in 2nd, all nose to tail, and it looks like we have a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 kart breakaway out in front, being led by Vermontien and being caboosed by Wesley Gunler, running in the 6th position. Still nose to tail down into turn 4. No one is going to be opting to take that high line. They are still nose to tail as they come into turns 5 and 6. Look for them to bunch back up once more. Being led by Vermontien. Now you can see Kai Johnson, the back bumper, went a little bit high. Can't go too high through there because of the barrier, but he is on the back bumper. Look for a possible pass in the hairpin. He thought about it, but he is now going to stay right behind. 3rd placement of Weinberg. Just watching the 2 go back and forth of Johnson and Vermontien. Vermontien runs high, gets a little bit more momentum. Kai Johnson still in the tow, and now it's a 3-car breakaway. Vermontien, Johnson, Weinberg, 1, 2, 3. Now going to try to work together to pull away from the rest of the field as we are approaching 15 laps to go. Down into turn 1 once more. You can see them up on the wheel trying to get their weight over into it. The track is dry. It's not so green as it was before, but it's still down on grip, and you got to do whatever you can, either physically or with the kart, in order to get as much grip as you can to get a good run. It is still going to be Vermontien, Kai Johnson, followed by Carson Weinberg in the 3rd position.
Yeah, good run there for all 3 of these drivers. And again, all the shuffling there. Back behind them is a lot of big-time breakaway. They've got a little bit over a second back to 4th and Malkett. It is still shuffling between Wesley Gunler. Here comes, is that Oscar Iliff trying to work his way back through the field? It is. The driver who started on the pole in the pre-final had a mechanical issue. Oscar Iliff is a little bit out of frame here right now, folks. He is working his way towards the top 6, continuing to climb. Keep your eye on the leaderboard for the 117 Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Kart. There he is, end of your screen as they come across the line. The top 3 with a little second gap back to Isaac Malkett, but Iliff is up 8 spots. Make it 9. He just went by Malkett there for 4th. Oscar Iliff is on a tear, and he wants to get into this fight for the Grand National Championship.
As they make their way into turn 4 once more, still a top 3 car breakaway. Mulcut now up into 4th, Iliff running in 5th, Gunler in 6th, and Oliver Weldon slowly making his way up through the field, has moved into the 7th spot. Still a 3-car breakaway followed by the 4th spot of Isaac Mulcut running in 4th, and then we got a strong 3-car battle. Mulcut, Iliff, Gunler all going nose to tail, fighting over that 3rd position. They want to get on the podium because, after all, this is IAME Grands. If saying you win that, not only do you get to put that on your resume, but that is bragging rights for a whole year with these kids going back and forth. Vermontian still out in front. Johnson and Weinberg nose to tail. You can't fit a piece of paper between the carts. They're so close together. Pushing, working together, and pulling away from the main pack. Weinberg, Iliff, Mulcut, and Weldon now just in the midst, trying to see if they can't catch back up.
Yeah, they were matching the pace last time by. It's still about 1.3 seconds back from the rear bumper of 3rd place on the racetrack. And again, that is Carson Weinberg. As the leaders head through turn number 5 and 6 here, Enzo Vidmontien, Kai Johnson, Carson Weinberg. You can still see just at the edge of your shot. We'll pan back wider, show you that they've got a nice little cushion. Now, when they start to shuffle for the lead, very quickly could we see more drivers get into the mix as Oscar Iliff tries to lead the next train. Oliver Weldon has since gone by Isaac Malkett this lap, so they've traded the 5th spot. That's the 2nd in line in the 2nd group of 3 to see if that'll work a little better to run down to the 3 on your screen. Vidmontien, Johnson, and Weinberg. We're going to have a few minutes here to talk to the X30 Junior drivers on the grid and the X30 Senior Pros before the 2 main events for them go. As again, we are right about on schedule, just a few minutes back further that will keep on rolling for the IAME USA Grand National Championship presented by Hunt Brothers Pizza.
Vermontian still out in front with Kai Johnson running in 2nd. Weinberg still in P3, but now we got another 3-car battle starting to close back in. Iliff, Weldon, Mulcut, all been working together, and slowly but surely they've been chipping away at the deficit between themselves and Carson Weinberg in the 3rd position. This next time by is going to be 11 laps to go. Still plenty of time for racing. We got a whole lot of time for racing for that example. These are very long features. You got plenty of time to work your way back up, but now it looks like Weldon and Iliff may be doing a 2-car breakaway from Isaac Mulcut running in the 6th spot. As he is now starting to trail away, we might see a 5-car battle for the lead as Vermontian now coming into view, leading Johnson and Weinberg for 2nd and 3rd.
Let's see it here as they come down the start-finish line straight away. Down through turns 1 and 2. Enzo Vidmontien, Kai Johnson, Carson Weinberg through turn number 3. Down the back here once again. We're working towards the halfway mark. It'll be 10 down, 10 to go this time for the minis. And as they come out of turn number 4, you can see it. Oscar Iliff is coming. Oliver Weldon is coming as well. They are definitely in the picture here. Isaac Malkett, not so much. He's quick, but not as quick as these 2 drivers in 4th and 5th. Look at how much quicker they were last time by. It was a near half-second advantage for Oscar Iliff. Again, you want to pull for this kid because he was so impressive all week long. And again, a mechanical issue robbed him in the pre-final. Nothing of his own doing. Simply a mechanical failure on the first lap. He pulled straight in the pit lane. The Iron Rock guys went to work. And again, Oscar, a hard-working kid, he's like, you know what? I'll put my head down. I'll get back into it. He's into it now.
It is halfway this time by, 10 laps to go, and who may be in the catbird seat is Isaac Mulcut. Because Weldon and Iliff have been able to catch back up to the top 3. We're going to have a 5-car battle for the lead. If they start trading spots back and forth, it's going to slow down the pace and allow Isaac to close back up. And now all 5 carts are together. Vermontian, Johnson, Weinberg, Iliff, and Weldon. 5 carts going into turn number 6 right now, heading into the hairpin for the first time with all 5 of them together. Let's see if there's going to be any passes. It looks like they're all going to stay nose to tail. Weldon trailing now by about half a cart length off of Iliff for 4th. 5 carts all together, 9 laps to go at the line. Still plenty of time. We were doing about 13 lap heat races earlier. Now we are doing about 3 less laps. 10 more to go. As down onto the inside, that looks like it's going to be Iliff on, going to be able to get around Weinberg, and we have a new 4th placeman. That is going to be Oscar Iliff into 3rd. Carson Weinberg falls back to 4th. Oliver Weldon now up into 5th, and they're still side by side for the lead. Again, this 5-car battle is exactly what Isaac Mulcut needs to catch back up to the leaders.
Yeah, that is absolutely what we need as Enzo Vidmontien gets thrown to the wayside. He drops all the way down to 5th there in turn number 4. So now a new leader up front. It is Kai Johnson, but look at that Oscar Iliff tearing his way through the field. Here he comes, turn 8, inside, and he's through to the lead. What a recovery drive, Oscar Iliff. He was sitting on the sidelines watching his competitors race this morning in the pre-final with the mechanical taking him out on lap number 1. And now, here in the main event, he's back in the lead. Carson Weinberg's on the bumper. 5-driver breakaway up front here at GoPro Motorplex. 8 laps to go. Man, you can't write these stories. This is just so cool. All these different storylines we've had this weekend. And Oscar Eilif, what an amazing drive here in Mini to come through the pack once again. 1 kart length back to Carson Weinberg. Will Weinberg go in turn 4? No, he'll stay behind. In fact, they all will. Single file through the bull once again.
I just can't get over the fact of how young these drivers are and how mature their racecraft is right now. They're going back and forth, giving each other room, as we just saw. I believe that was Johnson now falling back to the field.
That was
he is
Weldon.
Now into 4th.
Yeah, you're right.
I believe that's Weldon now up into 3rd. They've been going back and forth this whole time. Eilif's still out in front. Weinberg into 2nd, and this group still starts to break up. It looks like Johnson having some bad luck right now as that 5-car pack is now broken up, and here comes Isaac Mulcutt for 6th trying to pick up the scraps.
Yeah, Enzo Vidmontien sent it over the curbing into turn number 8 to try and get by Johnson. He's gotten into 4th now. Johnson back to 5th. Down the front stretch, Weldon tucked to the bumper of Carson Weinberg and Oscar Eilif. Fastest lap of the race thus far. He's pulling away. This is unbelievable. You almost never see the guys being able to pull this gap on their own right now when they aren't passing behind them. But Oscar Eilif, he is something else at the moment. Continuing to roll here in the Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Kart, just ahead of Carson Weinberg there again in the Nitro, and Oliver Weldon in the JC Karting Cosmic. You can see Enzo Vidmontien in the background here. That move he made for 4th hurt him, and now Weinberg going for the lead. He's got it on Eilif. Carson Weinberg's back out front.
I just can't get over the fact of how far back in the field that Oliver Weldon came from. He was running in the start around 10th and 11th position, slowly worked his way back up, waited, made the right decisions of when to push, when to wait. He is now battling it out for the top 3, and he is on the back bumper of Oscar Eilif as Weinberg now leads across the line. And you can see just off in the distance, the man who led most of this race, Enzo Vidmontien, in 4th, trying to desperately catch back up at the toe of the top 3.
Yeah, I mean, we just couldn't have been treated a better racing here all week long. 6 out of 7 classes having a last lap battle all the way to the wire. It seems like all the way through today. X30 Master was a little bit unpredictable, definitely unpredictable with the rain. It's cool they got the rain race to shake things up there. Alex Mueller, congrats to him on the Grand National Championship. But then in Mini, it's been an all-out brawl. Micro as well. X30 Junior coming up next. Those guys have been fighting all week long. And of course, KA Junior and Senior, man, what a fight there. Connor Zilich winning Senior, Carson Morgan in Junior. And again, here in Mini Swift right now, we've got 4 drivers in contention coming to see 5 laps to go. Isaac Mulcutt, Kai Johnson, they're 2 seconds back from the end of the train. If they battle enough, they might bring them back into it, but I don't know what happened there for the number 107 of Kai Johnson. Unfortunate to have the issues he's had that have marred him back in the field here, back to P6 in the closing stages.
I don't see that second pack being able to catch back up. I think we're going to see a 4-kart shootout. Weinberg, Eilif, Weldon, and Vermontian are running as followed. Looks like 2 karts pulling out in front is Weinberg and Eilif. As they go down to turn 4, they bunch back up once more. Again, that rubber band effect coming into play. Now nose to tail. Weldon running in 3rd. He has got Vermontian who wants to get back up onto the front. A little bit of pushing and shoving there. Weldon goes down to the inside, coming out of turn number 6, heading towards the hairpin. Looks like they're going to stay nose to tail.
And
no one's going to try to pass.
Vermontian
gets around.
Yeah, good move. Enzo Vidmontien, he saw them defending a little bit in front of him. Now he's gone by. Carson Weinberg is the driver now starting to pull a bit of a gap over the pack. So 4 to go this time, 4 drivers in the group. Kai Johnson last time by shuffled Isaac Mulcutt around. That's why he's back up to 5th. Mulcutt down a little bit on the order. So it is now Kai Johnson and Vivek Canthan that are hooked up with about a 6/10 margin back to Max Christie, who has also made up some positions. Up the hill here this time. 4 to go. 4 drivers still packed up. Weinberg, Eilif, Vidmontien, Weldon. We go back through your top 10. It is still Vivek Canthan, and look at this challenge for the lead. Eilif's right back on through, and Vidmontien trying. He'll get through to 2nd as well. Weinberg to 3rd.
And they're still going nose to tail. Weldon running in the 4th spot is really trying to close up on the back bumper of Weinberg as they make their way out of turn 6 into the hairpin. Let's see if there's going to be any takers down on the inside. No one's going to defend, but here comes Vermontian, and it looks like he's got 1 follower as they work their way out. Now Weldon trying to also capitalize, move us up into the 3rd spot, goes a little bit high. He can't do it. Pack is going to break back up right now. Top 4 still going back and forth. We're coming up on 3 laps to go. It is going to be do or die. I don't foresee anything happening with that second pack catching back up. All eyes are on the top 4. 3 laps to go at the line.
Let's see it here. 3 laps to go for the field as they climb the hill here again. Enzo Vidmontien has not really been the leader for the majority of the middle of this race here. He led a good bit in the beginning, then again just kind of shuffled back, waited while Iliff and Weinberg traded the top spot. And now with 2.5 to go, a 2.5 current length advantage for the Bennett driver, but they'll pull right back up to him as they have all race long. Again, everyone we've talked to wants to be in the lead if the pack is more than 2 drivers. When you're second and it's only 2 that have broken away, like in the case of our KA Senior for a little bit, it's nice to be able to try and pick apart the leader. But when you've got guys nipping at your heels as well, it makes it really tough to be in Carson Weinberg's shoes. He needs to find a way by Vidmontien fast. And again, time running out. Double sticks in the air. 2 to go this time for Enzo Vidmontien.
Vidmontien has got a lead, but Weinberg is going to be looking. Actually, Weinberg is going to be under attack. I believe that is from Iliff and Weldon. Not able to get it done. Vidmontien still out in front. Weinberg in second. This is what Vidmontien needs. He needs the 3 behind to keep going back and forth. He can then get himself a good gap because we got 2 laps left. And we are approaching the end. You have got to get your moves done now, and you have got to be up there on the back bumper, the guy in front of you, or whoever you want to be getting around. Now, coming out of turn 5, heading into turn 6, they bunch up once more. Vidmontien, Weinberg, and it looks like Weinberg's going to try to sit around the outside. 3 are going to try to follow.
Iliff on the outside. Weinberg's all the way back to 4th. Iliff trying to hang tough for 3rd. Wheel to wheel with Weinberg into 9. He's going to get popped on the curbing, and he goes over the rear. Oh, and it was wide. And oh, no, Oscar Iliff. Oh, man, he had such a great drive back through the field. He's all the way back down to 4th, out of it. It is Enzo Vidmontien versus Oliver Weldon with Carson Weinberg lurking. Vidmontien takes him to the inside. Weldon will cross him over. Can he get the momentum up the hill to 3? He's close. Not this time. Vidmontien defends there. Here we go down the back. Here comes Weldon. He's got a nose. Oliver Weldon to the inside into 4. He'll take the lead. Oliver Weldon with half a lap to go.
Oliver Weldon now has to defend. Vidmontien knows what it's like to be in the front, and here comes some good passing points. They bog down coming out of turn 5. Oh, it looks like Weldon went a little wide. Coming out of 6, heading into the hairpin. Let's see what's going to happen. They all go down to defend. They're all on each other. They go really wide on the exit.
Everybody's wide, and Weinberg is through. Weinberg was right on their bumper. He pushed them both up the racetrack. Weldon is wide again. Here comes Oscar Iliff for 2nd. Unbelievable. Carson Weinberg, is that bump and run going to hold? He is tucking his head. This will be the biggest win ever for the Georgia driver. Out of the final turn, Carson Weinberg will win in Mini Swift.
That was a close finish between himself and Oscar Iliff for 2nd. Fantastic running overall. 20-lap feature. How about that? There was battling from the start to the finish. Fantastic run.
They stacked up all the way there. Our Caleb Smock's going to work his way over to the grid. We're going to try and invite Obi Johnson, see if we can track him down and get him over to the booth to talk to him. He is one of the many that have added to this massive purse for the Pro X30 Junior class. We're going to hold the X30 Juniors for a few minutes on the grid, have the drivers take their helmets off so we can talk to a few of them, again, as the X30 Junior drivers make their way out onto the grid. So again, guys, the X30 Junior field just getting set to go. They're working their way on the grid. We're going to send our Caleb Smock over there. So we're going to take a 5-minute break here. 5 minutes before the X30 Juniors will roll onto the racetrack. Have them just hang on out here. We're going to talk to, first of all, our pole sitter and KA100 Junior main event winner, Carson Morgan. He's suited up, ready to go. 5-minute warning here for the X30 Junior Pros as we work our way down the grid. We'll have them take their helmets off so you can see their faces. See who you see is going to be going up for 5,000 big ones. First up, Carson Morgan here with our Caleb Smock.
Now Carson Morgan, he got it done once today with a little bit of alternate conditions. Now the track is dry. On pole position,
7.
5 Gs are up for grabs. What is your mindset going into this one if you can pull it off again?
Yeah, you know, we were struggling in the beginning, but the chassis is really good now, so I think we can get this done.
Now, you ran the track earlier today. You were on dry tires. You went out. Track has changed. What is your procedure for going on? Were you watching the carts, or you think it's going to be completely back to normal?
It's probably going to be back to normal. It looks really good, and they're running the same times right now.
Do you think you're going to have much competition coming on from behind?
Yeah, for sure.
All right, there it is. Carson Morgan starting on pole position, going for $5,000 or $7,000.
Yeah, that's right, $5,000 here for the X30 Juniors. Justin Ataconis will be the next one we talk to. First of all, though, we are joined in the booth here by Obi Johnson. Obi helped us take it from 4,000 that it got boosted to up to 5,000. Talk to me about your cause here and why you want to be so involved and also what you would love to give some exposure to.
Well, we're trying to give exposure to prostate cancer. I was diagnosed back in 2018 with terminal cancer. Luckily, I'm still around. But we created PSA Check as a means to create awareness for getting early screening. I did mine at 55. That's a little bit late in life, even though that's part of the U.S. guidelines. So similar to breast cancer and mammograms back in the 60s and 70s, we're just trying to create awareness that it's really worth your while to go get checked because it's curable if you can get it checked early.
Well, Obi, of course, it's a huge cause that you're fighting for, and we're so happy to obviously still have you with us, still have you at the racetrack. You're a huge racer. I know you would have loved to have been out here all 4 days watching your son Kai. He was getting after it, had a good weekend. Learning gear again, 8 years old. He's doing pretty good in the mini Swift class.
Yeah, he's doing good. You know, we're a little disappointed in the final, the outcome, but he did try very, very hard, and he'll be there. He'll be there.
And how else can folks find out more about your cause? Do you guys have a website or a way to keep going with it?
Yeah, we have PSA Check, which stands for prostate-specific antigens, like a blood test, like you get a blood alcohol level test kind of a thing. Just go to psacheck.com, and if you'd like to help donate to the cause, we're a bona fide 501c3 IRS charity.
Awesome. Obi Johnson here again. A huge thanks to Obi and to PSA Check for supporting us and also helping add to the $5,000 now up for grabs for the X30 Junior Pros. I know Obi's going to be excited to watch it. Let's send it down to the driver who started on the outside of the front row for 5,000 big ones, Justin Ataconis.
We're down here with Justin Anaconis. Now, I talked to you earlier. You said you think you might have what it takes to get it done. You were in that front pack, got shuffled back a little bit, able to get back up. This is going to be a long feature, over 20 laps. What is your mindset, and what is your strategy for this one?
Just going to try and be here at the end. The pre-final got shuffled back pretty early, but I had a really fast go-kart. Just going to try to keep the speed up, get to the front, and just be there at the end.
And I have a feeling it's going to be a very close one yet again. Hopefully don't get shuffled back and be right at the end. That is Justin starting on the outside of row number 1 for your KA Junior.
So again, back in the booth here, we're going to bring, again, more drivers in. Will Power and Austin Cindric are going to join us later on here in the show for our X30 Pro Senior class as well. They're excited to also watch the X30 Pro Juniors get after it again. These guys started with a $2,500 purse, then to $3,000, then to $4,000, then thanks, of course, to Obi Johnson and his PSA Check charity. You can go to psacheck.com to check about more as they work to help both notify of how you can get checked, just like he said, a blood alcohol test for prostate cancer. So we go back down now onto the grid with our Caleb Smock. He's there with Cameron Weinberg, older brother of the big winner from Mini Swift, Carson Weinberg.
Now your brother was able to pull it off. Now you get to try your chance, but we got $5,000 up for grabs. Starting in P number 3, right behind pole sitter. Everyone's going to try to go the inside line. 22 or 21 laps is going to be the distance. Do you think you're physically ready for this one, and how are you going to handle it?
Yeah, I think we'll be ready for the end. Just got to stay through the whole race. End's going to be key, but the first lap's going to be pretty important too, trying to get some gap and distance from the guys behind and being clean and not wrecking.
Now I got to ask, if you're able to pull off the win and you get that 5 Gs, are you going to share with your brother at all?
No.
All righty, there it is. Weinberg starting in P number 3, and he is not going to be a genuine brother this weekend.
Well, we'll keep it rolling here. We saw the Tovo brothers go at it head-to-head in Micro Swift. Carson and Cameron having raced against each other in a couple seasons back when Cameron was back in junior. They're still working our way down the grid here. Caleb Smock trying to find more drivers to talk to that he hasn't talked to just yet in the first couple rows. Again, we still got a couple moments before we go green here with the X30 Juniors. He's now with, again, the second row. We're working our way all the way back to the back of the grid. We've got Canadian national champion and Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed driver Aiden Ingrata. He's suited up, helmet on, ready to go, but he's happy to talk to our Caleb Smock down here on the grid.
Aiden Ingrata, one of the only Canadians out on the field. You may be going back with about $5,000. May have to transfer it back over to USDs. You're running in the 4 spot. It's going to be a long race, very intense. You guys have been going back and forth all weekend long. Physically, are you ready for this one?
Yeah, just got to get a good start. Hopefully just survive the first couple laps and then see what happens.
Now, earlier this entire week, you've been up there in the front, had a couple of issues where you fell in towards the back. Do you feel like you got to figure it out now, how you're going to stay up towards the front?
Yeah, I think so. I think, the whole key is to survive, and if I survive, I think I have a good shot.
All right, there it is from Ontario, Canada. Aiden Ingrata starting on the 4 spot.
The drivers are already going ahead to get into their cars here because we have been given the 2-minute warning, so they are going to go ahead and start having the X30 Junior drivers begin to suit up, and get ready here. We'll see. Maybe we can get one or two more before we get going. Working our way towards the back. There's Christian Miles, just the edge of our frame. I know we've talked to Kai Sorensen. Christian Miles will be one more driver we'd love to talk to before we get everybody ready to go. We're working our way on back here again, guys. Tuning in live right now. Make sure to like, comment, and share. Two more main events coming your way. A combined $12,000 up for grabs between the pair of them. We'll get Christian here for a moment. Christian Miles, we haven't talked to him. He's had an up and down week, man. First heat race, found himself spun backwards, facing the field in turn number 1. Made it back up through heats 2 and 3. Had a great run in the pre-final to get to the top 5. Rolls off on the outside of row number 3, and he's with our Caleb Smock.
Now, you had a very strong race out in the very second and third race in the back. You didn't let it get to your head. You started to put your head down, push further. Do you think you have what it takes to get up to the next 2 rows?
Yes, and hopefully if we don't, we'll just keep our head forward, and if everybody starts battling, I'll be there at the end.
Now it's going to be 20 laps. Is there a strategy you have before going to this one?
We'll just see what happens because all the racing's been so crazy. We don't know what's going to happen.
Well, good luck to you, buddy. We got to get you going because I think we're about a minute before you guys get going to get your stuff on. We're about to get going with the X30 Juniors.
You heard it there, guys. Caleb Smock called it. We're going to go to commercial break. When we come back, the X30 Pro Junior field, 5,000 big ones are going to one of those drivers. Might be one of the ones we talked to on the grid. Might be someone starting a little bit further back. Stay tuned here live from GoPro Motorplex. It's the IAME USA East Grand National Championship presented by Hunt Brothers Pizza.
I'm Alex Speed, the team principal here at Speed Concepts Racing. We have an elite karting program. We really focus on giving the drivers the tools they have to take them to the next level. We don't really want to, it's important to win races and go-karting, but really give the kids the tools they need to hopefully become professional racing drivers. We're on the OTK Red Speed card. We have our own in-house motor program with Speed Lab. We do really better than national races, but again, our main focus is really giving the kids, the tools they have, looking at data, looking at videos, really give them an arsenal to go on to car racing and hopefully be successful.
Check us out on Facebook at facebook.com/speedconceptsracing or email us at speedconceptsracing@gmail.com.
Hunt Brothers Pizza always offers 10 toppings to choose from at no extra charge. That's 1,024 topping combinations at one price. At Hunt Brothers Pizza, we love racing and we love pizza. Visit huntbrotherspizza.com to find your next pizza.
How you doing? My name is Mike Doty from Mike Doty Racing from Orange County, New York. We're about an hour north of New York City. We're a full-service kart shop that will supply IAME, Rotax, and all rock engines. We sell OTK parts and all the tires for all the different series. We support USPKS, SCUSA, Rotax, which is the Stars and Stripes, and the Rock Winter Tour. What we do is we try to get the drivers better by data, driver coaching, and setup. We have a lot of good drivers that come through our program. We have a lot of experience. I've been doing it for almost 35 years. And we just try to translate that to all our customers.
For more info about Mike Doty Racing, you can contact us at MikeDotyRacing@gmail.com or call us at 845-551-0577.
Back live from GoPro Motorplex. It's the IAME USA Grand National Championship presented by Hunt Brothers Pizza. We are set to go racing here. And again, on the front row, it's Carson Morgan in the 701. He is trying to double up on the weekend, sweep the 2 main junior classes, KA and X30 Pro, get himself $5,000. Moving on back, Justin Ataconis will start to the outside of him. We talked to our second row as well. That's Cameron Weinberg and Aiden Ingrata. Row 3, Kai Sorensen, Christian Miles. We talked to him right before the break. Parker DeLong, Jeremy Fletcher, Logan Toke, and Rowan Gill for 22 laps for $5,000. We will not see them go green here on attempt number 1. Little bit too fast. It's going to give us time to go back to the rest of our starting lineup here. Let's see who we've got outside of your top 10. Beyond Rowan Gill's Mike Doty Racing Cosmic, it's the Bennick, number 723 of Michael Costello. We move to his outside. It'll be the number 759 Will Power Kart MPG Motorsports entry of Max Garcia. Then we go back, row number 7. It's the number 700 Mike Doty Racing Cosmic. Jake Walker to the inside of the 794 Hot Wheels JC Karting Cosmic of Sebastian Weldon. Cooper Beasley will start to the inside of row number 8 in the Motaz Sport Perel Art. To the outside, the Crosslink Competition X-Free of Cole Kleck. Jacob Kolar and Cameron Brinkman will make up row number 9. Then it'll be row number 10 on the racetrack. Lucas Zabo and Danny Dazelski. Julian DaCosta, Alfonso Lombardo, G3 Kairos, Noah Rosser, Leonardo Scorpioni. He's had a rough one. He's got a lot of spots to make up, but a lot of time with this Zanella Racing entry. Yash Rumpal, Jacob Lauder, you're 27 on the grid for the 22-lap main event in X30 Pro Junior. Here comes Carson Morgan, Justin Ataconis, green flag, and Ataconis even with him down to turn number 1. Who will get the jump? It'll be Morgan. Still side by side. Everybody makes it up the hill. We're racing down to turn number 3.
3 wide on the start, and it looks like we have some heavy hitters towards the back of the field. Ran well all weekend, maybe had 1 or 2 bad heat races. Now they're going to be starting the mid-pack, so it's going to be definitely shaking up here the first couple laps. But right now we're watching Morgan go to work right now. He is out in front. I believe that is Anacones running in the second spot, and he is being trailed not too far behind by Kai Sorensen.
Yeah, good run there. Oh, pass for second. Great pass. That time by Justin Ataconis. Caught Cameron Weinberg sleeping in turn number 8. Kai Sorensen, again, as you mentioned, into 4th. Aiden Ingrata's 5th. Jeremy Fletcher up the order a couple spots off the green. He is moving his way into the top 6 from P8 on the grid. 1 lap complete, 21 to go. Carson Morgan, your leader to turn 1.
They're still going to get themselves worked out single file. You can see in the mid-pack, they're still not getting themselves sorted out just yet. Looks like Morgan may have an advantage, about 3 or 4 car lengths over Anacones, running in second. Weinberg in third, as they're now making their way down to turn number 4. Rest of the field still going single file. Now they're going to snake their way over into turn 5. Still plenty of time to go. We are roughly 20 laps left at the line. This is going to be a very long race. All these drivers do what they can. They got to manage their tires, manage their energy, because the sun's come out and it's starting to beat down.
Let's see it out of turn number 8 here. Carson Morgan shows the way over Justin Ataconis, and Cameron Weinberg headed through turn number 9. As they come out of turn number 9 here, great run for the field as they climb the hill towards the final corner. Pass for second. Weinberg wants it back from Ataconis. Here comes Aiden Ingrata. Not enough momentum. Ataconis will get back clear for third, but Carson Morgan continues to show the way to turn 1. 2 laps complete, 20 laps to go, and these kids here probably racing for the biggest payday they have ever seen. $5,000 to the winner of the X30 Pro Junior class.
I think all of us would be happy to have $5K in our pocket coming out of this weekend. Looks like they're side-by-side over for the 5th spot. I believe that may have been Fletcher sitting up on the inside of Sorensen. Not quite sure. We'll see when it comes back around, but it is still a 4-car battle. Morgan, Weinberg, Anacones, and Ingrata nose to tail with the slight advantage to Morgan now as they make their way out of the hairpin side-by-side. I believe that may be Anacones and Fletcher door to door. Now they're going to go single file once more. All this is in the favor of Carson Morgan.
That was Ataconis and Cameron Weinberg side by side there for third. Aiden Ingrata, big time mover, up to second. He was by far one of the fastest drivers in the pre-final. Again, he didn't get to start up at the front row because of how good he finished in the pre-final. It only mattered half as to where he started this main event. This main event based off of 50% your total heat points, 50% of your starting spot was based off your finishing position in the pre-final this morning. That was, of course, to keep everyone with a decent tire strategy all the way through, no games played, and then brand new tires for everyone. You saw them stickered MG Reds for the X30 Pro Juniors on the grid. It's a 4-driver breakaway here. Christian Miles in the Mike Doty Racing Cosmic is right there trying to close up there in 5th. He's trailing at the end of the group. Little gap back to the rest of the pack as Max Garcia trails in the 6th spot. He is on the move, up 6 spots already. What a great start for the Will Power Card MPG Motorsports driver Max Garcia, one of the many junior rookies. He is the only junior rookie inside the top 6.
They were side by side for the 3rd spot as they now come across the line. I believe that was between Weinberg and Anacones. Down into turn number 1, we're about to see a 5-car battle for the lead. Still Morgan out in front, led this entire race from the start. It looks like Ingrata now, the Canadian, in P2 on the back bumper, trying to push him away and see if they can't get a little bit of a buffer between the 3 cars from behind.
Aiden Ingrata there, still just ahead. Christian Miles able to get clear on Cameron Weinberg and make sure he gets up into 4th. Good move by the kid from the Midwest. And Christian Miles calls TNT Kartways home, one of the few drivers making it to the national circuit out of TNT. His family helps operate the racetrack back in the Midwest. And again, Christian Miles, he's got a lot of followers, a lot of fans back home. Cool to see that kid here running good in North Carolina. He does not run on the biggest budget compared to some of these guys in front of him. He was not able to be here for the warm-up race last weekend. Not all of them were. Carson Morgan, of course, coming all the way from California. Aiden Ingrata, super impressive. We even got him in the States. That kid from Canada with the lockdown borders. The fact we've got Aiden Ingrata racing is phenomenal. Super cool to see. And Aiden Ingrata's making that, all that hard work to get into the country. Worth it right now. P2 challenging, now in the lead in turn number 4. And the Canadian takes the lead away in the IAME USA Grand National Championship.
Aiden now has the lead over, I believe that's now Morgan, into second. Anacona is now not too far behind, running at P3. That's going to bunch up the pack once more. We are now working on 16 laps to go at the line. Looks like they're going to get through cleanly. Maybe a little bit of a change.
Morgan again, a change for the lead there as Justin Ataconis follows there. Ataconis trying to get by on Ingrata. Can't do it. Stays in line in third. Carson Morgan up the hill to the final corner. He retains the top spot. Ataconis has to defend the final turn. Will Miles work with him? That's two Mike Doty Racing teammates, third and fourth. And then behind him, the Cosmic Privateer, Cameron Weinberg. He'll stuff Miles in turn one. Gets on by. Here comes Max Garcia in the 759 from Coconut Grove, Florida.
Ingrata and Morgan now nose to tail, starting to push each other away from the pack. Looks like it's not going to be Ingrata making a move going into the bull. Still nose to tail, trying to get themselves away from the rest of the field. I believe it is now Weinberg, Miles, and Anacones somewhere in the mix right behind. Hopefully, if they stay nose to tail and don't really work pass each other, work together, I say that, but now we got another pass. I believe that's for the 4 spot.
That was for 4th overall. You're right. Christian Miles back on Cameron Weinberg. They lost that spot back at turn number 1. Now Miles takes it back again. They lost a lot of ground in both exchanges to the top 3, so it's a little bit of a breakaway for the front 3. Weinberg, Ingrata, you saw him pop the curb there. Little mistake in the final corner. Here comes Ataconis. He'll pull back up to the bumper to turn number 1. Little gap back there to 4th place on the racetrack again. Christian Miles now holds the spot. Weinberg in 5th, and Max Garcia still closing in. He was a 1/10 of a second slower than the leader last time by, but he was able to close in on the toe to the back bumper of Miles and Weinberg. Through turn number 5, Carson Morgan, still your leader here, 7 laps in, 15 to go from GoPro Motorplex.
Anaconis now is going to be on the back bumper of Ingrata, working their way down to the hairpin. Looks like it's going to be Anaconis sitting up on the inside. He is going to take the 2nd spot, bumping Ingrata now back to 3rd. And Christian Miles in the 4th spot. What a fairy tale story it would be from driving from a horrible start of the weekend all this way up to the 2 heat races, now battling up for the 4th spot, trying to reel in the leaders with 14 laps to go.
This time by here again, 8 laps complete, 14 to go for Carson Morgan, Justin Ataconis, and now Aiden Ingrata back into the 3rd position. Again, we go backwards. Christian Miles' group, last time by, they match the pace of the leaders. They're still 7/10 back. Weinberg hitting his best. Everybody's starting to hit their stride. We talked with Austin Cindric extensively back with the X30 Pro Senior Pre-final, how Ryan Norberg and Paulie Massimino hit their best laps at the very end. These tires, they're setting them with very low tire pressures, knowing how long these races are. You can really fall off hard if you set them a little bit too high, but if it continues to improve, and speaking of continuing to improve, new leader, Justin Ataconis in the Mike Doty Racing Cosmic shows the way through turn 9.
Anaconis now has it over over Morgan, but it looks like Morgan's going to be on the back bumper, maybe trying to challenge here. He is coming in the last corner. Morgan, your new leader, but it looks like Ingrata might be trying to do the same. He had a look on the inside. It looks like Anaconis is now going to defend, holding on to the 2nd spot. Almost tried to lunge it with Morgan going into 1, and it's now going to be Morgan, Anaconis, and Ingrata. 1, 2, 3. Garcia now up into 4th spot in that willpower card, cutting his way through the field. Weinberg still runs in 5th, and Christian Miles still trying to make his way up to that top spot, runs in 6th.
Yeah, Christian Miles just can't seem to get the momentum to go forward here. It might work out for him, though, getting shuffled to 6th. Max Garcia has been kind of hunting down the top 3 all the way through this race. He is up 8 positions as they challenge again for the lead. Ingrata is through this time on Ataconis. Morgan's going to go to 2nd. Ataconis back to 3rd. Max Garcia, he is going to get in there as they get Cameron Weinberg and Christian Miles. Miles and Weinberg traded again. Weinberg into 5th, Miles back to 6th, and Max Garcia with some separation, and Morgan back on Ingrata, all trading up for the lead. What a battle we've got forming in X30 Junior.
The top 3 have been going all weekend long, but it is now Morgan out in front over Anacones, running in 3rd, and Greta now up into 2nd. Now trailing is Max Garcia. He has been slowly but surely cutting his way up through the field, up 8 positions from the start, now into 4th. Closing in on the back bumper of Justin Anacones as they are now coming into turn 5. They'll bunch up once more. We are about to have a 4-car battle, possibly 7-car battle for the lead as the rest of the field is now starting to close up. Anacones now sends it on the inside of Ingrata. He is now around, and guess who is on the back bumper of Ingrata? Max Garcia from P number 4, now trying to battle for the top 3, and it is still going to be Carson Morgan leading coming to the last corner. We have 11 more laps to go.
Yeah, we are coming right up on it here at halfway. Cross flags. There we go across the line. Carson Morgan leads a 4-car group, nearly 5, as Christian Miles tries to get on. Again, Cameron Weinberg getting beaten up there through that pack. He's all the way down to the outside edge of the top 10 in 9th across the line last time. So not a good run there for Weinberg that lap.
And it is still going to be Morgan out in front. Anaconas now up into second. I believe that is Ingrata now falling back to third. Garcia now still right there. Actually, sorry, that's Garcia into the fourth spot. Now battling
Garcia
it out.
in fourth. You're right. Garcia, you had it. P4. Anaconis, the new leader. He throws a little block into 9 to make sure they don't go back on him. Christian Miles going to make it a 5-driver party up front again. Anaconis up the hill. Carson Morgan second. Aiden Ingrata's third. Garcia's fourth. Christian Miles, P5. Here goes Anaconis. He'll bring the train to the bottom. They're going to block already with 10 to go. Morgan went to the outside, and Garcia made him pay. He went to third. Oh, side by side, and they're going to go way wide. Garcia's way off.
Garcia now is going to fall out of the group with 10 laps to go. May be able to catch back up. It didn't lose a whole lot. It definitely lost momentum, but it's not as much as they could have. But now it looks like, I believe that may be
Justin Anaconis, the leader, head of turn number 6 here. Aiden Ingrata second. Again, Carson Morgan forcefully getting by on Garcia. Now Garcia's under fire. Parker DeLong just went by him back there in the hairpin. Parker DeLong, what a number of positions he's been back up. Did a terrible start for the number 729, and here he goes. Parker DeLong into the top 5.
Anaconis now leading coming out of the last corner. Down on the straight once more. It looks like Morgan now is going to try to set up on the inside of Ingrata. They are still side by side, and it looks like barely Morgan is going to take the second spot back. Ingrata is going to go into third, and I believe that is going to be the fourth spot of Christian Miles. Again, a fairy tale story, if he is able to pull it off, is now on the back bumper of Ingrata as they make their way into turn number 5.
Christian Miles, the 2019 U.S. Pro Kart Series mini national champion. Got to run 2020, his rookie junior season. Made a lot of ground made up in the KA junior class, now running full-time in X30. And look at that, Carson Morgan gets through again on Justin Anaconis. Morgan brings them down. He really backed him up there into 9. Blocked them big time. Now, the good news is they're battling so hard behind him. They're still about a second back from the top 4. Anaconis has to follow Morgan as he blocks again. Ingrata gets tripped up. And as they come down the front stretch, Ingrata, a nose to the inside, tucks back in. Here comes Miles for third. No move there from Miles for P3. He remains in fourth. You can see that pack at the end of your screen. They're going to catch back up again. 7 laps to go at the stripe. Next time by, Carson Morgan still leads. And again, it's almost like an X30 shootout for all these guys. None of these drivers have raced for this big of a purse in their lives, at least in terms of the national sprint karting scene. 5,000 big ones up. Carson Morgan leads them into turn number 8.
Anaconis in the second spot, had a quick look to the inside, but decided to back off and maintain the second spot. He is now glued to the back bumper of Morgan as they make their way out of turn number 9. Following not too far behind is still Ingrata, followed by Christian Miles. Miles is right there, not quite close enough to make a move on Ingrata for third, but I think he's just trying to maintain where he's at so he can try to stay with the leaders towards the end of the race. But that second pack is closing on quickly, followed, being led by Jeremy Fletcher, Parker DeLong, Max Garcia, and Cole Klink, as we are now working on 7 laps to go. It's going to be 6 to go this next time by.
What a close fight here for X30 Pro Junior. Carson Morgan leading here, a hard-fought group right now so far. They have already traded the lead a number of times. Morgan, Anaconis, Ingrata, you can see at the end of the group who is coming back into frame. That's Team Fallon's Jeremy Fletcher, and look at that Morgan. He's going to trip up Anaconis. He loses 2 spots. Miles gets to third. He goes to the bottom. Ingrata to the outside. Can Miles get for second? Still side by side, will push Ingrata wide. There's 8 drivers in the lead group now. Miles looking for the lead. They're all stacked up. They're all wide, and Carson Morgan hangs on.
Ingrata just got shifted to the back of the field, stepped out of line. They all go low to defend at turn number 1. They are still going to be going side by side. I believe that was Ingrata now went to the outside line as they're not going to be able to work themselves out down the back stretch. I can barely see them with the sun in the background. They're now going.
That is not what they needed to do, though. Christian Miles took the field down to the grass into turn number 1, and we've got a couple drivers way wide there. Cameron Weinberg was wide. Yellow flags were waving in turn number 4, I believe. I'm not sure. But up front, look at the lead given to Carson Morgan. Can he get away there? That's a nice gift. Miles going to block again, and that's going to back him up. That could seal the deal. Can Carson Morgan get the sweep? If Christian Miles keeps on blocking for second, he will let him do it. Anaconis trying to move him out of the groove. He'll do so. Anaconis gets through into second. Now he gets to try and go as Ingrata goes for third.
And it looks like up on 2 wheels was Ingrata. Miles goes to the outside line, loses a couple more positions as they're still going back and forth. Morgan now checking out from the field, and it looks like Justin Atacones is going to move up into second. Ingrata now third. DeLong now moves up in the top 4. Miles gets shuffled back into 5th. Carson Morgan now has almost a 2-second lead as we're approaching 4 laps to go, and they're going to go side by side once more. Now they're going to back it back off and go single file. It's going to be Morgan. Atacones now slowly trying to reel back up to your leader of Morgan. Ingrata not too far behind, followed by DeLong.
Parker DeLong here again has cut his teeth forward. It's unfortunate, though. This is the difference here you'll see in the X30 juniors before they move up to the X30 seniors. Those seniors will dice it up just like that later on, but I'd be hard-pressed to say that you'd see the driver get into second and be so worried about the guys going behind him, because in that case, in junior, Christian Miles is right. They might have just dive-bombed him anyway, and it would have all been for naught. Instead, he was able to stay in second. But in senior, if the leader gets about a half-second gap, but he's still at the edge of the draft, very rarely do you see the pack lose their brains and pass for P2. They will line back up, push, and go run back down the leader. That's what you saw last night. You know, Brandon Jarsakrak was running down Braden Eves. They weren't dive bombing him for second, so Jarsakrak did not have to block. Again, you can't get mad at Miles for having to block. That's a lot of what junior racing is. Those kids are going, and sometimes they don't know when it's a better opportunity for them to stay in line. Now, Carson Morgan, last time by, he was matching the pace of Justin Atacones. 3 laps to go here. The gap is 1.7 seconds. I think he might be safe with this one, but you don't want to call it too early. Right now we're focused on a group here at the end of that main pack with Max Garcia, Christian Miles. Cole Kleck is ahead of them a little bit, or was. He's been shuffled back behind Garcia. Was up to 5th at the moment. Got shuffled back there on screen, as you saw. But there goes Morgan. Here comes Atacones on through. Atacones 0.2 faster last time by. The sad part is only 3 laps left. He's going to have a long, hard way to try and work his way to the front.
Carson Morgan pretty much has a clear track in front. No lappers, no competition from behind. It is only coming down to Justin Atacones, making sure that he doesn't make any mistakes. He's got a little bit of a buffer between himself and Aiden Ingrata, running in the 3rd spot, followed by DeLong in 4th. Cole Klick now into the top 5. So all that anybody can do right now is hope that Carson Morgan maybe makes a mistake, because with 2 laps to go, it's going to be very hard for Atacones to run down a 1.5-second deficit between himself and the leader of Carson Morgan.
Going to be really tough here. You can see even just going into turn number 8, they're still fighting like crazy in the back of the field. Back up front, double sticks in the air. Carson Morgan, I have to imagine his tuner, D. May, we put him on the broadcast back with the rental kart tuner shootout, and he was running in the heavy class. He had never driven a go-kart before, but he was such a fanatic karting dad. He lost his leg in a motocross accident, and he is one of the most passionate guys no matter what. He loves life. He loves racing. And, man, I can tell you right now, I don't know where he is on the fence line. I wish we could see him. I know he's going to be going absolutely ballistic here right now. If his driver, Carson Morgan, pulls off one of the biggest wins he has seen to date at $5,000 here in X30 Junior, it would be his, I believe, 6th consecutive main event victory on the pro circuit. He swept both KA Junior and X30 Junior in their 2 main events back at Road America a couple weeks ago. Look at this battle for 3rd. Ingrata and DeLong still going at it. White flag, 1 lap to go. Parker DeLong trying to fight for 3rd. His teammate Carson Morgan trying to fight for $5,000.
Morgan has got the lead and is currently about 1.3. Atacones is closing, but it is not fast enough. Morgan still has the lead. Atacones runs 2nd. Ingrata and DeLong have been going back and forth all the way out of the inner hairpin, and they are still going back and forth right back at it. Now we look at, I believe that is Carson Morgan now making his way through the last couple of corners. He has got a half a lap left coming into the hairpin, and it's going to be a pretty much an easy drive.
Carson Morgan, man, what more can you say about this kid? 14 years old. His final junior season, already declared he's going to move up to the pro senior class. You want to talk about making a statement. His last time in the junior division at GoPro Motorplex potentially. Carson Morgan and Ryan Perry Motorsport win the $5,000 X30 Pro Junior Championship.
Oh my God, he stood up on the cart.
What a celebration from Carson Morgan. And man, he must have thought about that one. That is a statement made. You want to talk about pandemonium. We're going to send our Caleb Smock and Aaron Hackmeister down to the grid. They've got to go see if they can track down the race winner and his whole crew. He is going to be absolutely swarmed. 5,000 big ones to Carson Morgan. Unbelievable stuff here from Carson as he works his way over to the scale line. And man, just so cool there for Carson Morgan to get away with a major victory. 6 consecutive national main event class wins for the junior driver, Carson Morgan. Ryan Perry Motorsports, they're up $10,000 collectively so far with Massimino. Actually, even more than that. I believe $10,700 with Massimino second in the KA shootout, winning the $5,000 X30 shootout. And now in X30 Pro Junior, Massimino wins as well. We're going to have the X30 senior drivers keep their helmets off another 7 or 8 minutes to talk to them on the grid before we go green. Give the chance for the viewers here to see who we've got coming to compete for 7,000 big ones coming your way here. The main event will be coming shortly as our Caleb Smock and Aaron Hackmeister get set to go over to try and talk to Carson Morgan. We'll maybe see if we can get him over in the booth or something. They are right now getting set here again, getting to talk. First, again, we'll see if we can send him to the scale house. Make sure we got signal over there. Will Power is going to be joining us. Austin Cindric will be joining us as well here for the X30 Pro Seniors. Carson Morgan, though, he is going to be absolutely swarmed. He's got a big fan following. He's gotten already a ton of friends, a ton of family here. Again, the RPM team, you could hear them screaming on the fence line. It was phenomenal for them to see. Again, a few more moments here before we go green with the X30 Pro Seniors as our guys get into position. Just to recap, guys, here, let's go back through the finishing order that we had from our X30 Pro Junior field. First of all, Carson Morgan and Justin Ataconis and Aiden Ingrata ended up holding off Parker DeLong to make your podium. As we worked our way on through, then we look all the way further down. Parker DeLong, again, P4, came up just a little bit short, but a good result. Christian Miles ended up to the outside edge of your top 5 when they came across the start-finish line. We go back a little bit further, and we'll find the rest of the drivers that were battling just a little bit off the screen, but battling just as hard. As the X30 Pro Juniors continue to work their way around here, we've got, I believe, our race winner, Carson Morgan here. They're checking the mics out, trying to see if we can get a hold of him. He is all the way back on the line. Justin Ataconis, a P2 result. We'll see if we can get a word from him as well as we continue to work our way to the scale line. The X30 senior drivers are set to go. We'll maybe call a couple of them over here, have a couple interviews in the booth, as well as, of course, Carson Morgan, the big-time winner here. There he is, your race winner, Carson Morgan, an ecstatic driver here, and we're going to try and bring him over for a quick little interview as he pushes his cart on through. The Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony Kart driver, $5,000 and a double sweep on the weekend here. Carson Morgan getting himself, again, he is getting a big hug there from his tuner for the X30 class. Danny May, the RPM guy, swarming him. We'll see if we can pull him over to Caleb Smock and Aaron Hackmeister as he lifts that cart onto the stand. And again, just a great run for Carson Morgan. We've got there's his team owner, Ryan Perry. He is through the roof, super excited for Carson Morgan. And what a job, what a driver. He's got the Hog Rider t-shirt on, the Hog Rider Nation behind him. They are blowing up the YouTube chat. Carson Morgan down with our Caleb Smock. Let's see if we can grab a word with him.
Yeah, celebrations continue on. Carson Morgan, you are $5,000 richer than when you started. Tell us how you did it. You led most of the race, and you're getting cooled off right now because you are sweating right now. I don't think you're old enough for champagne, but I guess that'll work. Now here, tell us what happened. You were in control for most of the race. It was very hard sought. You guys were going back and forth. What were your thoughts on that one?
You know, in the beginning, the car felt really good, but halfway through, the car started falling off, and they passed me, and I was like, all right, I got to go right back by, or else he's going to pull away. So, like, halfway through there, I just took the lead, and I turned around, and they were battling really hard, so I just put down, like, solid couple laps, you know, and then we ended up breaking away, and no one could catch up. So, I mean, it was an amazing race. Dude, team is so good, you know, I just can't thank everyone enough.
Give us some names you need to thank.
First, I want to thank my parents. And I want to thank D. May, Zim, everyone at RPM at the fence. You know, just the whole team's been so on it this year. It's just been amazing. And then I want to thank Freck. You know, he's not here right now, but motor runs really good, always, you know. And especially D. May. Car, you know, we were really struggling on the first day in some of those heats, but we just tuned it up and ended up getting the win here.
All right, there it is, Carson Morgan, the first ever winner here for the IAME Grands, and he is $5,000 richer than he was when he came here. Back to you in the booth.
Well, while Caleb Smock continues to work his way through the madness, we'll send him over to see if he can get a word with Justin Ataconis, maybe our second-place finisher, before he comes over and talks to the X30 Pro Seniors. I've got our X30 Pro Senior pole sitter up here in the booth with me, Ryan Norberg. Ryan, looked like you had a pretty nice and controlled pre-final. You know, you managed the gap, kept Paulie at about a 2 to 3 cart length margin, hit your best lap right on the final 2 laps there at the end. Are you feeling pretty good? The track's obviously gotten rained on, cleaned off. It looks like it's still got a decent amount of grip on it, but definitely going to be a little bit different than what you raced on this morning.
Yeah, the track seems pretty fast today, especially after the rain. I think it just kind of cleaned it off, and yeah, it's a little bit quicker than it was earlier today. I'm just going to go out there and try and put the laps together. I was able to hold on to it the last race, and yeah, like you said, I put my fastest lap down on the last lap, and I was able to hold Paulie back just enough. But it's going to be close. These guys are fighters, and we're all here to make money, so it's going to be an interesting race.
Yeah, speaking of making money, obviously you were part of that X30 shootout last night for $5,000. Obviously, I know that hurt you not being able to win that one, ended up on the sidelines, but it's an even bigger purse now. $7,000 between everyone with MG tires, IAME, GoPro pumping it up here. You got a lot of guys that make things happen for you. Let's give you one more chance here to thank them as you get ready to go.
Yeah, everybody at RPG, Alex, Joni, Stoney, Mike, everybody that's been behind this and getting the cart up front. It's a team effort, and so last race at the shootout we kind of broke a lot of stuff, so it was helpful to have all those guys help out and get my cart running again, and it's straight and ready to go. And also Tiago for straightening my chassis.
Yeah, you were out there late. We saw you walking out about 10 o'clock. You're still working on that piece. You worked on it again this morning. Should be tuned up and good to go. Good luck, Ryan.
Yep, thank you.
We're going to send down to Caleb Smock here. Justin Ataconis is ready to go with his second-place interview and a podium and a little more money to him for the Mike Doty Racing Cosmic Driver.
Justin Ataconis, you started in the second spot. You were up there for most of the entire race. You led for a little bit, fell back towards the field, worked your way back up. Looked like a hard-fought race, just not close enough. How did you feel like it was for your perspective?
I feel like I had something for the win. It was just all about track position that race. I got up to second, right behind Carson, and I got past. They started blocking, and that was pretty much it.
Now, it was a very close race. The distance was very long. What was your mental attitude going into it? Were you prepared for long distance, or were you just going whatever they were doing?
I was just going with the flow. Just kind of like, if I see a gap, I'll go. I'll just kind of go with whatever happens. Whatever happens, happens. So it's how it played out.
And who need to thank before we get going on here with you?
My dad, Mike Doty, Victor, everyone under the Mike Doty Racing tent, everyone back at home that's watching the race.
Well, there it is. Justin Ataconis started in the second spot, ended up runner-up. He had a very good race, finishing here second in IAME Grand's X30 Junior. Back to you in the booth.
Well, we're rearing up to go for our final main event of the weekend here. Before we get to that, though, we've got two more interviews. We're going to send Caleb Smock down to talk to Brandon Jarzakrak, our third-place starter. I've got our second-place starter, Connor Zillish, here ready to go. Connor, again, a decent pre-final, decent run through the heats. You end up making up a couple spots. What do you think here? You've watched all the craziness. You already won the KA Senior main event in a crazy way. You think you could pull that one off again?
Yeah, it's a long race, so hopefully people don't treat it like it's a 15-lap race, and hopefully we can make it out to the end. And unlike yesterday, hopefully we can keep it going, and I'm sure it'll be a battle down to the last few laps. So hopefully I'm there when it happens, and hopefully I can capitalize on some other people's moves and come out with the win in 7 Gs.
Yeah, 7 Gs there. You got a big support system just like Ryan. Who would you like to thank before we get going?
Yeah, everyone under the Nitro Kart tent that's been helping me this week. Allison Racing Engines, of course, my family, my mom, my dad, everyone back home watching. I mean, home isn't that far away, but everyone that's been watching me and supporting me. I appreciate all of it, but yeah, that's about it.
All right, we'll let you get going here. Good luck, Connor.
Thank you.
All right, Brandon Jarzakrak down on the grid with our Caleb Smock.
We're down here with Brandon Jarzakrak. You are starting in the third position. You started on pole for the pre-final, had a good run, fell back through the field, able to work your way back up. 22 laps is a very long distance here. Mentally, what are you doing for going into this one?
Pretty much just trying to get to the lead. Hopefully it works out. Hopefully everyone starts battling behind me. See what happens. We missed the setup a little bit in the pre-final, made some changes for the final. Hopefully it keeps us going forward.
Now, what do you think is going to be the biggest either competition or factor going into it?
Just be in the right place at the right time, pretty much.
All righty, there it is. That is Jarzakrak starting in the third spot for your X30 Senior.
Well, we've just been given the 2-minute warning here, so the drivers are going to begin suiting up here. Before we go through our starting lineup, we're going to take one final commercial break. When we come back, Will Power is going to join us. I believe Austin Cindric is still here. Hopefully he'll join us in the booth. It's going to be time to go racing action here live from GoPro Motorplex. The IAME USA Grand National Championship presented by Hunt Brothers Pizza comes back with our main event, $7,000. Will joining me already here. We'll be ready for the X30 Pros.
I'm Alex Speed, the team principal here at Speed Concepts Racing. We have an elite karting program. We really focus on giving the drivers the tools they have to take to the next level. We don't really want to, it's important to win racing and go-karting, but really give the kids the tools they need to, hopefully become professional racing drivers. We're on the OTK Red Speed Kart. We have our own in-house motor program with Speed Lab. We do really competitive at the national races, but again, our main focus is really giving the kids, the tools they have, looking at data, looking at video to really give them arsenal to go on to car racing and hopefully be successful.
Check us out on Facebook at facebook.com/speedconceptsracing or email us at speedconceptsracing@gmail.com.
Hunt Brothers Pizza always offers 10 toppings to choose from at no extra charge. That's 1,024 topping combinations at one price. At Hunt Brothers Pizza, we love racing and we love pizza. Visit huntbrotherspizza.com to find your next pizza.
How you doing? My name is Mike Doty from Mike Doty Racing from Orange County, New York. We're about an hour north of New York City. We're a full-service kart shop that we supply IAME, Rotax, and all rock engines. We sell OTK parts and all the tires for all the different series. We support USBKS, SCUSA, Rotax, which is the Stars and Stripes, and the Rock Winter Tour. What we do is we try to get the drivers better by data, driver coaching, and setup. We have a lot of good drivers that come through our program. We have a lot of experience. I've been doing it for almost 35 years, and we just try to translate that to all our customers.
For more info about Mike Doty Racing, you can contact us at
All right, we are back here live in the booth. I'm joined by NTT IndyCar Series champion and Indy 500 champion Will Power. To my right, NASCAR Cup Series driver for Team Penske, also Austin Cindric. Guys, we are in for a treat. $7,000 to the winner of X30 Pro. Austin joined me for the pre-final. Will joined me for a lot of the racing yesterday. Will, I'm going to start with you. You saw everything on the short layout. A little bit crazy action. We're back on the normal layout. You've got a lot of laps here. You've got a couple drivers you're watching in this field, obviously. Talk to me. What are these guys looking for, especially with the track changing after that big rainstorm this afternoon?
Yeah, that'll be interesting. You know, everyone's on new tires, so I think it's kind of a bit of an equalizer. I just think these guys can't let Norberg get away because he will just march off. I mean, he seems to be the best at looking after his tires and just slowly pulling away from the field. But, I mean, when you look at the top six, I mean, these guys are seriously six. I mean, honestly, the top 10 are all capable of winning this final. So it's going to be about being in the right place at the right time. As we saw yesterday, anything can happen, especially when that amount of money is on the line. So I think Norberg's going to be pretty keen to make up for last night. He had a pretty rough night last night, not winning the money. So, yeah, who knows what's going to happen. That's the beauty of karting. You don't know till the last lap or last corner, honestly.
Yeah, you have no idea. Austin Cindric, you also got to watch a little bit on the stream, the last night deal. These guys saw what not to do, some of them, for $5,000. Now $7,000 re-rack. The good news, they got 10 extra laps, 25 laps here. We're going to get set to go green. We'll talk to Austin once we get them underway, if we can get it on the first time by. It's Ryan Norberg, Connor Zilisch, your front row. Here we go. Down, no green that time, so we'll get another lap to talk about it.
I tell you what, this start's probably going to be the most important thing about this 25-lap race. It's hard to say that, but to Will's point and what I saw from the pre-final, like you said, I thought Norberg did a really great job of maintaining his stuff and being able to be fast throughout the stint. And obviously, we have more laps in this event, and he's been super solid. So I think you got to be able to contain him to have a chance at winning the $7,000.
Yeah, he's definitely got to be in it. You know, Ryan Norberg, again, though, the thing like we talked about, Will, right before we got into this, Norberg leading and dominating the way he did in the pre-final, that puts a big target on your back when they re-rack up. You know, it's no different than a full course yellow after one guy's dominated an entire longer car race. When they get bunched back up on the restarts, the first thing you try and do is shuffle that guy to the back. So we'll see. The good news, he gets to start on the pole. The bad news, he's got a guy next to him, and he's got 20-plus guys behind him ready to knock him out of the way.
When you think about Massimino, he can go away with $12,000.
That's a big
He won last the 5 last night.
I'd jump a start for $12,000.
He could have a really good weekend here.
Let's see it. Will we get it? Green flag. And the main event of the weekend is underway to turn number 1. Will we all? Oh, my goodness. Multiple drivers around in the first corner.
Man.
Oh, man. Who was that? I think that's Nathaniel Cicero. Maybe that got turned over in the first turn and popped up in the air.
Norberg has a massive lead already, so almost game over, man. Almost game over.
And your guy, Braden Eves, how does he do it?
Oh,
Every single time the chaos erupts, he's into second.
It's good to see. It's good to see. Where's Kiffin?
Oh, my goodness. Let's see here. That's Tyler McIntyre into 4th. Brandon Jarsakrak, big loser there. He got shuffled halfway down the order. Massimino was there. Zilisch, I think, was trying to get it on Norberg. He's right behind Jarsakrak. They're in the middle of the field. It's a big lead for Ryan Norberg. Braden Eves is second. Has Norberg got it locked up here? 25 laps, 1 lap complete now, 24 to go. Big time lead for Ryan Norberg, 1.4 seconds.
So I think if you're Eves here, you've got to make a decision. You have to either decide that you know, am I good enough to go run down Norberg, or should I just focus on saving myself to run second here? Because, you know, there's still money on the line for finishing second, but I know how bad it is to make that decision that, you know what, I have to be mature and understand this is where I'm going to be. But I think these first couple of laps are going to be pretty important for Brendan to figure that out.
Yeah, I think Yves started on a slightly higher tire pressure as well, so he should be quick in the first 5 laps. And, you know, I think Norberg always starts on low pressure, so he's going to be probably pretty consistent or very fast the second half of the race.
If we go back to the U.S. Pro Kart Series event here at GoPro last year, Ryan Norberg was shut out of victory lane, and especially on one of the main events, he went a little bit too low on the tire pressure here. He was slipping and sliding, fell back 6th or 7th, eventually made his way back up, but again, he did not come away with the result that he was open to. That time by, Yves a little bit slower, Massimino quickest on the racetrack at a 49 flat, so it's still a little bit to play for here, but Norberg's starting to open that gap up. He's a very technically skilled driver. He's in the seat almost every single weekend, and it shows here.
Yeah, I mean, for him, he's just going to be laying down qualifiers and just being absolutely pinpoint accurate with his lines and no mistakes. I mean, I think it's going to be very tough for anyone to catch him now, unless Massimino can get past Yves.
This battle for second's about to heat up.
Has a bit, you know, a bit better kart, and Yves can push him along a bit. They might have a shot, but that's a big gap already, man.
Yeah, that's a big gap here. Ryan Norberg, not the quickest driver, as there goes Massimino. Yves going to let him by here. That's really their only shot.
Those two guys got to work well together now and just push each other towards Norberg.
Let's see it here. If Ryan Norberg, you know, you don't get a lot of mistakes out of that guy. There's a reason he's a 4-time defending Superkarts USA national champion in this X30 Pro class. He is so technically skilled here. Braden Yves, of course, has been really quick, but he's been missing a little bit most of the weekend. Massimino was able to play spoiler in that X30 shootout, take the $5,000 away yesterday, and now as he comes out of turn number 8 here, has a long way to go to chase the $7,000 up for grabs here as Ryan Norberg leads them out of turn number 9. I'll watch them head over through the short chute once again here. Massimino already starting to pull a bit on Yves. This will be the first lap we'll see with Massimino up into P2. He passed him down to turn 1, so we had to lose a little bit of time.
He go purple then. Nah, Norberg's still quicker.
Quickest driver was Dalton Haynes. He was about 1/10 quicker than the race leader, 4 seconds back though. Now it's a 2-second gap for Massimino to get there. He is going to have to drive his tail off. The good news for Massimino, he was only 300 slower, taking an awkward line into turn number 1 to pass Yves. So he might have pace to run him down, but he's going to need to really use up his stuff to try and get there, and then just hope that when he gets to Norberg, he can pass him, and if he's burned the tires off, block his butt off to make sure that Norberg gets shuffled to the back.
I pulled out my calculator. It's a little under 1/10 every lap. He's got to be faster than him to be on his bumper in 21 laps.
Let's take a look here. 20 laps to go this time by. 5 laps complete. Ryan Norberg with the lead. Massimino across the line. I don't know if that gap shrunk any bit. Norberg across here at we'll see, 5 laps in the books. We'll wait for the timing to continue to update as they work their way on through and up the hill towards turn number 3 down the back straightaway. Good run here again in the works for Ryan Norberg. Massimino, Yves.
2.5, almost 2.5 tenths on him.
Yeah, he put a 10th on him right there at least there. So finally updates on the timing. We got so many people on the Wi-Fi here trying to tune in, but Ryan Norberg, man, he has just been on a tear. You know, again, going back, he's won 4 out of the last 6 main pro nationals here between the last few events, and now he's in a great spot. He's been super fast all week. Massimino's been close, but that's just the difference. Massimino didn't have that many good heat races, so he had to start back on the second row. He didn't get to start alongside Norberg, and the terrible luck for Connor Zilish. We go back here. The drivers we got on screen right now, this is the battle for fourth?
Sixth position.
6th position there. You're right.
Jasicrack there.
Dalton Haynes.
Actually, Jasicrack and Haynes are both very quick. They just had bad heats, but especially Haynes. He was banking on having a good weekend. I spoke to him before the race, and he was wanting to. He wants to get over and race in Europe as soon as possible, so he's trying to get himself a ride for next year.
Annunziata is off. That's in front. There's water on the racetrack. Jasicrack's off the racetrack.
Oh, man, that's
commentator's curse.
Oh, my goodness. They are all out of the way here. Everyone trying to avoid it. Thomas Annunziata was running 4th. I think he overshot it trying to catch up to Braden Yves there to get himself onto the podium, and now he is way back down the order.
That's a strange place to actually lose it. I wonder if he just dropped a wheel.
I think he dropped a wheel off of 5 and then went out in the water.
Yeah,
that barrier's all the way moved back.
Norberg's not going to be aware. He's going to be the first one through there. There's actually a little bit of water now on the track. as he turns into.
Yeah, Norberg's going to have no idea, so that might
turn.
play into it. And Massimino was equal to him last time. He won't know either. Can Norberg get through?
Yeah,
all good.
It looks like if you turn, yeah.
There's a bit of dust coming up.
Yeah, Eves was just about on the water there. Norberg turned shallow. He must have seen the water.
Yeah, Ryan Norberg typically has a lot shallower line than a lot of these drivers here. He's able to still carry a lot of corner speed. One driver I do want to talk about, we'll look a little bit further back from Massimino, and that's the kid who's been promoted into 4th. Tyler Wettengel. He had a nasty crash earlier today in KA100 Senior. Pounded into another driver with Caleb Schrader, or at least got pounded. We couldn't even see. It was off camera. He was hunched over in the cart, got checked out by the medical team. The only red flag we had this weekend, and it was post-race. Wettengel, he denied the medical, said, look what, let me walk it off. I'm good. A little shaken up. Said his ribs were a little bit bruised, but he's going out there and he's sending it. Kid lives nearby here in North Carolina, and he is right now trying to hunt down the fellow Kart Republic, Will Power Kart branded driver Braden Eves for that final podium spot. Cool stuff to see here for Tyler Wettengel. We look back even further through the field. There is Connor Zilish. Again, he started on the outside front row. He is down behind Dalton Haynes, currently in 6th, and he must have been the driver that got knocked really hard wide there in turn number 1.
Yeah, I didn't see how far back Zilic got, but I wonder if he's made his way through the field, because that's who I expected to be fighting for the win, to be honest.
Yeah, I thought Connor Zilish was going to have a really good shot out of there when we talked to him in the booth. It's unfortunate so many of our contenders really almost from 2nd onto maybe like 7th or 8th got really wiped out in that first turn. And the one guy that had the speed that might have had a little edge on him, well, he got gifted a 2-second lead right off the bat, Austin.
Yeah. I mean, you can see purple sectors. Nothing's changed up front with Norberg. He's on the gas, and Massimino is able to run within a 10th of him, and he's by far the closest to Norberg's pace. But obviously making up a 2.5-second gap now. You know, 20 with 20 to go. You know, 4 laps ago it was 2 seconds. So it's just slowly crawling.
Need to throw a full course yellow here.
Yeah, throw it
back up.
Stage caution.
Oh, man. Is it too much to make a joke about Belle Isle for Norberg here with the guard out fired?
Oh, man.
Dude.
Terrible. Yeah. That really hurt. I really thought I was getting that win. 5 to go.
Oh, man.
I was mad at IndyCar. But really, there's nothing anyone could do. I mean, Grosjean crashed into the wall.
Yeah,
they had to pull him back.
Yeah, I'm so glad you said that.
What's that?
I'm so glad he said that.
I'm over that now. I'm moving on.
You're clearly over
trying to win a race. That one will hurt for a while.
Yeah.
Oh, man. We go back onto the racetrack here again. Ryan Norberg just continuing to dominate. Last time by, put another 1/10 of a second on him. It's up to 2.5 seconds back to Paulie Massimino. Without any massive failure here, and again, he's got one of the best mechanics in the paddock working for him. One of the top teams in the paddock area here in Rollison Performance Group, tuning the go-kart. Ever since they got together, they've done nothing but run up near the front of the field. They've had glimpses when it's been a bad year, a downbeat year for him, like 2020 in the fall where he didn't get a win. He still got like 8 national podiums. Still came away with a Winter Series championship this winter without racing for the win. And then when the new X30 pipe came in, these guys came out of the fence or out of the gate swinging. Ryan Norberg and that crew, when they went to Miller Motorsports Park for the Utah Motorsports Campus stop for the Supercarts USA Pro Tour, went out there, was one of the fastest drivers, won a main event there, went to Newcastle Motorsports Park a little bit earlier, won there for the U.S. Pro Kart Series, the debut of the new pipes. Again, this new exhaust pipe was a change midway through the season. And ever since that's come in, Ryan Norberg and the RPG crew, they've been firing on all cylinders. We've also got a look here on the battle a little bit further down the order. That is Ashley Rogero, Kiffin Simpson on screen, just coming across the line right now. In the Will Power Kart entry here, he's going to come a little bit of a shove there from Rogero. Both drivers have dropped back a little bit, but Kiffin's at least got a decent start. And you can see there's just so many guys that moved up or down, names inside the top 10 that were nowhere near there in the pre-final because of that massive wreck there to start the main event. Zillish's the only one inside the top 8. That really started inside the top 8, I believe.
Looks like Wettengel's catching Eves as well. He's probably going to be on his bumper here real soon.
He's running some quick laps as Dalton Haynes. He's running the same pace as Norberg. He's just way too far back to do anything with it. 48.2s. He's done that the last couple laps. It's good pace, but he's not close enough to do anything. Battle for 30 here is going to heat up soon.
Well, we just got the halfway mark here, so plenty of time to go, plenty of racing to play for. Again, 2.5 seconds for Ryan Norberg. He had a 48.3 that time, 48.3 for Massimino. Dalton Haynes goes purple, 48.209. He's 7 seconds back, so he won't get to the lead. He should be able to catch the battle for third maybe as Eves is under fire. Tyler Wettengel is through and onto the podium provisionally.
Yeah, it looks like Wettengel's coming on really well.
Yeah,
Well, Eves has slightly gone off a bit. I'm going to say that Haynes will probably catch Eves too here in the next 10 laps.
We got 12 laps here, so it's still a long way to go.
Yeah, that'll be the big question. If Dalton Haynes can run down Tyler Wettengel because he's a little bit quicker and get onto the podium, it looks like at the rate he's going, he should get to Eves' rear bumper. He's only about 2.5 to 2.25 seconds back. It'll get even close, or 1.7 seconds back, sorry, and it'll get even closer with Eves getting past that lap. I'd say about maybe 1.25 back from Braden Eves to Dalton Haynes, who it's a 48.39. Fastest again on the racetrack, though, is the 3:48 of Ryan Norberg as we watch him down the back straightaway. Ten laps to go here while we've got a bit of a break in the action. We'll cut over into the booth for just a moment, talk to you guys again here as we're watching the timing monitor. Still have about 10.5 laps to go. First of all, again, Austin, got to talk to you about so cool. You know, you live not too far from here. You and Will obviously go out there, race, go back and forth, battle all the time. To be able to call this, to see all these guys out here, how hard do you wish you had a chance to go and race these guys here for $7,000?
Well, I think they'd kick my butt. Like Will said, I mean, these guys are obviously really kart fit and understand what they need out of their go-karts, and the level of precision that it takes to run at this level is a lot. So I'm not sure I could just pull my kart out of my garage and expect to run up front. But it's great to see this facility being used in this way. You know, I get to come here on just the days where they're running rental karts, and it's pretty casual outside, and you know, just really burning calories and burning gas, and to see a big event out here and this place being used for such a national level is a lot of fun to see for me, because you know, I had one of the first garages here. You know, I've been here since this place opened up, so it's awesome to see the growth that the folks here have done with this facility, and it's great to have it in my backyard to get to use it whenever I need to.
No doubt about it. And then Will, of course, again, we talked to you so much throughout the weekend. So involved you are. You got, you know, your Will Power Kart driver, Braden Eves, was the highest runner, got up to second, still running there P4. You know, you're here this weekend, a big supporter, and you've got a lot of cool stuff in the works here. You're here for the long haul. You really want to keep continuing to go karting in the sport of racing.
Yeah, absolutely. We're looking at starting a team and doing it like the Europeans do it, with a big transporter and a really nice tent, and obviously a lot of good stuff. A lot of good development with engines and all the other stuff you've got to do to be competitive in this sport. I mean, when you look around this paddock, you look at RPG, you look at Speed Concepts, RPM, they're all top-level teams, and it's actually really cool to see. You know, I try to explain to Roger Penske how important and how professional go-karting is, because I'm not sure he's seen it before. And trying to get him to build a track there in Indianapolis.
Man.
Which would be epic. I mean, you could have some massive events there. But, yeah, I'm a huge supporter of go-kart racing. I think it's such good grounding. And you can start it, you know, as early as age 6 or even younger now. And you can race until you're in your 40s or 50s or as long as you want. So, yeah, great sport. Epic racing and really tight racing, competitive. It's everything you need to learn all the ropes if you want to continue and make it in car racing.
Yeah, no doubt. It's got all the way levels. You know, you've got your family guys able to come and race at a club race that GoPro hosts. They get over 200 drivers each weekend. Last weekend, and then you know, here we are at the top level all the way up. It's got its own little individual pyramid. You know, you kind of rise through the ranks. You've got Will Power Karts racing at the local level. You've got your regional and state series, and then you come up to this national level. And we'll cut back onto the on-track action here. Braden Eves just got shuffled back by Dalton Haynes. That was for 4th. And Tyler Wettengel should be 3rd. There was a little issue with the timing screen, but we are 7 laps to go right now. Ryan Norberg still the leader. Massimino, 3 seconds back. Wettengel is 3rd. He's only got about a half second. So that local kid, Dalton Haynes, man, what a story for him.
He's on the gas, man. He's running purple sector.
He did an 8-1 the previous lap. He's fast. Yeah, he
pretty full 10th faster than Norberg, who's dominating the race.
Yeah. It's such a pity for that start, because I reckon we would have seen a really good battle up front.
And he's only a second back from Paulie Massimino now.
Well, no, he's right on Wettengel now.
Yeah, he's close on Wettengel.
But he's got a shot at getting second.
He should be a little bit. I think we got about 3 seconds back from Wettengel to Massimino. Wettengel's currently 6.5 back, but again, Dalton Haynes, you know, local kid. Again, the other cool part we talk about with karting, right? You don't need a team of engineers. It helps to have guys who know what they're doing, and that's what it's about. But Dalton Haynes and his brother, they've learned trial by fire, and here he goes.
Up the inside.
Oh, what a pass there. Nicely done. Yeah.
Yeah.
Little move there in turn number 1. And again, this kid, him and his brother, you know, they're working together. You see them down late night over by their garage, working on their own
fast lap too.
Yeah, 8-0, yeah.
48-0.
Yeah, he's
super fast.
He's the fastest guy on the track, and he's just an absolute privateer. He's got no money. Doing what they can with what they got, and man, he is the fastest guy out there.
It's unfortunate.
Very impressive.
Yeah, how his heat races played out. He had 2 DNFs on heat 2 and heat 3 on Saturday. He had kind of a rough run in heat number 1. It put him buried in the pack in the pre-final, had to drove forward in the final. I told him earlier this morning, I said, look, if you get to the top 10 in the pre-final, chances are they'll fight, and you might have a real shot at it. And no doubt in my mind here, if they would have fought Norberg a little bit harder here, he would have absolutely had a shot to contend. But 5 to go. Ryan Norberg's lead continues to roll here over Paulie Massimino and company. It's over 3.5 seconds back for the 4-time U.S. Pro Karting champion. And again, he has dominated the charts all the way through. He has led every lap from the top of the green. He's looking at one of his biggest paydays yet. His biggest payday, I believe, it's $7,000. The only other race that comes close is the Superkarts USA Super Nationals that pays $10,000. He's been shut out from winning that one, but he's going to Vegas again this year to try and win his check his odds.
Yeah, he'll be happy to get that paycheck after last night. It's actually an easy race for him. I'm pretty sure he would have been thinking, like, this is going to be a very tough day, but he was fortunate to have that first lap incident, get that gap, and then, you're not going to catch this guy. He's too consistent. He's too good.
Yeah, he just really, he doesn't make mistakes. You watch Ryan Norberg, almost every single lap has been within 1/10 of a second of his best. You know, he doesn't have the fastest go-kart. You can see on the timing chart, Dalton Haynes has that, a 48 flat. There's other guys that are also in the same second bracket as him. Tyler McIntyre hit a 48.215 as well, within a couple hundredths. So was Massimino was quick. Hayden Jones has hit some good lap times. He's up into 6th, but overall, no one has been able to be as consistent throughout the entire weekend. He's a smart driver. Those mistakes we saw yesterday, that was a lot of character. I think it's very rare you see Norberg in the 348 machine turned around or wrecked in a DNF, and that's why he's won those championships, and that's why right now he's got 3 more laps here as we watch, again, local driver Dalton Haynes trying to hang on over Tyler Wettengel for that final podium spot and the final spot on the money.
The thing that I like about Norberg is he's got a 3.2 second lead, and he's going by the start-finish line tucked up against the steering wheel, trying to get everything out of it. Like, if that's not a racer, I don't know what is.
Yeah. No, he's a pro karter, man. Like, he's like employed by a kart team, which is pretty cool at this level. I like to see that. I mean, that happens in Europe, but you don't see it very often here. And he's, absolute professional.
Yeah, it's something really cool. And again, more races like this with a cash purse up for grabs. Again, Will, you're transitioning to team ownership. You look at it, it's $1,000 to enter a guy for the weekend. You got to help a mechanic, get that sorted. And obviously there's transport, but use of a chassis, not too bad. If you have these $5,000 and $7,000 to win races, you can see, all right, maybe it makes sense to put a driver in the field that could go win you some money.
Yeah, I mean, yes. If you own a team, you've got to have a Norberg in your team. You've got to have a guy that's winning in your chassis for your team, and that gets you more customers. For people younger karters that are paying to make their way through. So you need and you need it from a development standpoint as well. They know what they want from the car.
Right, that's the big thing with Norberg. He's a sponsor driver, he races free, but he is a huge coach, and that's truly where he's able to be paid.
You need those younger drivers to have someone to look up to.
Yeah,
to have somebody have stability within a race team is really important, especially at this level, because I feel like it's so easy to not figure out why you're not good. And you've got a guy that you can lean on.
Oh my goodness, Kiffin Simpson with a heavy impact over here in the infield. Cole Morgan's involved. Heavy contact there over at turn number 7. We've got them off the racetrack. That's one of your drivers. Simpson quickly out of the go-kart here on the final couple laps.
Yeah, I didn't see exactly what happened there. It looked like his front tires popped. I heard it.
It was a big pop.
Yeah,
and again as well,
I wonder if it was a water again.
I don't know. Let's see.
Water.
Final lap. Those barriers got hit. I think that's what the big boom was here in the paddock. But Ryan Norberg, final time on through turn number 8, guys. He has just been flawless. You got him, like you said, karting professional. He's a karting coach. He's got his own YouTube channel where he tries to coach young karters here, paying their way on up. They try to pick which team to go with. He's a huge marketing asset for RPG. He's also a huge operations asset. And you'll see him tonight tearing down the tent. But today, he tears down the racetrack. $7,000. Ryan Norberg wins the Pro Division.
Scaring the flagman.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Cool celebration there.
Man, what an awesome job there for Ryan Norberg, to come across the double checkers. Again, the rest of the field summing on through. Paulie Massimino closes the gap down at the end. 2 seconds at the line. He was really a guy that could have challenged. Dalton Haynes, the local kid, you love it for him. Again, running on a shoestring budget to be able to contend with these guys. And that's the other cool part. The big teams, there's a huge professional aspect. There's a huge aspect you can offer, obviously, Will, as a race car driver to coach, and to have parents come take to, their kids to you to get trained to go up the ladder towards professional motorsport. And then here, we have on that same level, someone could buy a wheel power cart. They can learn on their own.
Yes.
And if they get everything right, they hit the right setup, they do their homework, they practice, they train like Dalton Haynes does here almost every single week, and they can get themselves onto the podium here and a little paycheck to pay back for their efforts.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Dalton obviously wanted a slightly better weekend, but he got to showcase his pace here in this race. And honestly, I think Norberg would have been in trouble if he had stayed in touch at the beginning there. But yeah, still a good weekend for him. Great weekend for Massimino. I mean, he obviously won last night, won the 5,000 last night, and then he's got what is second prize money today?
Second place, I believe they were originally set for $1,250. I don't know if that got bumped up a little bit, but it should be actually $2,500 because it was originally $5,000 to win.
Yeah.
So we had $2,500 to second. I think we had $1,250 to third. So
he's got more than he had when he showed up this weekend.
More than he had when he showed up this weekend. That's for
buy
sure.
some tires.
Yeah, so that's good. You know, the local kid, the hometown kid, can get himself some tires for the next club race here.
Yeah.
Obviously, guys, we've got to go talk to him. We got to talk to our podium. Dalton Haynes representing for the privateers. You know, we had Paulie Massimino so close, $5,000 already. He'll add to that total with $2,500 minimum here today. So $7,500. He's walking away with a good bit too. And $7,000 here to Ryan Norberg. We're going to send our Caleb Smock down to talk to him. Hopefully here, check in with our podium. But before we do here, guys, any final thoughts? First of all, Will, here on this event, everything this weekend, and of course, we're super happy to have you here.
Yeah, look, I think Eric Jones has done a great job with this event. The presentation of the track, the racing, having the shootout. I think that was really cool for the fans to see, and we were streaming it live. So, yeah, really great racing all weekend. A lot of good drivers here in this paddock, and and it's grassroots racing, and it's not that expensive. So, really cool to see.
Yeah, that's right. Again, not that expensive. Hopefully we can continue to get more sponsorship money, more opportunities to get kids like Dalton Haynes behind the wheel where he can take his go-kart out there, walk away with a little more pocket change than where he came away on the weekend. Really cool to see for him. And then Austin, obviously, you're here a ton. You got a lot of training to do next year. Full-time NASCAR Cup Series driver. We're super happy to have you before, you get even to the next level of superstardom. Talk to me. What's this event been like for you walking around? Because today was your first day here at the track, right?
Yeah, no, it's been a lot of fun to watch the racing today. Obviously mixed conditions at some certain points, but, to watch anything from 8-year-old kids to obviously guys that do this at a professional level, it's been a lot of fun to watch and a great way to spend an off weekend. And to echo what Will said, I think Eric and all the guys at this racetrack have done an incredible job, and it's fun to see this put on a big scale, and obviously attract you guys for doing this coverage. And I think you guys have done a really great job, and it's a lot of fun to see this kind of growth, and it's good for the sport.
Awesome. Well, thanks again here. NASCAR Cup Series driver for Team Penske, Austin Cindric. IndyCar Series driver for Team Penske, Will Power. My name's Xander Clements. Stick with us, everyone. When we come back, we're going to talk to our top 3 drivers from the X30 Pro Division of the IAME USA Grand National Championship presented by Hunt Brothers Pizza. The live stream rolls on. The racing's wrapped up. And Ryan Norberg, we're going to talk to Mr. $7,000 after this.
I'm Alex Speed, the team principal here at Speed Concepts Racing. We have an elite karting program. We really focus on giving the drivers the tools they have to take to the next level. We don't really want to, it's important to win racing and go-karting, but really give the kids the tools they need to, hopefully become professional racing drivers. We're on the OTK Red Speed Kart. We have our own in-house motor program with Speed Lab. We do really competitive in the national races, but again, our main focus is really giving the kids, the tools they have, looking at data, looking at video to really give them arsenal to go on to car racing and hopefully be successful.
Check us out on Facebook at facebook.com/speedconceptsracing or email us at speedconceptsracing@gmail.com.
Hunt Brothers Pizza always offers 10 toppings to choose from at no extra charge. That's 1,024 topping combinations at one price. At Hunt Brothers Pizza, we love racing and we love pizza. Visit huntbrotherspizza.com to find your next pizza.
How you doing? My name is Mike Doty from Mike Doty Racing from Orange County, New York. We're about an hour north of New York City. We're a full-service kart shop that we supply IAME, Rotax, and all rock engines. We sell OTK parts and all the tires for all the different series. We support USBKS.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the IAME USA Grand National Championship. We're waiting to talk to our race winner, Ryan Norberg. Picked up a lot of rubber over there. I know that we got our top 2 drivers that have also finished across the line here. Paulie Massimino. You can see Norberg's over in the scale line. He's got to make sure that cart goes through weigh scales, and then, of course, gets through post-race tech inspection. We want to thank you guys all for tuning in here. We're going to talk to our race winner, as soon as he gets out and through the weigh scale. He's right there behind Santiago Benito, I believe, in the number 64, Speed Concepts Racing Energy. Once again, let's take you through the final results here after all of it. Ryan Norberg, Paulie Massimino, Dalton Haynes, the top three. We'll talk to Haynes and Massimino. We'll get them over right by Norberg, have a talk with our top three drivers. Tyler Wettengel just comes up a little bit short on the podium, ends in fourth. Braden Neesmith, Hayden Jones sixth, Tyler McIntyre seventh. Ashley Rogero ended overall in eighth. Brandon Jarsakrak eventually faded down his recovery drive after going outside the top 15. Back into ninth. Weston Workman 10th. Connor Zilish also went way down the order. He got back up to 11th. Nathaniel Cicero, Brian Boley, Kay Downs, Thomas Annunziata, and Sutter Gable, your top 15. Norberg looks like he is through the scale line. Let's see if we can get him over here with our Caleb Smock, your Mr. $7,000 X30 Pro Division champion. Ryan Norberg, and a big hug there from his mechanic. And it is a nice turnaround here. Less than 12 hours, there's the big hug. And congrats here from team owner Mike Rollison. A phenomenal drive here for Norberg. Flag to flag victory with a little bit of luck there in the start. But overall, he was still one of the fastest drivers all weekend long. Caleb?
Yeah, we're down here with Ryan Norberg. You missed out on the $5,000 yesterday. You came back today and you got $7,000. Led every single lap from the start. No competition from behind. What was going through your head that entire time? Was there a secret, or what were you thinking?
Well, going into turn one, I entered it, and then all of a sudden I got hit from behind and kind of just plowed in the center of the corner. And I was like, oh, this isn't good. Like, everybody's going to be on me coming out of this corner. And I looked back, and I had a big lead. And so it was just hard during the race, to keep your head in it and to track the laps, because my dash didn't work. And so all I was getting was the vitals of the engines. I didn't know what lap I was on or anything. So I'm just pushing every single lap, trying to get everything I can out of it. But it was a super good race. I want to thank, RPG, Daryl, Alex, Joni, everybody back at the tent for making me fast and getting this thing done. I mean, it's a good redemption from last week.
Now, how much of that $7,000 are you actually going to keep? How much are you going to spend it on your boys who helped you get it done?
Well, I owe a lot after the crash damages from yesterday, so I'm in the hole a little bit there, but I think I'll split it pretty evenly.
All right, there it is. Ryan Norberg, your winner here for X30 Senior, $77,000 richer than it was when he came here this afternoon. We're going to send it back to you in the booth.
Man, what an awesome job there for Ryan Norberg. We're going to see if our Caleb Smock can try and catch up with Paulie Massimino and, again, Dalton Haynes, give them a little bit of airtime before we sign off. Well, we will try and see if we can stay on here for our podium ceremonies. I believe some of those drivers may have already begun heading their way a little bit out from the scale area, so may not be able to get to those guys. But, again, awesome drive for Ryan Norberg. Awesome commentary, again, from our superstars from the professional car racing world, Will Power. And again, Austin Cindric here. As mentioned, Will Power starting his Will Power factory kart race team. He's going to have a full rig, full tent, full driver coaching for kids all the way up. If you want to check more about that, you can check out willpowerkart.com. Again, more information on Austin Cindric's career, you can check him out on Instagram and on Facebook. Of course, he's got that big deal with Team Penske, joining the NASCAR Cup Series in 2022, driving the number 2 machine. So, super cool to have those guys here. Super cool to have all you guys with us. We are so thankful to have all you guys here. We got a little bit of a while before we get underway with podiums. We'll get you updated on that as we get set for the podium ceremonies. Until then, here we'll send it back to commercials. And then we've got a lot of money, a lot of tickets to the World Finals, a lot more coming your way here for the IAME USA Grand National Championship presented by Hunt Brothers Pizza. Stay with us.
Hi, I'm Sean Bailiff, owner of Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. Motorsports Country Club has all kinds of amenities here. We have a 3/4 of a mile racetrack. We have a state-of-the-art clubhouse. Trinity Karting Group is based here as well. We specialize in driver development and new drivers all the way from 4 years old up to, we have drivers that are 70 to 72 years old. So we can cover them all as far as racing. And we have probably one of the nicest facilities in the country with the clubhouse here, locker rooms, and then we can basically do it all. It's a one-stop shop with our kart shop in-house. We also host the MCC Pro-Am Karting Championship, which is a 7-race series throughout the summer months. And it helps groom drivers from the club level all the way up to the next step in the USPKS and the SCUSA Pro Tour. We also have rental karts here, and we're opening that more and more to the public, so check us out on our website at mcckarting.com.
Hey, I'm Ryan Perry, owner of Ryan Perry Motorsport. We're one of the few West Coast teams that travels to all the national events. We run USPKS, Florida Winter Tour, SCUSA Winter Series, Pro Tour, and we even go to both Vegas races, Rock Vegas and Super Nationals. I think one of our strongest points as a team is the driver coaching. We have a lot of good people within the team. A lot of people, you know, that work with us have a lot of national event wins, and we're leading points in a lot of the series right now. We've won Pro Tour Championship, Super Nationals, so I think we'd be a pretty good option if you wanted to come catch all the national events.
For more info, check us out online at www.ryanperrymotorsport.com.
I'm Alex Speed, the team principal here at Speed Concepts Racing. We have an elite karting program. We really focus on giving the drivers the tools they have to take to the next level. We don't really want to, it's important to win racing and go-karting, but really give the kids the tools they need to, hopefully become professional racing drivers. We're on the OTK Red Speed Kart. We have our own in-house motor program with Speed Lab. We do really competitive in the national races, but again, our main focus is really giving the kids, the tools they have, looking at data, looking at video to really give them arsenal to go on to car racing and hopefully be successful.
Check us out on Facebook at facebook.com/speedconceptsracing or email us at speedconceptsracing@gmail.com.
Welcome to Ohio Kart Parts, the Midwest's largest Burrell Art racing go-kart dealer. We carry Burrell Art, Daniel Ricciardo, Charles Leclerc, and Robert Kubica branded go-karts, as well as parts from names you trust. Chassis components from Freeline, engines from IAME, Briggs & Stratton, and soon-to-be Tillotson, electronics from AIM Technologies, MG Tires, Taika Axles, seating from Tillett, Arai helmets, and 3/10 race products. Visit us online at www.ohiokartparts.com, at our facility in Lorain, Ohio, or at the local track on race weekends. If we don't have it, call us at 440-628-CART. That's 5278, and we will do what we can to help you out.
Hey, how are you guys? My name is Leo Coleman. My team is JC Karting, so we are in the business for a long time. So we work a lot with really young drivers and try development to junior class. We got based in Miami, Florida for a long time. We focus really on the drivers almost all the time. We are a small team, so we work a lot with the drivers, especially with the kids. I think we're right now doing all the national series for next year.
For more info, check us out online at jckarting.com.
How you doing? My name is Mike Doty from Mike Doty Racing from Orange County, New York. We're about an hour north of New York City. We're a full-service kart shop that we supply IAME, Rotax, and all rock engines. We sell OTK parts and all the tires for all the different series. We support USPKS, SCUSA, Rotax, which is the Stars and Stripes, and the Rock Winter Tour. What we do is we try to get the drivers better by data, driver coaching, and setup. We have a lot of good drivers that come through our program. We have a lot of experience. I've been doing it for almost 35 years, and we just try to translate that to all our customers.
For more info about Mike Doty Racing, you can contact us at mikedotyracing@gmail.com or call us at 845-551-0572.
So our program at RPG is primarily based around driver development. We like to be able to get the families and kids early in the year and build them a specific program based around driver training. We use these national races like the SCUSA Pro Tour, the USPKS, as their proving grounds. We work, we train, we run regional races, we train at our local track, we train at the customer's local track. From 10 to 20 years old, we can teach them what we believe are the good habits and get rid of their bad habits, and we can do that over time. This has been the most successful way that we've found that works really well for our program, and we plan to keep continuing that way.
If you're ready to take your racing career to the next level, Check out RollisonPG.com for more information. That's www.RollisonPG.com.
Hunt Brothers Pizza always offers 10 toppings to choose from at no extra charge. That's 1,024 topping combinations at one price. At Hunt Brothers Pizza, we love racing and we love pizza. Visit huntbrotherspizza.com to find your next pizza.
Launching this winter is their premium line of karting gloves. Visit offsetsport.com for their current range of karting products, including rain shoe covers, custom karting suits, and mechanics gloves. Choose the line less driven with Offset Sport.
I'm Billy Vincent, owner of MPG Motorsports. What we do at MPG is we try to keep it a nice, fun family atmosphere, try to combine sort of the bigger things and of the bigger teams and the professionalism down with sort of some of the fun sort of family-oriented atmosphere. We try to not only develop drivers, but also the parents and the families for just in knowledge in general in motorsports. It all starts in karting. What we try to do is try to help the drivers, the moms, the dads understand the sport of motorsports in general, not just karting, but what it takes to get all the way up through. Whether you end up wanting to be a driver or a mechanic or an engineer, you know, we can help you with that, and that's what we're here for. If you're interested in joining us at MPG, our home base is at Whiteland Raceway Park in Indianapolis, and you can contact us at info@willpowerkart.com, and one of our great people will reach out to you, and we'll try to put the best program together.
Hi, I'm Sean Bailiff, owner of Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. Motorsports Country Club has all kinds of amenities here. We have a 3/4 of a mile racetrack. We have a state-of-the-art clubhouse. Trinity Karting Group is based here as well. We specialize in driver development and new drivers all the way from 4 years old up to we have drivers that are 70 to 72 years old. So we can cover them all as far as racing. And we have probably one of the nicest facilities in the country with the clubhouse here, locker rooms, and then we can basically do it all. It's a one-stop shop with our kart shop in-house. We also host the MCC Pro-Am Karting Championship, which is a 7-race series throughout the summer months, and it helps groom drivers from the club level all the way up to the next step in USPKS and the SCUSA Pro Tour. We also have rental karts here, and we're opening that more and more to the public, so check us out on our website at mcckarting.com.
Hey, I'm Ryan Perry, owner of Ryan Perry Motorsport. We're one of the few West Coast teams that travels to all the national events. We run USPKS, Florida Winter Tour, SCUSA Winter Series, Pro Tour, and we even go to both Vegas races, Rock Vegas and Super Nationals. I think one of our strongest points as a team is the driver coaching. We have a lot of good people within the team. A lot of people, you know, that work with us have a lot of national event wins, and we're leading points in a lot of the series right now. We've won Pro Tour Championship, Super Nationals, so I think we'd be a pretty good option if you wanted to come catch all the national events.
For more info, check us out online at www.ryanperrymotorsport.com.
I'm Alex Speed, the team principal here at Speed Concepts Racing. We have an elite karting program. We really focus on giving the drivers the tools they have to take to the next level. We don't really want to, it's important to win racing and go-karting, but really give the kids the tools they need to hopefully become professional racing drivers. We're on the OTK Red Speed Kart. We have our own in-house motor program with Speed Lab. We do really competitive in the national races, but again, our main focus is really giving the kids, the tools they have, looking at data, looking at video to really give them arsenal to go on to car racing and hopefully be successful.
Check us out on Facebook at facebook.com/speedconceptsracing or email us at speedconceptsracing@gmail.com.
Welcome back here to GoPro Motorplex. I'm down here with the kid who really was one of the biggest stories over the weekend, Dalton Haynes. You know, local kid here, privateer, scored the pole in qualifying, rough heat 1, DNFs heat 2, heat 3, stays with it, put your head down, drove up to 18th in the pre-final, and then went 18th to P3 here in the main event. Man, what an awesome, awesome drive here this weekend. Talk to me about it. What's this weekend been like for you?
Well, the weekend overall was freaking insane. It was so crazy. Got the pole. It was a really good lap. The first 3 heats, the first heat was really sad. Got taken out in the first lap. It was all right, but we came back, went to 7th. Well, technically 8th. Picked up a 7th. And then the second 2 heats were just terrible. I couldn't do anything about the chain popping off in both the heats. But I was looking forward to today. And then in the final, the pre-final was crazy. Passed up a little bit. Got 9 spots in the pre-final, and then the final was just insane. Almost bent my cart and was out of the race in the first lap. I went over top of somebody in the first corner. It was crazy because someone spun out. I don't really know exactly what happened behind me, but I got a gap, and I put my head down. I listened to my brother on the side. He was like, "You got a gap, just go. Just get your head down and go." And I was like, "Okay, I'll listen to you." So I just started going as fast as I possibly could, putting down laps. It was a really long final. Caught up to Wettengale and Eves. Well, first, Jarscrack passed me, and Annunziata went off and then came back on. And Jarscrack couldn't avoid it. He had to go in the grass, I think. I drifted like super sideways trying to avoid him. And then just put my head down again as soon as I found a groove. Really slidey for that one lap after going by Annunziata. And then I saw Wettengale catching Eves, and I was like, okay, I think I can catch him. So I put my head down just a little bit more. I was pushing as hard as I possibly could, using any part of the track to get up there. And then Wettengale passed Eves, caught up to Eves, passed him, and then got right up on Wettengale's bumper and was like, all right, this is it.
Yeah, get out of the box.
Passed Wettengale and then just got away from him. Just a little bit.
Just enough to keep you the cushion there where he couldn't get you back there at the end, man. I mean, you had a ton of guys wanting to get you into the show, last night for the shootout. You had a lot of fan votes, I mean, you really are fighting for the little guy out here. And it's super cool, again, but that's one of the cool stories about this sport, right? At the end of the day, Norberg on one of the most professional teams here, Jarscrack professional team, Zillich professional team with Nitro Kart, you're on the same equipment as them. At the end of the day, you can still get a new kart. It's tougher. You can't go through karts as quick as they do, for sure, but you end up, you were able to put the laps in here. You're able to really perform on home turf, and at the end of the day, you turned a lot of heads. We got you a lot of airtime in that main event. It's a huge deal for you, but it's obviously still, even as a privateer, you got guys helping you out, making it possible. Who would you like to thank for this weekend?
Oh, TDC Manufacturing really helped us out. Tiffin, he was amazing. He got us chassis right in time for the race. Roman Haynes, my tuner, of course, he didn't finish this today. He couldn't finish it. He just wanted to focus on tuning my kart, and he made it perfect for the final and pre-final. And finally, my dad and BBS Engines, they were just perfect. These past 2 weeks, got a podium last weekend and this weekend. It was great.
Awesome. Well, congrats again here, Dalton. Awesome, awesome run, buddy.
Thank you.
We're going to come right back here. We have Dalton Haynes in the booth. He's got to go to the podium. When we come back, Podium Ceremonies will get started. The crowd's already forming. Post-race tech inspection is just about clear. Stick with us for the IAME USA Grand National Championship presented by Hunt Brothers Pizza. It's time to give away some trophies and some cash.
Let's do it.
Welcome to Ohio Kart Parts, the Midwest's largest Burrell Art racing go-kart dealer. We carry Burrell Art, Daniel Ricciardo, Charles Leclerc, and Robert Kubica branded go-karts, as well as parts from names you trust. Chassis components from Freeline, engines from IAME, Briggs & Stratton, and soon-to-be Tillotson, electronics from AIM Technologies, MG Tires, Taika Axles, seating from Tillett, Arai Helmets, and 3/10 Race Products. Visit us online at www.ohiokartparts.com, at our facility in Lorain, Ohio, or at the local track on race weekends. If we don't have it, call us at 440-628-CART. That's 5278, and we will do what we can to help you out.
Hi, I'm Sean Bailiff, owner of Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. Motorsports Country Club has all kinds of amenities here. We have a 3/4 of a mile racetrack. We have a state-of-the-art clubhouse. Trinity Karting Group is based here as well. We specialize in driver development and new drivers all the way from 4 years old up to we have drivers that are 70 to 72 years old. So we can cover them all as far as racing. And we have probably one of the nicest facilities in the country with the clubhouse here, locker rooms, and then we can basically do it all. It's a one-stop shop with our kart shop in-house. We also host the MCC Pro-Am Karting Championship, which is a 7-race series throughout the summer months. And it helps groom drivers from the club level all the way up to the next step in USPKS and the SCUSA Pro Tour. We also have rental karts here, and we're opening that more and more to the public, so check us out on our website at mcckarting.com.
Hey, I'm Ryan Perry, owner of Ryan Perry Motorsport. We're one of the few West Coast teams that travels to all the national events. We run USPKS, Florida Winter Tour, SCUSA Winter Series, Pro Tour, and we even go to both Vegas races, Rock Vegas and Super Nationals. I think one of our strongest points as a team is the driver coaching. We have a lot of good people within the team. A lot of people, that work with us have a lot of national event wins, and we're leading points in a lot of the series right now. We've won Pro Tour Championship, Super Nationals, so I think we'd be a pretty good option if you wanted to come catch all the national events.
For more info, check us out online at www.ryanperrymotorsport.com.
I'm Alex Speed, the team principal here at Speed Concepts Racing. We have an elite karting program. We really focus on giving the drivers the tools they have to take to the next level. We don't really want to, it's important to win races and go-karting, but really give the kids the tools they need to hopefully become professional racing drivers. We're on the OTK Red Speed Kart. We have our own in-house motor program with Speed Lab. We do really competitive in the national races, but again, our main focus is really giving the kids, the tools they have, looking at data, looking at video to really give them arsenal to go on to car racing and hopefully be successful.
Check us out on Facebook at facebook.com/speedconceptsracing or email us at speedconceptsracing@gmail.com.
Welcome to Ohio Kart Parts, the Midwest's largest Burrell Art racing go-kart dealer. We carry Burrell Art, Daniel Ricciardo, Charles Leclerc, and Robert Kubica branded go-karts, as well as parts from names you trust. Chassis components from Freeline, engines from IAME, Briggs & Stratton, and soon-to-be Tillotson, electronics from AIM Technologies, MG Tires, Taika Axles, seating from Tillett, Arai Helmets, and 3/10 Race Products. Visit us online at www.ohiokartparts.com, at our facility in Lorain, Ohio, or at the local track on race weekends. If we don't have it, call us at 440-628-KART. That's 5278. And we will do what we can to help you out.
Hey, how are you guys? My name is Leo Coleman. My team is JC Karting. So we are in the business for a long time. So we work a lot with really young drivers and try development to junior class. We got based in Miami, Florida for a long time. We focus really on the drivers almost all the time. We are a small team, so we work a lot with the drivers, especially with the kids. I think we're right now doing all the national series for next year.
For more info, check us out online at jckarting.com.
How you doing? My name is Mike Doty from Mike Doty Racing from Orange County, New York. We're about an hour north of New York City. We're a full-service kart shop that we supply IAME, Rotax, and all rock engines. We sell OTK parts and all the tires for all the different series. We support USPKS, SCUSA, Rotax, which is the Stars and Stripes, and the Rock Winter Tour. What we do is we try to get the drivers better by data, driver coaching, and setup. We have a lot of good drivers that come through our program. We have a lot of experience. I've been doing it for almost 35 years, and we just try to translate that to all our customers.
For more info about Mike Doty Racing, You can contact us at MikeDotyRacing@gmail.com or call us at 845-551-0572.
So our program at RPG is primarily based around driver development. We like to be able to get the families and kids early in the year and build them a specific program based around driver training. We use these national races like the SCUSA Pro Tour, the USPKS as their proving grounds. We work, we train, we run regional races, we train at our local track, we train at the customer's local track. From 10 to 20 years old, we can teach them what we believe are the good habits and get rid of their bad habits, and we can do that over time. This has been the most successful way that we've found that works really well for our program, and we plan to keep continuing that way.
If you're ready to take your racing career to the next level, check out RollisonPG.com for more information. That's www.RollisonPG.com.
Hunt Brothers Pizza always offers 10 toppings to choose from at no extra charge. That's 1,024 topping combinations at one price. At Hunt Brothers Pizza, we love racing and we love pizza. Visit HuntBrothersPizza.com to find your next pizza.
Launching this winter is their premium line of karting gloves. Visit OffsetSport.com for their current range of karting products, including rain shoe covers, custom karting suits, and mechanics gloves. Choose the line less driven with Offset Sport.
I'm Billy Vincent, owner of MPG Motorsports. What we do at MPG is we try to keep it a nice, fun, family atmosphere, try to combine sort of the bigger things and of the bigger teams and the professionalism down with sort of some of the fun sort of family-oriented atmosphere. We try to not only develop drivers, but also the parents and the families for just in knowledge in general in motorsports. It all starts in karting. What we try to do is try to help the drivers, the moms, the dads understand the sport of motorsports in general, not just karting, but what it takes to get all the way up through. Whether you end up wanting to be a driver or a mechanic or an engineer, you know, we can help you with that, and that's what we're here for. If you're interested in joining us at MPG, our home base is at Whiteland Raceway Park in Indianapolis, and you can contact us at info@willpowerkart.com, and one of our great people will reach out to you, and we'll try to put the best program together.
Hi, I'm Sean Bailiff, owner of Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. Motorsports Country Club has all kinds of amenities here. We have a 3/4 of a mile racetrack. We have a state-of-the-art clubhouse. Trinity Karting Group is based here as well. We specialize in driver development and new drivers all the way from 4 years old up to we have drivers that are 70 to 72 years old. So we can cover them all as far as racing. And we have probably one of the nicest facilities in the country with the clubhouse here, locker rooms, and then we can basically do it all. It's a one-stop shop with our kart shop in-house. We also host the MCC Pro-Am Karting Championship, which is a 7-race series throughout the summer months, and it helps groom drivers from the club level all the way up to the next step in the USPKS and the SCUSA Pro Tour. We also have rental karts here, and we're opening that more and more to the public, so check us out on our website at mcckarting.com.
Hey, I'm Ryan Perry, owner of Ryan Perry Motorsport. We're one of the few West Coast teams that travels to all the national events. We run USPKS, Florida Winter Tour, SCUSA Winter Series, Pro Tour, and we even go to both Vegas races, Rock Vegas and Super Nationals. I think one of our strongest points as a team is the driver coaching. We have a lot of good people within the team. A lot of people, you know, that work with us have a lot of national event wins, and we're leading points in a lot of the series right now. We've won Pro Tour Championship, Super Nationals, so I think we'd be a pretty good option if you wanted to come catch all the national events.
For more info, check us out online at www.ryanperrymotorsport.com.
I'm Alex Speed, the team principal here at Speed Concepts Racing. We have an elite karting program. We really focus on giving the drivers the tools they have to take to the next level. We don't really want to, it's important to win racing and go-karting, but really give the kids the tools they need to hopefully become professional racing drivers. We're on the OTK Red Speed Kart. We have our own in-house motor program with Speed Lab. We do really competitive in the national races, but again, our main focus is really giving the kids, the tools they have, looking at data, looking at video to really give them arsenal to go on to car racing and hopefully be successful.
Check us out on Facebook at facebook.com/speedconceptsracing or email us at speedconceptsracing@gmail.com.
Welcome to Ohio Kart Parts, the Midwest's largest Burrell Art racing go-kart dealer. We carry Burrell Art, Daniel Ricciardo, Charles Leclerc, and Robert Kubica branded go-karts, as well as parts from names you trust. Chassis components from Freeline, engines from IAME, Briggs & Stratton, and soon-to-be Tillotson, electronics from AIM Technologies, MG Tires, Taika Axles, seating from Tillett, Arai helmets, and 3/10 race products. Visit us online at www.ohiokartparts.com, at our facility in Lorain, Ohio, or at the local track on race weekends. If we don't have it, call us at 440-628-KART. That's 5278. And we will do what we can to help you out.
Hey, how are you guys? My name is Leo Coleman. My team is JC Karting. So we are in the business for a long time. So we work a lot with really young drivers and try development to junior class. We got based in Miami, Florida for a long time. We focus really on the drivers almost all the time. We are a small team, so we work a lot with the drivers, especially with the kids. I think we're right now doing all the national series for next year.
For more info, check us out online at jckarting.com.
How you doing? My name is Mike Doty from Mike Doty Racing from Orange County, New York. We're about an hour north of New York City. We're a full-service kart shop that we supply IAME, Rotax, and all rock engines. We sell OTK parts and all the tires for all the different series. We support USPKS, SCUSA, Rotax, which is the Stars and Stripes, and the Rock Winter Tour. What we do is we try to get the drivers better by data, driver coaching, and setup. We have a lot of good drivers that come through our program. We have a lot of experience. I've been doing it for almost 35 years, and we just try to translate that to all our customers.
For more info about Mike Doty Racing, you can contact us at mikedotyracing@gmail.com or call us at 845-551-0572.
So our program at RPG is primarily based around driver development. We like to be able to get the families and kids early in the year and build them a specific program based around driver training. We use these national races like the SCUSA Pro Tour, the USPKS, as their proving grounds. We work, we train, we run regional races, we train at our local track, we train at the customer's local track. From 10 to 20 years old, we can teach them what we believe are the good habits and get rid of their bad habits, and we can do that over time. This has been the most successful way that we've found that works really well for our program, and we plan to keep continuing that way.
If you're ready to take your racing career to the next level, check out rollisonpg.com for more information. That's www. Check. We're going to get started with podiums here in about 30 seconds.
All right, everyone, welcome back here for our live stream of the IAME USA Grand National Championship presented by Hunt Brothers Pizza. It's time for the trophy ceremony. Over $25,000 in cash, over nearly double that in prizes between engines and tickets. First up, it's the Micro Swift class. These guys had a couple trophies for 4th and 5th. A $100 cash card on an MG set of tires for third. $100 cash for third, along with an MG set of tires and a trophy. Then we had second place, $300 cash on an MG tire set, and then an MG engine, an MG tire set, and of course the Grand National Trophy for our overall winner in Micro. We go down the order here. Oh, we have one protest? So we'll hang on for Micro. We'll go on to the X30 Master. We know that one's all clear. Yeah, we'll take a minute here to swap. Sorry, we just got one little thing going that might affect the Micro Slip podium. So again, for all of you tuning in, stay focused here. We got our 7 classes, a huge crowd around us here, getting set to watch all the podium ceremonies take place. We'll move on to the X30 Masters. They continue to shuffle all the correct prizes behind me. It'll take a minute when we do. The X30 Masters, of course, what a crazy day of racing action. We had rain, we've had dry racing. We started dry with main event number 1 with the Micros, went rain racing for X30 Master and KA Junior, got back to dry for group number 4 with KA Senior, all the way through to the end of the day with Ryan Norberg winning that $7,000 cash prize for the X30 Pro main event. A little bit of chaos at the start and then an anticlimactic end, but nonetheless good racing all throughout all of our other classes here. Again, the X30 Master is going to be lined up here behind me. They've cleared it out, so we'll be getting started in just a moment. The X30 Masters going over their prize package we had for them. The top, the 4th and 5th place finishers were able to get a trophy each. So both of those here getting some trophies as we continue to line them out. 3rd place in X30 Masters got $100 cash, an MG set of tires, and a trophy. And just like in Micro Swift, $300 cash along with a set of MG tires to 2nd place. And for X30 Masters, it's also a ticket to the IAME International Final 2021-2022 combination event later on this season, hopefully. An X30 engine, an MG tire set, all that's over $7,000 worth of goods here in the IAME Grand National Champion Trophy as well for X30 Masters. Again, these guys had to weather the elements to be able to come out on top here. And again, look, the prizes continue to come behind me here. We've got sets of tires going all the way through for your 1, 2, and 3 finishers. We've got the cash prizes. We've got IAME USA Team Driver for 2021. Got a bunch of IAME new hats here, new merch out there that'll be going to all these drivers. They get 2 hats apiece. And then there it is, our X30 engine going to the overall winner here for X30 Master. That's all the prizes. So let's move on and call our top 5. Our top 4 in X30 Masters, our overall 4th place finisher, Paul Montepoli. Moving on here to 3rd place and onto the box here, the number 671, Chris McGinley. We're waiting on a few of the Masters here. They may have been a little bit late getting over here. I know our top 2, I believe, should be here. 2nd place in X30 Master, John Bonanno. I guess we may only have our winner. I know our winner is here. Our overall winner, he's going to France once again, David Galogna. All these prizes left, David. It'd be cool if you got to take home all the sets of tires, everything they got. Yeah, that'd be pretty cool here. Well, David, obviously this event, first time for everyone. You're the first driver we get to interview as the overall winner. Talk to me about your weekend.
Well, it was a lot of fun. Really enjoyed the event. Wish we would have gotten more Masters guys here. Had a lot of fun racing, but also spectating. But overall, had a lot of fun. Want to give a shout out and thank you to Timmy Tech, Comet Racing Engines, Comp Kart, and my dad who is wrenching on the carts.
Awesome. Congratulations again here, David. Going to France once again here potentially for the IAME International Final. You got a new motor, and you got a really cool trophy here for the IAME Grand National Championship.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you. And really enjoyed spectating too. It was really fun watching the X30 shootout, so hopefully we get a bunch of Masters guys here next year. We get a Masters shootout, we'll see, but great time.
Awesome stuff. Congrats again, David.
Thank you.
All right, let's get you up top here. We're going to take some pictures of the podium. Our X30 Master drivers making their way up to the top step. Again, David Galogna here, our overall winner. Oh, here we go. Finally, guys, couldn't hear. There he is. There he is. John Bonanno's over here. Here's McGinley. Late to the podium, guys. It's all good. Yeah, at least he's better than you are, John. Yeah, 2nd and 3rd here. So at least they made it for the photo op. We'll step out of the way here, guys, as they get their trophies up in the air. We got some hats for you if you want to throw them on as well. We got some cash for you guys here. $100 to 3rd, $300 to 2nd. All right, guys, go ahead here. Raise them up as high as you can. Our X30 Master Grand National Champion, David Galonia, going to France. All right, we'll move on now to our KA100 classes here. Again, David Galonia is going to be taking the overall win in X30 Masters. They sort out all the prizes. Lots more to play for here. Again, we've got to work our way through the podium. It is just all chaos because there's so much that we gave away here this weekend. Again, live on Kart Chaser, the IAME USA Grand National Championship presented by Hunt Brothers Pizza. As they clear the path here, all the X30 Masters got hats, got tires, got motors, got international final tickets. Trying to get everything cleared out there. Yeah, so there we go. And we'll move on. It is KA100 Junior. There you got heck of a run for all these guys. The KA100 Junior class is going to be our next up. We're going to have to set them up here behind me. Again, they got a very similar prize package overall. $100 cash to third, $300 cash to second. Both drivers getting an MG set of tires. Fourth and fifth, overall a trophy. And then your winner in KA100 Junior got a KA engine, set of MG tires, and of course the brand new trophy for the IAME Grand National Championship. $300 to second, $100 there to third. Final few prizes here getting played out. Again, the KA Junior class, they were the second one out on an intermediate racetrack on rain tires. We had a great drive from Elio Meza. We'll talk about him as the rest of them come up. And the rest of your top finishers, they provided some great racing all weekend long. I think we're just about good here. Set to go, KA100 Junior, so let's call them. First up, fifth place and onto the box here in the MPG Motorsports World Power Kart, Elliot Cox. Good run for Elliott here. He'll get a couple MG hats and an IAME Grand National Champions trophies. Fourth place overall, Parker DeLong. Third place, KA Junior. A set of MG tires and $100 cash to Jeremy Fletcher. Oh, had to head out a little bit early, eh? There we go, $100 cash there, and then we move on. Second place in KA100 Junior. What a drive from this driver for the Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Kart, Elio Meza! Man, drive of the race, and a big round of applause to deserve it. Rode him down from a number of seconds back. Came up so close. And your winner in KA Junior, KA Motor, a Grand Champion trophy, a set of tires, Carson Morgan! We'll talk to Carson after the podium here, guys. Let's go ahead. We'll have you raise those trophies. Carson, you got a big one. See how high you can get it up there. Let's give it up for our KA Junior podium. All right, let's make our way on out of here. Carson Morgan, he's going to come down the step. He's got a lot to unpack, but Carson, we got to unpack the weekend with you. Go with one more interview here over at the podium. So as Carson gets his helmet out of the way, we'll talk to our race winner, Carson Morgan. Carson, we'll let them clear out, get the rest of the prizes in. Let's step a little bit closer forward here. There you go. You got your team taking care of it all. They take care of it. Come on up here, Carson. Let's talk again here. KA Junior, Elio. Gave you a good run for your money there, especially on the changing track. You're able to lead. That's really tough. Basically a rain race, feeling out the grip by the seat of your pants.
Yeah, it was really intense coming down to the end there. You know, we were falling off big time, and Elio had that gear, and he was just really chasing us down, but I held him off on the last lap, and we ended up getting the win.
Awesome. Again, Carson Morgan, one more chance here. Who'd you like to thank?
First, I like to thank D-Zim right here. You know, I don't thank him enough. You know, you guys really don't understand how on point it's been. It's insane. It's been so good, you know. To the tire pressure, just the car changes, you know, just everything with everyone. And then I like to thank my parents, you know, putting it together. You know, I couldn't do it without them. And then everyone in RPM, mainly Trey and Perry. You know, it's been great. And Comet Racing Engines and Kart Chaser.
Awesome stuff here. Thanks again. We appreciate the shout out as well. Congrats again, Carson Morgan.
Thank you.
Carson Morgan's got himself a KA1. We've just gotten the clear. Micro Swift, the final podium. Got to go back on through here. The Micro Swift drivers are in the same boat here. $100 cash to third. Sets of MG tires for the top three. $300 to second. A motor to the winner along with all the trophies. First up, 5th place in Micro Swift, Ethan Tovo. We got a lot of trophies here. They're setting them out as Ethan continues to get on up. I was a little bit ahead of that. Apologize about that there. They're still setting them all up here. Eric Jones, again, the event promoter, still putting his trophies all the way out. A lot of trophies behind me. We'll go ahead and call up Ethan's brother, who came away with a P4, Jackson Tovo. Moving on to 3rd place in the final results for the Micro Swift class, Augustus Toniolo. Augustus Toniolo, a long way to come. Had to fly all the way back to Brazil, thanks. But the RPG Cosmic driver, long way to go home. We got some tires for him. Hopefully we'll get him to him for his next big race in the States. 2nd place, local kid, Lucas Palacio. And your winner, this is going to be a lot of heavy lifting for a kid. He might have a lot of heavy lifting trophies in his future. Your winner in Micro Swift, Keelan Harvick. All right, Keelan, see if you can hold that there. Find a way to get around it. There you go. Careful, buddy. Here, choke up on it a little bit. There you go. Balance on your helmet. Perfect, guys. We can't ask you to raise them up. Let's give it up. Our youngest class, the Micro Swift Podium. All right, we'll have Keelan Harvick here as he can find a way to get down. It's a real heavy trophy. Needs a little help with it. Keelan's going to hop on down. We'll get the crew to start taking away everything. Keelan, we'll get down here with you, buddy. Man, what a race weekend here. You had a lot of good battling. Obviously, unfortunately, your buddy Augustus wasn't able to make it a podium. You guys play football off the racetrack. You and Lucas and Augustus have a great time. And today, big time win there. Talk to me about your weekend.
Yeah, I just want to thank Hunt Brothers Pizza and everyone else that helps me, Wiltshire Engines, and my dad and my whole family.
Awesome stuff. Congrats again here, Keelan. Anything else you'd like to add to the fans watching all along at home?
Thank you guys for tuning in.
Awesome stuff. Keelan Harvick, congrats again, buddy. Big time Grand National win.
Thank you.
That's Keelan Harvick, everybody. Let's give it up once again here. Awesome job from Keelan. You got to get it all out of the way there. All right, so the Micro Swift motor getting pulled on out of here. We'll get the championship out of here. That's NASCAR Cup driver Kevin Harvick, but he's karting dad here this weekend. Trying to find where we've got our overall prize takedown. Here we go. Dropping papers and everything else. Luckily, the Micro Swift has already run here. KA100 Senior, same boat, just wanted to confirm it. $100 cash to third, $300 cash to second. A brand new KA100 engine to the winner. MG tires to the top three. A Grand National Championship trophy for our winner in KA Senior. The whole top five hopefully are still here. 5th place, I know he's still here. As we got them all set. Oh, yeah, we do. Cole Morgan, P5. Fourth place in the final results. Led a good amount of laps in the main event. Brandon Lemke. Brandon might have had to get on the road a little bit. We got the whole top five we're honoring. We know we got our top three. 3rd place, Thomas Annunziata. Again, $100 cash here going Thomas's way. We move on over to 2nd place at the end. And man, what a recovery after such a rough pre-final to get out of the box. Nearly come away with the win. Your 2nd place finisher, Tyler Wettengel. And our overall main event winner here in KA100 Senior, Brandon. Go ahead and come on up here, buddy. Your P4 after everything. A lot of shuffling there overall, so Brandon's just off to the side. And our winner in KA100 Senior, Connor Zilish. And man, what a last lap. These guys put an absolute show on all weekend. They had their KA shootout on Friday night. They, of course, had all the heat racing. A lot of battles. Raise those trophies up, guys. Let's get loud and proud for the KA Seniors. All right, we'll have Connor go ahead and step on down and have a few words here with me while the rest of the guys got a lot of tires, a lot of hats, a lot of big trophies to take away. Con, man, one class went not so good. This class went really, really good. Talk to me about your weekend in KA.
Yeah, we're quick all weekend KA. The final, I made some driving mistakes midway through the race and had to run down 2 liters, but I got there on the last lap, went around the outside of both of them in 4, and was able to get the win. I wasn't even expecting to be able to do that, but somehow I was able to do it.
Yeah, pull the play out of your buddy Paulie's book there with him able to get in a similar KA win a couple months ago last year. Talk to me, Connor. Big team effort. A lot of guys supporting your racing here. Who'd you like to thank?
Yeah, no, first I want to thank all my competitors for racing clean. I mean, it was a ton of fun out there, but Nitro Kart, everyone under the team helping me, making me fast. Allison Racing Engines, my family, my mom, my dad, and all my friends back home for supporting me, and all my hog riders.
Awesome there again, all the way out to the Hog Rider Nation, all your friends supporting you at home. Congrats again, Connor. Big time win here at the Grand National Championship.
Thanks, Xander.
All right, that's Connor Zilish again. What an awesome job here for the KA Senior. He's got a lot he's got to carry. We'll see if we can get him some help. A KA motor, an engine. He's got some tires, some hats. And now we move on from one of the older classes on the spectrum to the mini Swift class. The next step up, 8 to 12 years old. These kids are in the same boat here again, 4th and 5th onto the podium with trophies. We'll have 2nd and 3rd with some cash money going their way. $100 to 3rd, $300 to 2nd. Engine brand new, along with a set of MG tires for the whole top 3 in mini Swift. First up, 5th place. What a performance this weekend, Kai Johnson. We'll get that trophy over here for you, Kai. As you stand up to the side, there you go, buddy. 4th place in mini Swift, Enzo Vidmontian. 3rd place in mini Swift, Oliver Weldon. Again, $100 cash there for Oliver. Moving on to the driver who finished 2nd, got $300 cash and a great drive through the field, Oscar Iliff. And we look ahead now to your overall winner by 44 thousandths of a second, the biggest win I think we've seen for him to date. Your Grand National Champion in mini Swift, Carson Weinberg. And on top of that, the mini Swift, just like Master, Carson is going to Europe. He's representing Team USA on the IAME USA team. All right, here again, congrats here to the mini Swift drivers. I think we'll go ahead and have them clear out. Looks like we've got them all. We've got a lot here. Carson Weinberg going to help him get all of his trophies out. Carson's going to come down and talk to us. Carson, we've been trying to get you on our Kart Chaser videos for quite some time now because you've got a whole lot of personality. I know you may be a little bit shy to show it, but I know all the fans at home, man, they were watching you and they were entertained by that last lap battle you had. Talk to me about your race weekend.
It was good. At first, it started out well, then towards the end, I had a bad qualifying session, qualified P4 outside row. Then towards the end, I just started falling back, but on the final, I was there.
Right, and it seems like you're really starting to come into your own here this year. You know, last year really started getting aggressive at the fall. Now, do you feel pretty confident you can go out and win any big race here when you line up on the grid?
Yeah.
Awesome stuff. Carson, it's a big team effort that helps support you. Who would you like to thank for this big-time Grand National win?
My dad for tuning on my kart, and my tuner, Chris, and my mom for being supportive.
Awesome stuff here. Nitro Kart Privateer race winner, Carson Weinberg. Congrats again, buddy.
Thank you.
Again, Carson Weinberg, the winner in mini Swift. We move on now to the final 2 classes, and the first time we've got some big money thrown around here for the IAME USA Grand National Championship. I got to check our breakdown to make sure I don't mess it up. X30 Junior Pro, X30 Senior Pro, X30 Junior Pro started at $2,500 to win. Got bumped to $3,000, then got bumped to $4,000, then got bumped to $5,000 to the winner. On top of that, there's a ton of money going all the way down through the top 5 if they're here to receive it. $500 to 5th, $750 to 4th, $1,000 to 3rd, $1,500 to 2nd, a set of MG tires to the entire top 3. And again, yes, just like in Mini and X30 Master, your X30 Junior Champion has won a ticket to the IAME International Final. We move on to the X30 Junior Pro class. 5th place, and again, $500, Jeremy Fletcher, who again was just able to get on the road a little bit, but he's got his tuner here, mechanic ready to collect the money and the trophy. We move on now to fourth place, man. What an impressive run all weekend, especially today from this driver. He's going to be up front a lot the rest of this season. Justin Ataconis. Awesome stuff here for Justin. Got to talk to him a lot this weekend. He's got himself some money, $750 there. Third place to complete out the top 3 and get himself a set of tires along with 1,000 big ones. Christian Miles. Second place here, had to go through a whole lot of hoops to get all the way down from Canada to get onto the podium here. He made the most of all the work to get him to this race. $1,500 to send him back across the border. Aiden Ingrata. Congrats here, Aiden. He'll make his way on up. And finally, the big money, the first of the 2 we've got. $5,000, a ticket to the IAME International Final, a set of MG tires, and a brand new X30 motor. Just the money, right, boss? Just the money, that's right. No motor for that one, but still, that's a lot of money. That's a lot of motors you could buy with it. X30 Junior, your winner, Carson Morgan! All right, again, a whole lot of money here, the first of our 2 big money classes. Again, a ton of money up for grabs. We got the checks up, we got the trophies up. Let's give it up again for our X30 Junior podium. All right, guys, you are good. Carson, we're going to come on. Oh, we got tires still for some of these guys. We got to repose. Aiden, come on, you can hold your 1,500. There you go. Hold it a little lower. Get one hand down. There you go. Want to retake here if we got any? Oh, I think we got most of them here. All right. You guys got your tires. You can go ahead and start making your way on out. Congrats here to the X30 Junior podium. Carson Morgan, again, big time payday. Sweeps the weekend here. Carson, we'll get help for you to get that trophy out of the way. Make sure that's a nice piece there. Big time trophy. Probably one of the bigger ones you've won. You got 2 of them. You already thanked everybody. So we're just going to talk about the X30 race, man. A fight all the way through and then got a little bit lucky, but again, luck's about positioning and performing when you get into position. You know, you put yourself in a spot, got to the lead, they battled for second, and you built the gap and kept it. Talk to me, your weekend in the X30 car.
Yeah, so at the beginning of the weekend, we were struggling really hard with setup, and everyone on the team was really just banging it out, changing everything on the car, trying to get it to work. And this morning in the warm-up, you know, we made a big change last night, came out on pace, and then in the final, we kind of just took the lead, kept going at him. You know, Aiden had a lot of speed for us this race, so we just kind of kept taking the lead. I was like, all right, he's faster, so I just got to get to the lead, and then they ended up battling, and I just put some laps down, and we pulled away and got the win.
Awesome. Congrats again, Carson. Double win, the only double winner here this weekend at the IAME USA Grand National Championship, and the first one ever to go down in history. That's got to feel pretty cool.
Yeah, thank you so much. And then I like to thank IAME for putting it on, and also Hog Riders.
Awesome stuff again, Carson. We'll let you hop on out of here. One more class to come. That's for senior. We already got yours. Your team already took yours while we were talking. They're still setting up the X30 Senior Pros. The X30 Senior class, they originally started at $5,000 to win. They already started with a $2,000 to win shootout. Last night, that got bumped to $5,000. Well, then we had to bump it up. Went up to $6,000, went up to $7,000 overall to the race winner, and it was a big one here, the X30 Pro class, and it got a lot of different stories that went all the way through it here. Again, through them, $750 to fifth, $1,000 to fourth, $1,250 to third, $2,500 to P2, a set of MG tires for all 3 of the top 3 drivers. Your winner's got a ticket to the IAME International Final. He's also got a set of MG tires and a pretty awesome trophy. 5th place here, $750 as we get the last bit of hats out. Braden Eves. Fourth place overall here for the X30 Senior Pro class, Tyler Wettengel. And again, Wettengel will get himself a cool $1,000 there for that one as well. Third place in X30 Senior Pro. What a story this weekend. Your pole award winner, Dalton Haynes. Dalton's got himself a little more money here to take home, and an awesome run for him. Second place in X30 Senior Pro. Big payday this weekend, $7,500 to the good. Your second place finisher, Paulie Massimino. And a newly crowned Mr. $7,000, leading all 25 laps of the main event. Your winner and Grand National Champion in the Pro class, Ryan Norberg. Yeah, we got a lot there. Got a lot of hats. Still got extra hats down there in front. You got 3 in total. Got 2 on the ground. Then we got the big trophy here. Careful grabbing that on up, guys. And let's give it up. Dalton, get your money up there, man. Get the money checks up, guys. Here, Tyler, let's put your helmet down. You're going to leave the helmet up? All right, fair enough. See if we got everyone. Everyone's got to hold it. And, of course, Ryan. Try and get that stabilized there. Let's give it up for the X30 Senior Pro Division. All right, and again, Ryan here will step down. We'll have one quick word with him. We already talked to him on the stream. He's got a ton of big winnings here. Just got a big congratulations there from Dalton and Paulie. Well, Ryan, that's a couple months' rent right there. $7,000. Pretty good little weekend, huh?
Yeah, it's good. I just got to pay back some bills from yesterday's incident. So, yeah, it was a good weekend. Really happy with all that we've done with the team and the progress we've made recently.
Awesome stuff here. Congrats again. Who else would you like to thank for all this?
I see there's a bill right there. So I don't make that much. But, yeah, just thank Mike, everybody at the 10, Joni, Alex, Stoney, the whole crew, Artie, for showing me how to drive in his rental race. So, yeah, thanks to everybody.
Awesome. Congrats again, Ryan here. Big time win.
Thank you.
All right. That's going to do it. The IAME USA Grand National Championship presented by Hunt Brothers Pizza. We're going to sign off the live. The crowd here, we'll try and pan around to them really quick. Aaron, can we get a quick look at all the crowd here? They're dispersing. It was a whole lot bigger. We had a whole lot more. Guys, if we can get one last big cheer from everyone for this live stream, for this big event, let's send it off to everyone online.